The oppressive silence of a desolate concrete room is broken only by the faint, rhythmic creak of a ventilation fan, its shadow stretching across the cracked walls. Jinwoo lies unconscious, his face pale and glasses askew, seemingly adrift in a deep, unsettling slumber. Across the room, a lone figure in an orange jumpsuit, its head covered by a dark bag, crouches silently by a grimy sink, an unsettling presence in the confined space. Jinwoo remains still, sprawled on a bare, uncomfortable cot, his suit disheveled, a stark contrast to the harsh surroundings. The mysterious figure in the orange jumpsuit does not move, its stillness adding to the eerie quiet of the cell. Jinwoo's eyes snap open, his gaze immediately drawn to the unsettling sight of the hooded figure across the room. Through the rough fabric of the bag, a piercing, unervingly blue eye glares back, revealing a hidden intensity. Jolt of fear shoots through Jinwoo as he processes the chilling stare, his own eyes widening in disbelief. Breaking the silence, Jinwoo demands to know, "Who are you?" his voice laced with apprehension. A wave of confusion washes over Jinwoo as he mutters, still trying to comprehend his bizarre situation. The desolate corner of the cell with its rusted sink seems to echo Jinwoo's bewildered The full scale of the stark, confined cell, complete with a barred door and a slow-spinning fan, overwhelms Jinwoo, eliciting a sharp cry of panic. Jinwoo exclaims, what? Where is this place?" The hooded figure, without moving, simply replies, "My house." Jinwoo's shock intensifies. "Your house," he repeats, demanding once more, "Who are you?" Hooded figure stands, revealing the number 0 to 182 on his orange jumpsuit, holding a sweet potato. Jinwoo realizes he's a prisoner. Jinwoo's mind races. What the hell happened? He then remembers, right, there was a riot. His memories flash to a grim scene, the order to shoot was given. And then, a horrifying vision of carnage fills his mind, the guards were killed. Weight of the memory crushes Jinwoo, leaving him slumped and defeated against the cold, dark wall. Jinwoo slowly rises, confronting the silent, hooded figure who emits a soft, unsettling creak. Hesitantly, Jinwoo asks, excuse me, is this inside a prison? He clarifies his question, I mean, inside Fogland. Jinwoo's eyes glow with intensity as he confronts the hooded figure. Don't tell me, you're the one who brought me here. He then demands, then why? The hooded figure offers no verbal response, merely extending a hand holding the peculiar sweet potato. Jinwoo's expression hardens as he commands, tell me. The hooded figure, still silent, presents the sweet potato and asks how to grow sweet potatoes. Jinwoo's face contorts in disbelief as the hooded figure pleads, please teach me. Jinwoo's mind struggles to process the absurdity, thinking, within the bounds of common sense, for something like this. Jinwoo explodes in fury. You brought me here because of some stupid sweet potatoes? Because of sweet potatoes? You dragged me into a den of crazy psychopaths for that? Panicked, Jinwoo clutches his head, realizing, crazy, this is dangerous. He remembers an old warning, that ethics teacher was right. These people aren't human. His face contorted in terror, Jinwoo screams internally, they tear and kill people at random. I'm going to die too. I'll die too. Jinwoo's gaze sharpens. Wait, that bastard, he thinks, noticing something concealed. What are you hiding in your right hand? His mind races through possibilities. A gun, a knife? With a desperate cry, Jinwoo lunges forward, his eyes blazing with a newfound resolve. A single, furious thought echoes, damn it. Driven by pure desperation, Jinwoo yells, I've got nothing to lose, as he unleashes a powerful kick at the hooded figure. The hooded figure is sent sprawling backward, the sweet potato still clutched in his hand, hitting the ground with a thud. Following up his attack, Jinwoo's fist connects with brutal force, a sharp impact reverberating through the cell. Jinwoo pins the hooded figure, exulting, got him, I subdued him. He then dismisses his opponent. Compared to those guys, this one's nothing. Having just subdued his opponent, Jinwoo holds the chief supervisor in a tight pin. Despite his predicament, the chief supervisor internally dismisses Jinwoo as a former nobody, desperately clinging to the belief that Calm will see him through this. His eyes dart, meticulously planning to seize the weapon from Jinwoo's right hand. But with a swift, decisive motion, Jinwoo's arm shifts, accompanied by a sharp metallic click. Chief Supervisor's eyes widen in stark, cold dread. The weapon is no longer there. Jinwoo, now with his own hand bound, lets out a small, knowing sigh. The Chief Supervisor, now standing over the seemingly subdued Jinwoo, offers a chilling apology for the violence, a clear shift in power dynamics. He coldly chastises Jinwoo, blaming him for the absurd predicament of being kidnapped within the confines of a prison. Jinwoo, his glowing eyes visible through the hood, sarcastically asks if the chief supervisor wants to learn about growing sweet potatoes, then cuts himself off dismissively. Sorry, but. Chief Supervisor, clearly irritated by Jinwoo's defiance, retorts sharply that he doesn't waste his time teaching brainless people. Jinwoo, unfazed, suggests the chief supervisor might be better off consuming himself, then calmly declares his intention to leave. The chief supervisor approaches the barred door, his questions about guards, mealtime, and the door's locking mechanism revealing his own desperate situation. His mind races, calculating. He believes the prison must be on high alert after the chaos, and security forces are undoubtedly searching for him. Escape, he thinks, is only a matter of time once he spots a guard. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open in a moment of stark realization. Thick, unnatural fog blankets everything, obscuring his vision entirely. He can't see anything. He frantically rattles the door, shouting desperately for anyone outside to hear him. With a powerful kick, the chief supervisor forces the door open, revealing the blinding white fog beyond. A question mark hangs over his head as he stares, bewildered. Is it open? Stepping out, he questions the impossible. Why is the prison door open? The vast, desolate landscape unfolds before him, a labyrinth of crumbling structures shrouded in an eerie, thick fog. A chilling sense of unease washes over the chief supervisor as he takes in the impossible scene. He surveys the vast, empty expanse, the silence amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. From a high vantage point, the chief supervisor gazes upon an endless, ruined city bathed in an otherworldly blue glow. He stumbles back, utterly aghast, his voice trembling as he screams, what is this place? This isn't a prison. Terror contorts his face as he vehemently denies the reality, demanding to know where he has been taken. Suddenly, a hand clamps over his mouth, brutally silencing his panicked cries. Jin Woo, now behind him, coldly commands him to shut up, pointing out his incessant yelling. Jin Woo, his glowing eye piercing through the hood, tells the chief supervisor he cannot leave, ordering him to just shut up and live. The chief supervisor, still staring at the desolate cityscape, questions the command to live here in this dump. Struggling against Jin Woo's grip, the chief supervisor accuses him of insanity, proclaiming himself a citizen who doesn't belong in such a place, and declaring, I'm not like you people. As the chief supervisor rages, a colossal, ethereal shadow figure with piercing glowing eyes manifests in the desolate distance. Jin Woo sits beside the now weeping chief supervisor, both dwarfed by the looming, ghostly silhouette of the giant entity in the background. Tears stream down the chief supervisor's face, a mask of fear and confusion as he stares blankly. The sheer, overwhelming musculature of the giant figure becomes apparent, radiating an oppressive aura. Its glowing eyes fixate on them, an ancient, powerful presence emanating from the depths of its obscured face. Through his tears, the chief supervisor attempts to clarify, stating that his previous outburst wasn't directed at you. Suddenly, his demeanor shifts as he snaps at Jin Woo, demanding to know, what are you looking at, you pig? Huh? The colossal figure flexes its immense arm, a silent display of raw, terrifying power. A brutal punch connects squarely with the chief supervisor's face, blood erupting from the impact. Chief supervisor collapses, glasses askew, a crimson stain spreading from his mouth. Jin Woo, observing the chief supervisor's battered form, coolly reminds him, I told you to shut up, to which the barely conscious chief supervisor curses him as a bastard. The masked figure in the orange jumpsuit laments, it's your fault again, now even my clothes are gone. Another of the fellow participants, battered and bleeding, screams in anguish, why do you keep doing stupid things that get us in trouble? Do you seriously have no brain? Why would you pick a fight with a monster like that? The masked figure, now revealed to be missing an arm, continues to accuse, you don't even have an arm. The injured man sits on the cold floor, a small thought bubble appearing above him, was that too much? The orange jumpsuit is peeled open, revealing Jin Woo's increasingly muscular and defined physique underneath, marked with the number 0 to 82. The injured man recoils in terror, shouting, what are you doing? I'm sorry. The orange jumpsuit lies discarded on the ground as the injured man's cries of I'm sorry, echo through the space. The injured man looks on with a bewildered expression, a question mark hovering over his head. Jin Woo, now wearing the black bag mask, holds out the orange jumpsuit, commanding, put it on. The injured man's eye widens in pure shock, a single thought escaping him, what the? The injured man's internal reaction continues, are you serious? As he takes in Jin Woo's formidable build. As he awkwardly pulls on the orange jumpsuit, the injured man thinks to himself, I should be more careful. Donning the uniform, the injured man worries, but if I wear this, the rescue team might not recognize me. Jin Woo states plainly, there's no rescue team looking for you. The guards were all killed. The injured man reacts with a startled, guards. Jin Woo continues, it's better if you don't stand out from the prisoners. That's how it is in Fogland. Jin Woo, fully clad in the orange jumpsuit and mask, holds a torn piece of fabric and declares, let's eat. The injured man, still processing, wonders, what's with that prison uniform? Food? A sudden, chilling realization dawns on the injured man, his eyes widening in silent shock. From above, the cell is revealed as the injured man thinks, it's mealtime, I can meet a guard. Outside, a desolate, foggy landscape stretches out as the chief supervisor hums contentedly, Ninyu. The chief supervisor continues to hum, Ninarunyu, then exhales in satisfaction, so good. The chief supervisor, now grotesquely large and wearing a black bag mask, pulls the orange jumpsuit tight, exclaiming, fits perfectly, totally mine. The chief supervisor's thoughts drift, those glasses, they looked cool, I should have taken them too. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, honey. A dominant figure among the fellow participants marked with numbers 0 to 791, 0 to 368 and 0 to 639 questions the chief supervisor. Where'd you get that outfit? The chief supervisor lets out a blood-curdling scream. Chief supervisor kneels in terror, addressing the long-haired figure with a knife as boss, while other masked figures observe. Still on his knees, the chief supervisor stammers, "A nerd in Tofu Village. There's a nerd with glasses in Tofu Village. Seems he just moved in." The dominant figure among the fellow participants reacts, "Aha, in Tofu Village. So that's where he was." Chief supervisor eagerly confirms, "Yes, he dared to wear fancy clothes, so I took them right away. Hee hee, cute, right?" Suddenly, a knife plunges into the chief supervisor's masked head, blood erupting as he lets out a final, questioning gasp. The dominant figure among the fellow participants continues to stab the chief supervisor mercilessly, crimson blood splattering across the scene with brutal force. The chief supervisor's lifeless body, along with several other masked figures, lies sprawled on the ground, a gruesome testament to the sudden, brutal violence. Covered in fresh blood, the dominant figure among the fellow participants looks down at the carnage and mutters, "Finally found you." The scene shifts to a desolate, ruined cityscape, a forest of grey cement where masked figures move like specters. Two masked figures emerge from the debris, their skin appearing like a grotesque camouflage against the harsh environment. Close-up reveals the chilling gaze of one figure, its eyes resembling those of a starving beast devoid of humanity. Jin Woo, now with glasses and a sword on his back, stares in disbelief, thinking, "What the hell? Who are these people? Are they humans or beasts?" Jin Woo, armed with a pipe, moves cautiously through the desolate landscape surrounded by the unsettling, monstrous masked figures. An ominous crow observes from the shadows, its eyes glowing with an eerie, supernatural blue light. The ominous crow's gaze lingers, fixed upon a grotesque monument in the desolate Fogland, a skull impaled on a barbed pole, its hollow eyes reflecting the same eerie blue light. This grim landscape, dotted with more impaled figures and stained with what appears to be blood, makes Fogland feel less like a conventional prison and more like a macabre display. From a high vantage point, the sheer scale of Fogland is revealed, a sprawling, chaotic city of makeshift structures perpetually shrouded in a heavy mist with crows circling ominously overhead. Jin Woo, clearly distressed and wearing an orange jumpsuit, nervously asks if this truly is a prison, admitting the entire situation feels far too strange to him. He continues to question the bizarre environment, pointing out the inmates freely wandering and even appearing intoxicated, further emphasizing how weird the prison feels. Jin Woo's horror deepens as he points to the impaled figures, questioning if they are actual people or just mere decorations. Overwhelmed by the grim reality, Jin Woo's mind reels, unable to reconcile this savage place with his knowledge that Fogland was supposedly built by the United Nations. The masked individual beside him sharply tells Jin Woo that his voice is too loud, causing Jin Woo to quickly apologize and whisper his response. Internally, Jin Woo questions his own behavior, wondering why he's engaging with the masked figure and if he's starting to show signs of Stockholm Syndrome. His thoughts then turn to the masked man, identifying him as a kidnapper and noting his unsettling eyes, which are just like those of the crazies. The scene shifts to the Chow Hall, a worn-down building, as inmates in orange jumpsuits shuffle towards it, seeking their next meal. Inside, a bustling overhead view reveals numerous inmates seated at tables, consuming their meals in a surprisingly organized manner for such a chaotic place. A closer look at the dining area shows inmates quietly eating, with the chief supervisor, his distinct white hair and glasses visible among them. Jin Woo observes the orderly line of inmates, noting with surprise that the scene appears more normal than he had initially expected. He continues to ponder, connecting the dots in his mind as he processes the unexpected order within the facility. Suddenly, a sharp realization dawns on Jin Woo, his eyes widening in shock and recognition. Focus shifts to a guard's cap, its badge faintly visible in the dim light, the source of Jin Woo's sudden insight. Jin Woo internally exclaims, recognizing the figure in the shadowed uniform as a guard, confirming his suspicion. He internally reminds himself to stay calm and act as civilized as possible, wanting to appear as just another inmate and not draw attention. Jin Woo thinks about showing the guard he's different from the other inmates, but the masked figure in front of him boldly demands extra ham. The server slams a ladle onto a tray, calling, "Next," and Jin Woo, looking annoyed, states it's his turn. Jin Woo steps up to the server, who wears a helmet-like mask, and directly asks if he is a prison guard. The server responds, his face obscured by shadow, revealing himself to be Kang Dante, a teacher assigned to the inmate education project. Jin Woo reacts with wide-eyed shock, clearly recognizing the name Kang Dante. Kang Dante whispers to Jin Woo, revealing he was kidnapped during a riot by the masked man standing right beside him. Kang Dante desperately urges Jin Woo to contact his superiors immediately, emphasizing that he is a missing teacher and they must be looking for him. A single blue tear rolls down Kang Dante's cheek as he makes a final, desperate plea, addressing Jin Woo as officer. Jin Woo's face reflects a dawning horror and confusion, his glasses glinting as he processes the teacher's desperate revelation. As Jin Woo begins to question the situation, the server, Kang Dante, abruptly cuts him off. Dante slams his ladle down with a harsh clang, his demeanor shifting as he aggressively orders Jinwoo to get out if he's not going to eat. The camera focuses on Jinwoo's meal tray, revealing a meager and unappetizing portion of food reflecting the harsh conditions of the prison. Jinwoo sits alone at a table, spoon in hand, his expression thoughtful and troubled as he tries to comprehend what is truly happening. His mind races, fixated on Dante's unsettling eyes and questioning whether the man is truly a guard or something else entirely. Jinwoo reaffirms that Dante was indeed wearing a guard's uniform and badge, deepening the mystery of his true identity and role. His paranoia mounts as he questions the complete absence of other guards or officers, wondering if they are even looking for him in this bewildering situation. The grim reality of his predicament dawns on Jinwoo as a chilling thought echoes in his mind: he's utterly screwed. The chilling realization solidifies. At this rate, Jinwoo believes he'll be trapped in this place indefinitely. His thoughts drift back to the shadow figure, recalling the dire words that now seem to be coming true. The shadow figure, mid-meal, addresses Jinwoo directly as student, leaving Jinwoo bewildered by the unexpected address. Shadow figure mentions sweet potatoes, and Jinwoo, trying to maintain composure, reminds him of his earlier stated desire to cultivate them. Jinwoo, with a strained smile, promises to teach the shadow figure how to grow sweet potatoes, offering as much knowledge as he desires but immediately adding a condition. His condition is clear: the shadow figure must help him escape this place. Jinwoo, observing the shadow figure's simple demeanor, internally resolves to exploit what he perceives as the figure's naivety. Jinwoo leans in, calling out to the shadow figure, who responds with a polite yes. Suddenly, the shadow figure's demeanor darkens, directly challenging Jinwoo, asking if he truly believes him to be an idiot, especially over something as trivial as sweet potatoes. Panicked, Jinwoo quickly backtracks, insisting that wasn't his intention. He desperately reminds the shadow figure that he was brought here to learn about sweet potatoes, and once taught, he would logically have no reason to remain, demanding some responsibility for his presence. Shadow figure remains silent, his expression unreadable as Jinwoo's frantic explanation hangs in the air. Breaking the silence, the shadow figure declares that the only way to escape this place is to ascend and become the supreme leader. Jinwoo reacts with incredulity, questioning the meaning of supreme leader and clarifying if it means becoming the absolute boss of this facility. Shadow figure dismissively states that someone like Jinwoo could never achieve such a feat, to which a startled Jinwoo quickly retorts that he has no desire to anyway. A sudden realization dawns on Jinwoo as he deduces that only the top leader of this place possesses the ability to contact the outside world. The shadow figure, with a dramatic gesture, declares the star choice before Jinwoo: ascend or fall. He emphasizes that this is the sole path to freedom. Jinwoo, utterly frustrated by the cryptic pronouncements, demands that the shadow figure speak in a way he can understand. The figure, however, curtly dismisses his questions, leaving Jinwoo further bewildered. As the shadow figure calmly continues eating, Jinwoo's disappointment is palpable, realizing the figure has no intention of directly aiding his escape. With a frustrated thud, Jinwoo slams his hand onto the table, his patience clearly exhausted. Rising abruptly, Jinwoo declares there's no longer any reason to remain near the shadow figure, vowing to escape this filthy, horrible place immediately. As Jinwoo walks away, he threatens the shadow figure, promising regret and the inescapable judgment of the law, hinting at his family's influence before his words are cut short. Shadow figure scoffs dismissively, labeling Jinwoo as life sentence trash who deserves to rot in this place forever. Jinwoo strides away, calling out for a teacher, his voice echoing through the facility. He frantically searches for someone named Mr. Kang, his voice filled with urgency. Jinwoo looks up, his eyes scanning the ceiling as if searching for an exit or a sign of help. A spark of hope ignites in Jinwoo's eyes as he realizes that a rescue team has arrived. He immediately begins shouting, desperately trying to get the attention of the rescuers. Waving his arm frantically, Jinwoo yells at the top of his lungs, confirming his location to the unseen rescue team. Desperate to be identified, Jinwoo shouts his name, Dante, and details his profession as a 32-year-old science teacher at a public high school. His voice cracks as he continues to call out, trying to explain his exact position. However, his desperate cries are met with an eerie silence, broken only by the cold, impersonal prisoner numbers etched into the walls: 0 to 368, 0 to 639, 0 to 777. Suddenly, an impossibly tall, long-haired figure in an orange jumpsuit looms over Jinwoo, surrounded by other silent, glowing-eyed inmates, revealing the true nature of his rescuers. Grotesque, unnerving smile spreads across the figure's face, a chilling sight that promises only dread. Jinwoo's face contorts in pure horror, the grim reality of his situation finally sinking in. The figure greets Jinwoo, addressing him as teacher, a chilling familiarity that deepens Jinwoo's terror. As he approaches, the figure asks Jinwoo if he remembers him, claiming to have been in his sweet potato class, which elicits a confused "huh" from Jinwoo. Memory flashes through Jinwoo's mind, a realization that he could never truly forget this figure. The figure sits, an overwhelming presence that Jinwoo recalls as the first time he had ever witnessed someone of such immense size. The imposing figure, whose immense size Jinwoo had once only witnessed, now stands before the terrified participants. Whispers of recognition spread, identifying him as Shoulder Hyung, one of the legendary 6 shoulders of Cell Zero. Jinwoo's eyes widen in stark horror as the full weight of the revelation crashes down. This was indeed one of the 6 shoulders, a name that carried a chilling weight of its own. The full, unsettling form of the figure is revealed, his gaunt face stretched into a wide, menacing grin. He is one of the 6 shoulders of Cell Zero, a name that strikes fear into the hearts of all who hear it. An overhead view captures the chilling scale of the figure, towering over Jinwoo and the other orange-clad participants. The memory of his past encounter with this being resurfaces in Jinwoo's mind. Suddenly, the tense atmosphere shatters as armed guards burst in, their weapons spitting fire. Muzzle flashes illuminate the dark corridor, signaling a brutal intervention. A participant screams in agony as a bullet finds its mark, splattering blood across the scene. The guards show no mercy, their assault swift and deadly. The figure stands amidst the chaos, blood now staining his orange jumpsuit, yet his expression remains unchanged. He appears unfazed by the sudden violence, an ominous presence in the carnage. With a chilling grin, the figure questions the guards' audacity. He finds their armed intrusion disrespectful, especially after the participants were stripped bare. His unsettling smile widens as he declares that if they abandon manners, so too will he. The guards brace themselves, sensing the imminent danger. A brutal kick sends a guard's head snapping back, a sickening crunch echoing through the chamber. The figure's retaliation is swift and decisive. In an unbelievable act of grotesque power, the figure impales a blade through his own mouth, a gruesome display that shocks all who witness it. Blood streams down his face as he prepares for further assault. With a single, devastating strike, the figure dispatches the remaining guards, their bodies torn apart by his overwhelming force. The floor is slick with blood, a testament to his brutal efficiency. Jinwoo kneels on the blood-stained floor, his body trembling in fear. The sheer brutality of the figure's actions has left him utterly paralyzed. Overwhelmed, Jinwoo finally finds his voice, questioning the figure's intentions and why he was sought out amidst this madness. The figure simply dismisses Jinwoo's fear, stating the obvious: they must continue their class. The chilling nonchalance sends shivers down Jinwoo's spine. He further declares his disinterest in trivial matters like sweet potatoes, emphasizing that this time they will engage in a real lesson. Jinwoo's terror intensifies. The figure extends his hand, revealing 3 glowing blue orbs. A disturbing heart-shaped symbol appears as he announces his intention of making fog. Jinwoo, bewildered, questions the new development, but the figure insists, reinforcing that the lesson must proceed. The figure reiterates his demand for a real lesson, dismissing any further distractions. Jinwoo's expression remains etched with fear and confusion. The ominous blue orbs glow intensely in the figure's palm, a faint mist beginning to emanate from them as he repeats his chilling phrase, making fog. The other participants begin to react, their eyes glowing eerily as the fog starts to manifest. Panic and confusion spread among them. Jinwoo stares in utter disbelief as the fog rapidly expands, realizing the immense scale of what is unfolding around him. The brute opponent, a massive figure among the participants, cuts through the rising panic, demanding an explanation from the long-haired figure about how to create this fog. He points to the glowing blue lumps, questioning if they are the source of this mysterious fog. The intensity of the situation escalates. Jinwoo, utterly baffled, questions the nature of the orbs. The figure responds with a mocking disbelief, wondering how Jinwoo could possibly be ignorant. The figure looms over Jinwoo, expressing outrage that a science teacher could be so clueless, questioning the very purpose of his education. Jinwoo can only stammer in confusion. Jinwoo frantically explains that he has never encountered anything like this, even in the outside world, despite all his prior classes. His desperation is palpable. Figure reveals the true purpose, that 6 shoulders had gathered specifically for Jinwoo's class, all for the sake of this fog. He clarifies their ultimate goal: to take Jinwoo back. The words hang heavy in the air, a chilling implication of Jinwoo's involuntary involvement. With a dismissive gesture, the figure declares he will proceed regardless of Jinwoo's understanding, signaling an end to the explanations. He forcefully shoves one of the glowing blue orbs towards Jinwoo's mouth, a sinister smile on his face as he states they will learn from now on. Jinwoo screams in protest. Jinwoo's internal thoughts race, filled with horror and confusion as he questions the nature of the strange orb being forced upon him. He struggles against the forced consumption, his mind screaming in revulsion and hatred for the unknown substance entering his body. Meanwhile, the other participants are visibly transforming. Their eyes glow, and they begin to drool, taking on a zombified appearance as the fog takes hold. Jinwoo flails desperately, trying to repel the blue orbs that surround him, yelling his refusal to submit to this forced lesson. 2 of the blue orbs bounce away from Jinwoo, seemingly repelled by his fierce resistance, offering a momentary glimmer of hope. The zombified participants, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, observe Jinwoo's struggle, their vacant stares adding to the chilling atmosphere. Zombified participants, their eyes glowing with an eerie light, watch Jinwoo's struggle. Their vacant stares and unsettling presence fill the air with palpable dread. Suddenly, the prison floor erupts into chaos as dozens of zombified participants claw and shove, emitting guttural cries of "Yua." Driven by hunger, they turn into a frantic, desperate horde. Amidst the pandemonium, a fellow participant with glasses stares wide-eyed, his face contorted in sheer terror as he witnesses the horrifying scene unfold. Zombified participants descend into a brutal free-for-all, tearing at each other and shouting, "Give it to me, it's mine, mine," as they fight over an unseen prize. A tall, gaunt figure with long black hair, an unsettling grin, and glowing eyes looms over the kneeling Jinwoo. Observing the chaos, he remarks, "See, everyone wants the fog." The long-haired figure's grin widens as he explains, "Fog is gold, a blessing from the gods," his words dripping with sinister reverence. The other zombified participants shriek in outrage, pointing at an elderly figure who consumed the mysterious fog. "That old geezer ate it," they yell. "He swallowed it. Spit it out, you bastard." One who swallowed the fog stands tall among the grasping crowd, his body radiating an ethereal blue light, a testament to the fog's potent effects. Driven by insatiable greed, the others begin to bite and tear at the glowing figure, blood splattering as they try to reclaim the stolen essence. The brutal assault continues. The glowing figure's body is torn to pieces by the ravenous horde in a grotesque display of desperate hunger. Despite the horrific dismemberment, a chilling detail emerges. The man, bathed in blue light and covered in blood, was smiling as his life ended. Long-haired figure dismisses the chaos, calling the others fragile weaklings for getting excited over a single lump of fog. He chillingly declares, "That old man will live in heaven today." With a predatory glint in his eye, he adds, "Or he'll gain incredible talent if there's more fog." He hints at the potential power hidden within the mysterious substance. He turns his attention to Jinwoo, his mouth glowing with the same blue energy as the fog. "How about it?" he asks. "Interested?" Jinwoo's face contorts in raw terror. His eyes are wide and bloodshot, a faint blue glow emanates from his mouth, and his teeth chatter uncontrollably as he is overwhelmed by fear. Overcome with nausea, Jinwoo violently vomits a gray, lumpy substance onto the floor, letting out a desperate cry of "Yuak" as his body rejects the material. Tears stream down Jinwoo's face as he questions his choices. Why did I come here? Why would I come to such a terrible place? He pleads, "Let me go home." Long-haired figure looks down at the retching Jinwoo. "Huh, what did you say?" he asks as Jinwoo repeats his desperate cry, "Home. Please let me go home." The terrified participant in glasses cries out in despair. "I can't do it," he screams. "I've never seen anything like this. I'm not a scientist. I'm a teacher." "A teacher?" The long-haired figure scoffs. "Don't be ridiculous. I saw it in a drama once, a teacher making and selling high-grade medicine." He mocks. "Was that person a chemistry professor? Are you saying you're different?" The teacher retorts, "I told you, I'm different." The teacher, weeping, screams his final truth. "I don't have a doctorate. I'm just a high school teacher." His jumpsuit bears the number 182. Chilling silence falls over the prison. Jinwoo remains on his knees while the long-haired figure stands impassively, a grim tableau of despair. The long-haired figure narrows his eyes, delivering a cold, cutting judgment. "So, you're saying you're incompetent?" The teacher, shocked by the brutal insult, gasps. "What?" He recalls his initial hope. "I was the first to find you. I thought I had one." In a sudden, horrifying move, the long-haired figure plunges a glowing blue knife directly into the teacher's open mouth. Blue glowing knife is embedded deep within the teacher's mouth, blood and saliva dripping, emphasizing the gruesome nature of the kill. Standing over the dying teacher, the figure delivers a final, cruel insult. "Turns out you're just a completely useless bastard." A teaching certificate flutters down, landing near the teacher's head. The voices of his past mock him. "Such a worthless guy. You actually got a teaching certificate?" In a flashback, Dante's father sits imperiously with glowing eyes. His harsh words echo, "You're going to teach children? No one in our family has anything less than a PhD. Father's relentless criticism continues, accusing Dante of staining the family name. "Who would learn from someone who hasn't published a single paper in 6 years? You blockhead. Dante, you're just running away. Go back and prepare your thesis for another year." Dante, on his knees, pleads, "Mom, Dad, stop it." He defends his path, asking, "What's wrong with being a teacher?" Another male relative, composed but equally critical, suggests, "Let him at least do that. Isn't this hard enough for him? He's failed his doctorate for 6 years," reinforcing the family's disappointment. The flashback reveals Dante's father was a prominent figure, famous enough to be on TV, highlighting the immense pressure Dante faced. His mother was equally accomplished, holding a doctorate in law. Even his brother achieved early success, becoming the president of a psychology society at a young age. Dante recalls moments of respect. "I, too, was respected at the lectern." He remembers his smiling students, a stark contrast to his family's disdain. Yet, at home, he felt worse than an animal, kneeling before his judgmental, glowing-eyed family. The flashback concludes with an aerial view of a long, desolate dining table, symbolizing the emotional distance and coldness within his family. The chilling silence of that family dinner is abruptly broken as the flashback continues, revealing a younger Jinwoo who is being offered a teaching position at a United Nations prison, a facility organized by the UN with a notably considerable pay. An unseen speaker at the table enthusiastically recognizes the prison as Fogland, a place notorious for housing the world's most dangerous individuals, exclaiming how awesome it sounds. Jin Woo quietly reflects that actual people still reside in such a place before an unseen voice calls him by his past name, admonishing him. A woman, presumably his mother, questions his extreme choices, stating that she is content with her steady income from the school now. Jin Woo's face contorts in anguish, his eyes glowing with internal turmoil as he questions himself, asking why he is doing this. He wonders if his actions are merely some grand stunt, a desperate attempt for something more. Jin Woo calmly states that providing learning opportunities to those who lack them is a valuable endeavor for an educator. Suddenly, blood splatters across Jin Woo's face as an unseen individual scoffs in derision. Blood-splattered, obscured figure dismissively apologizes for spilling on his shirt, mockingly commenting on Jin Woo's grand words. Jin Woo, using his past name, challenges the figure, stating that such behavior is unprofessional. The obscured figure claims that Jin Woo's actions are merely an impulse born from a desperate desire for recognition. The figure continues to taunt Jin Woo, accusing him of not failing to get a doctorate but rather pretending to have chosen a different path, feigning a unique mission. The figure presses on, suggesting Jin Woo acts as their equal, attempting to justify his incompetence with eccentric acts. With a bloodied, enraged expression, Jin Woo demands to know why the figure judges others' thoughts based on his own, only for the figure to respond with a condescending remark claiming to be worried about Jin Woo. The figure continues his psychological assault, labeling Jin Woo's actions as pure recklessness stemming from a mere inferiority complex. The figure, now appearing with an unsettling moon-like visage, concludes his scathing assessment, declaring Jin Woo's recklessness as undeniable proof of stupidity. Jin Woo's face twists in a silent scream of agony, tears mixing with blood as he internally laments his past foolishness. The scene shifts, showing him now in an orange jumpsuit. His foolish choice echoes in his mind as he is violently thrown through the air, caught in a desperate struggle. Jin Woo crashes onto the cold prison floor, a long-haired assailant's kick sending him sprawling as he believes he will surely die. Desolate, filthy landscape of the prison complex looms, reflecting Jin Woo's despair as he believes he will die miserably in this ugly place. A brutal blow connects with Jin Woo's face, his glasses shattering as he gasps, realizing his own impending demise. The haunting image of a fork-piercing flesh flashes, a visceral representation of the pain and betrayal he endures. Bloodied fork continues its swift, brutal trajectory, a weapon of agony, symbolizing the relentless assault. A powerful blow slams into the long-haired figure, sending a spray of blood across the scene with a resounding impact. With immense force, a bald, masked figure in an orange jumpsuit punches a concrete wall, causing blood to splatter from the impact. Jin Woo lies on the ground, bloodied and shot, as another brutal impact echoes through the prison, the force reverberating around him. The long-haired figure screams in agonizing pain, clutching his bloodied chest after the devastating blow. The enraged long-haired figure shouts in disbelief at the presence of a gun, questioning how such a weapon could be brought into the facility before collapsing with glowing eyes. The chief supervisor, wreathed in dark, sinister tendrils, unleashes a brutal assault on the helpless participants in orange jumpsuits, demonstrating terrifying power. Jin Woo's eyes widen in sheer terror, his face splattered with blood as he witnesses the horrific spectacle unfolding before him. Tears stream down Jin Woo's bloodied face, his expression a mask of utter despair and helplessness in the face of overwhelming odds. Suddenly, Jin Woo transforms, his hair turning white, eyes glowing with an intense blue light as a surge of enraged determination courses through him, ready to fight. His terror persists, his bloodied face reflecting the overwhelming horror of the situation, a stark reminder of his vulnerability. The tears continue to fall, a testament to the profound despair etched upon Jin Woo's blood-streaked face, yet a flicker of resolve remains. But again, Jin Woo's form shifts, his white hair and glowing blue eyes signaling a powerful, enraged resolve to fight back, his transformation now complete. With explosive force, the transformed Jin Woo, now wielding dark tendrils, unleashes a devastating attack, slamming into another participant amidst the chaos of the prison. The impact of Jin Woo's dark tendril attack sends his opponent reeling, a savage blow that rips through flesh and splatters blood across the stark prison floor. The participant's body collapses, crimson droplets painting a grim picture of Jin Woo's unleashed power, a stark testament to the brutality of his transformation. The fellow participants recoil in abject horror, their eyes wide with disbelief and terror as they witness the raw, destructive force Jin Woo now commands. Suddenly, Jin Woo's attention shifts to a towering structure, a dark, ominous edifice that seems to pierce the heavens. He thinks, the tower. His transformed eyes, now glowing with an eerie light, fixate on the distant structure, the single thought echoing in his mind, the tower. The cataclysmic roar, the colossal tower begins to crumble, collapsing into itself amidst a maelstrom of dust and debris. The narrator declares, the tower collapsed. Amidst the chaos, Gina, bloodied and disoriented, struggles to sit up, her glasses askew, a look of profound shock and fear etched onto her face. Jin Woo stands tall, his transformed form radiating an intimidating aura as a declaration echoes through the ruined facility, a new shoulder has been born. Remaining fellow participants scatter in sheer panic, their screams of WAH and cries of GUHK filling the air as they flee from Jin Woo's terrifying presence. Amidst the cowering crowd, one of the fellow participants, wearing a bucket on his head, bravely calls out, demanding to know Jin Woo's identity. New shoulder. Tell us your name. Say your name. Jin Woo, with a stern gaze, addresses Gina directly, simply stating, teacher. Gina, tearful and shocked, responds with a desperate, let's go. Jin Woo swiftly scoops up Gina, carrying her over his shoulder, and dashes towards an exit as the fellow participants exclaim in confusion, teacher. It's the teacher. The teacher. Outside the ruined facility, a desolate, foggy landscape stretches before them. Gina, still processing the events, questions her own survival. I'm alive. Overwhelmed with emotion, Gina falls to her knees, clutching her hands to her chest, repeatedly confirming her existence. I'm still alive. 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 I'm alive. A single tear, mixed with blood, rolls down Gina's cheek, reflecting the profound trauma and relief she feels after surviving the ordeal. Jin Woo, observing Gina, his transformed eyes glowing with an intense blue light, simply states his assessment, strong. His gaze remains distant as he ponders a cryptic thought, the sweet potato. Is that a lie? Gina, still visibly shaken, turns to Jin Woo, questioning his motives. Why did you even sign up for the class in the first place? You too. It's because of the fog, right? Gina's eyes widen in terror as she asks, can you make fog? Jin Woo remains silent, prompting her panicked realization. No. Cowering, Gina desperately pleads with Jin Woo. Please spare me. Please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jin Woo simply looks at her with a questioning gaze. Gina explains her initial reason for joining the class. I originally went because they said they'd give new clothes. Jin Woo maintains his questioning silence. A flashback begins, revealing Jin Woo, disguised with a bucket on his head, standing before a line of the fellow participants. As a system message states, a line was blocking the street. One of the fellow participants turns to Jin Woo, commanding him, come out. Jin Woo, still disguised, responds with a confused Fellow participant scolds Jin Woo. No, cutting in line, can't you see people are lining up? Jin Woo, still obscured, questions, what is this? The fellow participant explains the situation, pointing to a banner for registration for correctional training. Outsiders came. They say they'll teach something. The competition is fierce. You should be lining up too. Jin Woo, still disguised, states his reluctance. I don't want to. The fellow participant insists, but they said they give new clothes. You have to look neat in front of the teacher. Jin Woo is forcibly pushed into the line by the eager fellow participants, who exclaim, it's an event after so many years. I'm so excited. Jin Woo's hidden eyes, glowing with a subtle intensity, observe the situation, a thought forming, we might learn something amazing. Returning to the present, Gina, still confused, reiterates her questions to Jin Woo. The reason I signed up for class. Then why did you save me? Jin Woo coldly dismisses her gratitude, stating, I didn't save you. I saved my new clothes. Gina reacts with a small, confused Gina protests, but you didn't teach me anything, and before Jin Woo bluntly interjects, you peed yourself. Gina's face shows shock as she questions, Jin Woo points to the wet stain on his orange jumpsuit, the evidence undeniable, as he states, you peed on my new clothes. Gina reacts with stunned silence. Amidst the chaos of the shower room, the brute opponent, naked, flees, screaming while other fellow participants lie unconscious or in disarray. Gina, now wearing a jumpsuit marked 0 to 1088, reflects internally on the strange turn of events, thinking, somehow. In the shower room, Gina dutifully washes Jin Woo's bloody jumpsuit, thinking, I even got my own clothes. The method was a bit iffy though. I'll hurry and wash your clothes and return them. Jin Woo watches, annoyed. As the water cleanses the fabric, Gina's thoughts shift to Jin Woo's ragged outfit. But, is that ragged outfit you're wearing a sentimental piece? Why did you keep it? You even got new clothes. Gina continues her questioning. Yes, I know. But why didn't you throw away that filthy thing? Jin Woo glares at her, clearly irritated by her persistence. Jin Woo's transformed face hardens as he points to the number on his old, tattered outfit, declaring with finality, it says 182 on it. It's mine. Jin Woo, his gaze sharp behind his glasses, asserts his claim over the numbers, declaring, both are mine. A silent question hangs in the air, underscoring the gravity of his statement. A fellow participant with spiky white hair mocks Jin Woo, questioning if the dirty clothes are precious too, and whether Jin Woo lacks an arm to wash them. Jin Woo, kneeling, quickly offers to wash the outfit himself. Forced to perform menial tasks, Jin Woo and the fellow participant are seen from behind, squatting at the communal sinks, diligently washing clothes amidst the splashing water. Jin Woo's internal frustration boils over, thinking, damn it. The grim, dilapidated cityscape of Fogland looms under a perpetually dark and oppressive sky, its structures crumbling and devoid of life. Inside the stark, cracked confines of the facility, the freshly washed clothes hang limply, struggling to dry in the heavy, stagnant air. Jin Woo observes his wristwatch, the hands indicating that it's past the exact hour, marking the passage of time within his confinement. Sitting in his cell, Jin Woo reflects on his situation, realizing a whole day has passed trapped here after all. His expression darkens as he considers the dangers outside, muttering, escape aside. The monsters called shoulders are looking for me. Jinwoo's stomach growls loudly as he contemplates his next move, realizing they might have learned my location from the earlier commotion. I have to leave here tomorrow. He regrets, maybe I should have eaten that disgusting soup earlier. A close-up on Jinwoo's ear indicates he is listening intently, sensing a subtle shift in his surroundings. A small, purple sweet potato lies on the cold, concrete floor next to Jinwoo's bed, a peculiar sight in the desolate cell. A masked, muscular figure, the brute opponent, emerges from the shadows, holding the sweet potato and taunting Jinwoo. Want to taste it? Jinwoo, peeking cautiously, thinks, anyway, trading with sweet potatoes won't work, right? Jinwoo gazes at the sweet potato with a mix of desperation and resignation, lamenting, damn, reduced to picking up stuff like this to eat, but quickly resolves, still, survival comes first. Suddenly, the sweet potato is hurled at Jinwoo, striking him directly in the face, eliciting a shocked and pained reaction. Jinwoo looks up in surprise to find the brute opponent hanging upside down from the bunk above, glaring down at him with an intimidating, screw you. The fearful and hungry expression, Jinwoo stammers, that. I'm just so hungry, could I have a little to eat? The brute opponent turns his back dismissively, flatly refusing Jinwoo's plea with a harsh no. Jinwoo, desperate, internally rationalizes, just one bite. It's a famine crop so it's fine. The brute opponent holds up the sweet potato, revealing the number 182 carved into its surface, and declares with possessive finality, it's mine. Jinwoo's expression twists in disbelief and annoyance, finding the situation really absurd. He challenges the brute opponent, will you grow it? You don't even know how to grow it. The brute opponent, still holding his precious sweet potato, warns Jinwoo, anyway, if you kill my sweet potato I'll kill you. Jinwoo observes, thinking, you used to brag about your pride over sweet potatoes, and now look, stupid bastard. Brute opponent, now paranoid, frantically commands himself, close your eyes, hide the sweet potato. A system message appears, noting his behavior is almost primitive. Jinwoo's face shows a thoughtful expression as he considers the situation, realizing that, in a way, it's favorable for me. The brute opponent stands guard over his sweet potato while Jinwoo watches him, silently wondering, what if that sweet potato already had a dead fate? Brute opponent's glowing eyes fix on Jinwoo, demanding an explanation. Why is that? Jinwoo, his eyes glowing with intensity, explains, you cut it to engrave a name, remember. He then accuses, the sweet potato got sick because of you. Jinwoo reveals the dire consequence of the carving, stating, it will catch a terrible disease called browning. Brute opponent's face is a mask of shock and alarm, his eyes wide with fear as he processes the grim prognosis for his precious sweet potato. Jinwoo observes the brute opponent's panicked reaction, internally noting, he's freaking out. Jinwoo offers a glimmer of hope to the panicked brute opponent, stating, of course, there is a way to revive it. With a smug expression, Jinwoo feigns reluctance, saying, my, after the trade failed, it's hard for me to tell you this. Jinwoo reveals the crucial requirement, stating, I'll tell you just one thing. It needs sunlight. The brute opponent processes this, murmuring, sunlight. With a serious expression, Jinwoo explains the challenge. Fogland's fog density is thick enough to block sunlight. You have to go to a place with thinner fog. Jinwoo gestures to the hanging clothes, asserting, this tofu village has the least fog here. No, this won't be enough. See, clothes don't dry well either. Jinwoo sets the difficult condition, declaring, at minimum, you must get to the gate in front of the fortress. The massive, imposing gate of the fortress stands shrouded in thick fog, the daunting entrance to Fogland itself. The desolate, fog-choked landscape stretches out, revealing the grim, industrial structures of Fogland under a perpetual twilight. One of the fellow participants, a man with a bandana, struggles to hammer a metal structure, grunting with exertion. Another fellow participant, gravely injured with a metal contraption on his head, sits bleeding as a companion attempts to repair it. The injured man weakly asks, how long will it take to heal? A group of the fellow participants stand by, one reassuring the injured man, don't worry, I brought the best architect. Another sarcastically retorts, you should bring a doctor, you idiot. The injured fellow participant cries out in anguish, trapped in the metal device, screaming, FUCK, what the hell happened? In the depths of his agony, a stark system notification flashes, detailing the injured fellow participant's hidden resilience. His talent, accumulated over an eternity in the fog, has fortified his spinal bones to be stronger than rebar. Yet even his exceptionally tough neck bone, forged through countless trials, was brutally shattered by Jinwoo's single, devastating strike. Meanwhile, the brute opponent grins with malicious glee, declaring that stupid teacher is now out of the way. His focus shifts entirely to Jinwoo, convinced he's monopolizing the fog's power somewhere. Brute opponent's sinister grin widens as he confirms the rumor, someone actually found the teacher. The brute opponent stands with an imposing presence, his massive arms crossed, casting a long shadow in the grim, brick-walled enclosure. One of the fellow participants stammers in shock, questioning the brute opponent's sudden appearance, while the brute opponent confirms the brutal rumor, the proud neck was indeed broken. The brute opponent scoffs, accusing the smaller fellow participant of sneaking into his hideout like a rat. The fellow participant, visibly nervous, reminds the brute opponent of their prior alliance and the agreement to share information about the teacher. The brute opponent dismisses the alliance with a sneer, boldly declaring himself the sole candidate for supreme leader. One of the fellow participants nervously interjects, trying to shift the tense conversation. The brute opponent mockingly lifts the head of the injured fellow participant, asserting that their aspirations far exceed their meager talent. The injured fellow participant weakly protests, questioning the cowardice of attacking someone already incapacitated. Jin Woo's eyes narrow, a cold fury burning within him as he observes such despicable individuals. Dangerous resolve hardens in Jin Woo's gaze. He feels an overwhelming urge to crush them. Jin Woo unleashes a devastating blow, striking the brute opponent with brutal force, sending blood splattering across the scene in a violent eruption. The aftermath is grim. Multiple fellow participants lie incapacitated and bleeding on the cold, unforgiving ground. Jin Woo stands victorious over his defeated adversaries, his back turned to the scene, revealing intricate tribal tattoos on his powerful physique. A commanding voice cuts through the desolate air, urging the gathered figures, some already mounted on motorcycles, to move out. The speaker reveals their destination, stating, "This is Tofu Village." Jin Woo leads his newfound companions on a relentless charge, their motorcycles tearing through the desolate, ruined cityscape. Journey takes them through a stark, post-apocalyptic landscape dominated by shattered concrete husks reaching towards an empty sky. The rhythmic thud of their boots echoes through the ruins as they continue their march on foot. One of the fellow participants, struggling with his heavy burden, wonders aloud about its contents and immense weight. Jin Woo, masked and carrying his own bag, simply states, "Mine." The other participant then asks if Jin Woo's bag, by any chance, is marked with 182. The fellow participant, addressing Jin Woo as Mr. 182, asks for his name. Jin Woo responds with a chilling moniker, "One Arm." Fellow participant reacts with disbelief, asking if Jin Woo is joking. Jin Woo clarifies, stating, "That's what they call me." The fellow participant, still shocked, questions if Jin Woo truly has no proper name. Jin Woo reiterates his previous statement. The participant then expresses his dismay at such an uncivilized way of naming someone, preferring to stick with calling Jin Woo Mr. 182. The fellow participant, now curious, bombards Jin Woo with questions, asking why he wears a mask, if he's a thief or a robber, and how he even ended up in Fogland. Jin Woo's masked face gives no hint of emotion as he simply states, "I was always here." Fellow participant stares, utterly confused by Jin Woo's cryptic response, wondering what it could possibly mean. Jin Woo turns to the fellow participant, asking why he has so many questions, pointing out that a teacher shouldn't be the one asking them. The participant weakly retorts that teachers are people too. Jin Woo bluntly criticizes the fellow participant for talking too much and being too loud. The participant tries to defend himself, claiming it's an occupational hazard, but Jin Woo sharply cuts him off with a terse, "Shut up." The oppressive silence of the ruined landscape is momentarily broken by the harsh glare of sunlight piercing through the debris. The steady march continues, each heavy bootfall echoing the grim determination of their journey. The fellow participant collapses onto the ground, exhausted, pleading for a moment to rest and complaining of overwhelming hunger and lack of energy. Fellow participant, sweat beading on his brow, looks up, despairingly asking how much further they have to go to reach the entrance, noting they've been walking for 2 hours yet keep seeing the same path. Jin Woo calmly states, "I don't know the way," sending the fellow participant into a shocked frenzy. The fellow participant screams in utter frustration, demanding to know why Jin Woo is only revealing this now, realizing their 2 hours of walking have been completely in vain. The sheer absurdity of it all is driving him mad. The fellow participant dramatically collapses, declaring he can't go on and demanding Jin Woo either carry him or find him food, threatening him by saying, "If you want to save your sweet potato." Jin Woo, showing no patience for the dramatics, simply kicks the fallen fellow participant, sending him sliding across the ground, eliciting a surprise from the now moving man. The fellow participant Jin Woo had just casually kicked stirs from his daze, pushing himself up slightly to question, "What are you doing?" Another fellow participant, wearing glasses, looks down in concern, asking, "Mr. 182, what are you doing?" As the kicked man struggles to rise, calling out, "Mr. 182. The fellow participant with glasses stares in wide-eyed shock, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as the bizarre scene unfolds before him. The kicked fellow participant, now fully visible, lies on the ground, tears streaming from his wide, terrified eyes as he desperately calls out, "Mr. 182. Fellow participant with glasses kneels beside the distressed man, shaking him, demanding, "Are you sick? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? No, get a hold of yourself." The fellow participant with glasses turns his head sharply, a look of dawning horror and confusion spreading across his face as he reacts to Jin Woo's continued indifference. Jin Woo walks away without a glance back, leaving the distraught fellow participant clinging to the ground, desperately pleading, "Don't leave me alone." The terrified fellow participant grabs Jin Woo's leg, his eyes bulging with panic as he screams, "Don't you leave me here alone. You bastard. Open your eyes." Fellow participant with glasses cries out in anguish, "Please," as Jin Woo is violently thrown through the air, a small, helpless figure against the stark white sky. Jin Woo's body crashes onto a massive, fractured concrete slab, the impact echoing through the desolate landscape. A colossal, shadowy figure looms over the fallen Jin Woo, its dark form casting an ominous shadow as debris erupts around them, while the fellow participant with glasses watches in horror. Jin Woo's face is a mask of disbelief and pain, his eyes wide as he gazes up at his attacker. Pale, skeletal hand reaches down from the looming shadow, its touch promising cold despair. Jin Woo's eye widens to an impossible degree, reflecting the terrifying presence as a silent question mark hangs in the air, expressing his utter shock. A new fellow participant with spiky hair and a confident demeanor kneels beside Jin Woo, observing him with curiosity. Wow, you're a normal person, aren't you? Jin Woo looks up, a confused HUH escaping his lips before he awkwardly adds, excuse me. Spiky-haired fellow participant explains, I heard a loud noise. He continues, gesturing with an open hand, so I was curious about what was going on. The scene shifts to a makeshift kitchen, revealing gas stoves and LPG tanks, hinting at a communal living space. The fellow participant with glasses diligently kneads dough on the floor, preparing food with a focused expression. Spiky-haired fellow participant observes the fellow participant with glasses devouring the dough, warning him, you're going to get indigestion. Another fellow participant with short blue hair stands with the spiky-haired man, offering reassurance, eat slowly. There's more. Jin Woo sits at a table with a fellow participant with glasses, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. You saved my life. He thinks to himself, they're normal people. Blue-haired fellow participant and the spiky-haired fellow participant smile warmly, introducing themselves. The spiky-haired one says, my name is Rambutan. The blue-haired one adds, I'm Lychee. The fellow participant with glasses smiles, introducing himself as I'm Dante Kang. He expresses his relief. This is the first time I've met anyone here whom I can have a normal conversation with. The blue-haired fellow participant, Lychee, looks surprised, adding, and there's even a woman here. Lychee, with a playful smile, asks Jin Woo, do I look like a woman? Jin Woo, looking utterly bewildered, thinks, you're not. Lychee winks, explaining, I cut my hair to look more like a man. Jin Woo responds with a simple, She then adds, being a woman in Tofu Village makes you stand out. Rambutan, the spiky-haired fellow participant, explains their origins. We came from the inside. The closer you get to the center, the concept of blocks pretty much disappears. Jin Woo questions, the center. Are there a lot of normal people like you in the center? Rambutan chuckles, ahaha, not necessarily, but Tofu Village is full of losers who got pushed to the side. Rambutan, still smiling, asks Jin Woo, anyway, are you new, or have you not done the fog yet? Jin Woo, looking concerned, begins to explain, well, actually, I'm not an inmate. Rambutan looks surprised, asking, excuse me. Jin Woo continues, it's hard to explain the details due to the circumstances, but... Jin Woo's face is etched with distress as he reveals the truth, I was kidnapped. Jin Woo gestures towards the unconscious fellow participant lying on the bed, clarifying, by that guy who collapsed over there. Rambutan processes this, asking, so you're saying, you were kidnapped into the Fogland? Jin Woo nods, a hesitant escaping him. Both Lychee and Rambutan gasp in unison, shouting, don't tell me, you were kidnapped during the teacher kidnapping operation. Jin Woo's eyes widen in alarm and suspicion. What they know about it, he wonders, then directly asks, how do you know that? Rambutan casually explains, everyone knows. The enforcers set it up beforehand. They even took over so no one else could attend the classes. Jin Woo's expression shifts to profound shock and anger. What? So that's what happened? He murmurs, then thinks, what were those idiots in the administration doing? Rambutan teases Jin Woo, wow, so you're the main character of that whole ordeal. He then adds, with a hint of suspicion, this might be out of line, but you're not a spy for the enforcers, are you? Jin Woo quickly dismisses it, a spy? No way. Jin Woo continues his strange tale, explaining how he was kidnapped simply to learn the secrets of growing a sweet potato. A muffled escapes from one of the listeners, followed by Jin Woo's confused glance. The spiky-haired participant bursts into laughter, incredulous that the reason for Jin Woo's ordeal was a mundane sweet potato, not fog. The blue-haired participant tries to stifle his own amusement, apologizing through his chuckles. Jin Woo observes them, realizing they're genuinely laughing. Jin Woo reflects on his absurd situation, feeling as though he's trapped in a dark comedy. He notes that despite the laughter, these are normal people, and their amusement is rooted in sympathy for his plight. The spiky-haired participant then asks Jin Woo if he's being held captive. Jin Woo quickly clarifies, stating he doesn't think so, and for now, he's merely traveling as a makeshift bodyguard. The spiky-haired participant explains that the man he's guarding suddenly collapsed, suggesting it might have been heatstroke, a sudden and unexpected turn of events. The blue-haired participant, Gina, corrects him, identifying the condition as limbo. Jin Woo, hearing the unfamiliar term, questions, limbo? Gina elaborates, explaining that limbo is a severe withdrawal symptom specifically from the substance known as fog. She reminds Jin Woo of the sight of people sprawled on the streets, explaining they too fell into limbo due to their inability to obtain fog. Gina warns that while they eventually snap out of it, repeated instances of limbo cause their brains to slowly melt away, a horrifying consequence. A concerned Jin Woo, still processing this information, then asks the crucial question, what exactly is fog? Gina and the spiky-haired participant exchange a look of silent astonishment at Jin Woo's ignorance. The spiky-haired participant turns to Jin Woo, his expression one of disbelief, asking him if he truly knows nothing about Fogland. With a serious demeanor, the spiky-haired participant begins to explain fog is a divine medicine that grants talent. He continues, explaining that fog can amplify a hidden talent or even manifest a desired one, leaving Jinwoo with a look of stunned surprise. Jinwoo ponders the impossible, questioning if such a miraculous substance could truly exist. The spiky-haired participant, with a confident gesture, confirms its existence, adding that it allows one to transcend human limits. Jinwoo's eyes widen in a sudden realization, connecting the dots. This power could allow them to break out of prison. The spiky-haired participant turns, revealing a powerful, tribal-like tattoo across his back, a visible manifestation of his enhanced abilities. A lone ceiling fan spins slowly in the desolate cell, its blades casting long shadows across the cracked walls. Sunlight streams through a high window, illuminating a dusty prison cell with bunk beds, while a menacing shadow looms on the floor, hinting at a powerful presence. Heavy footfall echoes as the chief supervisor, his presence commanding, considers Jinwoo's movements, confident that he couldn't have escaped far. A monstrous bone-eater stands amidst the shadows, its grotesque form and exposed ribs a chilling sight, surrounded by smaller, shadowy figures. A nun-faced creature with glowing eyes and a skull-like visage emerges from the darkness, accompanied by other shadowy figures in orange jumpsuits. The imposing, fuzzy-back monster, covered in dark fur and accompanied by crows, surveys its surroundings with an eerie glow in its eyes. A drill-head creature with a sharp, pointed head and glowing eyes stands menacingly amidst a group of figures in orange jumpsuits, all wearing traffic cones on their heads. The spiky-haired participant, full of conviction, declares that with this newfound power they will break out of their confinement. Jinwoo's face contorts in shock, the idea of escape clearly unsettling him as he stammers, "Yes, escape." Spiky-haired participant turns to Gina, inviting her to join their escape. Gina, taken aback, responds with a surprised yes. Jinwoo, however, politely declines the offer, explaining that as a civilian, his priority is to meet with the guards or the operating bureau. He imagines the dire consequences, realizing that if he foolishly gets involved with prisoners and attempts to escape, he'll truly become a criminal charged with aiding an escape, and that's only if they succeed. Jinwoo's thoughts turn grim, envisioning a violent failure with a stark red background, contemplating the absolute worst-case scenario. His internal monologue continues, fearing that if the escape fails, he'll never be seen again. Jinwoo's eyes narrow, the gravity of the situation sinking in as he realizes that no one, not the operating bureau nor anyone else, would ever try to enter Fogland to find him. He gazes away, a hint of concern on his face, understanding that no one would dare venture into that dangerous territory. Gina explains the concept of fog addiction, warning that a single wrong step will render them unable to live without fog. Gina warns Jinwoo that this danger applies to him too, referring to him as Dante. Jinwoo, shocked, protests that he's never used fog and has no intention of ever doing so. Gina calmly states that it's not a matter of his will. The spiky-haired participant then questions how long Jinwoo has been there, suggesting 2 or 3 days, before asking him if he's considered the dense fog surrounding them. A vast, hazy landscape of Fogland is revealed, as the spiky-haired participant explains that the very atmosphere around them is composed of these particles of fog. The spiky-haired participant reveals the chilling truth: the pervasive fog itself is the source of their potential addiction. Jinwoo's eyes widen in horror, his hands instinctively clamping over his mouth as the full weight of the revelation crashes down on him. The explanation continues, detailing that while vast amounts of fog are needed to manifest special talents, mere exposure to the particles is enough to trigger addiction. The insidious fog slowly seeps into the lungs, creating an insatiable craving within the victim. These desperate individuals, consumed by an unbearable craving, are driven to a state of primal desperation. If the fog cannot be obtained, the afflicted will inevitably descend into a state known as limbo. Jinwoo's mind races, a chilling question escaping his lips. Wait a minute, does that mean I'm already addicted? His terror escalates as he screams internally, so I'm already screwed. One of the fellow participants cuts through the panic, stating, no, Dante still has a chance. Jinwoo remains speechless, processing the information. The fellow participant continues, explaining that limbo is merely the initial stage before the true horrors begin. Jinwoo listens intently as the fellow participant explains that individual tolerance varies, making it impossible to predict when the full effects will hit, emphasizing that there is no time for relaxation. Dire reality settles in as the question hangs in the air, so you too, can you still escape? The internal dread echoes, already screwed, already addicted. Gina and the other fellow participant exchange a somber glance, accepting the grim truth. Yes, that's right, we're already screwed. The chief supervisor's glowing eyes reflect a distant hope. Maybe in the distant future natural recovery could happen, or if we expose the truth here, an antidote might be developed. Gina and the fellow participants share a determined smile, recalling their solemn vow: we promised not to die here, even if we fall into limbo for life and forget one another. Their shared dream manifests as a vivid image, embracing under a clear sky, a promise to reunite. Jinwoo observes their unwavering hope, acknowledging internally, it's annoying, but it's real. He sees their genuine embrace, understanding that they mean it. Their promise is not just a fantasy. Fierce determination ignites within Jinwoo, his eyes glowing with newfound resolve. A sudden, guttural scream of UGH rips through the air, startling Jinwoo, Gina, and another fellow participant into wide-eyed shock. The chief supervisor's cold, smug indifference, musing, what should we do? Then I don't need to waste time on the sweet potato. Jinwoo's mind races, contemplating the aggressive demeanor of one of the fellow participants. What if I tell him I'll escape with these people? Will he attack us? Jinwoo's fear intensifies as he imagines the brutal reality. What if he kills these people? A rustling sound emanates from within an orange jumpsuit, indicating someone is actively searching for something. One of the fellow participants, focused on his hidden object, asks if the coast is clear. Jinwoo stares in disbelief, uttering, Jinwoo's gaze remains fixed as another of the fellow participants calls out, Dante. The question hangs in the air, why are you so scared? Jinwoo's expression shifts from shock to confusion. Standing fellow participant confidently declares that the opponent is merely a fog zombie, explaining that those in limbo have no strength until their next fog dose. He then asserts, Dante will win, right? Jinwoo watches, speechless. A wave of relief washes over Jinwoo. That's a relief. I was worried you two would get hurt. If this guy is a problem. A powerful, muscular leg lashes out, delivering a devastating kick. Brute opponent's powerful kick connects squarely, sending one of the fellow participants reeling. The brute opponent's smug expression remains unchanged as a voice cries out, wait. Hold on. Jinwoo and another fellow participant cry out in unison, horrified by the brutal assault. Brute opponent takes a step, calmly stating, there's no need to kill him, I think. The brute opponent turns his back on the group, announcing, hey, I'm leaving this place. The brute opponent confronts Jinwoo, declaring his refusal to remain confined. I have no intention of living here. Let's each go our own way now. Do you understand? The brute opponent's hand firmly grips the sweet potato, emphasizing his demand for freedom. A fellow participant instructs Jinwoo to fill a cup with water. Jinwoo extends the cup, offering it with the sweet potato inside. A fellow participant explains that placing the sweet potato like this will help it grow, but reminds them that it still requires sunlight. Jinwoo urges his fellow participant, telling him to hurry and show their precious friend the sunlight before it's too late. The white-haired participant admits he doesn't know the way out, a sentiment Jinwoo quietly echoes. The white-haired participant, dubbed Rambutan, pleads for the blue-haired participant to chase Jinwoo away, only for the blue-haired participant to declare his intention to join them. Two fellow participants express their resolve, stating that whether they face gunshots or arrest for aiding an escape, they are determined to go through with it. The sweet potato and its makeshift container fall, water splashing as the escape plan begins to unfold. The shattered cup and the sweet potato lay discarded on the cracked floor, a poignant symbol of their desperate gamble. The white-haired participant lies prone on the cold, cracked ground, his escape attempt seemingly thwarted. A faint glow emanates from the white-haired participant's eyes as he gazes upward, a glimmer of defiance in his expression. Outside, the sweet potato and the broken cup now rest in a bleak, misty landscape far from the sunlit freedom they craved. Tears well in the white-haired participant's glowing eye, reflecting the grim reality of their situation. In a dimly lit room, the white-haired participant stares at a static-filled screen, questioning the unfamiliar image of a cat. Blue-haired participant clarifies, describing cats as animals similar to a crow. With an excited gesture, the blue-haired participant enthusiastically describes cats as small, cute creatures with fluffy fur, even claiming they understand words and come running when called. As a hand gently pats his head, the white-haired participant quietly expresses his own longing to raise a puppy. With a tear in her eye, Gina whispers her hopes for someday, for a time when I'm outside. Jinwoo's hand extends over the ledge, a silent invitation as he calls out, come here. A ruler precisely measures a crack in the ground, revealing it to be 20 centimeters. Two fellow participants stare in disbelief, one noting that it moved 20 centimeters, while the other questions in shock, did it move? Massive, bloodied form of the brute opponent is revealed, utterly defeated. Two observers look up at the defeated giant, concluding that he tried to attempt an escape, it seems. A hand reaches desperately towards the barred window, a silent testament to the unwavering desire for freedom. Jinwoo, his expression worried, questions the plan. What's the plan? How are we going to break out of here? The white-haired participant, radiating raw power, declares, I'll show you, as he takes a powerful, squatting stance. Jinwoo watches, surprised, as the white-haired participant's leg muscles bulge with immense power, ready to unleash a devastating force. With a mighty roar, the white-haired participant launches himself skyward, shattering the ground beneath him as Jinwoo and the blue-haired participant watch in awe. Blue-haired participant cries out in shock, what is it? While Jinwoo stares, utterly bewildered, what is this? A massive crater marks the spot where the white-haired participant launched himself, a testament to his incredible jumping talent. Soaring high above, the white-haired participant, Rambutan, looks down with fierce determination, revealing their audacious plan. The plan is to jump over the wall. Shattered concrete fragments scatter as a blinding light bursts through, signaling a breach in their confinement. The narrative shifts, presenting the title card, Limbo, by Pogo. Having successfully escaped, Jinwoo, Gina, and the white-haired participant traverse a desolate, ruined landscape, leaving their confinement behind. A hand playfully slaps Gina's head, a moment of light-heartedness amidst their escape. Gina reacts with a surprised expression, her eyes glowing faintly after the unexpected tap. A hand meticulously sketches a city layout onto a map, planning their next move in the desolate world outside. A hand meticulously sketches a city layout onto a map, planning their next move in the desolate world outside. Gina, surrounded by fellow prisoners, gasps in awe at the intricate details, exclaiming, "Wow." One of the fellow participants, his eyes wide with disbelief, marvels at Jinwoo's exceptional skill, a talent for drawing what you've seen once, like a photograph. "Have you drawn all of Fogland?" Jinwoo, ever stoic, explains the map's origin. "It's a map I made while coming here from the center." His gaze then drifts, revealing the terrifying scope of their journey. This is only a fraction of what's been recorded. A silence follows, hinting at the vastness yet to be explored. The unsettling truth of Jinwoo's words hangs heavy in the air. The question, "This is just a fraction," looms, a chilling realization of their minuscule progress in the vast world outside. Gina, with a hopeful OOH, points to a section of the map. "Judging by the size of Tofu Village, I think we've come quite a long way. We might reach the edge of Fogland soon." Jinwoo watches, a subtle, escaping him. Gina looks up, confused, as Jinwoo continues to mark the map. "You didn't draw this?" she questions, trying to understand his actions. Frustrated, Gina throws her hands up. "What am I supposed to do?" Jinwoo calmly instructs her, marking potential threats, his hand indicating the task. Jinwoo points to a crimson mark on the map. "Something like this, too." Gina leans closer, her curiosity piqued. "What is this?" Fellow participants' eyes widen, a silence reflecting the sudden chilling understanding of the red mark's true meaning. Gina's face tightens, a silence conveying her growing unease and the gravity of the threats Jinwoo is marking. The spiky-haired fellow participant breaks the tension. "Well, we're getting out of here soon anyway." Jinwoo looks up, a questioning in his gaze. The participant then asks Gina, "Lychee, which way?" And Gina confidently points, "This way." The sudden grab, the spiky-haired fellow participant tugs at Jinwoo's arm, urging, "Let's go, teacher." Jinwoo reacts with a sharp as he's pulled away. Jinwoo is forcibly dragged, his body twisting in midair as he's pulled away from the map and into an unknown fate, the world spinning around him. The scene shifts to a grim, confined space where several prisoners in orange jumpsuits sit huddled together, their faces etched with despair, a stark contrast to the hope of the map. Jinwoo, now with glowing, fierce eyes, confronts another prisoner, his voice sharp. "You've got any fog?" The air crackles with tension as he demands answers. The intense stare-down continues, Jinwoo's glowing eyes piercing through the darkness, asserting his dominance over the other prisoners. Jinwoo repeats his demand. "I asked if you have any fog." The hooded prisoner retorts defiantly, "Do I look like I have any, you moron?" Unfazed, Jinwoo's command is absolute. "Then empty your pockets." Suddenly, the brute opponent unleashes a ferocious punch, slamming into the hooded prisoner's face. He roars, "The hell are you talking about, you son of a bitch?" The brute opponent continues his brutal assault, kicking the hooded prisoner. His voice filled with rage, he bellows, "I'm starving to death and you want to die. Are you crazy, huh?" The brute opponent grins menacingly, a spoon in hand, declaring, "Yeah, I'm hungry, so this works out well. Let's eat this." Jinwoo watches, his masked face unreadable. Jinwoo's internal monologue reveals the grim reality of their situation. "They say you can get fog from human flesh," he muses, then a chilling thought, "Bone Eater eats people for fog too." Two terrified fellow participants recoil. One gasps, "You want to eat a person?" While another pleads, "Just hold on a little longer. Lunchtime is almost here." The brute opponent's voice cuts through, "You cowardly bastards. We have to get even a little bit of fog." A sinister smile spreads across Jinwoo's masked face, his glowing eyes fixed on the spoon. He contemplates, should we take his head off and drink his blood, then dismisses the idea. "No." With a sudden, brutal lunge, Jinwoo aims his spoon, his internal voice cold, "Gouge out his eyeballs." The attack is swift and merciless. Brute opponent, a towering figure with long, spiky hair, stands menacingly over a kneeling, hooded Jinwoo, his sheer power radiating intimidation. The brute opponent delivers a devastating kick, the force rippling through the air as another prisoner is sent flying. The impact reverberates with a powerful. A fellow participant, shocked by the sudden violence, gasps, "WH what the," as he recognizes the victim as Steven. The brutal reality of their situation sinks in. Blood splatters violently as a prisoner cries out, "UGH, my eardrums." The sound of the blow echoes, a testament to the brutality of the fight. The towering figure of the brute opponent stands over the kneeling Jinwoo, his true identity revealed as one of the fellow participants exclaims, "It's Hound." The realization dawns on the terrified prisoners, that guy must have been part of Hound's crew. The implication of organized brutality sends shivers down their spines. The brute opponent, now clearly identified as Hound, looms over the kneeling Jinwoo, his gaze filled with predatory intent, a silent challenge in the air. Jinwoo, still hooded and kneeling, silently acknowledges his pursuer. His internal thought, "Finally found you," is a chilling declaration of resolve, followed by a quiet of anticipation. The brute opponent, with a sneer, addresses the hooded Jinwoo dismissively, "Baghead." The taunt hangs heavy, setting the stage for a confrontation. The grim aftermath of a brutal struggle unfolds. Bodies lie amidst splattered blood and debris, illuminated by an ominous red glow. The scene is a stark reminder of the deadly stakes. Amidst the carnage, a lone figure in an orange jumpsuit splattered with blood stands as a chilling testament to the brutal conflict. Brute opponent, a masked warrior in a blood-soaked jumpsuit, looms triumphantly over a kneeling Jin Woo who is clad in a dark suit, defeated and vulnerable. A blinding flash of light erupts over the desolate ruins as the brute opponent declares his victory with chilling finality. Carrying the unconscious Jin Woo, the brute opponent sprints through the wasteland, his thoughts filled with disdain for the other fighters, oblivious to his escape. His gaze sharpens, realizing the other combatants are too consumed by their own battles to notice the disappearance of their teacher. A vivid, grotesque image of a bullet-ridden corpse flashes in his mind, fueling his anger at the tower bastard who used his own crew as a shield. His masked face tightens, eyes glowing with cold fury as he mentally scoffs at the very notion of an alliance in this cutthroat environment. A chilling realization dawns on him, a silent exclamation of what truly transpired. Suddenly, Jin Woo, now in an orange jumpsuit, bursts into a run while the brute opponent's internal monologue reveals his awareness of being pursued. The brute opponent, still carrying the unconscious Jin Woo, demands to know which crew the pursuing Jin Woo belongs to. Jin Woo, his head covered by a bag, stands defiantly. The brute opponent questions if he is associated with Eater or Drill Head. A closer look at Jin Woo reveals he clutches a strange, purple, elongated object in his hand. Brute opponent, confused by Jin Woo's actions, asks if he's another sweet potatoes animal while Jin Woo silently wonders about the bizarre question. Jin Woo, his face still obscured, challenges the brute opponent, asking if he truly doesn't know and mockingly suggests asking the teacher. The brute opponent's patience wears thin, his internal thoughts seething at the crazy bullshit and his already foul mood. His fist clenches, glowing with restrained power as he contemplates whether to warn the teacher about this moronic bastard. With a powerful throw, the brute opponent violently flings the unconscious Jin Woo, sending him crashing into the debris. Enraged, the brute opponent unleashes a furious punch at Jin Woo, shouting his annoyance. Jin Woo's hand tightens around the mysterious purple object, preparing for the impact. Jin Woo's obscured face shows a moment of intense shock, his eyes wide and glowing. The brute opponent's eye widens in surprise, a sudden realization hitting him mid-attack. His masked face contorts in a silent scream, eyes burning with a fierce, almost primal energy. The purple object in Jin Woo's grip begins to glow, emanating a subtle yet powerful aura. Brute opponent's punch connects, but a strange, glowing barrier erupts from Jin Woo, deflecting the blow, leaving the brute opponent stunned. Jin Woo hits the ground, the force of the impact sending dust and debris flying. Jin Woo's eyes glow crimson beneath the bag, a muffled roar of defiance escaping him. With an explosive burst of power, Jin Woo grabs the brute opponent's arm, accusing him of being a damn thief. Brute opponent stares in utter disbelief as Jin Woo, now with wild white hair and no mask, mockingly asks about the teacher. The brute opponent reels back, shocked by Jin Woo's sudden transformation and audacious words. Jin Woo, now fully transformed, grins with a chilling ha, his eyes burning with newfound intensity. The brute opponent, still in shock, scoffs at Jin Woo's pathetic face, his earlier confidence shattered. He grabs Jin Woo by the collar, demanding to know if he's experiencing fog or if this strange place is limbo. The unsettling reality of their situation is unveiled as the title card Limbo appears, hinting at the true nature of their prison. Deep within the grim confines of this brutal prison, a solemn memorial stands for Didat, a former second-in-command of the notorious Hound crew, a stark reminder of the deadly stakes within Limbo. Chilling countdown begins, a single green can marking the first beat in a ritual of torment. A figure in an orange jumpsuit sits slumped in the background as the ominous count continues to 2, building a palpable tension in the desolate space. With a sickening crunch, the count culminates in 3 as one hand mercilessly crushes the fingers of another, a brutal act of violence echoing through the prison. Jin Woo lies battered and broken on the cold floor, his body racked with pain, as an observer remarks on his insane resilience despite the relentless torture. From above, the harrowing scene unfolds. Jin Woo is held down, subjected to unspeakable cruelty, as desperate voices demand to know the whereabouts of the teacher. Jin Woo's bloodied face remains defiant, refusing to yield even as his tormentors press him forth, fog, their frustration evident in their enraged shouts. The brute opponent orders another bone broken, dismissing the torturer's complaint that all 5 fingers are already shattered, demanding even a toe be snapped. Jin Woo is dragged across the floor, his torturers threatening to force him to crawl while other prisoners watch in silent, grim observation. At a nearby table, Slick, a new member of the Hound crew, questions if Jin Woo would even feel pain anymore, suggesting that Hound should just give him fog to end the pointless torture. Slick vehemently refuses to give Jin Woo any fog, challenging the masked Hound about what could possibly be so scary about the battered prisoner. The brute opponent, with a sneer, declares he will break Jin Woo's toes, scoffing at the idea that such a skinny runt could ever be intimidating. The masked Hound, with glowing eyes, questions the brute opponent's shallow assessment, hinting that Jin Woo is far more than just a scrawny kid. The masked hound observes Jinwoo's heavily muscled torso, noting the extreme training and incredibly low body fat, recognizing a formidable physique beneath the injuries. Brute opponent comments on Jinwoo's perfectly cut physique while Slick dismisses it as useless, arguing that a body with no fat takes hits even worse. The masked hound, with a chilling realization, states that Jinwoo doesn't seem to feel pain, startling the others who call out his name in surprise. Slick reveals that news of the teacher's location in Tufu village has spread, warning that if the teacher falls into rival hands, their own chances are lost, accusing someone of thoughtlessly breaking their alliance. Slick, with a grim expression, laments that killing Tower was a mistake, a sentiment questioned by the masked hound, highlighting the weight of past decisions. The masked hound declares a fierce code of blood revenge for those who harmed their brothers, his glowing eyes burning with unyielding resolve. Slick attempts to reason with the masked hound, urging him not to act like a worthless piece of crap and emphasizing the deeper need to gather fog for their objectives. Slick asserts that even the deceased Didat would have wanted them to gather fog, using the memory of their fallen comrade to reinforce his argument. A hand slams down on the table with a powerful impact, a forceful gesture of agreement or emphasis on the gravity of their shared resolve. Masked hound grunts, a guttural sound of reluctant acceptance or internal struggle as he processes Slick's argument and the weight of their oath. A hand reaches for the green can at Didat's memorial as the masked hound declares that Didat's death will not be in vain, solidifying their commitment. The masked hound stands over Didat's portrait, making a solemn vow that for their fallen brother they will ascend together, hinting at a greater ambition. In a ritualistic gesture, the masked hound pours the contents of the can over the memorial, offering a toast to Didat's memory, a grim promise of vengeance. Slick and the brute opponent join the solemn toast, their voices echoing cheers. In unison, a shared commitment to their fallen comrade and their bloody oath. Tears stream down Slick's face as he repeats cheers, the raw emotion of grief and vengeful resolve etched upon his features. Suddenly, the masked hound violently spits out the liquid, a powerful expulsion that hints at something far more sinister than just a bad taste. The portrait of Didat appears to weep black tears, a shocking and unsettling visual that mirrors the masked hound's violent reaction, raising immediate alarm. The masked hound collapses, choking violently, as the other prisoners rush to his aid, shouting his name and pointing in horror at Didat's weeping portrait. Still choking, the masked hound attempts to dismiss his distress as merely choking, trying to maintain composure despite the severity of his sudden affliction. In a horrifying revelation, a sharp object is seen deeply embedded in the masked hound's side, confirming he was not merely choking but ambushed and stabbed. Clutching his wound, the masked hound internally narrates the precise and swift nature of the attack, confirming he was stabbed directly in the ribs during that brief, chaotic moment. With blood trickling from his mouth, the masked hound grimly confirms the lasting damage, stating with certainty that his liver function has worsened since the attack. A voice shouts, "Hey," as the focus shifts to Jinwoo lying on the ground, the green can discarded nearby, implying he is somehow connected to the masked hound's sudden injury. Jinwoo, battered but with glowing blue eyes, confronts the masked hound, declaring that while others may be fooled, his own eyes cannot be deceived, hinting at his enhanced perception. The masked hound acknowledges Jinwoo's prowess, admitting the attack was not luck but pure technique, especially in Fogland where power usually dictates fights. The masked hound identifies Jinwoo's fighting style as Krav Maga, a practical Israeli military combat system focused on quick neutralization and vital point strikes, recognizing Jinwoo's deadly skill. With a knowing, silent gaze, Jinwoo's bloodied face responds to the masked hound's assessment with a simple right, confirming his mastery of the lethal technique. The brutal combat ends, but a new ordeal begins as Jinwoo and two other participants, clad in orange jumpsuits, find themselves in a desolate gray facility, their eyes wide with apprehension. An overhead view reveals the trio traversing the grim, cracked concrete, moving towards a distant, imposing structure that promises either escape or further despair. Jinwoo's masked face betrays a flicker of desperate hope as he identifies the structure, realizing with a jolt that's the exit. Massive, rusted metal gate looms ahead, a stark, undeniable reality. Indeed, it's truly the exit, a tantalizing beacon in their grim confinement. With a sudden, desperate surge, Jinwoo attempts to rush forward, urgently calling out a name, Dante. One of the fellow participants quickly restrains Jinwoo, urging him to wait a moment, while another, bewildered, asks, "Do you see that?" Jinwoo's gaze sharpens, his attention drawn to a menacing watchtower overlooking the facility, a silent sentinel of their prison. Fellow participants voice their concerns about the ominous watchtower, wondering aloud, "Do you think there's someone in the watchtower?" with an uncertain, "I don't know," hanging in the air. Jinwoo considers a reckless move, asking, "From here, can I go alone?" but is met with an immediate, stern rebuke from a fellow participant, "Don't be crazy." The blue-haired participant, trembling, warns Jinwoo that approaching the gate alone would invite immediate gunfire, questioning his intent. "Are you going to knock on the door?" The grim warning is reiterated, any attempt to near the exit will be met with lethal force. Jinwoo acknowledges the harsh reality, simply stating, "I see." Both participants react with sudden, wide-eyed alarm, their expressions shifting from fear to profound shock at something unseen. Jin Woo looks on, bewildered by their sudden panic, a question mark hanging in his mind as he tries to understand the new threat. A terrifying shriek erupts as the ground bursts open, revealing something monstrous, causing the participants to cry out, "ACK, oh my god!" The group recoils in horror, struggling to comprehend the bizarre, rock-like entity that emerges, one participant even likening it to a sweet potato. Monstrous entity roars, enraged by the comparison, declaring, "Don't call me a sweet potato," while Jin Woo watches in stunned silence. The brute opponent, now fully revealed, glares with furious intensity, his fist clenched, demanding an answer for the insulting nickname. "Are you saying I'm a sweet potato?" One of the fellow participants points a trembling finger, recognizing the brute opponent as a former classmate. That's the person. He's the guy who attended the class. Spiky-haired participant shoves Jin Woo back, his voice laced with terror as he identifies the formidable new threat, exclaiming to Dante, "Dante, step back. This person." The brute opponent continues his emergence, eyes glowing with an eerie light as he declares his strange identity. He's a shoulder. Jin Woo, utterly perplexed, questions the bizarre term reflected in his glasses, murmuring, "Yes, a shoulder." Suddenly, a horde of figures, all wearing orange jumpsuits and red traffic cone hats, charge forward, their movements a chaotic blur, creating a terrifying, overwhelming sight. Extreme close-up on Jin Woo's wide, shocked eye captures the terrifying blur of the approaching cone-headed figures, their numbers overwhelming. The relentless advance of the transformed participants continues, their heavy steps echoing as they close in, menacing cones bobbing with each stride. The chaotic charge intensifies, the cone-headed figures pressing forward with a disturbing uniformity, their presence a growing threat. An overhead shot reveals the full scale of the bizarre transformation, with numerous cone-headed figures scattered across the ground, a scene of utter chaos and bewilderment. The brute opponent, now fully manifested with fiery hair and glowing eyes, introduces himself with a powerful declaration, "I am Drillhead." With a terrifying gaze, the brute opponent asserts his formidable status, claiming to be the man closest to being the supreme leader. Jin Woo calls out, his voice laced with a desperate plea or recognition, simply stating, "Teacher." Brute opponent commands Jin Woo to follow, his words resonating with an undeniable, terrifying power. "Come with me." Jin Woo's reflection in his glasses shows his utter shock. In a sudden, devastating move, the brute opponent launches a powerful kick, a blur of force aimed directly at Jin Woo, signifying the start of a brutal confrontation. The spiky-haired participant, still reeling from the chaos, repeats the brute opponent's chilling decree regarding Jin Woo, "The teacher is coming with us." The brute opponent's relentless assault continues, another powerful kick tearing through the air, emphasizing the raw, overwhelming power he wields. Participant, in a daze, reiterates the ominous declaration that Jin Woo must accompany them, "The teacher will go with us." The scene concludes, leaving Jin Woo at the precipice of an unimaginable challenge, forced to confront a powerful new adversary and the chilling prospect of forced obedience. A strange, cone-headed figure in an orange jumpsuit is violently flung into the air, debris scattering around it as if struck by an unseen force. The mysterious figure crashes to the ground, its glowing eyes fixed on an unseen target, a chilling aura emanating from its form. With a look of bewildered shock, the cone-headed figure questions the identity of its formidable opponent, asking, "What are you?" Another participant, with spiky hair and glowing eyes, asserts his claim over Jin Woo, warning others to don't interfere, stating he found this person first. Cone-headed figure menacingly questions the courage of a new arrival, dismissing them as a "what mangy mutt rolled in here, you don't even know how to be afraid." Jin Woo's foot taps the cracked ground, a subtle gesture of impatience or readiness for combat. Jin Woo executes an impossibly agile maneuver, his body blurring as he evades an attack with athletic grace. Masked participant gasps in disbelief, utterly stunned by Jin Woo's unexpected, almost artistic, combat style, exclaiming, "Bah, ballet." Jin Woo continues his aerial assault, twisting mid-air with immense power, sending debris flying in a whirlwind of motion. The spiky-haired participant cries out in alarm, recognizing the terrifying speed with which Jin Woo is closing in, shouting, "He's coming." A devastating impact shatters the ground, radiating shockwaves that tear through the concrete. Jin Woo stands firm, his back to the viewer, having just unleashed a powerful strike that reverberated through the very ground. The masked participant lets out a sinister chuckle, seemingly enjoying the brutal display of power, muttering, "Heh heh." Jin Woo lunges with incredible force, delivering a lightning-fast kick that sends shockwaves through the air. The cone-headed figures perceive Jin Woo's movements as agonizingly slow, their enhanced senses distorting time. Jin Woo descends with a crushing blow, his attack generating an explosive burst of debris upon impact. A participant cries out in sheer terror, overwhelmed by the raw power unleashed around him, screaming, "Wah!" The cone-headed figure retaliates with blinding speed, its glowing eyes intense as it blurs across the scene. Jin Woo, suspended in mid-air, keenly observes a critical opening in his adversary's defenses, noting a gap. Brute opponent unleashes a powerful, arcing kick, sending a torrent of rocks and dust hurtling through the air. Jin Woo twists and contorts, narrowly evading the brute's devastating attack with impossible agility. Gina screams out a name in desperate anguish, her face contorted in fear, yelling, "Rambutan." Two of the fellow participants pause, startled by the unexpected sound of a woman's voice amidst the chaos, one questioning, a woman's voice? Gina covers her mouth in horror while the fellow participants realize with astonishment that a woman is present among them, exclaiming, it's a woman. She's a woman. The cone-headed figure pauses its assault, its glowing eyes showing a flicker of surprise at the mention of a woman, asking, woman? A male participant aggressively grabs Gina, tearing at her clothes and exclaiming in shock at her true gender, shouting, she's a woman. She's a real woman. Gina screams, desperately pleading for them to let go. As two participants drag her away, another participant questions, what should we do? Shall we take her with us? While the masked participant mutters, lie. Gina collapses, overwhelmed by despair, blaming herself for the escalating crisis, whispering, me. Because of me. Jinwoo trembles on his knees, tears streaming down his face as he desperately pleads for them to stop. Jinwoo's hand clenches the fractured earth, his raw power threatening to erupt. Jinwoo roars, his voice filled with fury as he hurls a rock with devastating force towards the participants assaulting Gina, shouting, stop it. Gina pleads desperately, her eyes wide with terror, while the participant holding her looks on in shock, exclaiming, at Jinwoo's intervention. Jinwoo's body glows with a surging aura as he intensely calls out, Dante, his resolve hardening. The participants shriek in pain, struck by the hurled rocks, some crying and others wondering, what the hell is that guy? Jinwoo's hand clenches a rock, his knuckles white with fury as he intensely calls out, Dante. Gina, bleeding from her forehead, frantically screams at Jinwoo to wake up and desperately asks, are you okay? Jinwoo grabs Gina's hand, urging her to run, as he pulls her away from the escalating violence, leaving the stunned participants behind. Cone-headed figure observes Gina's retreating form, remarking on her beauty amidst the chaos, stating, that woman is pretty. As the enigmatic figure remarks on Gina's beauty, Jinwoo's own rage ignites, his white hair bristling and eyes blazing with fierce determination. A fellow participant watches, his eye wide with shock at the sudden, intense shift in Jinwoo's demeanor. With a powerful surge, Jinwoo erupts into motion, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he charges with incredible speed. His attack is a blur of devastating force, ripping through the air with destructive intent. Impact generates a blinding flash, a testament to the raw, explosive power of his strike. Jinwoo follows up with an aerial kick, his body a weapon in motion as his opponent reacts with desperate swiftness. The sheer force of the impact pulverizes the ground, sending massive chunks of debris flying into the air. Jinwoo's face contorts in a silent scream, his eyes burning with an unyielding intensity amidst the chaos. Powerful strike lands, unleashing a wave of destructive energy as a pained cry of "Yuwa" echoes through the area. The scene shifts to a star training room where a heavy punching bag hangs as an unseen voice asks, are you a soldier? Crouching over an exhausted Jinwoo, one of the fellow participants, masked and wary, continues, special forces or something? Masked participant reveals, me too, you know, I used to be the kind of guy who fought real fights. He adds, his gaze distant before coming to Fogland. The masked participant points to Jinwoo, commanding a massive figure, Slick, take that guy down. Another voice exclaims in surprise. His eyes glint with cruel anticipation as he instructs, show me every dirty trick you have. Don't give him any fog. A loud "Kung" resounds from the closed door as one of the fellow participants shouts, Hound. One of the fellow participants, a heavily tattooed man, clenches his jaw, a silent FCK, betraying his frustration. Another participant asks, Slick, what will you do? Should I do it instead? The tattooed man interjects, what are you even doing, idiot? Turning his back, the tattooed man declares, irresponsible bastard. Hound has no qualities to be a leader. He questions, his gaze sharp, should it be Hound, the person who will become the supreme leader? If there is lots of fog, then anyone gets a chance. Addressing a curly-haired participant, he notes, Inko, you're good at drawing. In a way, you also have the qualities to become supreme leader. He then turns to the brute opponent, stating, Bulk, you know how to use your weight well. We all have potential. Slick, what about you? He asks. Slick, another of the fellow participants, replies, me. With a sinister grin and a tap to his temple, the tattooed man boasts, actually, I've felt my IQ has been rising lately. A little bit every morning when I open my eyes. I realize Hound is stupid. A shocked what? Responds. He declares to the group, trying to become someone through the logic of strength is old now. Now is the age of the brain. In this world, that's power. One participant asks, so, what are you going to do? The tattooed man responds, I'll find out where the teacher is. He emphasizes, his expression hardening, instead, I won't share it with Hound. With a challenging gaze at the others, he states, the rest you decide. A participant reacts with a surprised. Tattooed man looms over a battered Jinwoo, a silent threat in his posture. He leans in, addressing Jinwoo, hey kid, do you want this that much? In his palm, a glowing blue orb pulses with an ethereal light, hinting at its mysterious power. Jinwoo, battered but defiant, stares back as the tattooed man offers, then I'll give it to you. The enigmatic figure drags Jinwoo through a dark, grimy pipe, pulling him deeper into an unknown, oppressive realm. A chilling smile spreads across the enigmatic figure's face, a hint of malice in his wide, unblinking eyes. A new figure, bruised and wary, looks up from the grimy ground as a voice greets him, "Welcome." Enigmatic figure stands imperiously in his dark underground kingdom, declaring to the kneeling man, "You're now in my underground kingdom." He continues, his voice echoing ominously, "In return, come under my command." Meanwhile, the tattooed man, still holding the glowing orb, adds, "You can share information about the teacher afterwards." The tattooed man warns, his voice cold, "You won't go without Fog. Think it over." Jin Woo, battered but resolute, listens intently. With a chilling smile, he delivers his ultimatum, his words final, "I don't give chances twice." The air turns freezing as Jin Woo snaps, his restraint finally shattering into 1,000 jagged pieces. In a blur of silver hair and glowing blue eyes, Jin Woo lunges forward, a visceral spray of crimson painting the dark walls. The speed is incomprehensible. Jin Woo isn't just fighting, he's harvesting, moving with a predatory grace that defies human logic. The brute opponent can't even process the strike before his lifeblood is torn from him in a violent, arching spray. Fellow participants stand frozen, their eyes wide with a terror that robs them of their breath. The silence that follows is heavier than the violence, broken only by the sound of blood hitting the cold floor. A strangled cry erupts from the crowd as they realize Slick has been taken down in an instant. Panic surges through the group. "What happened? His throat's been slit," they scream, staring at Slick's lifeless form. Sweat beads on their brows as they look toward the shadow, unable to comprehend the monster standing before them. Jin Woo looks down at his hand, the hot blood of his enemy dripping steadily from his fingertips. Every gaze in the room is fixed on him, but Jin Woo's eyes see something far beyond this pathetic cell. He stands amidst the carnage, his blue eyes glowing like twin stars in the abyss, a true monarch among men. The transformation is complete. This isn't the Jin Woo they knew. This is a nightmare made flesh. Welcome to Limbo, where the rules of the living no longer apply. Elsewhere in the facility, the chief supervisor wonders if his associates managed to escape the chaos. He knows the truth deep down. They had no reason to wait for him. In this place, it's every man for himself. A strange, gaunt prisoner mutters under his breath, "I'm finished," his eyes wide with a hollow madness. Tension breaks as a prisoner asks, "Teacher, can you really make Fog?" The prisoner recounts rumors of the teacher whipping up Fog to crush a tower's neck in an instant. The chief supervisor is taken aback, wondering how such a ridiculous rumor could even begin to circulate. He tries to dismiss it, but the seed of doubt is planted. "Is that true? That can't be true." Suddenly, a long-haired assailant strikes, calling him utterly useless as the violence returns to the forefront. The chief supervisor sweats, the pressure of the facility finally starting to weigh on his composure. He looks the prisoner in the eye and confirms the impossible. "Yes, it's true." He weaves a tale of swallowing Fog and bringing down towers, though the prisoners scream that it's all lies. Gone prisoner isn't buying it. He claims he's not as dumb as the others and refuses to believe in superstitions. The chief supervisor counters, arguing that if no one knew how to make it, the Fog shouldn't even exist. The conversation drifts into the unknown, leaving only questions in the gray void of the facility. 50 years ago, a massive meteorite struck the desert, changing the world and birthing the mystery of the Fog. Chief Supervisor realizes the connection. Could that celestial impact be the origin of everything? Deep within the crater, a glowing blue core pulses with energy, the true source of the Fog. The prisoner warns that the Fog is running out. Judgment Day is fast approaching. A limited resource. The realization hits the Chief Supervisor hard. The prisoners are all struggling for what little remains. With a snap of his fingers, the prisoner orders his subordinates to bring him something, a new plan forming in the mist. They toss a broken, pale body onto the floor, a grim reminder that in Limbo, life is the cheapest currency of all. Jin Woo recoils in horror, screaming at the sight of the freshly discarded corpse. Another voice explains that this is a victim who succumbed after consuming too much Fog. The long-faced participant, his eyes wide with a disturbing fascination, kneels over the body. He muses aloud, wondering if they can extract the very essence of the Fog from the deceased's blood. Jin Woo stares back, his expression a mix of shock and disgust, barely able to utter a bewildered "what?" as the man continues to speak of their grim plan in scientific terms. The long-faced participant gestures wildly, describing some vague 3D maneuver device to accomplish their goal. Jin Woo, utterly baffled, can only manage to question if he means a centrifuge. With chilling intensity, the long-faced participant confirms his intent to separate the Fog component directly from the blood. He explains that those who consumed excessive Fog have it deeply infused within their very bodies, making them a prime source for extraction. Jin Woo's face contorts in horror as he grasps the implications, asking if their plan is to literally squeeze the corpse. He questions the scientific validity of such a barbaric method. Jin Woo, his eyes wide and a hint of manic desperation in his smile, suggests a simpler alternative. If it's Fog concentration they seek, why not just breathe in the mist that already permeates the air? Enraged by Jin Woo's sarcasm, the long-faced participant lunges forward, grabbing him by the collar and roaring, "Are you kidding me? If that were enough, who'd be searching for Fog?" The long-faced participant's face contorts in a furious yell, explaining that Fog cannot simply be gathered from the air, it must be scraped and compressed. Jin Woo stares back, a silent understanding dawning in his eyes. Under the cold gaze of a full moon, the desolate, walled city of Limbo stands silent, its structures crumbling and shrouded in perpetual gloom. As the sun burns a harsh orange on the horizon, the grim reality of the facility is revealed in the morning light, a stark contrast to the night's eerie calm. Inside the oppressive walls, particles of fog shimmer in the faint light filtering through grimy windows, a constant, insidious presence. Cold, angular architecture of the facility seems to breathe the very fog it harvests, its surfaces glistening with condensed moisture. The long-faced participant's eyes gleam with a chilling resolve, his conviction unwavering as he declares, "It can be done." Jin Woo's expression hardens with newfound determination. He seems to mimic the action of compressing something, stating that even air can be gathered. A sudden rush of movement cuts through the stagnant air, signaling a shift from grim theory to brutal reality. Masked Jin Woo stands silhouetted in a doorway, his powerful form outlined against the light as he announces, "Let's have breakfast." Behind the mask, Jin Woo's eyes are wide, a silent question hanging in the air as he observes his surroundings. But the breakfast he refers to is a grim spectacle, a blood-soaked cafeteria floor littered with the broken bodies of the fallen, a testament to the facility's brutal regime. Jin Woo's eyes, now glowing with a dangerous crimson light, reflect the savagery before him, his resolve hardening amidst the carnage. A guttural roar erupts from Jin Woo as he crouches amidst the chaos, his body emanating a furious aura, a silent promise of retribution. High above, a weathered sign bearing the name Chung Ha stands as a silent witness to the atrocities unfolding below. His hand, bruised and swollen from countless battles, clenches in a tight fist, a testament to the relentless struggle for survival. Jin Woo, his masked face betraying his exhaustion, trudges forward, flanked by two other masked figures, a silent procession through the grim facility. In the cafeteria line, one of the fellow participants, his face obscured by a mask, grumbles, "What the hell, man?" clearly frustrated by the situation. Jin Woo, now with a crude bucket covering his head, simply states water. Another masked participant, also with a bucket, barks back, "Stop making a fuss and line up." The other participants in the line grow agitated, one yelling, "Yeah, you punk, can't you see I'm getting my food?" Another adds, "Line up, man," while a third questions if Jin Woo is a newbie who doesn't know the cafeteria rules. A hand, gnarled and scarred, clenches tightly, the knuckles white with suppressed fury. Suddenly, an explosive force erupts in the cafeteria line, sending food trays and dishes scattering. A pained grunt indicates the impact. Covered in the remnants of his meal, the masked participant stares blankly, utterly stunned by the sudden, violent outburst. Jin Woo's single visible eye glows an icy blue from behind his mask, a silent, powerful demand for water. A glass of water holds a strange, purple, root-like object marked with the number 182, a unique method for consuming the concentrated fog. Alone in his cell, Jin Woo sits quietly, his gaze drawn upwards to the cracked ceiling, a silent moment of contemplation or observation. Above him, droplets of a mysterious liquid slowly form, reflecting the concerned gaze of Jin Woo, perhaps a memory or a premonition of his discovery. A single drop falls, its descent mirrored in the wide, shocked eyes of Jin Woo, a moment of profound realization. Above a dark surface, a vibrant blue liquid swirls and glows, a system notification confirming, "Done. The fog has been successfully purified." Jin Woo stands before a dripping screen, his face alight with triumph as he declares, "It's fog water." A maniacal grin spreads across Jin Woo's face, his eyes gleaming with a wild triumph. "I'm a genius," he exclaims, "I'm saved. Now no one can touch me." Jin Woo's triumphant grin quickly fades as he stares at the strange, purple object marked 182, a bitter realization dawning on him, it wouldn't grow. He had been utterly fooled. Chilling rage consumes Jin Woo, his eye glowing with a murderous intent as he vows to eliminate the one who deceived him. The clown-faced fellow participant excitedly declares to his companions, "Yes, we'll escape this place together." The clown-faced fellow participant, his cheeks flushed with anticipation, insists there's a definite way to break free from their confinement. He trails off, struggling to articulate the specifics of his escape method. His expression turns menacing as he brandishes a knife, harshly telling someone to stop their nonsense and disappear, then dismissively adds, "Okay." Two dark birds perch silently on a weathered rooftop, their presence a stark contrast to the earlier turmoil. The brute opponent, surveying the desolate cracked ground, warns that despite appearances, no one in this place is truly naive or ignorant of that thing. Brute opponent, his brow furrowed in skepticism, wonders if the clown-faced man is truly the only one who remains ignorant of that thing. Another fellow participant, his expression grim, reveals that Drillhead's hideout is marked on a map. A massive fog catcher net designed to harvest moisture stands prominently against the horizon. This ingenious device is engineered to produce vital water from the air in arid countries and dry regions. The principle behind the fog catcher is elegantly simple. Water vapor in the air condenses into droplets when the temperature drops to the dew point. At dawn, as temperatures fall, moisture from the fog is efficiently captured by a specialized mesh-type net and converted directly into water. The design is enhanced by replacing the standard net with a breathable insect screen. Bottom of the screen is ingeniously shaped into a curve, meticulously guiding the collected dew directly to a central collection area. The collected liquid, swirling with an ethereal blue glow, indeed contains a significant amount of fog, surpassing expectations due to the high humidity. The clown-faced fellow participant recoils in shock, exclaiming, "Fog water? What the heck is this?" as Jin Woo observes with a surprised expression. Jin Woo, his expression thoughtful, explains that it's water derived from the pure fog of Fogland, though he cannot guarantee its concentration. The clown-faced fellow participant touches the liquid, murmuring, "HM." Clown-faced fellow participant brings a finger dabbed with the mysterious liquid to his nose, his eyes closed in intense concentration. His eyes snap open, wide with shock, as the clown-faced fellow participant whispers, This taste, a profound realization dawning upon him. The clown-faced fellow participant exclaims with certainty, "It's fog," a revelation that sends a shockwave through Jin Woo, whose eyes widen in disbelief. Clown-faced fellow participant erupts in a frenzied dance, surrounded by the cone-hatted figures, declaring with ecstatic triumph, "We've obtained infinite fog." Jin Woo is suddenly seized by two cone-hatted fellow participants who repeatedly call him teacher amidst his visible distress. Jin Woo is hoisted into the air and spun around by the jubilant cone-hatted fellow participants, their shouts of teacher mixing with his own cries of Aya. The scene shifts to a stark concrete room illuminated by the harsh glow of fluorescent lights. Jin Woo meticulously adjusts a black tie, now part of his orange jumpsuit uniform, signaling a change in his status. Standing formally in his new attire, Jin Woo is complimented by one of the fellow participants, who remarks that the new look suits him well. The clown-faced fellow participant, still referring to Jin Woo as teacher, observes that he looks different, perhaps because he's naturally suited for formal wear, then asks if he likes the refitted uniform. Jin Woo notes the fine tailoring of the dress shirt-like uniform, as the clown-faced fellow participant declares that from this day forward no one will dare harm him, implying such finely crafted clothes are reserved for special individuals. The clown-faced fellow participant extends a warm welcome to Jin Woo, embracing him as one of Drillhead, promising he will be treated with the utmost respect. The clown-faced fellow participant ponders the name Drillhead, recalling that it signifies the individual closest to the supreme leader. The ultimate path to freedom from this place is revealed. One must ascend to the rank of supreme leader. Jin Woo muses on the title of supreme leader, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he realizes that through this new connection he might finally be able to contact the administration. The clown-faced fellow participant announces a grand fog festival, declaring that thanks to Jin Woo's efforts they no longer need to conserve their precious fog. With a triumphant grin, the clown-faced fellow participant proclaims their intention to utilize every last bit of fog they have meticulously gathered thus far. The clown-faced fellow participant's grin widens, declaring his ultimate goal, Ascension. Jin Woo observes, a single word echoing in his mind, Ascension. The concept is alien, shrouded in mystery. A colossal pile of luminous blue fog bubbles violently on the central platform, its ethereal glow illuminating the cavernous facility. The fellow participants watch from above. From an aerial perspective, the multitude of cone-headed fellow participants are scattered around the central basin, their shadows stretching long as the glowing fog pulsates. A line of cone-headed fellow participants stand on the upper walkway, raising strange, horn-like instruments to their lips, ready to sound the call. Two more cone-headed fellow participants pound rhythmically on massive drums, their fervent beats echoing through the chamber, building the ritualistic atmosphere. Clown-faced fellow participant halts the ceremonial cacophony with a raised hand, standing amidst the glowing blue spheres as Jin Woo and the others observe. Jin Woo's thoughts race as he stares at the immense, shimmering mass. He wonders if all of that swirling energy is truly fog. Still adorned with the flower crown, Jin Woo's expression is one of utter confusion, internally questioning if this entire spectacle is merely some bizarre group outing. Clown-faced fellow participant, now revealing himself as Drillhead, the king of the underground, addresses his assembled drill soldiers, proclaiming this moment as the culmination of their arduous efforts. Drillhead's eyes glow with fervent intensity as he declares his intention to challenge Ascension today, utilizing every last bit of the meticulously gathered fog. Drillhead turns to his followers, demanding if they believe in his ascension. In a unified roar, the fellow participants raise their fists, shouting their unwavering belief. The cone-headed fellow participants continue their fervent chant, their voices echoing the single word, Ascend. The rallying cry persists as more cone-headed figures join the chorus, their unified shouts of Ascend filling the air. Drillhead chuckles ominously, holding a handful of glowing spheres. He instructs Jin Woo, whom he calls teacher, to watch closely as the ritual unfolds. Jin Woo's eyes widen, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he ponders the true meaning behind Drillhead's words. Drillhead's glowing hand holds the collection of spheres, one slipping from his grasp as he pronounces the impending birth of a king. With a guttural roar, Drillhead begins to absorb the luminous blue fog, his body contorting and expanding as the energy surges through him. Fellow participants cry out in awe and excitement, their wide eyes fixed on Drillhead's dramatic transformation. Jin Woo's shock is palpable as he realizes Drillhead is consuming the fog alone, questioning the selfish nature of this ascension. Drillhead's mouth stretches wide, his eyes blazing as he voraciously gulps down the glowing blue spheres, repeatedly shouting, Ascend. As Drillhead continues his frantic consumption, the fellow participants on the side chant Ascend in unison, urging him on. Glowing fog swirls violently around Drillhead's hands as the chanting crowd questions if there's any change. Drillhead's strained voice replies, not yet. A split panel shows a fellow participant observing from above while Drillhead's face contorts in a pained groan, sweat beading as he struggles with the absorbed power. Drillhead's hand trembles uncontrollably as he reaches into the remaining glowing blue spheres, a visible struggle against the overwhelming energy. Drillhead collapses beside the basin, his body grotesquely bloated and glowing blue. A concerned fellow participant rushes to ask if he's alright, but only silence follows. Drillhead's glowing eyes reflect his despair as he laments that today is not the day for his ascension despite having consumed countless amounts of fog. A fellow participant attempts to console Drillhead, suggesting his vessel of talent is simply too vast. Drillhead, resigned, concedes that since the fog is infinite he can try again later. Suddenly, a fellow participant exclaims in disbelief, pointing at Drillhead and questioning if his head has elongated even further. Fellow participants confirm with astonishment, why yes, definitely. It's long. Drillhead's head has indeed stretched into a bizarre, glowing blue cone. With renewed fervor, the fellow participants erupt in ecstatic shouts, proclaiming this is Ascension as they raise their fists in triumph. A fellow participant leans in eagerly, asking Drillhead how he feels and if he senses a new talent. Drillhead groans in wonder, an ooh escaping his lips. Drillhead's face is now a canvas of cosmic energy, glowing cracks spreading across his skin as his eyes blaze. He declares, I can feel the universe. Drillhead's voice echoes, describing his perception of the place where fog came from, as the scene shifts to a vast, starry expanse. Drillhead now floats against a cosmic backdrop, his elongated, glowing form resembling a nascent celestial entity transcending his previous physical limits. He proclaims his ability to see all the truths of the world, as the observing fellow participants and Jinwoo are rendered in spectral outlines, awestruck by his revelation. Drillhead's cosmic pronouncements continue, asserting that all of us live on a plane, as a pulsating, organic blue mass is shown, hinting at deeper universal connections. Blue energy ripples through the cosmic expanse, buffeting a cone-headed fellow participant who is caught in the wake of Drillhead's profound transformation. Jinwoo's face, still ethereal and outlined, is now surrounded by swirling blue energy, his expression one of profound shock and dawning realization. Drillhead, now a colossal, radiant being of pure blue energy, bursts forth, his ascension complete as he dominates the cosmic void with overwhelming power. From the cosmic void, a frantic voice screams, realizing the profound implications of Drillhead's ascension, it's a fall. Cosmic void transforms into a chaotic arena as numerous figures, the fellow participants, plummet through the shimmering blue energy, some still absurdly wearing traffic cones. Drillhead, still clutching a piece of broccoli, contemplates the profound duality of his transformation. Is this an ascension, or merely a fall? Adorned with a makeshift flower crown and radiating an eerie blue glow, Drillhead maniacally declares the boss finally fell, and proclaims the arrival of a mysterious, all-encompassing fog. His eyes widen with frenzied awe, reflecting the immense blue energy as he shouts, it's an enormous amount of fog, and exclaims, this is awesome. As if a celestial deluge, a relentless rain of fog poured down, engulfing the fellow participants in its shimmering blue embrace. Ground becomes a chaotic canvas as the fellow participants writhe and tumble, consumed by the pervasive, glowing blue fog. In this maelstrom of blue energy, the true Grand Fog Festival took place, engulfing all in its chaotic, explosive embrace. Drillhead's eye glows with frenzied excitement as he shouts, Festival, Festival, the blue energy bursting around him with a resonant pong. With wild intensity, Drillhead exclaims, it's bursting like crazy, consuming everything in its path amidst repeated pong sounds. His eyes gleam with manic glee as Drillhead repeats, Celebration, Celebration, fully immersed in the chaotic spectacle. Drillhead maniacally declares, he exploded, as the blue energy continues to erupt around the fellow participants with loud pongs. One of the fellow participants screams in terror, pleading for the chaos to stop. Please stop, realizing that if we eat this much fog at once, they will all perish. Desperate, the screaming participant clutches Drillhead, begging him, Teacher, please, stop them, now you must become the leader. Drillhead recoils in shock, questioning, me, the leader? As the desperate participant insists, take over, Drillhead. Drillhead resists, muttering, I don't want to, but the participant continues to beg, Teacher. Drillhead bolts, shouting, I don't want to, as the other participants desperately cry, Teacher, grab the teacher, and chase after him up the ramp. Drillhead screams in utter terror, questioning, what the hell is happening? He desperately tries to convince himself, I'm dreaming. Right, this is a dream, it has to be a dream. His terror shifts to a grim realization as he thinks, from the very beginning, and concludes that something like this just can't happen in reality. A sudden, sharp realization jolts Drillhead, his eyes widening in alarm as blue energy pulses around him, marked by a silent, shocked. As Drillhead flees down a vibrant blue corridor, a colossal, shadowy blue circle figure looms behind him, its voice echoing ominously, I told you, I told you, I told you. The enigmatic blue circle figure, now revealed in a formal suit beneath its circular head, states with unsettling calmness, Young told you so. Jinwoo collapses, screaming, H-Young desperately pleading, help me, pull me out of here. The blue circle figure's ominous head, now a void of black, asks, you still don't get it, adding with chilling indifference, it doesn't matter what you look like. The blue circle figure coldly declares, it's just a ridiculous mask. Jinwoo, utterly broken, can only whimper, Hyung. Blue circle figure, its face now forming a smug, condescending expression, mocks Drillhead, calling it a ridiculous, cowardly mask. Jinwoo lets out a guttural scream of anguish, enough, as vibrant purple and blue energy engulfs him in a desperate outburst. The scene shifts to a stark, red backdrop as a headless man in a suit is shown and a voice confesses, I don't remember my brother's face. A child's drawing reveals a family, but one figure's head is merely a circle, a voice musing, I just think it's a circle. Younger Jinwoo questions his brother, Drillhead, why did you draw me like that? To which Drillhead dismissively replies, well, you won't become an artist. Above the young Drillhead's head, a grotesque stack of faces appears, representing his brother's shifting perception, sometimes an angry person, then a clown, a crying woman, and at times, it looked like a demon's. The younger Drillhead, his face obscured by a black circle, reflects that I thought it was easier to see him just as a circle. The blue circle figure's glowing eyes pierce through the darkness, calling out Dante as Jinwoo screams in sheer terror, Hi-ya-ya-h. Jinwoo jolts awake in a tent, his eyes wide with shock, the vivid nightmares still clinging to him in the dim light. Still disoriented, Jinwoo's confused expression is met with an urgent call, Master Dante, leaving him to question with a quiet, bewildered. Two fellow participants, Gina and another man, peer into Jinwoo's tent. Gina asks, you woke up, while the man mutters, Rambutan, to which Gina replies, Lychee. Jinwoo sits up, a wave of relief washing over him as he whispers, then questions, what, was all of that a dream? The other participants, confused by his words, collectively respond, what? Jinwoo stares, confusion deepening as an unseen voice explains that they were the ones who brought him here, revealing that the Drillhead's hideout was marked on their map. The voice continues, detailing how they discovered Jinwoo, injured and unconscious, within the dark, sprawling sewers. Jinwoo's eyes widen, asking if they had truly come to rescue him. Gina, with a reassuring smile, confirms their pact to escape together. Jinwoo remains silent, his expression a mix of bewilderment and dawning comprehension, still grappling with the reality of his situation. Apologizing for the delay he caused, Jinwoo urges them to move quickly. However, another participant insists they must rest, having already traveled a significant distance, leaving Jinwoo questioning their words. Gina excitedly points forward, drawing Jinwoo's attention to something unseen, his curiosity piqued. The scene reveals a small camp set before a massive wall, with the voice exclaiming that they've reached it, specifically a section devoid of guard towers. Makeshift fire crackles within a bucket, providing a meager source of warmth and light in the harsh environment. From an aerial view, the participants huddle around the fire, one asking if Drillhead is truly dead, receiving a firm confirmation in response. A frantic participant recounts the utter chaos that ensued, describing how everyone descended into madness, demanding to know what exactly was happening. Another participant gravely explains the phenomenon known as falling, a death caused by an overdose of the mysterious fog, admitting he too consumed too much of it. Glasses-wearing participant gasps in disbelief, asking if the other also suffered from the fog. A small, chibi-like thought bubble appears, suggesting the speaker is merely joking. The explanation continues with an abstract visual of a powerful figure lifting immense weights, reiterating that consuming more fog directly correlates with increasing one's inherent potential. However, the narrator clarifies that potential isn't limitless. Each individual possesses a unique threshold, and once that personal limit is reached, the consequences are dire. The individual will simply explode, releasing all the accumulated fog they had consumed. Back at the campfire, the conversation delves deeper, explaining that no one truly knows their own limit, not even a skilled individual like Master Dante. This uncertainty is precisely how the fog disperses. The glasses-wearing participant observes the chaotic aftermath, revealing the grim truth: everyone is merely waiting for someone else to fall and release their fog. A hand holds a fork with a dark, unusual morsel, emphasizing the brutal reality that falling equates to death, a chilling metaphor for their desperate existence. The glasses-wearing participant then poses a new question: if falling is death, what then is ascension? Is it simply surpassing one's limits? The answer comes swiftly: no, it's not about exceeding it. The explanation continues, revealing that ascension is the emergence of a double talent, where an individual who has already reached their peak miraculously gains an additional, new ability. Participant concludes, stating that such an individual would be revered and followed by all, ultimately rising to become the supreme leader. The tired participant emphasizes the extreme rarity of ascension, contrasting it with the common fate of falling that befalls most. The glasses-wearing participant questions the immense risk, wondering if everyone truly gambles their lives for a mere second talent. The response is that it's more akin to a legend. With a hopeful gaze, the participant speaks of a prophecy. One day, a person will emerge, possessing an infinite number of talents, destined to transcend the world's laws and liberate them all. The glasses-wearing participant listens, his eyes wide with awe as the prophecy concludes. This individual will become their god, the one they call the supreme leader. Jin Woo listens intently, his eyes closed, processing the profound implications of the falling and Ascension concepts and the prophecy of the Supreme Leader. A subtle shift occurs. Jin Woo's hair now gleams white and faint marks appear on his face, hinting at an internal change even as his eyes remain closed. Chilling vision unfolds. Shadowy, bird-like creatures soar through a desolate sky, while below, figures in orange jumpsuits battle against monstrous entities amidst ruins, a scene of desperate struggle. The frantic pace continues, showing feet pounding across shattered ground, followed by a gruesome close-up of a decaying, insectoid creature and a desperate hand reaching out. Jin Woo clutches his temple, his eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light as he relives these horrifying visions, the trauma etched onto his face. The yellow light in Jin Woo's eye intensifies, shifting to a piercing blue, surrounded by frantic motion lines, signifying a powerful internal surge. A vast, ruined cityscape stretches beneath a stormy sky as a figure with white hair stands atop a crumbling structure, a chilling voice echoing, "Found you." The scene abruptly shifts to the sprawling, industrial interior of a facility bathed in an ominous blue glow with intricate walkways crisscrossing the vast space. Close-up reveals a figure donning a gas mask and a pristine white suit, their presence marked by a soft, muffled sound. The focus remains on the gas mask, its dark, imposing form a stark contrast against the clean suit accompanied by the same soft, rhythmic sound. A gloved hand meticulously scoops a glowing blue substance with a trowel, the material shimmering as it's handled, emitting a faint, scraping sound. The full scope of the operation is revealed. Numerous figures in white hazmat suits and gas masks are systematically collecting the glowing blue substance which stains the floor alongside streaks of orange. A close-up on a zipper reveals the pervasive nature of the glowing blue substance which emits light from multiple points, with a voice observing its presence both nearby and further away. Eerie glow illuminates figures in gas masks as one wearing a crude paper bag mask remarks on the constant attrition, stating that every day someone falls in this desolate place. Observing a distant figure intensely focused on the glowing blue substance, the paper bag figure cynically wonders if they too are attempting to ascend, dismissing the effort as utterly pathetic. A silent question hangs in the air as the blue light pulses from within the paper bag figure's clothing, the pervasive energy seeping through the very fabric of his attire. A stern voice cuts through the gloom as a red-haired figure in a dark suit addresses the masked figure, warning him to avoid picking up what he calls trash, then curtly offers him a bag filled with the glowing blue orbs. The paper bag figure examines the bag of glowing blue orbs, noting their excellent quality, then wonders aloud if they have already located that guy they're searching for. He ponders if that guy refers to the one-armed one before shrugging off the thought, admitting that he truly has no way of knowing. Red-haired figure's voice is laced with cold disappointment, questioning the masked figure's progress after a full year, implying his efforts have been insufficient. The paper bag figure sighs, openly admitting his belief that this particular assignment is proving unprofitable, especially considering it's an order from Fogland's Operations Bureau. The red-haired figure sharply cuts him off, telling him to stop talking nonsense, but the paper bag figure persists, mentioning that prices have risen significantly this year. The paper bag figure boldly asks if he can be compensated more for his efforts. The red-haired figure's voice is low and firm, offering a condition if the masked figure can bring him to him. He promises to pay as much as the masked figure desires, his blue eyes glowing with a chilling intensity as a sinister grin spreads across his face. A blinding white light pierces through the oppressive darkness, hinting at an exit or a new, unknown beginning. Jin Woo shivers, lamenting the cold and regretting his decision to change his form, recalling how much warmer his previous state was. Gina gently asks Jin Woo if he's cold, prompting him to whisper back that he's fine and inquire about her comfort. Gina reassures Jin Woo that everything is fine and warm now, but Jin Woo is abruptly interrupted by one of the fellow participants, who exclaims in surprise that they are not alone. The fellow participant's character lets out a surprised sound, while Jin Woo quickly clarifies that he is not asleep. The fellow participant's character, looking flustered, asks if Jin Woo isn't sleeping, then nervously comments that it's a bit chilly. Jin Woo, clearly annoyed, holds up a hand to ward off further conversation, insisting that everything is fine. The stark wall is splattered with dark, ominous bloodstains, a gruesome testament to unseen violence, while a distant light offers a deceptive promise of escape. Jin Woo, Gina, and the fellow participants stand in a vast, desolate space, their gazes fixed upwards, seemingly contemplating the immense height above them. From an overhead perspective, Jin Woo observes the dizzying height above, as the fellow participant's character remains sprawled on the ground, seemingly exhausted. The fellow participant's character nervously points out the unsettling bloodstains on the wall, expressing his unease and confusion, especially since he heard nothing during the night, admitting to a profound sense of nervousness. The fellow participant's character hesitantly offers to help, to which Jin Woo simply replies with a direct yes. Jin Woo instructs the fellow participant's character to hold a bag, who readily agrees, before Jin Woo adds that there's something else important. Jin Woo's expression turns grave as he emphasizes the importance of what he's about to say. Jin Woo unexpectedly asks the fellow participant's character if he is religious, startling him into revealing that his family is Catholic, though he seems hesitant about his own beliefs. Jin Woo, with an intense gaze, asks the fellow participant's character if he can recite a prayer. The fellow participant's character repeats a prayer in disbelief, then firmly states that he does not believe in God. Ina interjects passionately, asserting that personal belief doesn't matter in their desperate situation, as everyone prays for a chance to escape, for their captors to release them. The fellow participant's character lets out a sigh, and Gina presses him, asking if he can pray, to which he replies that he only knows the Our Father. Jin Woo's eyes light up with determination, declaring that the Our Father is excellent and will work perfectly, then extends his hand, urging the fellow participant's character to come closer. With a resolute gaze directed upwards, Jin Woo declares their intention to escape this place. A hand crackles with intense blue energy, striking downward with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves through the air. Gina, her face contorted in terror, urgently shouts at Mr. Dante to begin praying immediately. The fellow participant's character cries out in shock, then, with Gina holding him, begins to recite the Our Father, his voice trembling. His eyes wide with a mix of fear and desperate determination, the fellow participant's character continues his prayer, his voice echoing the words, Your kingdom come. The prayer continues as a heavy strike echoes through the air, the words, On earth as it is in heaven, punctuated by the count of 2. Jin Woo is sent reeling as the desperate plea for daily bread and protection from temptation follows him into the dirt. A brutal, direct impact slams into Jin Woo, the force of the blow threatening to shatter his resolve as his eyes flare with a cold blue light. The momentum is absolute, throwing Jin Woo across the training grounds like a discarded doll as dust and debris erupt around him. A massive shockwave ripples through the earth upon impact, leaving a crater where the struggle for dominance reaches its peak. As the dust begins to settle, a pained groan escapes from the wreckage of the fight, the air thick with the scent of ozone and grit. Rambutan lies broken in the dirt, his comrades crying out in shock as they realize the sheer scale of the devastation. Desperation takes hold as one man shouts for Li Chi to wake up, his voice cracking with the realization that their situation has spiraled out of control. Emerging from the haze, Jin Woo stands tall, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly intensity that freezes the observers in their tracks. The man in glasses stammers in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Jin Woo could have possibly ended up here, standing before them like a vengeful spirit. Jin Woo's gaze is razor-sharp, a predatory focus locked onto his target as he prepares for the next phase of his assault. With a voice cold as ice, Jin Woo accuses them of lying, his presence so oppressive that the others can only wonder what has gone wrong with him. A death sentence is uttered as Jin Woo lunges forward, his fist raised to deliver a finishing blow while the man in glasses screams in terror. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of orange and white crossing the distance before anyone can even blink. Jin Woo's profile is a mask of pure, focused intent, the blue flame in his eye signaling a power that has surpassed human limits. The collision is instantaneous, Jin Woo tackling his opponent with a force that sweeps them both off the ground. Confusion and fear mix as the participants scramble, shouting for Rambutan to hit back and make a desperate escape over the wall. Chase is on, but the speed Jin Woo displays is terrifying, leaving them to wonder if he has some hidden talent for the hunt. Jin Woo's voice cuts through the panic, commanding the teacher to stop as he looms over him with a shadow of death. A chilling threat follows, stop now or have a leg broken. The man in glasses cries out, claiming he isn't even running as he clings for dear life. With a powerful sweep, Jin Woo clears the area, tossing aside anyone who stands in his path with effortless strength. Bodies are flung into the air, pained cries echoing as Jin Woo's dominance over the battlefield becomes absolute. The impact is heavy, sending another observer tumbling across the wooden floor in a cloud of dust and splinters. Gasping for breath, the man in glasses lies defeated on the ground, the sound of his own labored breathing filling his ears. He looks up in terror as a shadow falls over him, the realization of his helplessness setting in as Jin Woo stands over him. Jin Woo stands like a titan, his expression unreadable as the man below him begs for a moment to explain and calm down. The man in glasses shouts in a panic, insisting that he already told Jin Woo the secret to growing sweet potatoes. Jin Woo stares back, his voice flat as he recounts providing water and sunlight, only to find that his efforts yielded no results. The silence that follows is deafening, the man in glasses stunned by the bizarre logic of the monster standing before him. He finally finds his voice, pointing out the obvious, it has only been a single day since the planting. Jin Woo's impatience is palpable as he questions how it could possibly grow that fast, concluding that he is simply wasting his time. The man in glasses clutches his head in frustration, calling Jin Woo an idiot while desperately trying to explain the basic laws of nature. He argues that everything needs time to grow and it takes at least a week to see progress. Jin Woo simply replies with a curt understood. When asked where he is going, Jin Woo states plainly that he is leaving as he no longer has any use for the man's guidance. A moment of quiet reflection passes as Jin Woo's cold blue eye remains fixed on the horizon of his own ambition. He turns his attention to the others, asking if they are the reason for the delay, causing a fresh wave of panic to wash over the group. The man in glasses steps in protectively, warning Jin Woo not to touch them and demanding to know what he is thinking. Pleads for their release, insisting he has given Jin Woo everything he wanted to know and begging to be let go. Jin Woo's expression remains an icy mask, his freckled face and glowing eyes promising that the path forward will be written in blood. The icy mask on Jin Woo's face falters as a haunting voice echoes in his mind, asking if he still desires to live. Jin Woo's eyes blaze with fury as he roars, demanding the intrusive thoughts to shut up. Fellow participant, his eyes glowing with an unsettling light, declares that their conversation is over and demands to be left alone. Jin Woo, his eyes burning red, issues a chilling command for Dante to approach him. Another fellow participant expresses confusion, while a black-haired companion dismisses Jin Woo's words as the nonsense of a melting brain, urging Mr. Dante to hurry. Gina, her expression urgent, tells Rambutan to quickly grab them and make a run for it. As the fellow participant struggles, carrying Gina and another, he cries out in surprise as an attacker from behind shouts for them to wait. Furious fellow participant yells at Jin Woo, demanding he pray faster and questioning if he still wants to escape, to which Jin Woo simply reacts with a sharp intake of breath. Jin Woo, looking down with a distressed expression, quietly confirms his desire to escape. His face drenched in sweat, Jin Woo completes his thought, acknowledging his desire to live, but the unspoken implication hangs heavy in the air. A powerful, unseen force erupts, launching a figure skyward amidst a spray of blood against the brutalist concrete walls. 3 figures land in a heap, blood spatters staining the ground around them as they attempt to recover from the impact. The spiky-haired fellow participant, bruised but resolute, pushes himself back to his feet, his gaze determined. He stares up at a colossal, ominous gargoyle statue, its silent, imposing presence dominating the desolate landscape. Jin Woo, still seated, quietly remarks that he likes them. The spiky-haired fellow participant, with Gina by his side, declares their shared decision to face whatever comes next together. A bandaged hand extends, offering assistance to someone still on the ground. Jin Woo looks up, his gaze meeting the unseen helper, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. A voice addresses Jin Woo as Mr. Dante as a bandaged leg comes into view, implying he is being helped up. Spiky-haired fellow participant, carrying Gina, apologizes to Jin Woo as he helps him to his feet. A sudden, violent impact reverberates through the air, sending shockwaves across the panel. The spiky-haired fellow participant is sent hurtling backward, screaming "For what?" in defiance as Jin Woo recoils on the ground. Foot lands heavily on the blood-stained ground as the chief supervisor instructs Jin Woo to hold a bag. Jin Woo strains under the immense weight of the bag, which glows with an ethereal blue energy indicating its mysterious properties. The chief supervisor observes the dark, cracked surface, stating that today the displacement measures precisely 30 centimeters. 2 fellow participants, holding a measuring tape, exclaim in surprise that it moved 30 centimeters, one gasping in awe. The desolate training ground is shrouded in a thick haze, the air heavy with dust and destruction, revealing the aftermath of a powerful event. A fellow participant observes with a bewildered expression that it has completely vanished from the ground. Jin Woo plunges from the gaping maw of the monstrous gargoyle, its blue eyes glowing ominously as he falls into the abyss below. A hand meticulously marks a complex grid with a red pen, charting out an unseen system or map. The chief supervisor warns someone not to touch the marked area, his voice firm and authoritative. Below the towering gargoyle, the fellow participant and Gina gaze up at its imposing form, dwarfed by its massive scale. The colossal figure is identified simply as a gargoyle, its stony features unmoving. Fellow participant questions if the gargoyle is merely a statue, to which Gina replies that it remains inert as long as its boundary is not crossed. Thrown back from the gargoyle, the fellow participant realizes it's alive despite Gina's warning not to touch it. He curses, refusing to believe such a stupid thing can hinder their escape. Gina explains that the gargoyle is rumored to be a creature born from the fog, or perhaps a governmental device designed to prevent its leakage. Gina elaborates, describing the gargoyle as a tool to contain the pervasive fog, emphasizing its presence on the human body and in the air they breathe. All of it. The fellow participant listens, his face etched with concern. Gina's eyes widen with a grim realization as she explains that they actively prevent the pervasive fog from dissipating, deliberately blocking its disappearance. A fellow participant questions if the gargoyle possesses sentience. Gina gravely confirms its sentience, believing it capable of thought. Gina continues, revealing the gargoyle's chilling ability to sense the fog and instantly detect anyone contemplating escape. Her face etched with despair, Gina states that as long as the gargoyle remains, they are irrevocably trapped within the facility. Tears well in Gina's eyes as she articulates the crushing weight of their situation. The more they yearn for freedom and dream of the outside world, the deeper their despair becomes. Jin Woo clasps Gina's hand firmly, his grip a silent reassurance as he declares that their situation is not hopeless and insists there must be a way out. Looking directly into Gina's eyes, Jin Woo reiterates his promise to liberate her from their confinement. A determined resolve hardens Jin Woo's expression as he urges Gina to place her trust in him. Gina gazes up, her tearful face now tinged with a fragile hope, implicitly accepting Jin Woo's resolve. A foot slams down with immense force, shattering the ground beneath it, signaling a sudden, violent action. Jin Woo's face contorts in a primal scream of exertion or agony, his eyes wide with a desperate resolve. Jin Woo stands frozen in terror before the colossal gargoyle, its massive form illuminated by ominous blue glowing eyes. The chief supervisor lands a decisive blow on the gargoyle, shouting in triumph and confident in his calculated strike. A sinister grin spreads across the chief supervisor's blood-splattered face as he reveals his scheme. The gargoyle has been tricked into pursuing Dante, believing Dante to be the one escaping with the fog. A figure plummets from the towering wall, appearing as a small speck against the vast, desolate landscape below in a desperate bid for freedom. The figure crashes into the ground, creating a violent impact crater, the force of the fall evident in the shattered earth. Brilliant sun shines down from a clear blue sky, a stark contrast to the oppressive environment of the facility, representing the elusive freedom. Dante, now outside, gazes up at the radiant sun, murmuring, "Sunlight," in awe and disbelief. Bloodied but with a look of stunned relief, Dante proclaims their successful escape, believing they are finally free. Dante's expression shifts to frantic urgency as he cries out "Lychee," his gaze fixed on something unseen. Dante, his body covered in blood, stands silhouetted against the bright sky with a chilling premonition in the air. A wave of horror washes over Dante's blood-splattered face, his eyes wide with unspeakable terror as the scene is drenched in a crimson hue. An extreme close-up reveals a grotesque glowing red wound on Dante's shoulder, a horrifying injury that pulses with dark energy. Dante's face is a mask of excruciating pain, his scream echoing as blood splatters across his features, with sound effects emphasizing his agony. The massive, skeletal gargoyle stands fully manifested, glowing with an eerie white light, its form crackling with energy, signifying its activation. Jin Woo, now with glowing blue hair and eyes, walks away from the colossal gargoyle, his bloodied form emitting a faint blue aura, his steps echoing ominously. The gargoyle's monstrous mouth opens wide, a torrent of blood and glowing blue energy erupting from within, signifying a devastating attack. Jin Woo's face is a contorted mess of terror and pain, his eyes wide and glowing blue, blood splattered across his features as he endures the attack. The gargoyle's razor-sharp teeth are stained with blood, its glowing blue essence pulsing ominously, ready to strike again. Engulfed in a powerful blue aura, Jin Woo screams "Lychee" as he launches into the air, while another figure is violently flung away in the background. Gargoyle unleashes a devastating blue energy blast, sending Jin Woo hurtling through the air with immense force. The gargoyle focuses its power, a concentrated blue energy sphere forming at its core before firing a destructive beam. Jin Woo screams in agony as he is propelled backward by the gargoyle's attack, his body wreathed in crackling blue energy. Mid-flight, Jin Woo's bloodied form trails blue energy, the impact of the attack still visibly rippling around him. Jin Woo's face is a mask of pure anguish as a powerful blue energy blast engulfs him, the force of the attack overwhelming. The gargoyle looms menacingly above Jin Woo, who lies battered on the ground, its voice echoing a cruel taunt, reminding him of the futility of escape. Jin Woo's bloodied fist clenches tight, his dark lips set in a grim line, and a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Jin Woo glares up at the towering gargoyle, with streams of blue energy swirling around him and a silent challenge in his gaze. Enveloped in a fierce blue aura, Jin Woo charges forward, a powerful surge of energy propelling him towards his formidable adversary. Jin Woo's furious strike lands with devastating force, his fist sinking into the monstrous adversary's face, making its glowing blue eyes bulge. The sheer power of the blow shatters the ground beneath them, sending shockwaves and debris flying in all directions. Jin Woo's body twists from the recoil, a testament to the immense power he unleashed, as fragments of the ground explode around him. Yet the colossal creature endures, its cracked head glowing with malevolent energy as it pins Jin Woo beneath its immense weight. Bloodied and battered, Jin Woo struggles, his face contorted in pain and defiance as the monster's ominous blue eye looms directly over him. Despite the crushing pressure, Jin Woo's eyes burn with an unyielding fury, muttering his annoyance at the relentless assault. With a guttural roar, Jin Woo unleashes another explosive uppercut, demanding the monstrous entity to finally break under his assault. The monster's head splinters further, revealing an abyssal void beneath its cracked exterior as the ground around it gives way. Jin Woo pushes past his limits, every muscle strained as he forces the colossal weight off him, his face etched with raw determination. Suddenly, the intense battle fades, and Jin Woo collapses into a deep crater, his powered-up form reverting as he appears dazed and exhausted. Tears stream down Jin Woo's face as he lies broken, whispering a number to himself, lost in a daze of pain and confusion. Looking up with desperation, Jin Woo pleads for help, admitting his mistakes and begging for a chance to escape his torment. His gaze lifts to reveal a grotesque, pale entity hovering above, its form unsettling and its presence terrifying Jin Woo to his core. Without warning, the monstrous entity descends, its cavernous mouth engulfing Jin Woo entirely, swallowing him into the darkness. The scene shifts abruptly to a brutal confrontation. The powered-up Jin Woo relentlessly assaults his weaker, glasses-wearing counterpart, who lies defenseless on the ground. The weaker Jin Woo cries out in agony, confessing his fear of death and confusion, questioning why his powerful counterpart is acting so terrifyingly. The powerful Jin Woo, blood staining his face, gazes down at his pleading self, lamenting his own suffering and commanding his weaker self to open his eyes. The weaker Jin-woo looks up, a question mark hanging in his mind as he struggles to comprehend the surreal and brutal situation. Powerful Jin-woo stands triumphant over his fallen, weaker self while the colossal, hollowed-out monster looms in the background, prompting a desperate scream from the weaker Jin-woo. Panicked, the weaker Jin-woo screams in terror at the sight of the monster, urging his stronger self, whom he refers to as 182, to help him escape the horrific creature. With a grunt of exertion, the powerful Jin-woo pins his weaker counterpart underfoot, commanding him to declare his unwavering commitment to stay. The powerful Jin-woo asserts with chilling conviction that escape from this place is impossible, emphasizing the truth of his words. Powerful Jin-woo's voice echoes, urging his weaker self to repeat the phrase if he wishes to survive this ordeal. Groaning in resignation, the weaker Jin-woo reluctantly agrees to comply with the demand. The weaker Jin-woo, now kneeling in submission, declares aloud that he will not attempt to leave again, a promise made under duress. Subtle satisfaction crosses the powerful Jin-woo's face, his blue eyes gleaming with an eerie light as his weaker self yields. The monster's piercing blue eyes begin to dim, their intense glow slowly receding as the illusion or threat dissipates. Relief washes over the weaker Jin-woo's face, though a lingering wariness remains in his gaze. Surreal encounter vanishes, leaving the powerful Jin-woo standing alone in the desolate, sandy landscape, the illusion completely gone. Jin-woo, now back to his weaker form, sits up, observing his surroundings and questioning if the terrifying monster was merely an illusion. Jin-woo then turns to his stronger self, addressing him as 182 and asking about the fate of Rambutan and Lychee, hoping they manage to escape. The powerful Jin-woo delivers a grim, blunt answer: they died. A gasp of shock escapes Jin-woo's lips as the devastating truth hits him. The powerful Jin-woo clarifies that the terrifying experience was no illusion, stating unequivocally that anyone attempting to escape this land will meet their demise. He emphasizes that this fate applies to all, regardless of their strength or power. As the grim reality settles, a symbolic image appears, a bloody, bandaged hand clasped by a shadowy, ethereal one, hinting at a pact or a merging of fates. The ominous pact seems to lead Jin-woo into a desolate, industrial complex where harsh light pierces through grimy windows, casting long, stark shadows across the interior. The ground beneath him is a cold, unforgiving metal textured with a diamond plate pattern, reflecting the grim reality of his new environment. He finds himself facing an intimidating, hulking figure, helmeted and armed, who introduces himself with a chilling moniker, the cannibal known as the Bone Eater. Jin-woo, disguised with a paper bag, acknowledges the terrifying name. Jin-woo, still concealed, presses the brute opponent, questioning if he truly consumes people or if the name is merely a scare tactic. The brute opponent responds with a menacing invitation, suggesting they find out together, hinting at a gruesome trial by experience. As the brute opponent's long, purple tongue extends menacingly, declaring curiosity about Jin-woo's taste, Jin-woo recoils, demanding he put it away. Brute opponent continues his unsettling assessment, noting Jin-woo's soft texture and declaring him tasty, while Jin-woo, utterly disgusted, yells at him to shut up. Shifting his tone, the brute opponent then asks the brave kid what business he has in this place. Jin-woo produces a photo, stating his intention to find the man depicted within it. Photo reveals a man with distinctive white, spiky hair, chained and missing his right arm, identified as prisoner number 182 with specific facial moles. A sharp chal-ssak sound effect accompanies the image, emphasizing Jin-woo's firm grip on the photo. The brute opponent's unsettling tongue once again emerges as he eyes the photo, remarking on how delicious the man looks and asking if he can eat him. Jin-woo, clearly exasperated, concedes that if the brute opponent likes the man, there's little he can do. The brute opponent, with glowing eyes, remarks on Jin-woo's insight into his nature, prompting Jin-woo to question his true identity. Jin-woo muses that he is the same as the masked fellow participants in the background, who react with confusion. Brute opponent praises Jin-woo's conversational skills, claiming he's never met anyone like him, then dismisses Jin-woo as merely a village kid from the local area. Jin-woo retorts, asserting his status as a senior of District A, a region where only the strong survive. The scene shifts abruptly to a colossal, cracked stone head as the fellow participants exclaim that the winged golem has returned. Two of the fellow participants worry if the golem will leave no one alive this time before one spots something unusual. They observe the golem's mouth, noting its broken teeth, questioning the damage with a mix of fear and disbelief. The fellow participants ponder the impossible, wondering how such a powerful entity as the winged golem could possibly be injured. A mysterious cloaked figure, the shadow figure, declares the event an omen as the fellow participants recognize him as Baba Yaga. Shadow figure lets out a chilling laugh while the fellow participants remark on his first words in 5 years and the absolutely awful smell of his breath. The shadow figure emphasizes the gravity of the omen, pointing out a crack that has appeared on a chain, signifying a momentous event. Declaring it a prophecy, the shadow figure's words ignite a frenzy among the fellow participants, who urge each other to quickly record the momentous event. With outstretched arms, the shadow figure announces that the bird has taken flight, a cryptic message that sends a shiver of fear through the fellow participants. The shadow figure's ominous declaration continues, stating that it is approaching, leaving the fellow participants in dread of what is to come. The scene shifts again to a desolate, sandy landscape where Jin Woo, now with white spiky hair, explains to a fellow participant with glasses that the white and enormous entity they saw was not the only one, confirming the existence of multiple hollow ones. The fellow participant reacts with shock and confusion, demanding to know what that is, as Jin Woo reveals it's a creature that hunts and kills those who try to leave Fogland. Jin Woo stares intensely, dismissing the fellow participant's disbelief and assertion that Lychee and Rambutan never mentioned such a thing, bluntly calling them liars. The fellow participant screams in utter despair, unable to comprehend that such a monster exists, that going outside means death, and that the outside world remains ignorant of this horrifying truth. Jin Woo silences the frantic fellow participant, reminding him that he witnessed the truth with his own eyes. Crossing the wall means certain death. The fellow participant stares in horror, the grim reality of being trapped with no escape slowly dawning on him. With a tolsseok sound, the fellow participant collapses to his knees, utterly defeated, repeatedly denying the truth as an impossible lie. His face contorted in agony, the fellow participant screams in despair, unable to accept the horrifying reality that has just been revealed. Jin Woo, with a swift, brutal kick that sends the fellow participant's glasses flying, harshly reiterates his earlier command to shut up. The scene transitions to an ethereal, almost blindingly bright landscape dominated by a towering, cracked wall and a mysterious, dark, root-like object encased in glass. The final shot focuses on a polished dress shoe stepping into frame near a metal tray with remnants of food, hinting at a return to a more controlled, perhaps institutional, setting. Having returned to a controlled, institutional setting, Jin Woo, in his orange jumpsuit, reflects on his situation, realizing that whatever system holds them must be incredibly potent to trap such abnormal inmates. A stark, inverted image flashes through Jin Woo's mind, a chilling realization dawning on him: he was merely bait in a larger, unseen game. Frustrated scowl crosses Jin Woo's face as he clenches his hand, acknowledging how perilously close he came to disaster. Sweat beads on Jin Woo's brow as he chastises himself, admitting his obsession with escaping had clouded his judgment. Gina, her arm bandaged and a fork still in hand, looks towards Jin Woo, her mind racing with questions about his intentions and the hidden reasons behind his unexpected aid. Gina continues to ponder Jin Woo's actions, dismissing superficial reasons like shared food or clothing, realizing his help must stem from something more profound. Seated across from Gina, Jin Woo simply instructs her to eat, offering a quiet moment of shared sustenance. Gina observes Jin Woo, a flicker of doubt in her mind as she wonders if he is genuinely a good person despite their harsh circumstances. Gina's head remains bowed, a silent acknowledgement of the cruel words she had previously directed at Jin Woo. Her thoughts drift to her own cold demeanor towards Jin Woo, the memory of her harshness lingering. Jin Woo leans in, concern etched on his face, as he hesitantly asks Gina about her strangely injured hand, a fork still spinning in the air nearby. Gina, despite her obvious injury, curtly replies that she is fine, but Jin Woo counters, stating it looks truly strange. Gina casually explains that her hand is merely fractured, a revelation that elicits a surprised fracture from Jin Woo. Jin Woo, his brow furrowed with worry, points out the abnormal swelling of Gina's hand, asking if it hurts, to which she stoically replies no. Gently, Jin Woo touches Gina's grotesquely swollen hand, his voice laced with disbelief as he asks again if it truly doesn't hurt. As Gina takes a sharp, involuntary breath, Jin Woo recognizes her silent struggle, realizing she is merely enduring the pain. Gina, her heavily bandaged arm resting, firmly declares, "That's enough," attempting to halt Jin Woo's concern. Gina insists on removing the bandages to eat, but Jin Woo counters that her injury is too severe for that. Changing tactics, Gina then states her need to go to the bathroom. Jin Woo, exasperated, emphasizes the critical nature of her injury, warning that without proper treatment, her arm will be permanently useless. Jin Woo challenges Gina, questioning her ability to survive in their harsh environment with only her legs. With a grim expression, Jin Woo paints a stark picture of their peril, explaining that encountering any thugs outside would lead to their swift demise if Gina remains injured. Gina, finally swayed by Jin Woo's warnings, proposes they go to the hospital. Jin Woo reacts with utter shock, questioning the existence of a hospital here. Gina calmly confirms its presence and reassures him it's a real doctor, not a prison butcher, sending Jin Woo into a frenzy of questions about the doctor's whereabouts. Gina admits she doesn't know the doctor's location, causing Jin Woo to question if such a figure truly exists within these walls. Gina, her gaze distant, reveals she once fought a doctor, vaguely recalling the encounter took place somewhere in Zone O. Jin Woo, processing Gina's words, realizes the facility is far more expansive than he imagined, recalling seeing others drawing a map. A map. The thought echoes in Jin Woo's mind, hinting at a new possibility for understanding their confinement. Jin Woo's eyes widen in sudden realization, a new thought sparking in his mind. A discarded, empty bag lies on the cold floor, its rope coiled beside it, a silent symbol of a brief disguise now shed. Jin Woo stares intently at Gina, a question mark hovering over her head as he wonders aloud, could it be, a new possibility dawning on him. The fellow participants observe the interaction with cautious surprise. Jin Woo dramatically reveals a crucial map, exclaiming that this is it. He notices a foggy area marked on the map. Jin Woo observes the intricate details of the map, a sprawling, fragmented landscape. He muses that everything happens for a reason, a sentiment he agrees with despite his personal beliefs. Jin Woo's finger traces a path through the red marked zones on the map, a grim reminder that if one can stand after falling, every failure and adversity becomes a point of reference, a lesson etched into the very landscape of his journey. His gaze focuses on the cryptic numbers and symbols scattered across the treacherous terrain. Every failure and adversity becomes a point of reference, a lesson etched into the very landscape of his journey. The map reveals intricate routes marked in both red and blue, hinting at paths of danger and potential safety. He observes a section labeled Medical Center, realizing a hospital exists and there's more to uncover. He understands that every challenge overcome builds a great legacy. Jin Woo kneels over the map, his eyes scanning every detail, the faint blue glow of his abilities shimmering around him. He identifies the entire structure of the area, realizing it resembles a pizza divided into zones A through O. He questions if only 4 zones were initially drawn. Jin Woo ponders the existence of a central headquarters controlling everything, then realizes the map is deliberately cut at its very center. A sharp gasp escapes Jin Woo as a profound realization dawns upon him. He reaches out, wondering if the map isn't cut but merely folded at its critical center. Jin Woo's eyes widen in disbelief as he uncovers something hidden beneath the folded map, questioning what it could possibly be. The decisive motion, Jin Woo fully unfolds the hidden section of the map, revealing its complete layout. The newly revealed section clearly displays a command center identified as FOGHQ. Jin Woo's eyes gleam with understanding as he confirms this is the center. Right in the middle of Fogland, Jin Woo exclaims, his voice filled with newfound determination, there's a general headquarters there. Turning to his companion, Jin Woo urgently declares, hey, 182, I have a plan, we're going to the center. The Jin Woo who was speaking suddenly stares at a bound and bloody Jin Woo, utterly shocked, muttering, what the hell? The scene shifts to a desolate, fog-shrouded urban landscape, its structures crumbling under a heavy, oppressive sky. Deep within the shadows of Fogland, 2 figures in orange jumpsuits stand guard. The information broker, a man with a sly grin, counts his earnings, smugly noting that business has been booming lately. Kasim, the information broker, remarks on the chaotic atmosphere, likening it to a burnt hotdog stand. He hopes for luck in quickly finding the one-armed man he seeks. A voice calls out, Kasim, you've got customers. Kasim nonchalantly tells them to let them in, but the caller's hesitation suggests something is amiss. A heavily armed figure in a dark uniform steps into the dimly lit room, their imposing presence casting a long shadow. Kasim's smug expression instantly vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed terror as he recognizes the formidable presence. Towering over Kasim, the colossal brute opponent stands, his helmeted form radiating an aura of raw power. Kasim gasps, realizing the real one. His monstrous body, a testament to the law controlling his gluttony, makes him the most dangerous thug in Zone O. Kasim, his face pale with fear, stares up at the imposing figure, muttering, he hardly ever appears. What are you here for? A colossal, gloved hand extends, holding a stark photograph of Jin Woo, chained and defiant, leaving Kasim bewildered. Kasim's eyes snap wide, a jolt of recognition hitting him as he gasps, this guy. He stares at the image of Jin Woo, chained and with glowing eyes, wondering if this is the very person Bloodhound has been seeking. The brute opponent's gaze bores down, his voice a low rumble, stating, you've seen him before. Kasim, recovering his composure slightly, asks if the brute opponent is looking for someone, realizing this is a rare double request and a stroke of good luck for his business. Kasim, now fully in his element as an information broker, claims he's already looked into Jin Woo. He states that the information has competition and then shrewdly asks, how much will you pay? The brute opponent's colossal arm reaches out, his voice a chilling declaration, the price is your life. Kasim recoils in terror, realizing the gravity of the situation. Kasim, enraged, screams, what is that? You're so boring. He warns the brute opponent that attacking an informant violates the underworld's rules, even as something happens to his ear, implying a brutal punishment. The brute, ignoring Kasim's pleas, callously dismisses him. He morbidly muses about wanting to have a little taste of the severed ear, questioning its texture as Kasim stares in utter horror. The world seems to tear apart, a jarring visual representation of the sheer horror and pain unfolding, leaving a lingering sense of shock. As Kasim lies broken and bleeding, his eyes wide with agony, the brute's chilling voice echoes, describing the grotesque taste of the ear, warm like the taste of the sea. Kasim lets out a pained, guttural groan while a shocked participant calls out, Mr. Kasim. Unfazed, the brute coldly orders his subordinates to find him immediately. Meanwhile, Jin Woo and Gina frantically navigate the dark, treacherous streets. Jin Woo carries a mysterious, bulky burden as they flee through the ruins. Gina questions Jin Woo's behavior, asking what he is doing. He cryptically replies, there's a saying, if you want to hide a tree, you hide it in the forest. Jin Woo elaborates on his strategy, stating his intention to fully commit to his disguise. I'm acting like a prisoner. Ever practical, Jin Woo bluntly tells Gina, don't breathe, it's annoying. He chastises her for being too slow, urging her to pick up the pace despite her visible injury. Jin-woo abruptly halts. I'm not going. I'm hungry. Gina, incredulous, reminds him they've already passed 2 cafeterias and that they need to focus on his situation, referring to him as number 182. But Jin-woo is firm. I said, let's eat. Exasperated, Gina internally fumes about a grown man making a fuss over food. She warns him aloud that the cafeteria is dangerous and there are too many eyes watching. Jin-woo asserts his new, defiant philosophy: if you're hungry, you eat. If you're sleepy, you sleep. And if someone picks a fight, you fight. The time to just go with the flow is over. Gina quietly observes, recognizing that this profound shift in Jin-woo's mindset began when his arm was destroyed. Jin-woo's eyes glow with fierce resolve as he states the grim reality of their situation: you can't fight anymore, and you can't stop either. Gina, her eyes reflecting deep concern, understands their predicament. Now there's a cliff at our backs. Any further retreat means death. With unwavering resolve, Jin-woo declares their only option to the others: we move forward. Ahead. The scene transitions, revealing the title of this harrowing journey: Limbo. A cryptic banner hangs in the shadows of a desolate alley, advertising a clandestine service. Ask anything, information broker. Smiley face. An overhead view reveals a meeting of information brokers compiling the prisoner registry, a masterpiece created through their collective cooperation. Registry is a grim record constantly updated to reflect the Fogland system, which reissues dead prisoners' numbers to new arrivals. A chilling detail emerges from the registry. The last record for number 182 is death. One of the participants stares at a photo of Jin-woo, his mind reeling. Then who the hell is this bastard, he wonders, seeing a living prisoner bearing a dead man's number. A muscular participant offers a theory: perhaps Jin-woo merely picked up a dead man's tag. There are plenty of people who steal rare number tags, right? Kasim, despite his trauma, shakes his head. No, he counters, recalling that the man was in class. The fact that he was issued brand new clothes normally means. Kasim's eyes narrow in realization, concluding that the prisoner number is real. The implications are profound. The others are aghast. Then, maybe he didn't actually die, one stammers, looking at a photo of Jin-woo with striking white hair. He looks insanely young for someone with white hair. Kasim is skeptical. That can't be true, right? He speculates, maybe he gained the talent of youth. Kasim ponders if the registry just hasn't been updated yet, then dismisses it. An update? It's been 22 years. That's long enough for any broker to hear about it. Kasim drops a bombshell. Jin-woo's status was hidden deliberately. The others gasp in collective shock. Kasim's eyes glow with certainty. The only ones who could do something like that would be the Administration Bureau. Unaware of the conspiracy, Jin-woo and Gina continue into the facility's depths, unknowingly watched by the chief supervisor and guards lurking in the shadows. The path leads toward a dimly lit, ominous sign barely visible through a grimy window: Dumpling Village. Gina exclaims, it's here. The village with the hospital, as they stand before a fortified gate, a beacon of hope or a potential trap. Gina asks Jin-woo if he remembers Dumpling Village. His curt no confirms his continued amnesia. Jin-woo, his face tilted upwards, offers a strange, detached remark: I'm aware. He seems lost in his own thoughts. Gina's face registers surprise, clearly bewildered by Jin-woo's cryptic and seemingly irrelevant statement. Gina's face registers surprise, bewildered by Jin-woo's cryptic and seemingly irrelevant statement as he pores over a map. He declares, with a sudden burst of realization, ah, you're right. It's not Tofu Village anymore. Finally. Gina, ever cautious, immediately warns him not to get excited. As they traverse the desolate landscape, Gina, her arm bandaged, continues her warning, explaining that the deeper they venture, the more formidable the inhabitants become. Jin-woo simply acknowledges her words with a silent acknowledgement. They soon arrive at a bustling settlement marked by a weathered sign proclaiming it Dumpling Village. The village is a hive of activity, with numerous fellow participants in orange jumpsuits engaged in various tasks from butchering meat to preparing goods, creating a surprisingly vibrant atmosphere. More scenes of the bustling market unfold, revealing a complex, almost thriving community within this unexpected prison-like environment. Taking in the full scope of the transformed village, Gina is utterly taken aback, exclaiming, wow, what the heck. Her masked face contorts in disbelief as she processes the drastic changes, muttering, it's completely changed. Gina continues to observe the intricate details, noting the presence of various shops, the surprising availability of electricity, and the clear establishment of an economic system. As they move through the crowded streets, Gina points out the sheer number of people now inhabiting the village, a stark contrast to their previous expectations. A detailed map of the surrounding territories appears, highlighting various villages like the Tower and Boiler. The narration explains that all these areas are typically controlled by shoulders, but the one governing this particular village remains conspicuously absent from the map. The analysis continues, emphasizing the unknown nature of the controlling shoulder for Dumpling Village. Jin-woo's hand hovers over the medical center as the narration warns that ignorance of the territory demands heightened caution. Feeling the tension, Gina urgently suggests to Jin-woo, referring to him by his number 182 SSI, that they should duck into a nearby alley to avoid drawing attention. Ignoring Gina's plea, Jin-woo spots something and declares he only needs just one thing. Gina's masked face fills the frame, screaming his number 182 SSI in a panic. Jin Woo faces a massive, dumpling-headed man, the brute opponent, who sternly demands 1 dumpling. Fog, 0.10 grams. Jin Woo, his masked eyes glowing with a cold intensity, defiantly responds, I don't have any. Sudden, powerful impact sends Jin Woo reeling backward, crashing onto the ground as the brute opponent asserts his dominance. Towering over the fallen Jin Woo, the brute opponent sneers, well, so you're a thief, huh? The surrounding fellow participants echo the accusation, shocked, a thief. The fellow participants, their faces etched with horror, exclaim, this is crazy. You tried to rob the original famous shop. Jin Woo, clutching his head in distress, vehemently denies the accusation. They're accusing us of being thieves. No, that's not it. The brute opponent, unyielding, reiterates his demand, hand over the dumplings, as Jin Woo remains injured on the ground. Jin Woo's masked face is filled with terror and desperation, reflecting the gravity of their predicament. Brute opponent leans in, his expression menacing, as he sarcastically questions Jin Woo's intent. So you're saying, you want the dumplings that carry the soul and history of Dumpling Village for free? Jin Woo's masked eyes glow with renewed intensity as he retorts with a defiant challenge. Do you think dumplings are a joke? Suddenly, a wave of fear washes over Jin Woo, causing him to gasp and cover his mouth, his previous defiance replaced by pure terror. Gina quickly intervenes, kneeling beside the injured Jin Woo and offering a desperate apology on his behalf to defuse the escalating situation. The brute opponent turns his attention to Gina, brandishing a massive cleaver and challenging her. Who are you? Are you a thief too? Gina, flustered, tries to explain, denying the accusation of theft and revealing that Jin Woo is her younger brother who is mentally ill in a desperate attempt to gain sympathy. Brute opponent's rage intensifies. He dismisses her explanation, accusing them of being robbers and questioning their suspicious masks. Gina, overwhelmed, curses in frustration. With a menacing cleaver raised, the brute opponent rallies the angry fellow participants, declaring that evil ones are not allowed to enter their village and orders their execution. Gina is horrified, internally screaming about the insane bullshit. Just as the situation reaches its peak, a small, elderly figure with a dumpling-shaped head, Elder Mongol Dumpling, calmly steps forward and commands, "Stop it." The brute opponent, caught off guard, stares in stunned silence, barely managing to utter a surprised "mo." Gina's masked face shows a flicker of relief, a brief respite from the terror. The elder Mongol Dumpling, his back to the viewer, continues to approach the scene, his presence commanding immediate respect and halting the impending violence. The elder kindly addresses Gina, inquiring about Jin Woo's condition. "Your brother is sick." Observing Jin Woo's bandaged arm, the elder shows understanding, noting, "Oh my, his arm was injured, I see." The brute opponent attempts to interject, accusing Jin Woo of attempted theft. However, the elder dismisses the claim, pointing out the absurdity. He doesn't even have a hand to steal with, does he? The gesture of invitation, Elder Mongol Dumpling instructs Gina and Jin Woo to follow him, offering them a reprieve from the hostile crowd. As they walk away from the commotion, the elder questions their choice of vicious-looking masks, implying a misunderstanding. Finally, Jin Woo and Gina are seen unmasked, their true faces revealed as they gratefully enjoy a plate of dumplings. The elder apologizes for the earlier rudeness, explaining their vigilance in protecting the village, now understanding the duo's true and kind nature. The peculiar dumpling vendor, offering a plate of his unique creations, humbly apologizes for any earlier commotion, expressing his desire for a simple, wholesome life selling dumplings. The dumpling vendor asks how the dumplings taste. Jin Woo's companion, clearly enjoying the savory flavor, marvels aloud at how such ingredients are sourced in this desolate place. Dumpling vendor casually reveals their secret. The dumplings are made from leftovers, cafeteria slop, causing Jin Woo's companion to recoil in utter disgust, spitting out the food. Both Jin Woo and his companion are overwhelmed with revulsion, groaning at the realization they're eating recycled cafeteria waste. Unfazed, the dumpling vendor proudly declares that Mongol dumplings are the village's pride, a delicacy people travel far and wide to experience. He then adds, with a slight shift in tone, that some visitors arrive for entirely different purposes. Vendor's revelation that others come seeking the hospital leaves Jin Woo and his companion stunned. The dumpling vendor directly asks if Jin Woo and his companion are also searching for the hospital, to which Jin Woo hesitates, unsure how to respond. The vendor's sudden, stern warning to stop if they are indeed seeking the hospital catches both Jin Woo and his companion off guard. As the dumpling vendor's hand firmly grips a bandaged arm, he gravely reveals that the place they seek is no longer a hospital. Jin Woo's eye widens in horror as the dumpling vendor chillingly declares the hospital has become the Demon King's castle. The terrifying reality of the Demon King's castle is unveiled, a blood-splattered, barbed wire fortress perpetually shadowed by a stormy sky, a name whispered in fear. Through the desolate streets, Jin Woo drags his struggling companion, who demands to know what's happening. Jin Woo cryptically replies with a proverb, "To hide a tree, you hide it in the forest." Jin Woo's glowing eyes pierce through his mask as he reveals his strategy. He's simply acting like a prisoner to blend in. Jin Woo harshly kicks his companion, ordering him to stop breathing, finding his slowness irritating. Jin Woo's companion defiantly refuses to move, declaring his hunger, even as Jin Woo points out they've passed 2 cafeterias. The companion insists on eating, even calling Jin Woo by a number 182 to 551. Jin Woo's companion, exasperated, scolds Jin Woo for making a fuss over food, reminding him that the cafeteria is dangerous, crawling with watchful eyes. Jin Woo's glowing eyes intensify as he delivers a grim philosophy: the days of living passively, eating when hungry, sleeping when tired, and fighting when provoked, are over. Jin Woo continues, hinting at a past injury, a wrecked arm, as the turning point for their current predicament. With chilling resolve, Jin Woo states that his companion can neither fight nor cease his efforts any longer. His companion listens, a grim determination forming, as Jin Woo declares their dire situation, a cliff at their backs, with retreat signifying only death. With Jin Woo leading, they push forward, his companion and other masked figures following, their only path now ahead. They pass a cryptic sign advertising an information broker, a beacon of knowledge in the desolate landscape. Inside, they encounter the prisoner registry, a vast compilation of data heralded as a masterpiece born from the collective efforts of all information brokers. The registry, constantly updated, adheres to the Fogland system, reissuing numbers of deceased prisoners to new arrivals, a chilling cycle of replacement. Grim detail emerges. The last entry for prisoner number 182 unequivocally states death. Jin Woo's companion stares intently at a photo of Jin Woo, unmasked and with white hair, questioning the true identity of this bastard whose number is listed as deceased. One of the fellow participants, a large muscular man, suggests Jin Woo might have simply picked up a dead prisoner's number tag, a common practice among those seeking rare tags. The red-haired participant refutes the idea, recalling that Jin Woo was present in class and was even issued brand new clothes, implying something more. His eyes narrow as he concludes Jin Woo's prisoner number is undeniably real. The muscular fellow participant, pointing at Jin Woo's photo, gasps at the possibility that Jin Woo never truly died, noting his youthful appearance and white hair. The red-haired participant questions the unbelievable notion, musing if Jin Woo somehow acquired the talent of youth. He ponders if the registry simply hasn't been updated, but quickly dismisses the thought, noting that 22 years is ample time for any information broker to catch wind of such a significant detail. Red-haired participant delivers a chilling conclusion: Jin Woo's true status was deliberately hidden, eliciting gasps of shock from the other 2 fellow participants. With glowing eyes, the red-haired participant gravely states that only one entity could orchestrate such a deliberate cover-up. His words hang heavy in the air, revealing the culprits, the Administration Bureau, as the chief supervisor's presence subtly looms in the background. Chilling realization settles over the group as the shadows deepen, hinting at the immense power held by the unseen Administration Bureau. The shadows of the Administration Bureau loom large, but a new destination comes into view through a grimy window: the bustling, mysterious Dumpling Village. Stepping out of the darkness, Jin Woo and the fellow participants arrive at the imposing entrance to Dumpling Village, realizing it's the rumored location of the hospital. One of the fellow participants turns to Jin Woo, asking if he remembers Dumpling Village, to which Jin Woo curtly replies, no. Jin Woo clarifies that while he doesn't recall this specific village, he knows for certain it is not Tofu Village. The fellow participants expresses relief that it's not Tofu Village, exclaiming finally, as Jin Woo mentally warns him not to get too excited. Jin Woo cautions his companion, revealing that there are many powerful individuals residing deeper within the village. The sign for Dumpling Village, written in Korean, stands tall against the night sky, illuminated by the warm glow of the settlement. A vibrant and chaotic scene unfolds within Dumpling Village, with numerous figures in orange jumpsuits engaged in various activities, suggesting a thriving, albeit unusual, community. The bustling streets are filled with people, their movements creating a sense of constant activity and a strange energy. Jin Woo observes the lively village from a distance, utterly bewildered by the unexpected transformation. His masked face reflects pure astonishment as he processes just how drastically the village has changed. Jin Woo notes the presence of shops, electricity, and even a functioning economic system, a stark contrast to what he expected. As Jin Woo walks through the crowded streets, he observes the sheer number of people, a detail that further emphasizes the village's unexpected complexity. Analyzing a detailed map, Jin Woo discovers that while other villages are controlled by specific shoulders, Dumpling Village's overseer remains unlisted. Despite the lack of information on its controller, Jin Woo advises extreme caution, stating that ignorance of a territory demands heightened vigilance. The fellow participants, feeling exposed, suggests they duck into an alley, but Jin Woo seems to have a different idea. Ignoring the warning, Jin Woo approaches a dumpling stall, prompting a desperate cry from the fellow participants to stop. Brute opponent, a massive figure behind the stall, demands a single dumpling along with a precise amount of fog. Jin Woo, his masked face impassive, simply states that he possesses no fog. Suddenly, a powerful blow sends objects scattering, indicating a swift and violent retaliation from the brute opponent. The brute opponent looms over a fallen Jin Woo, accusing him of being a thief, as other villagers echo the accusation. Fellow participants expresses his disbelief and shock, horrified that Jin Woo attempted to rob the village's renowned dumpling shop. The fellow participants frantically denies the accusations of theft, his masked face contorted in panic. From the ground, Jin Woo, his arms still in a sling, defiantly demands the dumplings. Jin Woo's eyes, visible through the mask, burn with an intense resolve, undeterred by the current predicament. The brute opponent, his blocky face etched with disdain, challenges Jin Woo, questioning if he truly expects to receive the village's sacred dumplings for free. Jin Woo's masked eyes glow with an eerie blue light as he retorts, asking if the brute opponent considers dumplings a mere joke. Fellow participants recoils in fear, stifling a gasp as the tension escalates. Kneeling beside Jin Woo, the fellow participants desperately apologizes on his behalf, attempting to de-escalate the volatile situation. The brute opponent, now holding a menacing cleaver, demands to know the fellow participant's identity, questioning if he, too, is a thief. The fellow participants, stammering, tries to explain that he is not a thief, revealing that Jin Woo is his mentally ill younger brother. Enraged, the brute opponent dismisses the explanation, accusing the fellow participants of being a robber and mocking his suspicious mask as the fellow participants curses in frustration. With a roar, the brute opponent declares that evil individuals are forbidden in their village and orders Jin Woo and the fellow participants to be executed, while the fellow participants despairs at the insane turn of events. Just as the situation threatens to erupt into violence, a small, dumpling-headed figure steps forward, calmly commanding everyone to stop. The brute opponent and the other villagers look on in stunned surprise at the sudden intervention. Fellow participants remains frozen in a state of panic, his masked face showing no sign of relief yet. The elder Mongol dumpling, an ancient figure with a distinctive dumpling-shaped head, stands firm, his presence commanding respect. Approaching Jin Woo and the fellow participants, the elder Mongol dumpling calmly asks if Jin Woo is indeed sick. The elder then notices Jin Woo's injured arm, expressing concern over the visible wound. Despite his injured arm, Jin Woo finds himself accused of theft by a large, gray-skinned fellow participant who reports to an unseen master about the stolen Mongol dumplings. Jin Woo, masked and startled, lets out a small gasp while a thought bubbles up, the irony of being accused of stealing when he doesn't even have a hand to steal with. A hand falls onto Jin Woo's shoulder and a calm voice instructs him to follow. Jin Woo, still masked, reacts with a silent acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the unseen speaker. The scene shifts to a bustling market stall where steam rises invitingly from a pot of dumplings. The dumpling vendor, an old man with a distinctive head, questions Jin Woo's choice of a menacing mask. Jin Woo and another fellow participant, unmasked and with glasses, sit at a table, eating dumplings. The dumpling vendor continues, explaining that despite the mask, they both seem kind and the village strives to maintain its wholesome image. Dumpling vendor, holding a plate of fresh dumplings, elaborates on the village's commitment to wholesomeness, like selling these very dumplings. Jin Woo, feeling apologetic, offers his regrets for causing any disturbance. The dumpling vendor eagerly asks Jin Woo's fellow participant how the dumplings taste. His companion, eyes wide with delight, exclaims about their incredible savory flavor, then wonders aloud about the source of such ingredients in a place like this. The dumpling vendor casually reveals their secret. They procure leftovers from the cafeteria slop. Jin Woo's fellow participant reacts in utter shock, spitting out his half-eaten dumpling in disgust. Jin Woo's fellow participant gags dramatically, overwhelmed by the revelation. He laments the taste, feeling as though he's consumed mere food waste. Dumpling vendor, unfazed by the reaction, proudly declares that Mongol dumplings are the village's pride, drawing people from all over who seek them out. The dumpling vendor's expression shifts, becoming more somber as he adds that some visitors come for other, less savory reasons. He reveals the true purpose of many visitors, to find the hospital. Jin Woo and his fellow participant exchange startled glances, realizing the gravity of this disclosure. The dumpling vendor directly questions the two, asking if they, too, are searching for the hospital, his tone now laced with a subtle warning. As Jin Woo and his companion look on with growing apprehension, the dumpling vendor sternly advises them to stop right there, implying a hidden danger. Jin Woo questions the abrupt warning. A close-up on Jin Woo's heavily bandaged, injured arm underscores the urgency of their situation as the dumpling vendor reveals a chilling truth: that place is no longer a hospital. Jin Woo's fellow participant's face contorts in shock as the dumpling vendor pronounces its new, ominous name, the Demon King's Castle. A terrifying image of a blood-stained hospital, now a fortress of barbed wire under a stormy, lightning-streaked sky, flashes across the screen, visually confirming the dumpling vendor's grim description. This is what they call it. Both Jin Woo and his companion are visibly shaken, repeating the Demon King's Castle in disbelief. The dumpling vendor confirms their fears, explaining that an extremely dangerous entity resides within its walls. Dumpling vendor recounts grim tales, like the story of Uruk and its wall, all caused by this malevolent force. He issues a dire warning: no one who has entered the Demon King's Castle has ever returned alive. Jin Woo's fellow participant attempts to grasp the scale of the threat, asking if it's merely local gang leaders. The dumpling vendor dismisses this, hinting at a power far beyond that level. The dumpling vendor's gaze intensifies as he delivers the chilling truth: merely getting close to that place is an impossible feat. Desperation flickers in Jin Woo's companion's eyes as he frantically asks about the doctor, refusing to believe there's no one there. He insists they desperately need medical attention, no matter the cost. Dumpling vendor, turning his back slightly, confirms the grim reality: there is no doctor. He arranges for them to stay one night but urges them to leave immediately in the morning, reiterating that the place is no longer a hospital. A dilapidated sign for the Mongol hotel appears, indicating their temporary refuge for the night. Inside a Spartan room, Jin-woo rests on a simple bed while his companion sits on the floor, pondering the vendor's cryptic warnings. He wonders aloud about the true meaning behind those words. Jin-woo's companion continues to grapple with the mystery, questioning what horrific events transpired here and if the so-called Demon King was responsible for the disappearance of all the doctors. Jin-woo, still masked and with his bandaged arm, sits silently as his companion turns to him, asking when he last saw a doctor. A mysterious number, 182, hovers above Jin-woo. Jin-woo's response is vague: a long time ago. His companion presses for more detail, wanting to know exactly how long ago a long time ago truly was. The companion then inquires about the hospital state at that time, urging Jin-woo to describe the situation back then. Jin-woo pauses, preparing to recount his past. Jin-woo begins his tale, revealing a shocking detail from his past. At one point, he was missing an arm. His companion reacts with a gasp of surprise. The scene shifts to a flashback depicting a masked Jin-woo, his arm gruesomely severed and bleeding, walking through a desolate, ruined landscape. He explains that he went searching for a hospital to get treated. In the flashback, Jin-woo approaches a towering, ominous figure, revealing that he indeed found a doctor there. Jin-woo, facing the imposing flashback doctor with glowing eyes, desperately pleaded for his arm to be healed. He then hesitates, recalling a moment of unease. Back in the present, Jin-woo's companion looks utterly astonished, asking if Jin-woo truly spoke to the doctor like that, then eagerly inquires about the doctor's response. Jin-woo, his masked face conveying annoyance, recalls the doctor's dismissive tone as he began to speak about his arm. The flashback intensifies with a close-up on the flashback doctor's glowing, menacing eyes as he rudely questions Jin-woo, asking if he wants his arm attached right away, calling him an idiot. Jin-woo recounts the insult to his companion, admitting that the doctor's words were truly excessive and provoked a strong reaction. With a deadpan expression, Jin-woo reveals his immediate response: so I hit him. His companion stares, wide-eyed and speechless, questioning the audacity. Jin-woo continues his story, detailing a chaotic exchange. The doctor hit him back and he retaliated again. His companion, aghast, nervously asks if Jin-woo actually killed the doctor. Jin-woo's companion, relieved, suggests Jin-woo merely taught the doctor a moderate lesson. Jin-woo, with a knowing look, confirms the doctor is still there, implying a continued, dangerous presence. Despite Jin-woo's unsettling implication, the fellow participant, still clinging to hope, questions if the doctor is even alive, reminding Jin-woo that the village chief declared the hospital doctorless. Jin-woo lets out a dismissive tch, his glowing eyes betraying his true thoughts. The fellow participant questions Jin-woo's reaction with a confused huh, but Jin-woo firmly states that he heard something. A sharp, metallic snip-snip echoes, as if large shears are being wielded with chilling precision. The sound culminates in a decisive thump as the heavy scissors are set down, the silence that follows even more unsettling. Jin-woo gazes out a window, the stark light and shadow playing across his form, his mind replaying the disturbing sounds. The sign for Noah Medical Center stands grim, heavily splattered with dried blood, a stark testament to the horrors within. The fellow participant recoils at the sight of corpses strewn everywhere, muttering about the truly horrible scene. He observes the gruesome variety of the dead, from ancient skeletons to bodies that succumbed far more recently. The fellow participant grimly concludes that the bread seller's warnings were true. This place is no longer a hospital but a charnel house. Fellow participant questions Jin-woo, addressing him as number 182, still unsure if a doctor truly remains here. Jin-woo, however, reiterates his conviction: he heard a voice. The fellow participant presses further, asking Jin-woo about the specific sound he heard, wondering if it was indeed the doctor's voice. Jin-woo's head tilts, his glowing blue eyes fixed upward as the faint, eerie wish-wish sound seems to echo only for him. The fellow participant, his voice laced with doubt, wonders aloud if that truly was the doctor's voice, admitting he simply doesn't know. He then considers a different possibility, that Jin-woo possesses a unique talent, perhaps an abnormally sensitive hearing that allows him to perceive what others cannot. Jin-woo denies any special talents, but the fellow participant, growing agitated, insists Jin-woo wouldn't lie to him, demanding to know if he can hear sounds beyond normal perception. The fellow participant persists, asking if this is why Jin-woo always hears noises, urging him to reveal any such ability as it would be immensely helpful. Jin-woo, however, sharply denies it once more. Jin-woo's hand clenches into a fist, a subtle surge of energy rippling around it, hinting at his escalating irritation. His frustration culminates in a fierce glare, Jin-woo's eyes burning with an intense blue light as his aura begins to flare. The fellow participant, utterly terrified by Jin-woo's sudden shift, claps his hands over his mouth, his eyes wide with fear. As Jin-woo delivers a swift, powerful kick, sending the fellow participant sprawling, the terrified man manages to squeak out that he was just joking. The fellow participant, now sprawled on the ground, grimly ponders if their current location is truly a hospital or perhaps something far more sinister, like a demon king's castle. With no other option, the fellow participant decides they must see the truth with their own eyes, resolving to explore the ominous Noah Medical Center. The fellow participant urgently directs Jinwoo, pulling him towards a hiding spot behind some debris, instructing him to conceal himself. Peeking cautiously from behind the rubble, the fellow participant points ahead, asking Jinwoo if he can see it there. The fellow participant identifies the main entrance of the hospital, then asks Jinwoo if he can hear anyone talking inside. Jinwoo simply hums in affirmation. Jinwoo outlines his dangerous plan: knock on the door and immediately hide. If the person who emerges isn't the doctor, they are to find a weapon and flee. The fellow participant beams, declaring the plan very good, and eagerly suggests they proceed. The audacious strategy is revealed. Plan name: ring the bell and run. The narrator reveals why Jinwoo is perfect for this task. Not only does he possess incredibly sharp hearing, but he also runs with astonishing speed. Fellow participant thinks to himself that if Jinwoo goes ahead, they can safely observe the hospital's interior. A soft thump signals Jinwoo's departure. Jinwoo's foot slams against the door, a resounding thump echoing through the eerie silence as he initiates the plan. Jinwoo's foot slams against the door, a resounding thump echoing through the eerie silence as he initiates the plan. He leaps back, ready for the next move. The ground around the building is littered with debris and ominous bloodstains, painting a grim picture of the horrors that transpired here. Facade of the Noah Medical Center looms, silent and unyielding. No one is coming out, confirming the unsettling quiet. A fellow participant, peering from behind a broken wall, wonders aloud if there's truly no one inside. No sound at all. He urges Jinwoo to try again, suggesting he knock harder. Jinwoo's foot strikes the door again with intensified force, a desperate attempt to break through the impenetrable barrier. He recoils once more, the masked figure a blur of orange against the stark background, prepared for the door's eventual collapse. The blood-stained concrete remains, a chilling reminder of the dangers lurking within this abandoned facility. Noah Medical Center stands silent, its dark windows reflecting the desolate landscape, an ominous fortress guarding its secrets. The fellow participant, growing more anxious, questions if there's still no sound from inside, receiving a terse confirmation. A wave of dread washes over him as he wonders if the building is truly empty, recalling the doctor's voice they heard earlier. Jinwoo, fueled by urgency, declares he'll try again and knock even harder, startling the fellow participant who tries to interject. With a powerful, decisive stomp, Jinwoo prepares to unleash his full force against the unyielding entrance. He bursts through the door in a shower of shattered fragments, his masked figure propelled into the darkness beyond. A man's face contorts in a furious grimace, his eyes burning with intense frustration and anger. Fellow participant stares into the newly formed abyss, bewildered by Jinwoo's reckless actions and the mysterious number 182. Panicked, the fellow participant shouts into the void, desperately warning Jinwoo to get out quickly before it's too late. Jinwoo plummets into the unknown depths of the medical center, a dark vortex swallowing him whole. Fellow participant recoils in horror, utterly dumbfounded by the terrifying spectacle unfolding before him, questioning the nature of this place. His eyes widen in sheer terror, a chilling realization dawning upon him as he utters the ominous words, "The Demon King." Heavy footsteps approach the scene, new, imposing presence stepping onto the shattered ground. Hand emerges from the darkness, gripping a surgical scalpel that gleams menacingly in the faint light. The fellow participant's eyes are wide with shock, a dawning comprehension twisting his expression as he murmurs, "It's not." A chilling side profile reveals the chief supervisor, his face marked with stitches, his gaze cold and calculating as the fellow participant realizes who he truly is. The chief supervisor stands tall, clad in a doctor's coat, a scalpel held casually. He grumbles about being bothered too much, while the fellow participant recognizes him as the doctor. Chief supervisor's feet advance, his presence radiating an undeniable authority and menace. The scalpel glints again, a silent promise of pain and precision in the chief supervisor's steady hand. The fellow participant's shock deepens, his mind struggling to process the identity of the man before him. With a scornful glare, the chief supervisor curses, calling the unseen individual a pathetic piece of trash, his stitched face a mask of cold fury. Fellow participant, overwhelmed, can only whisper "the doctor" as the chief supervisor's full, intimidating figure is revealed. The chief supervisor strides towards the fallen figures of Jinwoo and another participant, his imposing silhouette casting a long shadow over the broken concrete. Jinwoo, still masked and bandaged, sits up and states matter-of-factly to the approaching figure, "He's a doctor." The chief supervisor pauses, a subtle question in his gaze, intrigued by Jinwoo's direct address. Standing opposite each other, the chief supervisor asks if Jinwoo came to see the doctor, to which Jinwoo simply confirms, yes. Jinwoo gestures to his heavily bandaged arm, issuing a blunt command to the chief supervisor, "Fix this arm." The chief supervisor's expression hardens as he issues a chilling ultimatum, "I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost." Fellow participant frantically counts down, urging number 182 to show some manners, believing that appearing pitiful is his only chance. Jinwoo, seemingly ignoring the frantic countdown, challenges his tormentor, asking if he brought Fog with him. His expression shifts, a deeper, more unsettling question forming in his mind. Jin Woo, still masked, asks if his opponent believes he deserves to be treated like a human. The stitched-faced man, with a cruel smirk, retorts that trash criminals like him dare to think such a thing. Jin Woo identifies his assailant as a doctor, to which the stitched-faced man responds with a dismissive "so." The stitched-faced man's voice drips with contempt, questioning what being a doctor has to do with Jin Woo's injuries, leaving Jin Woo in silent contemplation. Suddenly, Jin Woo unleashes a furious kick, striking the stitched-faced man with unexpected force, eliciting a shocked exclamation. The stitched-faced man's face contorts in wide-eyed disbelief and pain from the sudden, powerful attack. Jin Woo's grip tightens on his opponent's arm, his voice a low growl as he orders him to get out immediately. The stitched-faced man, a sinister smile playing on his lips, mockingly questions if this aggressive behavior is typical of Jin Woo's kind. The swift, powerful counter, the stitched-faced man launches Jin Woo through the air, sending him crashing to the ground. Jin Woo lies sprawled, momentarily stunned by the brutal kick, his eyes fixed upwards. The stitched-faced man observes Jin Woo from above, feigning surprise that he managed to dodge the full force of the attack, remarking it's not bad for someone with one arm. He follows up with another devastating kick, generating a powerful shockwave that tears through the ground. Jin Woo, despite his injuries, manages to block the fierce blow with his heavily bandaged arm, bracing against the impact. A chilling grin spreads across the stitched-faced man's face as he acknowledges Jin Woo's resilience, calling it a tough act. He unleashes a relentless barrage of kicks, each strike pulverizing the concrete around Jin Woo, forcing him to defend against the onslaught. Finally, Jin Woo collapses, his glasses lying shattered beside him, a symbol of his desperate struggle. Clenching his fist, Jin Woo grapples with his desperate situation, questioning what he can possibly do next. Stitched-faced man delivers another brutal kick, targeting Jin Woo's leg, declaring that now his legs are useless as well. With a sneer, the stitched-faced man taunts Jin Woo, asking what he can possibly do now, calling him a one-legged bastard. Jin Woo is slammed against the ground once more, his face contorted in pain from the continuous assault. Unexpectedly, Jin Woo twists and flips, narrowly avoiding another attack, leaving the stitched-faced man momentarily confused. Jin Woo's masked face shows a flash of intense determination as he executes a rapid countermaneuver. The stitched-faced man's eyes widen in surprise as Jin Woo's unexpected move catches him off guard. His hand clenches, a subtle tremor indicating his rising frustration and anger at Jin Woo's resilience. Chilling blue glow emanates from the stitched-faced man's eyes as he mutters, "Interesting," his true malicious intent now revealed. The stitched-faced man unleashes a volley of sharp, surgical instruments, aiming to impale Jin Woo with deadly precision. Blood splatters as Jin Woo is struck, a confused "huh" escaping him as the unexpected, precise attack lands. Sharp instrument pierces deeply into Jin Woo's leg, causing severe bleeding and crippling pain. Another projectile embeds itself in his back, the pain intensifying with each precise, brutal hit. The stitched-faced man moves in for the kill, raining down a flurry of precise, deadly strikes with his surgical tools, blood erupting with each hit. Severely wounded, Jin Woo spins wildly, desperately trying to evade the relentless assault, his movements becoming increasingly desperate. Stitched-faced man clinically identifies the precise points of injury on Jin Woo's bloodied leg, the internal oblique and lumbar muscle. He continues, naming another targeted muscle on Jin Woo's other leg, the peroneus longus, highlighting the precision of his attacks. Overwhelmed and critically injured, Jin Woo finally collapses to his knees, defeated and surrounded by the dust of the ruined arena. As Jin Woo lay broken, the true horrors of this place began to reveal themselves. A chilling figure, a man with a stitched face and a sinister grin, demonstrated his method of torture, declaring that tendons must be cut precisely like this. His hand, scarred and precise, wielded surgical scissors with deadly intent, asking if Jin Woo understood the lesson. The sharp tip of the scissors, now stained with a fresh drop of blood, gleamed menacingly, a testament to his cruel expertise. The stitched-faced man loomed over a gravely injured Jin Woo, who was collapsed on the ground. He coldly stated that Jin Woo should have left when given 3 seconds. Suddenly, a figure in a white lab coat, similar to the stitched-faced man, rushed forward, frantically shouting for the violence to stop, causing other prisoners to flee in panic. The stitched-faced man turned, his expression hardening as he commanded the interruption to cease. Jin Woo, still on the ground, desperately tried to de-escalate the situation, asserting that they had not come to fight but merely to see a doctor. Stitched-faced man glared down at Jin Woo, questioning his identity and accusing him of sneaking around like a bug. Jin Woo, flustered, tried to explain his confusion about the facility. With a chilling intensity, the stitched-faced man asked why Jin Woo sought a hospital, then callously told him to simply drop dead, as he was going to die naturally anyway. Jin Woo's eyes widened in shock, realizing the depth of the stitched-faced man's hatred for prisoners. Jin Woo then cautiously suggested that he might not be a prisoner, prompting the stitched-faced man to dismiss his words as nonsense. With desperate conviction, Jin Woo implored the stitched-faced man to look closely at him, insisting he had never used fog and was 100% a normal person. The stitched-faced man remained unimpressed by Jin Woo's earnest declaration of normalcy. The stitched-faced man pondered Jin Woo's claim of being a normal person, his expression unreadable. Jin Woo explained his presence, revealing he was a teacher participating in a private prisoner education program, now trapped due to a violent riot. Kneeling, Jin Woo pleaded with the stitched-face man, begging for help and confirming if he was truly a doctor. The stitched-face man's expression shifted to amusement, finding the concept of a private prisoner education program highly interesting, while Jin Woo looked on, bewildered. Jin Woo, growing frantic, insisted he was telling the truth, pointing to his Stefano Ricci tie and custom pants as proof that he couldn't possibly be a prisoner. The stitched-face man, now seemingly intrigued, finally asked what kind of help Jin Woo required, who in turn reacted with a mix of relief and urgency. Jin Woo quickly requested that the stitched-face man contact the management office and, if possible, treat the injured fellow participant beside him. The stitched-face man's gaze fell upon the injured man, questioning if he too was a teacher. The injured fellow participant screamed in agony, drool escaping his mouth, a vivid display of his suffering. Jin Woo's face was etched with worry, his concern for the injured man evident. Jin Woo confirmed that the injured man was indeed a teacher, specifically a PE teacher, hoping to secure help for him. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, a horde of emaciated, zombie-like figures in orange jumpsuits shuffled through the desolate landscape, their gaunt forms a terrifying sight. 3 distinct figures, also in orange jumpsuits, sat at a table, one with red hair and a hat, another bald and heavily muscled. The red-haired man ominously declared that their promised day had finally arrived. The brute opponent, a massive, bald man, commented on the beach-like scent of one of his companions, his back a mountain of muscle. The red-haired man, looking troubled, stated that he didn't recall setting a specific date for their plans. The brute opponent, his eyes glowing with predatory hunger, reminded him of their agreement, when I missed the taste of you. The red-haired man could only stare, speechless, as the implication of the brute opponent's words settled in. The red-haired man then revealed a crucial piece of information. The location was Tofu Village, startling the brute opponent with his exclamation. The brute opponent's eyes flared with an intense blue glow, radiating immense power and a chilling hunger. Suddenly, a figure in an orange jumpsuit was violently thrown across the room, crashing into the far wall amidst a spray of debris, a clear demonstration of the brute opponent's raw strength. Red-haired man questioned if this intel was truly safe to give away, while the brute opponent scoffed, asking if they should have let Hound devour them instead. The red-haired man urged for deeper consideration. The brute opponent, his face contorted in anger, warned that if Hound touched the red-haired man, the other big shots wouldn't remain silent, especially since he was the sole fog distributor in Zone O. The red-haired man, looking increasingly worried, mentioned a disturbing sound from his stomach, musing that sometimes one calculates and sometimes one doesn't. The brute opponent emphasized that his companions had no idea what kind of person Hound truly was, disregarding all unwritten rules among the big shots and boundaries with management. Red-haired man listened, his expression grim, as the brute opponent concluded that Hound simply did not care about any of those conventions. The grim exterior of the Noah Medical Center looms, its entrance shrouded in an unsettling mist, hinting at the desolation within. Jin Woo's eyes, wide with a mix of apprehension and disbelief behind his glasses, take in the eerie surroundings. Inside, decay reigns, cracked spiderweb across the walls, and thick cobwebs hang from the ceiling, a testament to long years of abandonment. Jin Woo internally observes that this place truly looks ancient, its neglect palpable in every shadow. He considers the structure, musing that it resembles an abandoned house slowly rotting away from within. Surveying the dilapidated operating room, Jin Woo questions if this decaying place can truly be called a hospital, wondering what monstrous entity might have been constructed here. A sudden realization sparks in Jin Woo's mind, his eyes widening as he processes a new piece of information. The masked man, methodically pulling on surgical gloves, remarks that the patient's wound isn't serious, implying a routine treatment for recovery. Introducing himself as Kang Dante, the masked man reaches out, but Jin Woo recoils, warning him not to touch, fearing infection, letting out a small ow of discomfort. The masked man corrects himself, stating his true name is Ha-E Relan, with a serious demeanor. Jin Woo politely greets Dr. Ha-E Relan, but the masked man insists he simply be called by his name, emphasizing a lack of need for formality. Jin Woo then inquires about the unconscious patient's name, but the masked man's attempt to answer is abruptly cut short. Observing the patient, Jin Woo decides to name him David, a name he pronounces with a sense of finality. Jin Woo questions the masked man's aggressive tone, asking if he's a physical education teacher, before the masked man reveals strange rumors about the facility, prompting Jin Woo to ask for details. Jin Woo relays the rumor of a demon king hidden within, noting the hospital's dilapidated state and asking if an incident occurred here. With a heavy sigh, the masked man confirms that indeed, something significant happened in this desolate place. Jin Woo, his expression tightening, states that he had no choice but to reject the request to contact the administrative office. The masked man, looking down somberly, explains that his situation is no different from Jin Woo's, hinting at his own captivity. He gestures, confirming his own imprisonment within the very confines of this facility. Jin Woo reacts with utter shock, demanding clarification on being trapped and questioning the masked man's affiliation with the administrative office. The masked man affirms his connection to the administrative office but clarifies that Jin Woo misunderstands the nature of his assignment as surgical tools lay on a nearby tray. Holding a scalpel, the masked man reveals he was assigned to this mission 4 years ago specifically to practice surgical skills. A flashback shows a large group including interns and transferred doctors arriving at the center, but the masked man's narration hints at a tragic fate that soon befell them. The masked man covers his face in anguish, revealing that all of them perish due to a lunatic who suddenly lost control as Jin Woo listens in horror. Jin Woo's eyes widen further in shock as the masked man grimly concludes that he was the sole survivor of the horrific incident. Jin Woo, still reeling, presses for what happened next, questioning why rescue efforts weren't made, to which the masked man responds with a surprised, Jin Woo recounts hearing that rescue attempts were thwarted because the fog was simply too thick to penetrate. The masked man's expression shifts to one of deep skepticism, repeating Jin Woo's words, because of the fog. His gaze intense, the masked man asks Jin Woo if he still hasn't grasped the truth, hinting at the true nature of those who belong to the administrative office. Jin Woo transforms into a shadowy figure with glowing eyes, his voice resonating with the chilling realization that they were not merely lost but deliberately abandoned. Desolate landscape unfolds, showcasing a ruined city shrouded in oppressive fog, confirming the horrifying truth of their deliberate abandonment amidst a graveyard of crosses and hooded figures. The broken sign for the operating room hangs precariously, a stark symbol of the shattered medical facility and the false hope it once represented. Slumped in despair, Jin Woo utters a quiet "that's right," accepting the grim reality of their situation. A flashback reveals the entrance to the facility already consumed by a thick, impenetrable fog, effectively sealing off any chance of rescue from the outside. Jin Woo's face, now devoid of shock, settles into a grim determination, processing the full weight of the chilling revelations. Jin Woo's thoughts recount the chilling truth: they had no protective equipment and everyone present inhaled that deadly fog. He recalls never seeing any old, specialized masks among them. The soldiers, however, wore only simple, ordinary masks, making Jin Woo question their true identities. Were they truly from the administrative office? A masked man with a knife reveals he was also just following orders sent by the administrative office. The grim reality of the past flashes before him. Everyone died in that brutal encounter. Jin Woo stares blankly, the weight of the memories crushing him. A chilling thought crosses his mind: what if even those who gave the orders were deceived? The true purpose of the teacher they sought begins to unravel, a competent individual capable of adapting to any situation. An official ID card is presented, revealing the name William Cox from the International Penal Agency Crater Containment Section. Logo of the International Penal Agency Crater Containment Section is prominently displayed. The chief supervisor, identifying himself as the leader of a special team, addresses the unseen individual as Mr. Kang. Kang Dante, clearly surprised, acknowledges the chief supervisor's sudden visit, wondering why the International Alliance would seek him out. The chief supervisor remarks that Kang Dante's residence is simpler than he anticipated, prompting a confused reaction from Kang Dante. Chief supervisor reveals his knowledge of Kang Dante's lineage, the son of famous doctors Kang Edward and Kang Selina, and their family's long-standing wealth. Kang Dante quickly clarifies that this fortune isn't his own, having lived independently for years. Kang Dante presses further, asking if their visit concerns his parents, a question the chief supervisor quickly dismisses. The chief supervisor bluntly declares their true target, Kang Dante himself, leaving him stunned. The chief supervisor continues, describing Kang Dante as the one who abandoned a research career to become a teacher for young children, a fact Kang Dante reluctantly confirms. The sound of clapping echoes as Kang Dante's eyes narrow in suspicion. The chief supervisor praises Kang Dante's admirable decision to follow his ideals despite favorable conditions, even with his exceptional genetic code, leaving Kang Dante visibly disturbed. A document for a prison education project is laid on the table as the chief supervisor declares Kang Dante the ideal candidate they've been seeking. The chief supervisor then directly asks Kang Dante if he's interested in the job they're about to propose. Kang Dante, bewildered, questions the nature of the document detailing the prison education project by the International Penal Agency. The chief supervisor elaborates, explaining that the IPACCS is an agency within the international penitentiary system and they wish to invite Kang Dante to lead a long-term educational project within it. Kang Dante's shock turns to understanding as he realizes penitentiary means jail, a realization confirmed by the chief supervisor. The chilling smile, the chief supervisor explains their need for someone talented and open-minded like Kang Dante, specifically for a prison, a place where hope rarely survives. Kang Dante, still suspicious, questions the excessive praise, asserting that the job isn't beneath his background. The chief supervisor points emphatically, stating that Kang Dante's unique quality is precisely what they find valuable. Chief supervisor continues, stating that Kang Dante is the extraordinary individual capable of awakening sparks of hope, a trait he recognizes. An unidentified doctor addresses David, reminding him of the hospital's current dire state. The masked doctor informs his patient David that there's no anesthesia, questioning if he can endure the procedure. David, though clearly in pain, insists he'll be fine. A hand presses down on the injured patient's head as the doctor explains that in exchange for enduring the pain, the injured areas. The masked doctor grips the scalpel, his gaze fixed on the patient's wounds. The doctor's eyes burn with an intense, unwavering resolve. A silent scream tears through the air, raw and agonizing. A hand clenches into a fist, muscles straining, radiating with a surge of raw power. Muscles tear and mend, blood cells regenerating amidst flashes of searing light. The doctor brutally pummels the patient's chest, each punch causing blood to erupt and splatter. Lines of force and blood spray across the panel, signifying the relentless, brutal assault. The brutal assault continues as a thin, sharp blade slices towards Jinwoo's bloodied leg, a chilling testament to the relentless torment. An extreme close-up reveals the surgical scalpel gleaming with a sinister edge, ready to inflict more agonizing precision. Jinwoo's body lies mangled, crude bandages covering severe injuries to his neck, abdomen, and thigh muscles, highlighting the extent of his suffering. More bandages wrap around Jinwoo's calf muscles, painting a grim picture of the widespread damage inflicted upon him. A masked doctor, his hands stained crimson, hovers over Jinwoo, declaring that all connections have been brutally re-established. Jinwoo's face is a canvas of pain, stitched and disfigured, yet the doctor expresses a grim admiration for his incredible endurance, noting that he hasn't passed out or even screamed. The doctor looks down at Jinwoo, confirming the broken arm and the necessity of further, agonizing intervention. Jinwoo's arm is grotesquely swollen, and the doctor explains that the broken X-ray equipment necessitates a direct, invasive examination. The chilling proposal, the doctor brandishes a scalpel, suggesting he simply open the arm to check directly. Jinwoo's eye widens in silent horror as the doctor instructs him to open his mouth wide, bracing him for the impending agony. The scalpel pierces Jinwoo's flesh, and the doctor coldly orders him to clench his teeth and endure the excruciating procedure. Jinwoo's face contorts, his eyes wide, his mouth open in a silent, agonizing scream. The panel graphically displays the brutal surgery, Jinwoo's arm torn open, gushing blood as the doctor works. Doctor, visibly horrified, discovers Jinwoo's bone is completely shattered, questioning the immense impact that caused such devastation. With grim determination, the doctor uses his tools to pull bone fragments outward, beginning the delicate and brutal process of checking the soft tissues. A moment of confusion washes over the doctor's face as he senses something profoundly unusual during the procedure. He observes the bone fragments, now glowing with an eerie red light, questioning if they are unnaturally adhering to each other. The doctor's eyes widen in stark disbelief, realizing his initial assessment of the situation is fundamentally wrong. The impossible occurs, the shattered bone fragments are not merely sticking but automatically returning to their original positions, revealing Jinwoo's extraordinary regenerative power. Stunned by the miraculous recovery, the doctor removes his mask, processing the impossible sight he just witnessed. The doors to the operating room slide open, signaling the abrupt and unexpected conclusion of the procedure. Chief Supervisor, seated outside, expresses his surprise at the swift completion of the surgery. A close-up captures the Chief Supervisor's bewildered expression, reflecting his confusion. The doctor emerges, callously carrying Jinwoo over his shoulder. The Chief Supervisor, enraged by the disrespect, demands if the doctor is tired of living. The doctor furiously accuses the Chief Supervisor of tricking him into treating a mere prisoner, leaving the Chief Supervisor stunned by his defiance. Jinwoo's disfigured face is highlighted, emphasizing his painful status as the focal point of this heated confrontation. As the doctor continues to carry Jinwoo, the Chief Supervisor escalates his threats, demanding to know if the doctor has a death wish. The doctor reiterates his anger, accusing the Chief Supervisor of deceit as the Chief Supervisor remains speechless and shocked. The Chief Supervisor shouts in alarm as the doctor prepares to violently discard Jinwoo, demanding an explanation for his actions and questioning what this thing truly is. The doctor hurls Jinwoo to the ground. The Chief Supervisor, now on the floor, frantically realizes the doctor might recognize Jinwoo, referred to as number 182 from years past, panicking about a profound misunderstanding and calling out a name. Still on the ground, the Chief Supervisor expresses his confusion, questioning the doctor's strange reference to him as a PE teacher. He looks towards the doctor and Jinwoo, pondering that few years' time frame, hinting at a forgotten or hidden connection. The doctor, with an intense gaze fixed on Jinwoo, asserts that he could not possibly be mistaken about his identity. The doctor grimly observes Jinwoo, making a bizarre comment about a tumor this big as the Chief Supervisor looks on, utterly perplexed. Jinwoo is violently thrown once more, sliding across the cold floor, a stark number 18 appearing, perhaps signifying the impact or account of his torment. The Chief Supervisor confronts the doctor, enraged by his brutal treatment of Jinwoo, emphasizing that such behavior is utterly unacceptable for a medical professional. The doctor grabs the Chief Supervisor's arm with a powerful grip, drawing blood from the sudden impact. The doctor aggressively questions the Chief Supervisor's identity, asking if he is a teacher and demanding to know why he is associating with a prisoner. The Chief Supervisor nervously confirms his role. The Doctor's aggressive demeanor continues as he turns his unsettling gaze to Jinwoo. With a sinister smile and glowing eyes, he questions Jinwoo's judgment, asking if he truly trusts anyone in this terrifying place or if his mind has already snapped. He continues his unsettling interrogation, his sharp gaze fixed as he wonders if Jinwoo's sanity has completely unraveled within these grim walls. Two of the fellow participants, one muscular and one slender, stare wide-eyed, a chilling realization dawning upon them about the true nature of their grim surroundings. From an overhead view, he emphasizes to Jinwoo the critical need to choose allies carefully, asserting that Jinwoo cannot achieve anything alone and asking if he plans to hide forever. Bloodied, gloved hand reaches out, a grim testament to the harsh realities of this place, accompanied by a pained grunt. His face etched with deep distrust, he reveals his plan to stay, declaring vehemently that he trusts neither the guards nor any of the prisoners within these walls. Jinwoo listens, his expression grim, as he advises him to pick a path, suggesting that staying here is preferable to wandering outside and dying in the gutter. He offers Jinwoo a place to hide, guaranteeing his safety, but makes it explicitly clear that his protection does not extend to that prisoner. Jinwoo reacts with a startled gasp. Jinwoo, now with white, spiky hair and covered in bandages and stitches, sits on the ground, a stark image of his grueling ordeal and transformation. Jinwoo looks down, his face etched with deep thought and worry, contemplating the dire situation that surrounds him. In a flashback, a figure on a bicycle sternly asks Jinwoo, who is crouching by a fallen bike, how much longer he intends to keep yelling like that. The stylized title card Limbo appears, hinting at the desperate and uncertain state of their existence within this harsh world. Jinwoo struggles up a steep, desolate slope burdened by a massive, heavy bag, his labored breathing echoing the immense effort required to move forward. Jinwoo, tears streaming down his face, questions how he ended up in such a predicament, pleading with the man he carries to stay still during treatment. Jinwoo, still crying and distressed, insists vehemently that he did nothing wrong, then reacts with confusion, demanding to know what is happening. He spits at Jinwoo, who recoils in utter disgust, exclaiming "EW, spit." Jinwoo continues to protest his innocence, claiming the doctor's actions were solely because Jinwoo caused trouble. Jinwoo loses his footing, tumbling down the cracked slope with him, blood splattering across the unforgiving ground in a chaotic fall. On the ground, Jinwoo, filled with seething rage, curses the absurd decision to build a hospital on such a treacherous slope. Utterly exhausted, he declares he can't take it anymore and demands that Jinwoo immediately throw away the damn lump he is carrying. Jinwoo questions why, as he insists he is too heavy and cannot walk at all, leaving Jinwoo in a desperate and futile struggle. He furiously reiterates that he cannot walk, while Jinwoo, equally enraged, demands why he won't cooperate and can't grasp the dire situation. Jinwoo, pointing back up the slope, furiously recounts his arduous escape from the hospital, reminding him of the explicit guarantee of safety. He sighs deeply, his expression a mix of profound weariness and utter resignation, accepting their predicament. Jinwoo pinches the bridge of his nose, lamenting his decision to stay in this rotten air and choosing the stupid road once again. In a sudden, furious outburst, Jinwoo punches him, exclaiming, like a total idiot, unleashing his pent-up frustration. He reels from the brutal impact of Jinwoo's punch, just as an unseen voice calls out, questioning their presence and interrupting the fight. Two new figures emerge onto the scene, a heavily muscled fellow participant and a small, round fellow participant, who sternly asks what the kids are doing there. Jinwoo looks up in surprise, his eyes widening as he recognizes the small, round figure and exclaims, "Sir, dumplings." A dilapidated sign for the Mongyil Hotel stands as a grim landmark marking their current, unwelcoming location. Inside the hotel, the muscular fellow participant tends to him, while an older woman scolds Jinwoo and the small, round fellow participant, warning them never to return to this place. Jinwoo, holding his arm, explains that the situation was extremely dangerous back then, gesturing to a visible wound as irrefutable proof. The small, round fellow participant looks at him, now lying down, expressing deep concern over how he went from perfectly fine to nearly dying. The small, round fellow participant's face contorts in surprise, processing the sudden and severe turn of events. Close-up reveals his bandaged hand, stark evidence of his recent and severe injuries. The small, round fellow participant asks Jinwoo if the man in the long coat dragged him off to get treated, seeking clarification on the situation. Jinwoo, kneeling beside him, clarifies that he was indeed being treated when the events unfolded, providing crucial context. Jinwoo's face registers a look of sudden confusion, as if a new and startling realization has just struck him. Observing his bandaged leg, Jinwoo notes with surprise that the swelling has already gone down and it's even neatly wrapped, indicating remarkably rapid healing. Jinwoo questions the fate of that doctor and marvels at his complete and rapid healing as a mysterious figure in a long coat walks away into the distance, leaving more questions than answers. Jinwoo, still reeling from his miraculous recovery, turns to a fellow inmate, demanding to know how the doctor could possibly have healed him so completely. The small, round-headed participant explains that Dr. Hiron would typically never agree to treat prisoners, hinting at a deeper story. Jinwoo, surprised, asks the participant if he knows Dr. Hiron well, sensing there's more to the situation than he's been told. Participant reveals they didn't believe the doctor was vicious, even claiming he had opened a path for them to leave on their own. He clarifies their intentions, stating they only wanted to prevent other prisoners from swarming around the doctor, keeping his presence a secret for his safety. The participant assures Jinwoo they meant no deception, explaining that this all happened a long time ago when this place still operated as a proper hospital. Jinwoo acknowledges the stark contrast, observing that Fogland has now devolved into nothing more than a garbage dump, a place for useless people. He muses that having a medical center in such a desolate place is an outrageous luxury, highlighting the current bleak reality. A grand building, the Noah Medical Center, stands as a testament to a bygone era, its facade hinting at a past of purpose and care. Inside, doctors once treated a diverse array of patients, their selfless dedication painting a picture of genuine kindness. They saw past the contemptible exteriors, recognizing instead the inherent value of life within each individual, a rare compassion in this harsh world. This unwavering sincerity slowly began to transform the villagers, shifting their personalities little by little, fostering a sense of humanity. A doctor cheerfully asks the small participant if he's brought dumplings again, to which he humbly replies that they are still piping hot. Doctor then calls out to Hiren, urging him to come and share the fresh dumplings, a moment of simple joy amidst their duties. Hiren, startled, looks up from his relaxed position, acknowledging the call with a surprised "oh my." The doctor scolds the small participant for making dumplings right after surgery, pointing out his unhealed wounds and stubborn refusal to listen. The small participant blushes, expressing his immense gratitude for the herbs and his desire to offer even a small token of return. He acknowledges the hospital has plenty of food, but thinking of the doctors from outside, wonders if they'd appreciate some good dishes. A gentle hand touches the bandaged wrist, a silent gesture of comfort and care, reinforcing the bond between healer and patient. The doctor, kneeling, checks on the small participant, asking about his recovery and if he's moving more freely, showing genuine concern. Participant beams, confirming his improved mobility thanks to the doctor, proudly displaying his nicely shaped dumplings as a token of appreciation. The doctor smiles, a rare moment of peace and satisfaction, witnessing the positive impact of their efforts. To repay this kindness, the prisoners brought what they could, some shared food, others collected scrap, all contributing in their own way. Even glowing crystals, a valuable resource, were offered as a gesture of profound gratitude, reflecting the depth of their changed hearts. But then, an ominous fog began to accumulate at the hospital, a creeping dread foreshadowing impending doom. And that was the beginning of the disaster, an event that would forever shatter the peace and kindness they had built. Driven by insatiable greed to seize the fog, a bloody massacre erupted, leaving a trail of devastation and death. By morning, when the villagers discovered the horror, they desperately searched for Dr. Lee and any other survivors amidst the carnage. One participant reports that the ward is empty, all the prisoners having mysteriously disappeared, adding to the grim mystery. The small participant, horrified, suspects the missing prisoners, calling them animals, and urges everyone to continue searching for survivors. The search continued, leading to a fateful discovery that would mark the tragic end of their desperate quest. They finally found Hiren, but he was severely injured, his legs torn apart, his breathing faint, barely clinging to life. The small participant, finding someone still alive, desperately shouts for cloth to stop the bleeding, determined to save him no matter the cost. But the doctor, in his shattered state, deliriously rejects their help, muttering "don't get lost," as his mind succumbed to the trauma. Back then, the brutal reality was a bloodied hand, pierced and broken, a stark image of the violence inflicted upon him. His mind completely shattered, the doctor, eyes glowing red with madness, screamed at them to get out of his sight, seeing only devils. Even on the verge of death, his mind completely shattered, the doctor, eyes glowing red with madness, still swung a knife at them, seeing only devils. In the end, there was nothing anyone could do for the man, and even now, his condition remains the same. But if that's true, how did he survive such a state? He survived because he touched the mysterious fog. The realization sends a jolt through one of the observers. No one truly understands the monstrous ability he gained, but he survived entirely on his own. He struggled and fought to survive through unimaginable torment, only to suffer pain far worse than death itself. Inside a dimly lit room, the clanking sound of metal echoes, revealing shelves filled with various canned goods. A spoon taps against a can, revealing its meager, unappetizing contents. The man, gaunt and covered in stitches, sits on the floor amidst empty cans, his stomach rumbling as he eats his meager meal. His inner turmoil manifests as a terrifying, grinning visage, eyes glowing through shattered fragments, a chilling reflection of his fractured mind. Someone questions how anyone could swallow such food made from discarded leftovers. A doctor at a table refutes the idea of calling it trash, explaining that the man meticulously salvaged clean ingredients. Food is so scarce here it's almost deadly, and his actions reveal a truly noble heart. The doctor advises his colleague to watch his words, lest the patients overhear and feel bad. The other doctor remains silent, acknowledging the reprimand. Another doctor insists it's true, stating that the patients are merely released prisoners whose words are barely coherent. He then questions the sudden influx of various glowing items being brought in. One doctor ponders if this fog grants extraordinary talent, asking what it truly is. His colleague admits she doesn't know, explaining it's still in the research phase. He then questions why the fog isn't being removed, observing that the prisoners are already showing signs of addiction and it seems to be spreading everywhere outside. His female colleague quickly shushes him, her finger pressed to her lips, urging caution. An ominous figure in a suit and gas mask stands silently in the doorway, observing the doctors with a chilling presence. The doctors discuss if they truly need to know so much, with one suggesting it's a matter for higher authorities and that everything surely has its reason for being. The bald doctor agrees, affirming that everything has its reason, and urges his colleague to eat the dumplings before they get cold. Chief Supervisor, with his slick-back white hair and glasses, watches the scene with a stern, unreadable expression. Suddenly, an urgent alarm blares as doctors are alerted to an emergency code. A patient is in critical condition. A panicked doctor bursts through a door, shouting about the emergency patient. A gurney races down a blood-splattered hallway, its wheels rattling urgently. Amidst the chaos, a doctor frantically asks about the patient's pulse, only to be told it's very weak and has already dropped significantly. Orders are barked to increase dopamine and administer more medication. Another doctor demands a pupillary response check, only to gasp in horror, the patient has no eyeballs. Covered in blood, a doctor wonders if the patient can survive in this state, noting the insufficient equipment. Bald doctor, eyes wide with fierce determination, shouts, dismissing such talk in front of a wounded man still breathing. They must keep him alive to the very end. He then commands another doctor to assist, declaring him his assistant surgeon as the patient is rushed into the operating room. The assistant, covered in blood, looks on with a stunned expression, grappling with the sudden, gruesome task. The operating room is a scene of frantic activity. The patient is bleeding profusely, they're running out of blood bags, and the lead surgeon demands constant suction, unable to see the wound through the gore. Bald doctor curses the chaotic mess, admitting that in this horrific condition, locating the bleeding point is nearly impossible. His bloody hands, gripping surgical tools, tremble under the immense pressure of the impossible situation. An assistant quickly points out the exact location of the facial artery to the director. Bald doctor's eyes, wide and intense behind his glasses and mask, focus with unwavering concentration. The assistant's eyes also narrow, reflecting his own intense focus as he assists in the critical procedure. Against all odds, the medical monitor confirms the impossible. All vital signs have stabilized. Patient now rests, covered by a sheet, in a quiet hospital room, bathed in the soft, fading light of the day. The assistant sighs in relief, noting the approaching darkness. He admits it's the first time he's witnessed such a major surgery since arriving at the facility. The lead surgeon, Dr. Hiren, praises Jin Woo's exceptional concentration during the intense surgery, admitting he could trust him completely with the procedure. Jin Woo apologizes for taking the forceps without permission, but Dr. Hiren dismisses it, stating that in such an emergency, details are irrelevant and Jin Woo had acted as the assistant surgeon. Dr. Hiren further encourages Jin Woo, reminding him that he was the one who pulled the patient back from the brink of death and urging him never to give up so easily. The operating room is now eerily quiet, with the gurney left empty, signaling the successful conclusion of the life-saving surgery. Dr. Hiren closes his eyes, a look of profound exhaustion and relief washing over his face after the grueling procedure. Suddenly, a chilling sound effect accompanies a close-up of bare, blood-stained feet on the cold, sterile floor, shattering the momentary peace. The sound intensifies as a man's eyes are shown wide with terror, tears streaming down his face, reflecting an unseen horror. The full terrifying scene is revealed. Jin Woo, slumped on the floor, stares up at the monstrously tall patient, now covered in blood, who holds Dr. Hiren by the head. The blood-soaked patient's face, obscured by shadows and gore, utters a chilling realization, confirming a dark history with Jin Woo. Jin Woo's face is contorted in pure terror as the patient accuses him of being the one who previously imprisoned him. The monstrous patient looms over Jin Woo, declaring that he was locked in the prison of a body, implying a deeper, more sinister connection. With an ominous gesture, the patient's blood-covered hand reaches towards the terrified Jin Woo, hinting at an impending, dreadful fate. Patient's chilling question echoes, suggesting that Jin Woo too might want to experience the same imprisonment, as his terrified eye reflects the horror. A violent impact shakes the scene as Jin Woo's face distorts in agony, red lines symbolizing blood or extreme pain, signifying a brutal transformation. Jin Woo, now disfigured with stitches across his face and body, slumps against a wall, uttering a desperate "damn it" in his new, grim reality. His stitched face is cast downward, lost in silent despair as he grapples with the traumatic events and his new, injured state. A lone, tied-up trash bag sits forlornly on a cracked, desolate floor, symbolizing the discarded remnants of a life or hope. The scene shifts to a grim, makeshift settlement under a desolate orange sky where various individuals in identical orange jumpsuits wander, hinting at a new, oppressive environment. An injured fellow participant with white hair and bandaged face lies weakly, muttering a desperate plea for food. One of the fellow participants, a man with glasses, bites his finger in contemplation, realizing the full implications of their situation, referencing a figure called Grandpa Dumpling. The fellow participant with glasses ponders whether they should try to persuade Dr. Hiren before things worsen, noting his old ties to the village people, but another dismisses it, questioning the idea of ties. Another fellow participant argues that they are now more like strangers to Dr. Hiron than anyone else, suggesting he only treated them because they were outsiders. The bleak room. Jin-woo rests on a bed as the fellow participant with glasses declares there's nothing more they can do, while a younger fellow participant desperately argues against it. The younger fellow participant passionately asks if Dr. Heron's willingness to treat outsiders means he is already changing his mind about them. The fellow participant with glasses, frustrated, exclaims that Dr. Hiron is actually punishing them and urges everyone to simply let him do as he pleases. A sense of confusion and disbelief hangs in the air, with one of the fellow participants admitting they truly don't understand the situation. The injured white-haired fellow participant, seeing Jin-woo's potential, desperately suggests Jin-woo could help them, believing he knows more than they do, and offers his own life if Jin-woo won't use his. The fellow participant with glasses dismisses the injured man as a nuisance, fearing his words will ruin their persuasion plan regarding Dr. Hiron. Another fellow participant angrily scolds Jin-woo, demanding gratitude for being cured by Dr. Hiron and accusing him of causing Dr. Heron's anger, insisting Jin-woo should apologize first. Still confined to his bed, Jin-woo defiantly questions why he should apologize, reminding the agitated fellow participant of the doctor's previous actions. Taken aback, the participant asks for clarification as Jin-woo internally realizes the doctor's true nature. With eyes burning with intense resolve, Jin-woo declares his position. He is a patient, not a subordinate to be ordered around. Fellow participant, still kneeling, stares at Jin-woo, a look of profound surprise etched across his face. Yet, observing from a distance, it becomes clear this is the first time the narrator has witnessed an emotion other than pure rage emanating from Jin-woo. The anger Jin-woo displays, the narrator muses, isn't truly what it seems on the surface. Instead, Jin-woo is genuinely, deeply hurt by the situation. No, perhaps it's more complex. Jin-woo has already expressed a multitude of feelings, though not always clearly. The memory flashes back to Jin-woo striking the fellow participant, sending his glasses flying, a raw display of frustration and pain. Just like rebellious teenagers who express all their complex emotions through anger and irritation, Jin-woo might seem stubborn and inarticulate. But in truth, it's because they simply don't know the proper name for what they feel. They lack the vocabulary to define the true name of those overwhelming emotions. That feeling, the narrator concludes, is loss. Or perhaps it is shame. Or even worry. A solitary figure kneels before a field of crosses, symbolizing the profound weight of these unnamed sorrows. The narrator believes that most interpersonal conflicts, at their core, can be resolved. All it takes is identifying the true name of the underlying emotion, a moment of profound clarity. The scene shifts to a brighter, bustling settlement marked by a weathered sign proclaiming Dumpling Village. On a rare sunny day, the village comes alive under the bright sky, its inhabitants beginning their daily routines. Among the bustling villagers, one man suggests enjoying dumplings and a drink. Another jokingly questions if he's managed to collect any fog, a local term for currency, before a third hesitantly begins to respond. The man proposing the meal looks on with a quizzical expression, awaiting a proper answer. Suddenly, a commotion breaks out as one villager cries out in pain after being bumped, admonishing the other to be careful. Unseen by the bustling crowd, a chilling presence with glowing blue eyes looms in the shadows, its sharp teeth hinting at a sinister nature. Panic erupts as a monstrous, armored figure, radiating an oppressive aura, stomps through the village, sending the terrified residents scattering. The monstrous face of the brute opponent grins menacingly, its shattered reflection hinting at the chaos and destruction it brings. Back in a quieter corner, an elderly figure tends to steaming dumplings, declaring them finally finished with satisfaction. Dumpling-shaped elder announces his intention to check on the boy with glasses, presumably Jin-woo, planning to bring him breakfast. The stone-headed figure questions if he's giving away free food again. The elder reasons that Jin-woo must be ravenously hungry after the previous night, then reflects remorsefully on his own inappropriate behavior as an adult. The stone-headed figure sighs as the elder explains Jin-woo is just a hungry, homeless child, justifying his compassionate actions. The elder, now identified as Grandpa Dumpling, hands something to another villager, who exclaims his name in surprise. Suddenly, a frantic villager bursts into the scene, shouting that something serious has occurred, his face etched with terror. With wide, terrified eyes, the villager gasps out a name, Bone Eater. The dreaded entity has appeared in their village, bringing unimaginable horror. Grandpa Dumpling, bewildered, asks for clarification. The villager frantically refers to the big guy, a figure of immense dread. The villager elaborates, describing the Bone Eater as the one who eats people, the one who devours human flesh, a chilling image of monstrous teeth filling the frame. Grandpa Dumpling's face contorts in horror as the villager confirms the monster's vile nature, calling it the worst of the worst. The stone-headed figure, Legos, declares his intent to confront the Bone Eater, vowing to lure the monster out himself. Grandpa Dumpling desperately calls out to stop him, fearing for his safety. Legos, the formidable stone-headed figure, outlines his strategy, declaring that causing trouble will only lead to negative consequences. He asserts that it's better to invite their target in as politely as possible. Grandpa Dumpling, his back turned in deep concern, reiterates his primary worry: they cannot allow the villagers to get hurt. A quiet morning descends upon the dilapidated village, a glass of water sitting untouched on a cracked window sill. Suddenly, Jin Woo, clad in an orange jumpsuit, stretches with a guttural groan, shaking off the last vestiges of sleep. He sits up, rubbing his neck, a look of surprise on his face as he wonders how long it has been since he last slept so deeply. His thoughts immediately turn to his discomforts, lamenting that he's starving to death and smells awful, desperately wanting a bath. Jin Woo then notices the figure next to him, still fast asleep, and questions what the hell is going on, wondering if the person is still unconscious. He recalls how the figure sometimes sleepwalked, a strange habit among their shared imprisonment. Another memory surfaces, the figure would sometimes sleep with his eyes wide open, an unsettling sight. Jin Woo remembers how the figure would often huddle, looking like he was hiding like a rat, always on edge. He reflects on the figure's usual state of high alert, like a wild beast, and questions why he is sleeping so defenselessly today. A chilling thought crosses Jin Woo's mind as he reaches out, fearing the worst. Could the figure already be dead? A faint breath escapes the figure, confirmed by Jin Woo's touch, indicating he is still alive. Jin Woo lets out a sigh of relief, a wry smile on his face, acknowledging that the figure is, after all, human. Footsteps echo through the desolate corridor, a new presence approaching. Jin Woo, now wearing glasses, cautiously peeks out, clearing his throat before asking Grandpa Dumpling if he can use the bathroom for a quick shower. His eyes, magnified by his glasses, dart around, sensing something amiss, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. A gathering of masked and helmeted figures in orange jumpsuits sits around a table, an ominous meeting taking place in the heart of the village. Jin Woo's eyes widen in shock as he catches sight of the assembly, a sudden realization dawning on him. He exclaims in disbelief, recognizing one of the figures, questioning what the hell is happening. Three imposing figures, two with spiky hair and masks, one with a heavy helmet, stand chained, their presence exuding raw power. Jin Woo's face contorts with dread as he realizes the figure is clearly one of the big guys, and a terrifying thought strikes him. Did he follow him here to hunt him? A hand holds up a stark image, the white-haired, chained figure, a symbol of their shared predicament. Both Jin Woo and Grandpa Dumpling react with wide-eyed alarm, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. Legos, holding the picture, directly interrogates Grandpa Dumpling, asking if he has ever seen the face of the man in the image. Jin Woo's mind races, questioning the number 182 as Legos confirms the figure's designation, number 182. Grandpa Dumpling, his face etched with worry, begins to speak, revealing a crucial detail about the man. Jin Woo's eyes snap wide, urgently interjecting, calling out to Grandpa Dumpling to stop. He declares that this won't work, realizing the immediate danger, and vows to get number 182 out of there right now. Grandpa Dumpling, looking perplexed, states that he has never seen the person Jin Woo is referring to before. Jin Woo's eyes widen further in disbelief at Grandpa Dumpling's unexpected response. A bead of sweat rolls down Jin Woo's temple as he desperately calls out to Grandpa, trying to convey the urgency. Legos and a masked figure ponder their next move, Legos complaining about his hunger and asking what they should do, ominously murmuring food. The masked figure asserts that the person they seek is hiding in the village, confirming the one he saw earlier is here. Legos then issues a chilling warning to Grandpa Dumpling, tell the truth quickly or become food for that bastard. Legos looms over Grandpa Dumpling, his shadow casting a menacing pall as he casually mentions needing to find something to snack on first. Stone face splits into a terrifying grin, his eyes glowing with predatory intent as he asks, "Who should I eat?" A collective gasp of terror erupts from the villagers, their faces contorted in pure fear as Legos' chilling question hangs in the air. A group of emaciated, masked figures in orange jumpsuits stand eerily, holding blank papers, their presence adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Jin Woo's face twists in horror, his fist clenching as he processes the monstrous words, "Eat people, right now." Grandpa Dumpling, his eyes glowing with fierce determination, shouts for them to wait, then defiantly offers, "Do you want some dumplings?" As Grandpa Dumpling defiantly offers his unique dish, a voice questions, "Dump." Another dismisses it immediately, declaring, "That trash taste. I'm not eating it." Undeterred, Grandpa Dumpling confidently guarantees, "I guarantee it's not a common taste. I'll prepare the highest quality dumplings for you." Grandpa Dumpling continues his dramatic offer, asserting, "If you let me do it and they taste so bad that not even a dog would eat them." He gestures wildly from atop a table, declaring with fierce resolve, "I'll offer myself as a snack for you to chew on." The participants around him watch in stunned silence. One of the participants, a blocky-faced man, gasps in horror, "Grandpa." A crowd of participants recoil in terror, their faces pale with dread. Grandpa Dumpling, unfazed, questions their fear, "Why are you making such a pale face? Don't you trust my skills?" With a wide, confident grin, Grandpa Dumpling proudly announces, "These are the village's famous dumplings." Jin Woo, wearing glasses, stares wide-eyed, a bead of sweat tracing his temple as he processes the bizarre scene. The ominous, dark corridor stretches before him. Jin Woo's thoughts race, what madness is this? Everyone is going crazy. Jin Woo sprints through the gloomy passage, his mind reeling. He internally protests, "Those dumplings are made with leftovers and garbage. Even if the taste is acceptable so you don't die, they're nothing special. Why get into trouble like this?" His face contorted in a desperate grimace, Jinwoo questions his own actions just to hide a stranger. The wooden door creaks open slowly, revealing a sliver of the room beyond. Jinwoo bursts into the room, shouting in alarm, "Number 182, we're screwed." His gaze falls upon the sleeping white-haired prisoner. Jinwoo frantically shakes the white-haired prisoner, exclaiming, "Why did he have to sleep like a dead man today? Wake up!" A close-up reveals the white-haired prisoner's eyes snapping open, glowing with an intense blue light. Jinwoo's face fills with terror, his eyes wide with fear as he stares at the awakening prisoner. The white-haired prisoner violently shoves Jinwoo away, sending him sprawling to the ground with a powerful impact. Jinwoo lies on the floor, stunned and disoriented, as the white-haired prisoner hovers over him, his movements still erratic. The white-haired prisoner's face is a mask of confusion and disorientation, his eyes unfocused as he slowly comes to his senses. Jinwoo sits up, rubbing his head, and asks the white-haired prisoner, I got really scared. Is something wrong with you? A nightmare? The white-haired prisoner stares at his bandaged hand. Jinwoo observes, he suddenly jerked like that out of nowhere. Jinwoo inquires, still feels sick. The white-haired prisoner replies, it's nothing. Jinwoo persists, that's not normal at all. Can you walk then? Jinwoo asks, do you want to try standing up? The white-haired prisoner looks up, his blue eyes glowing with a hint of confusion. The white-haired prisoner struggles to his feet, swaying unsteadily. Jinwoo observes, ho, and then internally sighs, how annoying. Jinwoo rubs his wrist, a look of deep concern on his face as he considers his next move. Then he turns to the white-haired prisoner, asking pointedly, can you escape this village on your own? The white-haired prisoner's expression is grim as he reveals that big guys have already shown up. They're the ones hunting you. He urges, we have to run immediately. The white-haired prisoner asks Jinwoo, you want me to go alone? Jinwoo replies, it's just that I have a place I need to go to first. Jinwoo instructs the white-haired prisoner, wait at the entrance of the village and climb out through the window so they won't catch you. He offers, if that luggage is heavy, you can leave it, I'll take care of it. The white-haired prisoner stares at Jinwoo, his glowing eyes wide with a direct question, why? Jinwoo turns away, a shadow falling over his face as the white-haired prisoner's voice trembles, are you going to abandon me again? Jinwoo, his back to the white-haired prisoner, insists, it's not that. He then firmly states, I'm doing this to save your life. The white-haired prisoner looks at Jinwoo with a conflicted expression, admitting, what I did back then was because I didn't know. I didn't know that you weren't actually a bad person. The white-haired prisoner continues, a hint of regret in his voice, and I never thought I'd end up owing you my life. With desperate eyes, the white-haired prisoner pleads, please run away. I'll stay here. His resolve solidifies as he declares, and I'll try to buy us some time. Back in the chaos, Grandpa Dumpling barks orders, bring out the premium crow meat. A subordinate quickly responds, why yes, sir. Grandpa Dumpling then demands, what vegetables came in yesterday, and another answers, onion and carrot. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's feet pound against the grimy ground, his escape attempt in full motion. He scrambles up a steep, debris-strewn incline, looking back at the village receding behind him, the sounds of his frantic footsteps echoing. Jinwoo gasps for breath, his face pale and strained from the exertion, pushing himself to the absolute limit. Even as Jinwoo pushes his body past its breaking point, a voice cuts through the tension, warning him that he alone stands no chance against his formidable opponent. Despite the grim warning, Jinwoo pushes forward, his orange jumpsuit a stark contrast against the blood-soaked path. A voice cries out a name into the desolate air. The scene shifts, revealing a desolate urban landscape through a cracked window, bathed in an unforgiving, harsh light. Inside, Jinwoo stands silhouetted against the blinding light, his white hair stark as he gazes out the window, a silent observer of the world beyond his confinement. A close-up reveals the subtle tension in Jinwoo's jaw, a testament to the constant strain he endures even in moments of stillness. His hand, scarred and crudely stitched, trembles visibly, a stark reminder of the brutal trials Jinwoo has faced and the heavy price of his survival. Crouching in the dim light of his desolate room, Jinwoo meticulously searches through a large black bag, his movements precise despite his evident fatigue. His injured hand firmly grips a sleek, dark blade, the familiar weight a small comfort as Jinwoo prepares for whatever lies ahead. With a sharp, tearing sound, Jinwoo swiftly conceals or draws his weapon, the fabric of his jumpsuit straining against the sudden movement. His eyes blazing with fierce determination, Jinwoo clenches the blade between his teeth, a desperate warrior ready to face any threat. The numbers 0 to 182 on his jumpsuit marks him as a designated subject. Meanwhile, a tense interrogation unfolds among the fellow participants. One, with a distinctive bucket hat and red hair, aggressively questions another, accusing him of leaking vital information about Subject 182 to a dangerous entity known as the Bone Eater. A masked figure, cloaked in a dark hoodie, retorts with chilling calm, reminding the other of their prior arrangement and questioning the value of the information exchanged. The red-haired participant, clearly in agony, clutches his head and desperately defends his actions, pleading that his own survival necessitated his choices. With a sudden, aggressive move, the masked figure seizes the red-haired participant's collar, eliciting a startled gasp of alarm. The shadow figure lifts the terrified participant off the ground by his collar, his voice laced with venom as he berates him for betraying information over a mere injury. The shadow figure's masked face looms menacingly close, threatening to take an eye or a nose as payment. The terrified participant stammers, begging him to remember the established rules of their underworld. Sweat beads on the participant's brow as he desperately argues that the Bone Eater was the true rule-breaker, not respecting informants. He pathetically warns the shadow figure that further harm will only make him cry. Enraged, the shadow figure roars at the sniveling participant to cry to his father, his patience completely exhausted. The participant can only let out a pained ugh and a desperate plea to wait. Shadow figure turns his furious gaze to the other participants, demanding if they view him as a garbage informant. The stitched-face participant challenges him, while the red-haired one, still in his grasp, insists his actions were calculated. Looking down, the shadow figure hears a mocking voice from off-panel, referring to him as a hound and the one with the long tongue, implying a well-known reputation. A smirk twists the red-haired participant's face as he confidently challenges the shadow figure, implying there's much more to his story than meets the eye. The shadow figure's masked gaze remains cold and dismissive, questioning the relevance of the participant's boast. The other participants chime in, revealing horrifying details about the Bone Eater, his tongue muscles as strong as an anaconda's and digestive juices potent as hydrochloric acid. The stitched-face participant scoffs, claiming no one truly understood the monster. With a chilling, wide-eyed expression, the red-haired participant recounts the Bone Eater's disturbing words after tasting his ear, describing it as the taste of a warm beach. Shadow figure's masked eyes widen in a rare display of shock, the bizarre revelation catching him completely off guard. The participant then drops the bombshell. He was born on a beach in Central America, implying that a Bone Eater extracted this personal detail through taste alone. The true, terrifying talent of the Bone Eater is revealed through a grotesque image of its dripping, fanged tongue. Its horrifying power, the ability to extract and collect information through taste with chilling, absolute precision, as if devouring knowledge itself. The stitched-face participant clarifies the gravity of the situation. The Bone Eater could simply taste the red-haired participant and extract all the critical information about Subject 182 that the shadow figure so desperately seeks. The bald participant exclaims in realization, asking if the shadow figure deliberately let the red-haired participant go to extract information. The stitched-face participant, referring to him as Mr. Qasim, acknowledges his incredible, meticulously planned strategy. Off-panel, a skeptical voice questions the entire strategy, pointing out the futility if the red-haired participant is simply devoured by the Bone Eater before any information can be extracted. The enraged voice from off-panel vows brutal revenge against the Bone Eater, threatening to torture him until he begs for mercy and then crush him with his bare hands. The shadow figure directly addresses the furious participant, reassuring him not to worry and vowing to retrieve their asset from the Bone Eater's clutches, no matter the cost. The red-haired participant, now smirking with renewed confidence, reveals he already sent an infiltrator to embed within the Bone Eater's faction, boasting about his extensive connections. The shadow figure's masked eyes glow with intense focus as he corrects the participant, revealing that these aren't mere infiltrators but highly skilled mercenaries from the notorious District J. Terrifying mercenaries from District J are unveiled, hulking, masked figures with glowing white eyes, radiating an aura of brutal efficiency and silent menace. In a bizarre twist, a massive, armored figure stands guard over an enormous pile of steaming dumplings, announcing that the premium level 10 dumplings are now ready. The shadow figure, with a predatory gleam, contemplates the offerings before him, a low murmur escaping its lips. A monstrous visage, all sharp teeth and glowing eyes, emerges from the shadows, its long tongue slithering with anticipation. The scene reveals a bustling, albeit eerie, marketplace where a strange dumpling vendor and his companions stand by their wares, observed by the imposing shadow figure. A single drop of viscous saliva drips from the shadow figure's extended tongue, a silent testament to its hunger. With a dismissive gesture, the shadow figure's armored hand sweeps aside the steaming dumplings, rejecting the offering. A gasp of shock escapes as the unexpected rejection leaves a figure stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. The shadow figure's glowing eyes fixate, a silent, menacing thought rumbling within its mind. The shadow figure declares the dumplings to be absolute trash, its voice echoing with disdain. An indignant voice challenges the shadow figure's judgment, demanding a proper tasting before dismissing the food. Just touching it with your tongue. What could you possibly know from that? Try actually eating it properly first, damn it. The shadow figure's tongue glows with an eerie blue light as it reveals the unsavory ingredients. Crow me caught yesterday. The horror deepens as the ingredients are further revealed. Carrots and onions from the supply box, with an ominous pause, and the rest is. The shadow figure concludes its scathing review, declaring, "It tastes exactly like a bucket of cafeteria leftovers," eliciting shocked gasps from the onlookers. Dumpling is hurled back as the dismissal rings out. "I don't even need to eat it, no. In short, it's trash." A single, rejected dumpling lies forlornly on the ground, a symbol of the failed efforts. The shadow figure's glowing eye pierces through, proclaiming, "You don't know anything," as it recounts a past filled with starvation. "My life has gone hungry countless times. Harsh past is unveiled. I was a homeless drifter for 10 years. To fill my stomach, stealing food from citizens became normal." The narrative shifts to a brutally cold winter, depicting a young figure desperately running through snow-covered streets. Desperate words from the past echo, stop it already. Wait, shit, why the hell are you following me? They're just a few dumpling. Can't you just let it go as bad luck or what? A kind voice offers solace. Here, eat this too, bringing a moment of stunned silence to the bewildered young figure. Memory surfaces, tinged with profound emotion. Those dumpling were unbelievably hot. The revelation unfolds. That's why I wanted you to feel that sensation too. The best gift I've ever received in my entire life. Back in the present, the chief supervisor stands observing, his presence a silent judgment over the unfolding scene. An older figure clutches a black bag, their expression etched with profound sadness, reflecting on the painful memories. Shadow figure's glowing eyes pierce through, asserting, if your body and your heart warm up, that twisted heart will end up disappearing on its own. So, with tears, a pleading voice offers, try taking a bite. The shadow figure takes the dumpling, its long tongue already wrapping around it, stating, I'm starting to get curious now. The shadow figure's bare feet stand on the ground, one sandal discarded. As it finishes its thought, find out what it tastes like. In a shocking turn, the shadow figure's tongue lashes out, tossing the dumpling vendor into the air, declaring its true intention, the taste of this dumpling-shaped head. A figure's face is contorted in terror, tears streaming as they are ensnared within the shadow figure's gaping maw. A thought of deep despair surfaces, I'll probably disappoint him again. Jin Woo, wielding a pickaxe, shouts Heron. In a desperate plea, his eyes wide with shock. As a figure plummets from above, a frantic realization echoes, shit. This is a total disaster. Grandpa Dumpling is in danger. A desperate warning rings out. Big fish have shown up in the village. That psychopath is trying to capture people to eat them. Followed by an urgent cry of Heron. Jin Woo stands alone in the vast, desolate room, his pickaxe held firmly, the silence amplifying the tension. Jin Woo scans the empty space, his voice cutting through the quiet. I know you're hiding in here. Jin Woo's gaze hardens, confronting the unseen presence. You can't do something like this. Not with Grandpa Dumpling. Jin Woo's eyes glow with intensity as he reflects. I always wondered how you managed to survive here for these past 2 years. Jin Woo's glowing eyes narrow, a bitter realization forming as he questions. Wasn't it thanks to the Grandpa Dumpling? Jin Woo recounts a pivotal memory. That day, the day you kicked me out, I ran into Grandpa in front of the hospital. Jin Woo's memory continues, focusing on the small details. He remembers the old man holding a simple bag in his hand, a bag that carried the distinct, comforting scent of dumplings. He realizes that the old man, despite his own hardships, had been consistently leaving dumplings for him at the hospital, driven by the fear that Jin Woo would starve. He recalls the harsh truth. Even with a disabled arm, the old man never ceased his efforts, not for a single day. The fact that Jin Woo was still breathing today was thanks to him. Crushing weight of gratitude echoes in his mind. It's all thanks to Grandpa Dumpling. Damn it. A dismissive voice from his past cuts through his thoughts. Do whatever you want. The memory continues, the voice asserting, in my eyes, the traitor. Aren't those villagers? It's you. The crushing accusation echoes as Jin Woo walks away, the bright exit symbolizing his departure. He abruptly halts, the weight of the past accusations momentarily freezing him in place. A flicker of surprise, or perhaps a dawning realization, crosses Jin Woo's face as the memory intensifies. Memory violently shifts to a chaotic scene. A furious mob, led by a hulking figure wielding a cleaver, charges forward, roaring, villagers of Dumpling, get them. Grandpa's terrified scream cuts through the chaos, pleading, stop right now, all of you, it's dangerous. The hulking figure raises his cleaver, one of the attackers bellowing, let go of Grandpa right now, damn it. A swift, powerful kick is delivered with luring speed, striking its target with brutal force. Jin Woo, clad in his orange jumpsuit, is mid-air, delivering a fierce kick to an opponent, sending debris flying. The brute opponent is violently thrown backward, crashing into the wall with a resounding impact. Another one of the fellow participants is sent sprawling, hitting the ground hard as the chaotic brawl continues. One of the masked fellow participants sneers, you dare interrupt our boss mealtime, you worthless trash. Another adds, mince them up like ground meat, as he brutally kicks a downed figure. Grandpa's pleas turn to desperate sobs, stop it already, isn't my life alone still not enough? I'll stop resisting, so please. His tormentor's chilling response echoes in his mind, still not enough. Grandpa's gaze falls upon a haunting image, Jin Woo, chained and broken. A sinister voice whispers, if you want to satisfy me. The monstrous masked face looms, its voice chillingly calm, this is the last time I'm asking you, where is he? Trembling, Grandpa points, a broken whisper escaping his lips, yeah, here. A sharp, menacing knife is drawn, glinting under the harsh light, a clear sign of the brutality to come. A collective gasp of shock ripples through the scene as both the masked tormentor and Grandpa recoil in disbelief, a single question mark hanging in the air. Then, from the shadows of a doorway, a figure emerges. Jin Woo, his hair now stark white, stands defiant, a knife clutched in his hand, declaring, here I am. The memory abruptly shifts, and a voice questions, what the hell are you saying? As Jin Woo stands with his back turned. Jin Woo's expression tightens, a mix of surprise and confusion on his face as the past continues to unfold. From the shadows, a man with distinctive stitches on his face emerges, Jin Woo recognizing him and uttering his name, Hiren. The man with stitches addresses Jin Woo, who is walking amidst the rows of beds, asking, "So you really were hiding here? You are going to help, right?" He presses on, trying to appeal to Jin Woo's conscience. "That old man with the trash dumplings saved your life, didn't he?" His expression hardens as he dismisses the emotional appeal. "Stop selling that stupid drama," he retorts. "Even if I don't have those shitty dumplings, I have emergency supplies, damn it." He continues, attempting to manipulate Jin Woo. "But you know very well what that old man intended, right? He wanted you to help us. If the old man really dies, you will not regret it later, will you?" He turns away, a bitter laugh escaping him. "Regret it? Do you know what I regret most in my life?" Now fully visible in a doctor's coat, he reveals his deepest regret: "That I used these hands to save the life of a prisoner who was about to die." His face contorts with rage as he elaborates, "Because that damn prisoner made me lose dozens of comrades." Jin Woo stares, stunned, as his chilling indifference continues. "The life or death of those trash prisoners. I do not give a damn about any of that." A jarring shift in reality occurs as a dark, cracked wall appears, emblazoned with a strange, spinning emblem and emitting a disturbing, mechanical shriek. A man reacts with wide-eyed shock to the sudden apparition, unable to process what is happening. Surroundings transform into a desolate, ruined cityscape shrouded in a thick, eerie fog. A stark white bubble manifests against the swirling blue mist. Figures in yellow jumpsuits, bizarrely adorned with traffic cones, plummet through the air in a surreal, blue-tinged void. A man in an orange jumpsuit raises a fork with a piece of food as a voice speaks of ascension and falling. Adorned with a flower crown, the man reacts with shock as the mist thickens around him. His face contorted in a mix of awe and terror, the man watches as the blue mist envelopes his glasses. More figures in yellow jumpsuits fall from upper platforms as a deluge of blue fog pours down upon them. Fog engulfs the flailing figures, with one individual in the foreground covering their mouth in apparent distress. A grand fog event takes place, and the ground glows with explosive blue energy as the figures are consumed. The man reacts with frantic energy as the blue mist swirls around him. He observes the explosive chaos as the figures around him are violently engulfed by the blue fog. A masked figure sits calmly, observing the surrounding chaos and reflecting on the fit of the mask. In the midst of the chaotic fog, the frantic scene continues with desperate intensity. Man points towards the exploding figures as the blue energy consumes them entirely. A man, no longer masked, reacts in terror, pleading for the process to stop as the fog becomes overwhelming. He desperately grabs the survivor, urging him to take a leadership role in the crisis. Survivor recoils at the suggestion of becoming a leader, while the other man insists he take control. Figures fall from a great height, desperately reaching out for one another as they descend. The man screams in terror, questioning if what he is seeing is a dream. Sweat drips from his face as his despair deepens, unable to reconcile the scene with reality. The masked figure reappears, reflecting calmly on the possessions left behind. The man's face contorts in a silent scream of pure shock and disbelief. A young man runs through a dark, blue-lit corridor, pursued by a figure with a glowing, moon-like head. Close-up on the mysterious figure emphasizes its ominous presence as it follows closely. The young man, face etched with terror, cries out and reaches out desperately for help. The moon-headed figure looms over him, its presence unwavering and cold. The young man is forced to confront the figure's words, his eyes wide with horror. The moon-headed figure stares back emotionlessly as the young man cries out in anguish. The figure continues its cold observation while blue light pulsates around its form. Engulfed in a purple-blue glow, the young man finally breaks under the weight of the torment. A faceless man in a suit stands against a stark red background, representing a fragmented memory. A child's drawing of a family is revealed, where one figure's face is a simple circle, symbolizing a lost identity. The child's drawing, which had symbolized a lost identity, is now seen by Jin Woo, who questions the artist, asking why he was depicted in such an abstract way. The artist, holding the sketchbook, dismisses Jin Woo's concern, remarking bluntly that he won't become an artist as the drawing itself shifts into a grotesque, multi-faced entity in Jin Woo's mind. The nightmare intensifies, a demonic blue orb with glowing eyes screams the name Dante as Jin Woo's own face contorts in terror, trapped in a horrifying vision. Jin Woo jolts awake, disoriented and covered in sweat, still wearing the blood-splattered orange jumpsuit, blinking away the remnants of the terrifying dream. His eyes wide with lingering fear, Jin Woo's mind races, still calling out Master Dante in his confusion, struggling to distinguish reality from the nightmare. Two figures, Rambutan and Lychee, emerge from the shadows of a makeshift tent, surprised but relieved to see Jin Woo finally awake, their expressions mirroring his own confusion. Jin Woo, still processing, questions if the entire ordeal was merely a dream as Rambutan and Lychee look on, unsure how to respond to his dazed state. The focus shifts to Jin Woo's patched-up jumpsuit, emblazoned with numbers, as someone asks where he acquired such an unusual outfit, highlighting his unique circumstances. Jin Woo listens intently as the other prisoners explain they brought him here, revealing that the drillhead's hideout was marked on their map, suggesting a planned rescue. A flashback shows Rambutan and Lychee running through dark sewers, having found Jin Woo unconscious and covered in blood, emphasizing the danger they navigated to save him. Jin Woo, surprised, asks if they truly came to rescue him, to which Lychee confirms their agreement to escape together, a bond forged in their shared captivity. Jin Woo remains silent, a thoughtful expression on his face, contemplating the implications of their rescue and the perilous journey ahead. Apologizing for the delay, Jin Woo urges them to move quickly, but Rambutan insists that he needs to rest, revealing they've already traveled a significant distance. Lychee excitedly points out their location, a triumphant look on her face, signaling a breakthrough in their escape plan. They stand before a massive wall, a stark barrier against their freedom, but Lychee reveals they've found a section without guard towers, a crucial advantage. A small fire crackles brightly within a metal bucket, providing warmth and light in the desolate landscape, a temporary beacon of hope. From an aerial view, the small group huddles around the fire, discussing the fate of Drillhead, confirming his demise with certainty. Rambutan explains the concept of falling, describing it as death from a fog overdose, admitting he too consumed too much of it, hinting at a dangerous substance. A bespectacled prisoner with an orange jumpsuit reacts with surprise, questioning if Rambutan also succumbed to the fog, while a small chibi thought bubble suggests he's joking. A system-like display illustrates the principle: the more fog one consumes, the greater their potential, represented by a muscular figure lifting immense weights. However, the narration continues, emphasizing that potential has a limit unique to each individual as the weightlifter struggles under the increasing burden. The consequence of reaching that limit is dire, an explosion of blue energy, signifying that all the consumed fog will violently burst out, leading to catastrophic results. Back at the camp, Jinwoo's companion remarks that no one truly knows their limit, even someone like Master Dante, explaining that this uncertainty is how the fog disperses. The bespectacled prisoner observes, stating that everyone merely waits for someone else to fall, a grim commentary on their shared predicament, as a ghostly figure of a fallen individual appears behind him. A close-up reveals a hand holding a fork with a dark, broccoli-like substance, as the bespectacled prisoner muses on the metaphor. Falling means death, a concept he finds profoundly meaningful. He then poses a crucial question: if falling is death, what then is ascension? He ponders if it means surpassing one's limits. He clarifies that ascension isn't about simply exceeding a limit, but about the emergence of a double talent, someone who has already reached their maximum yet gains another extraordinary ability. Such an individual, he continues, would command universal devotion, becoming the supreme leader, a figure of ultimate authority and power. Rambutan adds that ascension is an exceedingly rare phenomenon, noting that most individuals inevitably fall instead, highlighting the perilous nature of their existence. He then speaks of a prophecy: a person will one day appear with an infinite number of talents, destined to transcend the laws of their world and liberate them all. Rambutan concludes with fervent belief, stating that this prophesied individual will become their god, the ultimate savior. The bespectacled prisoner, his gaze fixed upwards, declares that this is the one they refer to as the supreme leader, a title imbued with immense hope and reverence. Rambutan stands, battered and bruised, his head bowed in quiet reflection, perhaps contemplating the weight of this prophecy and the hope it represents for their desperate situation. As the weight of the prophecy settled, its ominous shadow began to manifest. Dark, winged figures streaked across the desolate, cloud-choked sky, signaling a new, foreboding chapter. Lo, in a ruined landscape, a brutal struggle unfolds between figures in prison jumpsuits, a testament to the harsh reality of their existence. A masked figure relays hushed whispers, sharing news of a newcomer, a nerd in the Tofu Village. There's a nerd with glasses in Tofu Village, seems he just moved in. Another prisoner lies motionless on the ground, a stark reminder of the village's brutal hierarchy and the constant struggle for survival. Meanwhile, a man with dark hair and glowing eyes subtly adjusts his glasses, a silent observer to the unfolding chaos, his intentions shrouded in mystery. A single eye, glowing with an intense blue light, hints at a hidden power stirring beneath the surface, promising a shift in the balance. From a towering height, Jin Woo surveys the sprawling, ruined city below, a single, resolute declaration escaping his lips: found you. The scene shifts to the sterile, blue-lit interior of a high-tech facility, its intricate walkways stretching into the darkness, a stark contrast to the world outside. A figure in a gas mask stands guard, their presence a chilling reminder of the unknown dangers within this secured environment. The eerie silence is broken only by the faint sounds of respiration from another masked individual, maintaining vigilance in the glowing halls. A gloved hand carefully collects a glowing blue substance from the floor, indicating a hazardous cleanup operation is underway in the facility. Numerous figures in full hazmat gear meticulously clean up the glowing blue and orange residue scattered across the facility floor, hinting at a recent incident. An unseen observer notes the pervasive glow emanating from various points, stating, "It's glowing here too, and there." A masked figure, identified by the number 0791, exclaims, connecting the dots, "Aha, in Tofu Village. So that's where he was." As a group of hazmat-suited figures, one with a paper bag over their head, moves through the glowing facility, a voice gravely notes, "Every day someone falls." An observer remarks on a focused individual, noting, "Oh, that guy is very focused. Is he also trying to ascend? Pathetic." The paper bag masked figure, their eye holes glowing faintly, calls out to someone, "Hey, tourist. A red-haired man holding a bag of glowing orbs commands with authority, "Don't pick up that trash. Take it." The paper bag-masked figure examining the glowing orbs comments on their quality. "Oh, excellent quality. Have they already found that guy?" Paper bag-masked figure muses, speculating further. "The one-armed one? Well, who knows? Maybe they did." The red-haired man, his eye glowing with an eerie blue light, remarks with disdain, "A whole year has passed. And that's all you can do?" The paper bag-masked figure with a rifle slung across their back grumbles about their compensation. "Honestly, I think this job isn't profitable. After all, it's an order from Fogland's operations bureau, right?" Red-haired man dismisses the complaints, snapping impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense." The paper bag-masked figure with a hint of desperation asks for better pay. "Prices have risen a lot this year. Can you pay me more?" A masked figure boasts, recounting a past exploit. Yes, he dared to wear fancy clothes, so I took them right away. Hee, cute, right?" The red-haired man, his back to the viewer, makes a proposition, stating, "If you bring him to me." With a chilling smile and a glowing blue eye, the red-haired man promises an exorbitant reward. "I'll give you as much as you want." Blinding light pierces through the oppressive darkness of a long corridor, hinting at either hope or a new, unforeseen challenge. Jinwoo shivers, lamenting his recent transformation. "Oh, it's cold. I shouldn't have changed my form. That one was much warmer." A concerned voice whispers to Jinwoo, asking, "Baby, are you cold?" Jinwoo replies, "I'm fine. How about you?" Light-haired companion reassures Jinwoo, "Oh, sweetheart, now it's all good. It's so warm here," before abruptly realizing, No, we're not alone here." Jinwoo, still awake and curled up, hears the light-haired companion's soft and the third figure's quiet response, "I'm not asleep." The light-haired companion, surprised, asks the third figure, "You're not sleeping? It's a bit chilly here, right?" Jinwoo, covering his face with his hand, assures them with a hint of annoyance, "Everything's fine." Suddenly, a mundane toilet in a dilapidated room is revealed, accompanied by a surprised, echoing sound, "Huh?" In a shocking turn, a large, masked figure is brutally impaled through the head by a sharp weapon, blood splattering as a silent question hangs in the air. Wall is heavily splattered with blood, stark evidence of the violent, decisive blow that just occurred, leaving a gruesome scene. In the desolate, sandy expanse, 3 prisoners look upward, while another lies defeated on the ground, one of them muttering, "High up." The desolate prison environment reveals chilling bloodstains splattered across a wall, a grim testament to unseen horrors. Jinwoo observes the gruesome marks, noting that he heard nothing disturbing during the night. A wave of inexplicable anxiety washes over Jinwoo, a foreboding sense that something significant is about to unfold. Jinwoo's companion approaches, offering assistance, to which Jinwoo simply affirms his need for help. Jinwoo hands over a mysterious bag to his companion, who readily accepts it while sensing the gravity of the moment. Jinwoo then hints at something even more crucial. Companion looks on, a flicker of surprise in his eyes as Jinwoo prepares to reveal the true importance of the situation. Jinwoo turns to his companion with an unexpected question, asking if he is religious. The companion, taken aback, admits his family is Catholic but hesitates. With a piercing gaze, Jinwoo directly asks his companion if he can recite a prayer. Suddenly, a brutal scene unfolds. A prisoner is violently struck, blood exploding from the impact, a stark reminder of the deadly reality within these walls. Companion, still processing the request, questions the need for a prayer and reveals his personal disbelief in God. Another prisoner vehemently dismisses the skepticism, arguing that in such desperate circumstances, everyone resorts to prayer, clinging to any hope of escape. Now understanding the urgency, the companion asks if the "Our Father" prayer would suffice, indicating his limited knowledge. Prisoner's face lights up with relief, declaring "Our Father" to be excellent and perfectly acceptable, then urgently beckons the companion closer. With newfound resolve, the companion looks upward, his determination hardened by the other prisoner's plea, declaring their intention to break free. A powerful, glowing blue fist unleashes a devastating blow, the force of the impact radiating outwards with explosive energy. Companion frantically urges the prisoner to begin praying immediately. Dust and debris settle on Jinwoo's orange prison uniform, hinting at the intense struggle that just transpired. The prisoner, startled and confused, begins to recite "Our Father," his voice trembling with fear and urgency. With wide, terrified eyes, the prisoner continues his desperate prayer, counting 1 as he recites, "Your kingdom come." The aftermath of violence is laid bare. Multiple prisoners lie lifeless and bloodied on the cold, hard ground, a chilling testament to the brutal reality of their confinement. Powerful, glowing blue kick connects with unseen force, accompanied by the prisoner's continued prayer. 2 On earth as it is in heaven. The companion, moving with purpose, continues the prayer, his voice a desperate plea, "Give us this day our daily bread, and lead us not into temptation." The prisoner's eyes blaze with an intense, supernatural blue light, his face contorted in a mix of rage and desperation as he unleashes a powerful attack. 2 figures are violently launched through the air, their bodies twisting amidst the chaos, caught in the wake of a powerful unseen force. Devastating punch slams into the ground, obliterating the surface and sending shockwaves rippling outwards, a testament to raw, destructive power. The companion gasps, covered in sand, the exhaustion and terror of the relentless assault finally catching up to him. A prisoner frantically calls out as an injured man lies nearby, struggling to breathe, prompting a desperate inquiry about his condition. The injured prisoner struggles to speak, asking if he slept well before the companion urgently tells him to get a hold of himself. Transformed Jinwoo emerges from the swirling dust, his eyes glowing with an ominous blue light and bearing the number 182 prominently on his chest, shocking his companion. The transformed Jinwoo, marked with the number 182, stares down with a chilling question. Finally found you? The companion recoils in terror, pointing a trembling finger at Jinwoo, utterly bewildered by his sudden appearance and transformation. The transformed Jinwoo's eyes burn with an intense, cold blue light, his gaze unwavering and full of predatory focus. Jinwoo accuses someone of lying, his words cutting through the air. Meanwhile, his companion is horrified, questioning what has happened to him. Jinwoo lunges forward with a chilling command to die, catching his companion off guard, who screams out in confusion, questioning the sudden, violent betrayal. Jinwoo dashes across the desolate terrain, a blur of orange and raw power, leaving a trail of disturbed sand in his wake. Jinwoo's intense, glowing blue eyes are fixed on his target, his expression a mask of grim determination as he closes in. Jinwoo unleashes another powerful attack, striking with incredible force against his fleeing targets. The companion questions Jinwoo's sudden aggression, while the prisoner desperately urges his comrade to retaliate and escape over the wall. Jinwoo relentlessly pursues the two prisoners, who frantically urge each other not to stop, bewildered by Jinwoo's incredible speed. Companion wonders if Jinwoo possesses an innate talent for running, while the prisoner desperately pleads for someone to stop the relentless chase. Jinwoo snaps, his patience finally hitting its limit. He growls at the others to stop clinging to him, threatening to break their legs if they don't let go immediately. Despite his harsh words, Jinwoo doesn't leave them behind. With explosive power, he leaps into the air, carrying the group across the treacherous terrain in a single, massive bound. The sound of rushing wind and heavy impacts fills the air as they move at a speed no ordinary human could hope to match. They skid across the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust as Jinwoo forces his way forward, refusing to slow down for even a second. One of the prisoners collapses into the dirt, gasping for air as the sheer intensity of the movement leaves him completely spent. Jinwoo's companion struggles to find his footing, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes the sheer scale of the danger they are in. Suddenly, a pale figure with haunting, glowing blue eyes stands before them. He tells the group to wait and calm down, his presence radiating an eerie, unsettling aura. Jinwoo's companion erupts in frustration, shouting about how he already explained the process of growing sweet potatoes to this strange man. Dante stares back with a hollow expression, claiming he provided water and sunlight, yet his efforts yielded no results. The absurdity of the conversation leaves Jinwoo's companion momentarily speechless, his mind racing to comprehend the logic of the man standing before him. A system notification flickers into existence, describing the man's skin as having a texture that looks like camouflage, hinting at something far more sinister than a mere prisoner. Jinwoo's companion points out the obvious flaw: it's only been a single day. Growth takes time, something this pale stranger seems to lack entirely. Dante grows impatient, questioning how it could possibly take so long. He feels as though his time is being wasted on useless endeavors. Jinwoo's companion loses his cool, calling Dante an idiot and demanding he listen to a proper explanation of how life actually works. He rants that everything needs time to grow and that a week is the bare minimum to see any progress. Dante listens, but his expression remains cold. Dante abruptly turns away, stating that he's leaving. He believes the group no longer has any use for him, his eyes devoid of any human warmth. He pauses, his gaze dropping as he contemplates his next move in this deadly game of survival. Dante gestures toward the other prisoners, his voice dropping to a low whisper as he asks if they are the reason for the group's hesitation. Jinwoo's companion steps forward defensively, warning Dante not to even think about touching them. The other prisoners plead for their lives, begging to be let go after sharing everything they knew about the facility. Dante's glowing eyes lock onto them, his expression shifting into something far more predatory and dangerous. The system identifies the look in his eyes. They are the eyes of a starving beast, ready to tear apart anything in its path. Jinwoo's companion tries to appeal to whatever humanity is left, reminding Dante that he once said he wanted to live. Dante screams for him to shut up, the sound echoing with a raw, unbridled fury that shakes the very air around them. A twisted smile creeps across Dante's face. He tells them to stop bothering him, his mind clearly descending further into madness. Jinwoo's companion's glasses reflect a sharp light as he makes a final, desperate call. He commands Dante to join them, his voice firm and authoritative. He grabs Dante by the arm, insisting they don't have time for this nonsense while his brain is clearly melting from the stress. One of the prisoners whispers a strange word, Rambutan, and urges the group to just grab them and run before it's too late. Jinwoo doesn't hesitate. He hauls the entire group onto his back, his muscles straining as he prepares for another impossible feat of strength. Jinwoo's companion tells Dante to pray faster if he wants to get out of this hellhole alive. Dante's eyes widen in realization, the fear of remaining trapped finally overriding his erratic impulses. Jinwoo's companion looks on with a mix of dread and determination, wondering who these people truly are and what secrets they are hiding. With a thunderous boom, Jin Woo launches himself into the air, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake as he clears the massive prison walls. They soar over the blood-stained fortifications, a small speck of orange against the grim backdrop of their captor's stronghold. Dante stands tall, his muscular frame tensed as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation that awaits them on the other side. He delivers a devastating high kick, the power behind the strike sending shockwaves through the air as he demonstrates his lethal combat skills. A final thought echoes through the system: he likes them. The bond between these unlikely allies has been forged in blood. The group stands together, their faces set with a newfound resolve. They have decided to move forward as one, ready to face whatever horrors the system throws at them next. The weight of their mission settles in as Jin Woo tightens the bandages around his hands, preparing for the inevitable clash that lies ahead. Master watches in silence, his sharp gaze cutting through the tension as he analyzes every movement with cold, calculated precision. A voice whispers the name Dante, a reminder of the stakes they're playing for in this deadly game. Looking at the glowing eyes of the others, Jinwoo's companion can't help but wonder if they're still facing men or something far more monstrous. Jin Woo lunges forward, a muttered apology on his lips as he grapples with an opponent in a desperate struggle for dominance. Impact is blinding, a surge of energy erupting from the center of the fray as the two forces collide. His opponent screams in confusion, unable to comprehend the sheer speed and power behind Jinwoo's counterattack. Without breaking his stride, Jin Woo tosses his gear to his ally, telling him to hold the bag while he handles the immediate threat. Blue energy crackles around Jin Woo as his system skills activate, enhancing his physical limits to a superhuman degree. On the ground, a prisoner measures a distance with trembling hands, noting a shift of exactly 30 centimeters today. The realization hits them like a physical blow. The boundary is moving, and the shock is visible on every face in the yard. As they watch from the ledge, the target vanishes completely into the gray expanse, leaving nothing but questions behind. Suddenly, the ground gives way, and Jin Woo finds himself falling into the gaping maw of a colossal stone skull. A lone crow with a glowing blue eye watches from the shadows, an omen of the darkness that is about to unfold. A hand marks a red dot on a complex map, pinpointing their exact location within the labyrinthine structure. The lead researcher warns them sternly to keep their hands back, sensing the latent danger radiating from the ancient stone. Rising from the mist is a titan of stone, a guardian that dwarfs everything in its path and commands absolute silence. A gargoyle. The name alone carries a weight of ancient, immovable power that chills them to the bone. Jinwoo's companion tries to reassure himself, claiming it's just a statue that won't move unless its boundary is crossed. The doubt is clear as he kicks the stone foot, frustrated by the lead researcher's warnings and by the feeling of being trapped like rats. She explains the legends, a creature born of the fog, or perhaps a government tool designed to keep the corruption contained within these walls. The thought of the fog being inside them, in their very lungs and bodies, sends a shiver down Jinwoo's companion's spine. Sudden sound echoes through the dark cell, catching them off guard and spiking their adrenaline. Welcome to Fogland, where death is the only permanent resident and hope goes to wither away. The lead researcher stares ahead, realizing that they are intentionally keeping the fog trapped here for their own dark purposes. When Jinwoo's companion asks if the stone beast can think, her answer is a chilling affirmation that freezes the air. Doesn't just see, it senses the fog within them, knowing their intent to escape before they even take a single step. Despair colors her voice as she admits that the gargoyle is an insurmountable wall between them and the world they lost. Tears well up as she speaks of the sunlight she misses and the growing darkness that threatens to consume her from the inside out. Jin Woo takes her hand firmly, his voice steady as he rejects her hopeless outlook and promises to find a path through the mist. He reminds her of his promise, a vow he has no intention of breaking regardless of the monsters that stand in his way. With a confident smile, he asks her to place her trust in him one more time as he prepares to challenge the impossible. She looks up at him, a glimmer of hope fighting through the tears as she realizes he might be their only chance. Jin Woo takes a decisive step forward, his resolve hardening into steel as he faces the horizon. Landscape shifts, looking less like a prison and more like a graveyard for the living, littered with the remnants of those who failed. A scream of pure rage erupts as the battle for survival begins anew, shaking the very foundations of the facility. The gargoyle roars, its massive jaws ready to swallow anyone brave enough to challenge its absolute domain. Just as the gargoyle lunges, Jin Woo delivers a devastating counterpunch, slamming his fist into its massive jaw with a defiant cry, "Got you." A wild, blood-splattered grin spreads across Jinwoo's face as he realizes his gambit paid off. The fog in his bag, combined with the false prayers, successfully tricked the gargoyle into thinking another prisoner, Dante, was the one who escaped. The impact of the gargoyle's enraged retaliation sends Jin Woo crashing into the ground, a crater forming beneath him as he's thrown back with immense force. Suddenly, the oppressive darkness vanishes, replaced by a blinding, brilliant sun shining down from a clear blue sky, a stark contrast to the grim battleground. Jin Woo stands back to the viewer, gazing up at the unexpected sight. A single word escapes his lips, a whisper of disbelief, sunlight. His bloodied face contorts into a relieved expression as he declares, "We made it. We're free." The weight of their escape seems to lift momentarily. However, the freedom reveals a desolate, sprawling city of ruined structures shrouded in a perpetual haze with dark birds circling ominously overhead. Jinwoo's expression shifts from relief to urgent concern as he calls out, his voice laced with desperation, "Lychee." His eyes, wide with a terrifying realization, reflect the horror of their true predicament as the red glow of danger envelopes the scene. The ominous red light intensifies, casting a grim pallor over Jinwoo's face as his eyes dart upwards, anticipating an unseen threat. A horrifying vision of the gargoyle's maw filled with razor teeth and dripping blood snaps shut around Jinwoo's arm, a brutal, bone-crushing attack. Jinwoo's face contorts in a scream of pure terror, his bloodied features illuminated by a chilling blue light as he grapples with the monstrous beast. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's companion, looking utterly bewildered and terrified, nervously questions their surroundings. Excuse me, is this really a prison? It feels way too strange." The gargoyle's monstrous jaws, stained with fresh blood, remain a gaping, terrifying void, a testament to its brutal power. Jinwoo, surrounded by a surging aura of blue energy, screams out in anguish and desperation, his voice echoing, "Lychee." With a surge of power, Jinwoo strikes the gargoyle's massive body, the blue energy from his fist creating a powerful shockwave upon impact. Jinwoo's fist, crackling with potent blue energy, slams directly into the gargoyle's eye, causing a violent eruption of blood and light. Blue energy from Jinwoo's attack radiates outwards, a fierce burst of power that sends destructive force through the gargoyle's form. Jinwoo's face is a mask of raw agony and determination, his scream tearing through the air as he unleashes his full strength, blood splattering from his mouth. Jinwoo confronts the colossal gargoyle which clings to a towering wall. He warns the creature, "You idiot, I told you we can't leave this place." His fist clenches, a clear sign of his unwavering resolve despite the bloodstains on his neck and the grim reality of their situation. The gargoyle scales the immense wall with terrifying speed while Jinwoo dashes across the desolate ground, blue energy trailing behind him as he attempts to evade or pursue. Jinwoo's companion, observing the strange environment, exclaims, "What? Huh? What do you mean, what? It's weird. People are walking around freely in a prison. Some even look drunk." Jinwoo launches another powerful strike, his fist connecting with the gargoyle's head, crackling with intense blue energy. The ground shatters from the sheer force of an unseen impact, debris and dust erupting outwards in a violent shockwave. Jinwoo is thrown into the air, a blur of motion and blue energy, either dodging a counterattack or being tossed by the gargoyle's immense power. The gargoyle's head, now visibly cracked and glowing with residual blue energy, looms over Jinwoo, who lies on the ground, silently assessing the damage. Gargoyle's glowing blue eyes fixate on Jinwoo, who stands defiantly close to its massive head, a tense standoff in the desolate landscape. Jinwoo's bloodied face shows a mixture of exhaustion and irritation as he mutters, "Annoying." His patience clearly wearing thin. With a final, explosive surge of blue energy, Jinwoo delivers a decisive punch, screaming, "Just break already," as cracks spiderweb across the gargoyle's head. Gargoyle's head finally succumbs to the relentless assault, shattering under Jinwoo's power as dark energy bursts forth from the fissures, accompanied by the sound of cracking stone. Jinwoo's companion, horrified, questions the macabre scene before them, asking if the impaled figures are indeed people, not mere decorations. Jinwoo lets out a primal scream, his face contorted with raw exertion and a chilling intensity, pushing his limits to the absolute brink. Powerful strike leaves Jinwoo completely drained, collapsing into a heap amidst the shattered remnants of his opponent. Jinwoo's companion, tears streaming down his face, weakly calls out to Jinwoo by his numerical designation 182, his voice filled with despair. Desperate, Jinwoo's companion begs for help, admitting his mistakes and pleading for mercy. A chilling silence falls as Jinwoo's companion gazes upward, his eyes wide with fear as a grotesque, disembodied head-like entity slowly descends from the darkness. The colossal creature's glowing blue eyes fixate on its prey, its cavernous maw opening wide to consume a struggling figure in an orange jumpsuit. Jinwoo ruthlessly pummels the fallen figure on the ground, each blow kicking up a cloud of dust as his opponent lets out a pained urgh. Clinging to Jinwoo's leg, Jinwoo's companion, battered and trembling, confesses his fear, believing he was about to die and questioning why Jinwoo's actions are so terrifying. With blood tracing paths from his eyes, Jinwoo mutters, questioning his own ordeal, then sternly commands his companion to open your eyes. Jinwoo's companion stares back, a look of utter confusion and fear etched onto his face, unable to comprehend the situation. From above, Jinwoo's companion's desperate thoughts echo, questioning how a place like Fogland, supposedly built by the United Nations, could be run in such a horrific manner. The monstrous, pale entity looms over them, its sheer size overwhelming as Jinwoo's companion lets out a terrified scream. Panicked, Jinwoo's companion frantically tugs at Jinwoo, screaming about the monster and urging them to run, pleading with Jinwoo to get him out of this nightmare. Jinwoo stands dominant over his fallen companion, his foot pressing down, and with a guttural urgh, he orders him to convey a message, "I won't leave again." Jinwoo's intense gaze pierces through his companion as he reiterates with conviction that there is no escape from this place, assuring him he speaks the truth. Jinwoo pressures his companion, warning him to quickly repeat the instructed words if he wishes to survive. With a defeated groan, Jinwoo's companion finally relents, muttering a resigned "Ugh, fine." Kneeling before Jinwoo with the monstrous entity still casting its shadow, Jinwoo's companion reluctantly echoes the mandated phrase, "I won't leave again." Jinwoo's eyes glow with an unsettling blue luminescence, his expression grim and resolute as he processes the grim reality of their situation. The monstrous entity's cracked, glowing blue eyes stare forward, radiating an eerie, predatory aura. Jinwoo clamps a hand over his companion's mouth, admonishing him that your voice is too loud, prompting a panicked, whispered apology from the terrified man. Exhaustion and fear are evident on Jinwoo's companion's face as he lies on the ground, sweat beading on his skin. Jinwoo stands watch over his companion in the desolate, sandy expanse, a silent sentinel in the oppressive environment. Jinwoo's companion glances back, relieved to find the monster gone, then wonders aloud about its nature, questioning if it was real or merely an illusion. Jinwoo's companion turns to Jinwoo, asking about the fate of Rambutan and Lychee, the couple, hoping they manage to escape. Jinwoo delivers the stark truth, they died. His companion's face twists in shock, uttering a disbelieving what? Jinwoo, with unwavering resolve, clarifies that the terrifying vision was no illusion, stating that anyone attempting to escape this place will inevitably perish. Jinwoo's blood-stained hand clutches the equally bloodied hand of a deceased individual, a grim testament to the brutal reality of this land. The desolate landscape is marred by two brutalized bodies, one headless, as Jinwoo reveals the terrifying truth, no one can defeat the Hollow One. Hulking, armored figure, radiating an aura of intimidation, casts a long shadow, its presence a clear threat. Jinwoo, observing his companion, questions his actions, asking if he expects a kind explanation and if he's developing Stockholm Syndrome. A new, masked figure, known as the Cannibal, the Bone Eater, stands ominously as Jinwoo's companion remarks on the terrifying nature of his name. The figure with the paper bag, its eyeholes staring intently, directly asks if the Bone Eater truly consumes people or if it's merely a fearsome title. The imposing armored figure responds with a chilling challenge, stating, if you want to know, let's just try it. Imposing armored figure, having issued its chilling challenge, extends a long, dark tongue towards Jinwoo's companion, declaring its curiosity about his taste. Jinwoo's companion recoils in disgust, demanding it be put away. The armored figure's tongue retracts slightly, remarking on the softness it felt, and menacingly states it will no more by touch, finding Jinwoo's companion appealing. Jinwoo's companion, clearly unnerved, shouts for it to stop. The armored figure shifts its focus, addressing Jinwoo's companion as a brave kid and questioning his purpose for being there. Jinwoo's companion responds by presenting a photograph, explaining that he needs help finding the man depicted in it. The photograph reveals a man with specific details, prisoner number 182 centimeters tall, 2 moles on his right face, and missing his right arm. The armored figure's eye glows with a cold intensity as he internally identifies the man in the photo as a kidnapper, noting his eyes are similar to those of Crazy's. With a sharp snap, the armored figure's tongue quickly retracts, a sudden movement indicating a shift in its demeanor. The armored figure then contemplates the man in the photo, finding him delicious and openly questioning if it can simply eat him. Jinwoo's companion, seemingly resigned, states that if the armored figure desires the man, there's little he can do. The armored figure, in turn, remarks on Jinwoo's companion's understanding of him, then asks who Jinwoo's companion truly is. The armored figure cryptically responds that he is the same as Jinwoo's companion, leaving the masked prisoners in the background bewildered. Jinwoo's companion acknowledges the armored figure's eloquence, admitting he's never encountered anyone quite like him. The armored figure dismisses this, stating it's not surprising given Jinwoo's companion is merely a village kid from the area. Jinwoo's companion then reveals his identity and status, proclaiming himself a senior of district from a region where only the strong endure. Suddenly, prisoners in the distance cry out in alarm, recognizing the return of the massive winged golem, its immense form dominating the desolate landscape. 2 prisoners express their fear, wondering if the winged golem will leave no one alive this time, before one of them spots something else and urges the other to look. Close examination of the winged golem reveals its teeth are shattered, leading the prisoners to question if such a formidable entity could actually be damaged. A man in a suit, Dante, awakens disoriented in a prison cell, frantically questioning his location. Jinwoo's companion, observing from a distance, calmly informs him he is in his house. Dante, with wide, fearful eyes, internally warns himself not to trust anyone, including the dangerous, shadowy figure of Jinwoo's companion behind him. The prisoners continue to ponder the winged golem's broken state, questioning how such an indestructible being could suffer injury. Hooded figure, referred to as Baba Yaga, appears, declaring the broken golem an ominous sign, prompting shocked cries from the surrounding prisoners. Baba Yaga lets out a chilling laugh, noting that 5 years have passed since the golem last spoke, while prisoners complain about its awful breath. The hooded figure points to a crack on a chain, emphasizing that this is a huge omen and a significant development. Prisoners react in a frenzy, recognizing the crack as a prophecy and urgently demanding someone record the event, calling out Baba Yaga's name. Baba Yaga stands dramatically amidst the prisoners, announcing that the bird has taken flight, a declaration that leaves the onlookers stunned. The hooded figure then ominously states that it is approaching, hinting at an impending event or entity. In a desert-like expanse, Kang Dante questions Jinwoo about a white and enormous entity, asking if it killed Lychee and Rambutan. Jinwoo confirms it was not that one but another, revealing that there isn't just one hollow one. Kang Dante, utterly horrified, demands to know what that thing is. Jinwoo explains it's a hunter that kills anyone attempting to leave Fogland, eliciting a shot "what" from Kang Dante. Jinwoo's face hardens as Kang Dante vehemently denies such a monster could exist, claiming Lychee and Rambutan never mentioned it. Jinwoo bluntly calls them liars. Kang Dante's face contorts in anguish and disbelief, struggling to comprehend that death awaits outside caused by a monster and that the outside world remains ignorant. Jinwoo curtly orders Kang Dante to be silent, reminding him that he witnessed the truth with his own eyes. Crossing the wall means certain death. Kang Dante's face falls into utter despair, processing Jinwoo's words and the grim realization that there is truly no escape. Overwhelmed, Kang Dante collapses to his knees in the dust, muttering denials and calling the truth an impossible lie. His face contorted in a scream of utter disbelief, Kang Dante cries out that the reality presented to him simply cannot be. Jinwoo, having had enough, delivers a swift kick to Kang Dante, sending his glasses flying, reiterating his demand for silence. A split panel juxtaposes the bright, distant image of an unknown outside world with a strange, dark, root-like object submerged in a glass, hinting at the hidden horrors within the facility. The camera focuses on a pair of feet, likely Kang Dante's, standing beside a standard prison meal tray, grounding the surreal events in the harsh reality of their confinement. Back in the cell, Kang Dante sits beside Jinwoo's companion, pondering the nature of the escape-preventing monster, theorizing it could be a prison security system, a hallucination-inducing device, or a machine. Scene transitions to an establishing shot of the prison's chow hall, showing prisoners moving towards it. Jinwoo pondered the true nature of his confinement, realizing that whatever system held them, it had to be incredibly potent to imprison such abnormal inmates. His mind replayed a stylized memory of a past struggle, a stark realization dawning on him: he had merely been bait in a larger scheme. Shiver ran down Jinwoo's spine as he reflected on how perilously close he had come to a catastrophic outcome. His obsession with escaping had clouded his judgment, preventing him from thinking clearly about the larger picture. Yet, a lingering question remained: why had this person intervened and saved him? What hidden agenda could he possess? Jinwoo's companion, with his face obscured, internally mused that his rescue wasn't due to past favors, nor simple familiarity. Jinwoo offered a tray of food to his companion, simply instructing him to eat. The bustling prison chow hall was filled with inmates, each hunched over their meager meals, the clatter of trays echoing through the sterile space. Jinwoo observed his companion, questioning if his rescuer was simply a genuinely good person. Jinwoo's companion, still with his face obscured, reflected on how he had spoken cruelly to Jinwoo. His internal monologue continued, acknowledging that he had treated Jinwoo with coldness. Jinwoo, noticing the peculiar state of his companion's hand, hesitantly inquired about it. Jinwoo's companion quickly dismissed the concern, stating he was fine, but Jinwoo insisted it looked truly strange. Jinwoo's companion casually revealed his hand was fractured, eliciting a surprised reaction from Jinwoo. Jinwoo expressed concern over the severe swelling, questioning if his companion felt any pain, to which he simply replied no. Jinwoo gently prodded his companion's swollen hand, still disbelieving that it caused no pain. Other prisoners were scattered throughout the chow hall, some eating, others simply enduring the monotonous routine. Jinwoo inhaled sharply, realizing that his companion was merely enduring the excruciating pain in silence. Jinwoo's companion, his arm now crudely bandaged, declared that he had endured enough. Jinwoo attempted to remove the crude wrapping, but his companion resisted, warning that it was only a temporary measure and any movement would exacerbate the injury. Jinwoo, frustrated, emphasized the gravity of the situation, stating that without proper treatment, his companion's arm would be permanently useless. He then challenged his companion, asking if he truly believed he could survive in this brutal prison with only his legs. Jinwoo continued, lamenting their current state as two weak individuals, vulnerable to even the slightest confrontation. Jinwoo's companion, seemingly undeterred, proposed that they simply go to the hospital. Jinwoo reacted with surprise, asking for clarification on where this supposed hospital was, to which his companion calmly reiterated the hospital. Jinwoo observed the hospital entrance, noting its surprisingly normal appearance and the orderly line of prisoners awaiting care. He expressed disbelief at the existence of a hospital within the prison, questioning if it housed a real doctor, a query his companion affirmed. Jinwoo's companion recounted a past encounter, mentioning he had fought a doctor before, somewhere in Zone O. The mention of Zone O startled Jinwoo, prompting him to realize the prison's true vastness and recall seeing others drawing a map. Jinwoo's eyes widened, a new thought forming as he mused on the significance of a map within this labyrinthine facility. His expression shifted from surprise to intense contemplation, connecting the pieces of information. A discarded bag and a length of rope lay on the floor, remnants of a past attempt or tools for a future one, hinting at the prisoner's desperate measures. From the discarded items, Jin-woo discovers a hidden compartment, pulling back a gray cloth to reveal something beneath. A nearby prisoner, bandaged and masked, watches with a questioning gaze as Jin-woo wonders, could it be? A bead of sweat trickles down Jin-woo's temple as his eyes, magnified by his glasses, reflect a sudden, intense realization. The discovery is far more significant than he anticipated. Inside the compartment, a folded piece of paper is revealed, surrounded by glowing blue orbs and a red pen. Jin-woo's internal exclamation rings out, here it is. Jin-woo stares intently at the cryptic markings on the paper, his mind racing. He deduces the implications, murmuring to himself, that means. Meanwhile, the mundane life of the prison continues. Prisoners in orange jumpsuits mill about in a crowded hall, oblivious to the critical discovery Jin-woo has just made. A memory surfaces for Jin-woo, a guiding principle from his past. My mother, a devout Catholic, always said. Jin-woo's hand traces lines on the fragmented map, his mother's words echoing, if you can stand up after falling. His finger moves across the intricate details of the map, continuing the powerful mantra, then every failure and adversity. The map reveals more complex sections, filled with annotations, as the profound wisdom concludes, becomes a great legacy. Jin-woo's attention is drawn to a specific area on the map, circled and labeled Medical Center. He exclaims in his thoughts, there really is a hospital. And not only that. His excitement grows as he realizes the true scope of his find. The map holds all kinds of information. Jin-woo's eyes widen in astonishment behind his glasses, an exclamation mark hovering above his head as the full implications of the map begin to sink in. He observes the facility's layout, noting its unusual design. The entire structure of this place looks like a pizza, he thinks, then questions, I think they only drew about 4 zones, right? Jin-woo leans over the map, contemplating. Isn't there a headquarters that controls everything? He muses, then realizes, the map is cut at the center. A bead of sweat rolls down Jin-woo's face as a new insight strikes him, his eyes once again widening in surprise and understanding. His fingers carefully peel back a section of the map, confirming his suspicion. Is it folded? He wonders, revealing a hidden portion. With a dramatic pull, Jin-woo uncovers the concealed part of the map, his expression a mix of shock and intense curiosity as he asks, what is this? The complete map is finally revealed, displaying an intricate, sprawling layout that extends beyond the initial fragmented view. Jin-woo's hands rest on the edges of the unfolded document. A clear schematic of a circular structure emerges, labeled as the command center and FOGHQ, the true heart of the facility. Jin-woo's eyes narrow with fierce determination, his glasses reflecting the light of revelation. This is the center, he affirms, a plan forming in his mind. Looking up with a mix of awe and resolve, Jin-woo declares, right in the middle of Fogland, there's a general headquarters there. Turning to Jin-woo's companion, Jin-woo's expression is alight with a bold new strategy. Hey, 182, he exclaims, I have a plan, we're going to the center. Close up on a prison guard's cap, its badge gleaming faintly in the dim light, hints at the authority that maintains order within the facility. Suddenly, Jin-woo's companion is slammed against the wall, disoriented and helpless, as Jin-woo reacts with a shocked, what the hell? Beyond the immediate chaos, the desolate landscape of Fogland stretches out under a muted sky, a stark reminder of the harsh world outside the prison walls. Within the grim facility, 2 imposing prisoners stand, one identified as the information broker, a crucial figure in the prison's underground network. The information broker, Kasim, a man with long reddish hair and a smug grin, holds a bag of glowing blue orbs. He boasts, lately I've been earning really well. Kasim continues, revealing his current objective, if I get lucky, I'll find the one-armed man quickly. He then complains about the prison's noisy atmosphere, like a burned hotdog stand. A fellow prisoner announces, Kasim, you've got customers. Kasim, unfazed, replies, oh, let them in. But another prisoner's uneasy, but hints at unexpected trouble. Towering, shadowy figure looms into view from a low angle, gripping a heavy weapon, its presence radiating an undeniable threat. Kasim's smug expression instantly vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed shock and fear as he faces the new, formidable presence. A powerful Kong sound effect reverberates, emphasizing the heavy impact or sheer force accompanying the arrival of the menacing figure. A guard, his face obscured by shadow, sits sternly, observing the unfolding events. His presence is a chilling reminder of the strict control within the prison. Massive, muscular figure is revealed from behind, a strange lock device on his back. The narration identifies him as the lock that controls his gluttony with his monstrous body, making him the most dangerous guy among the thugs of Zone O. Kasim stares at the formidable prisoner, recognizing his rare appearance. He asks, he hardly ever appears. What are you here for? The massive hand of the dangerous prisoner holds up a cracked, monochromatic photograph of a chained, spiky-haired man, revealing the true purpose of his unexpected visit. A silent question hangs in the air. The red-haired information broker gasps in shock, his eyes widening as he stares at the photograph held before him. The sudden realization of who he's looking at sends a jolt of fear through his core. He stares at the monochromatic image of the chained, spiky-haired man, his mind racing. He wonders if this is truly the target that the notorious bloodhound has been hunting for. A pair of cold, menacing eyes peer through a heavy metal mask. The visitor's voice is a low growl stating that the broker has clearly seen this face before. Sweat beads on the broker's forehead as he tries to maintain his composure. He realizes he's hit the jackpot, a double request for the same person. It's a stroke of dangerous luck. From a high angle, the cluttered office of the information broker is revealed. He boasts about already having the intel but warns that such valuable information has competition. He bluntly asks, "How much will you pay?" The atmosphere turns lethal in an instant. The massive visitor leans over the desk, his shadow looming large. He declares that the price for the information will be the broker's very life. Elsewhere, the system technician is caught in a moment of pure panic. His face is contorted with shock as he questions the identity of the person standing before him, shouting in disbelief about his house. The system technician's eyes light up with a desperate hope. He recognizes a figure nearby as a guard, and for a fleeting second, he believes he is finally saved from the nightmare. Back in the broker's office, the monstrous visitor reaches out with a terrifying curiosity. He muses about having a little taste of the broker's large ear, wondering what its texture is like as the broker trembles in horror. A blood-curdling scream rips through the dark, cramped alleyways of the facility. The sound is raw and agonizing, echoing the brutal end of the information broker. The photograph of the target lies discarded on the floor, stained by a growing pool of deep red blood. A single word hangs in the air, cold and satisfied, delicious. Broker lies dead, his eyes vacant and blood splattered across his face. In his dying moments, he can only describe the warmth of his own blood as being like the taste of the sea. The killer walks away, leaving a trail of carnage. Bystanders cry out in shock as they discover the body of the broker. The order is given immediately, "Find him right now." Under the cover of darkness, two figures move through the debris-strewn streets. One of them is heavily disguised with a bag over his head, his eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. His companion looks on as the disguised figure explains his logic. He quotes an old saying, "If you want to hide a tree, you hide it in the forest. To survive here, they must blend in perfectly." As they walk, he reminds himself to stay calm. He needs to maintain the appearance of a common inmate, acting as civilized as possible to avoid drawing unwanted attention. The glowing eyes of the disguise pierce through the darkness. He is fully committed to his role, mentally repeating that he is acting just like any other prisoner in this hellhole. Suddenly, he strikes his companion, telling him to stop breathing so loudly because it's annoying. He chides the man for being far too slow, his patience wearing thin. He abruptly stops and declares that he isn't going any further because he's hungry. His companion is baffled, pointing out that they are supposed to be fixing him and they've already passed 2 cafeterias. Companion is exasperated, unable to believe a grown man is making such a fuss over food. He warns him that the cafeteria is far too dangerous with too many eyes watching their every move. His philosophy is simple: if you're hungry, you eat; if you're sleepy, you sleep; and if someone picks a fight, you fight. He declares that the time for living passively is over. He stares intensely at his companion, reminding him of the moment his arm was wrecked. That was the turning point that changed everything for them. Simple confirmation echoes through the void. That's right, the decision has been made, and there is no turning back now. His gaze is cold and resolute. He tells his companion that they now have a cliff at their backs. Any further retreat will result in nothing but death. With a newfound sense of purpose, they move forward into the heart of the facility. There is only one direction left for them: ahead. Title card appears against a stark background. Limbo. The true struggle for survival within this forgotten prison is only just beginning. A sign hangs in a dark corner of the prison, advertising the services of an information broker. Ask anything, it invites, with a deceptively friendly smiley face. Inside, a group of brokers has collaborated to create a masterpiece: the prisoner registry. It is a comprehensive list of every inmate within the prison system. Registry is constantly updated. When a prisoner dies, their number is reissued to a newcomer, ensuring the system remains a continuous cycle of life and death. However, a glaring anomaly is discovered. The last official record for prisoner number 182 was recorded as death. The number should not be active. The brokers look at the photo of the spiky-haired man again. If number 182 is supposed to be dead, they have to wonder, who exactly is this person using that identity? Prison enforcer, a bald and muscular man, scoffs at the mystery. He suggests that the guy probably just picked up a dead inmate's number tag, noting that many people steal rare tags to hide their past. But another broker remains unconvinced. He recalls that the man was seen in class, and more importantly, he was issued brand new clothes. In this prison, that can only mean one thing. The bald broker, scrutinizing a photograph, muses that the man might not have truly died. His companion, eyes wide, adds that the man's youthful appearance and white hair are truly striking. The master, with a focused gaze, declares next, as he prepares for his turn. A broker, his eyes wide with disbelief, questions the validity of the information, wondering if the man truly gained the talent of youth. He considers if the registry simply hasn't been updated, only to dismiss the thought, recognizing that 22 years is ample time for any information broker to uncover such details. The broker in the hat declares that the information was deliberately hidden, causing the other brokers to gasp in shock. With a grim expression, the broker states that only a specific entity could orchestrate such a deliberate concealment. He reveals the culprits: the powerful administration bureau. The scene shifts, revealing a sign through a grimy window: Dumpling Village. Jinwoo's companion, standing before a towering wall, exclaims their arrival at Dumpling Village, the location of the hospital. Jinwoo's companion turns to his silent partner, asking if they remember Dumpling Village, to which the other simply replies no. The masked partner attempts to recall, murmuring about Na Tofu, hinting at a past name for the village. A flicker of recognition crosses the masked partner's eyes as a memory stirs within him. Jinwoo, in his orange jumpsuit, cautiously asks a prison guard if he is indeed a guard as he receives an item. Jinwoo's companion, looking through a book, realizes with excitement that the village is no longer called Tofu Village, but his masked partner warns him not to get too excited. The masked partner cautions Jinwoo's companion, explaining that the deeper they venture into the village, the more formidable the individuals they will encounter. The sign for Dumpling Village stands prominently, confirming their destination. Village streets bustle with activity, prisoners in orange jumpsuits engaged in various tasks at makeshift stalls, a stark contrast to their previous environment. Merchants and workers fill the lively marketplace, a testament to the village's unexpected economic system. Jinwoo's companion stares in awe at the transformed village, utterly taken aback by the vibrant scene. He reiterates his astonishment, remarking that the village has undergone a complete transformation. Jinwoo's companion observes the bustling shops and the presence of electricity, marveling at the fully developed economic system now in place. He also notes the sheer number of people, a testament to the village's thriving, albeit unusual, community where even a tattoo warns of no honor among thieves. Analyzing a detailed map, the masked partner notes that while most villages are under the control of the shoulders, Dumpling Village inexplicably is not. Masked partner reveals his identity as a teacher assigned to the inmate education project. The map confirms that the controlling shoulder for this village is unlisted, prompting a warning that they cannot relax. The masked partner emphasizes that the more unknown a territory is, the greater their caution must be. Feeling a sense of unease, Jinwoo's companion urges his partner to duck into a nearby alley. His masked partner pauses, stating there is just one thing to consider. Jinwoo's companion's eyes widen in alarm, calling out his partner's number. A sudden blur of motion indicates an abrupt shift in the scene. Glowing, empty eye sockets, the masked partner states he possesses nothing. The street erupts into chaos as prisoners scatter and conflict breaks out, a sudden explosion of violence. A burly shopkeeper apprehends a fallen prisoner, sneering, "So you're a thief, huh?" The surrounding prisoners immediately echo the accusation, "It's a thief." The crowd of prisoners reacts with outrage, exclaiming, "This is crazy. You tried to rob the original famous shop." Jinwoo's companion clutches his head in distress, realizing they are being falsely accused of being thieves, desperately trying to deny the accusation. A new figure, Kang Dante, introduces himself with a stern expression. On the ground, with a broken arm and a sling, the masked partner is cornered and ordered to hand over the dumplings. Masked partner's eyes widen in a mix of fear and indignation. The stone-faced shopkeeper looms over the masked partner, demanding to know if he truly expects to take the soul and history of Dumpling Village for free. The masked partner's eyes glow with an intense blue as he challenges the shopkeeper, asking if he truly believes dumplings are a joke. Picking up from the intense challenge, Jinwoo's companion desperately tries to de-escalate the situation, apologizing profusely on behalf of the injured Jinwoo, whose arm is clearly broken. Imposing shopkeeper, cleaver in hand, demands to know the identity of the newcomer, accusing him of being another thief. Panicked, Jinwoo's companion quickly denies the accusation, explaining that Jinwoo is his sick younger brother, suffering from mental illness. The shopkeeper's rage escalates, accusing Jinwoo's companion of being a robber and questioning his suspicious mask. Overwhelmed, Jinwoo's companion curses in despair. Declaring that evil is not tolerated in his village, the shopkeeper calls for their execution, inciting the surrounding prisoners. Jinwoo's companion can only scream in disbelief at the madness. In a quiet whisper, Jinwoo's companion recounts how he was kidnapped during a riot, implying Jinwoo was his captor. Suddenly, the dumpling-headed figure steps forward, his voice cutting through the tension, commanding the shopkeeper to stop. The shopkeeper stares in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the dumpling-headed figure's intervention. Jinwoo's companion watches, equally bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. The crowd murmurs, recognizing the figure as Elder Mongol Dumpling, whose presence commands immediate respect. Elder Mongol Dumpling calmly addresses Jinwoo's companion, inquiring about Jinwoo's alleged illness. Observing Jinwoo's bandaged arm, Elder Mongol Dumpling expresses concern, acknowledging the severity of his injury. A nearby prisoner quickly interjects, accusing Jinwoo of attempting to steal dumplings, but Elder Mongol Dumpling dismisses the claim, pointing out Jinwoo's injured arm. With a gentle command, Elder Mongol Dumpling invites Jinwoo and Jinwoo's companion to follow him. As they arrive at his humble shop, Elder Mongol Dumpling questions why they wear such menacing masks. He reassures them, noting their kind demeanor despite the masks, and apologizes for the earlier commotion, stating they are just protecting their village. Jinwoo's companion, now unmasked, anxiously asks Jinwoo if he's aware of the riot, urging him to contact his superiors and revealing his identity as a missing teacher named Kang Dante. Elder Mongol Dumpling explains his simple life of selling dumplings, while Jinwoo offers a brief apology for the trouble they caused. Elder Mongol Dumpling asks about the taste and Jinwoo's companion praises the savory flavor, wondering about the source of ingredients in such a desolate place. Elder Mongol Dumpling casually reveals the dumplings are made from cafeteria leftovers, much to Jinwoo's companion's immediate horror. Jinwoo's companion gags, spitting out the dumpling, realizing with disgust that he's eating food waste. Unfazed, Elder Mongol Dumpling proudly asserts that Mongol dumplings are the village's pride, attracting people from far and wide. He then adds, with a somber expression, that some visitors seek something entirely different. Their true destination, he reveals, is the hospital. Elder Mongol Dumpling shrewdly deduces that Jinwoo and Jinwoo's companion are also searching for the hospital. Elder Mongol Dumpling warns them to halt their search, leaving Jinwoo's companion puzzled. He gravely states that the facility they seek is no longer a hospital. A single tear rolls down Elder Mongol Dumpling's face as he utters a single, sorrowful word, officer. Jinwoo's companion, with a grim expression, reveals the true, terrifying name of the place, the Demon King's Castle. The image of the blood-stained, barbed wire-encased building struck by lightning starkly illustrates why it's now known as the Demon King's Castle. Two masked figures continue their journey through the desolate, dark streets, a sense of foreboding hanging heavy in the air. Jinwoo questions Jinwoo's companion's strange behavior, who responds with a cryptic proverb about hiding in plain sight. Jinwoo's companion clarifies his actions, stating he's simply trying to blend in by acting like a typical prisoner. Jinwoo, clearly annoyed, shoves Jinwoo's companion, complaining about his breathing and slow pace. Jinwoo's companion stubbornly refuses to move, declaring he's hungry. Jinwoo, exasperated, tries to force him, reminding him of their mission, but Jinwoo's companion insists on finding food. Jinwoo's companion scolds Jinwoo for his childish behavior, warning him about the dangers of the cafeteria and the many watchful eyes. Jinwoo, with resolute eyes, declares his new philosophy: to live by his instincts, to eat when hungry, sleep when tired, and fight when challenged. The passive way of living is over. Jinwoo stands tall, a prisoner by circumstance, but his demeanor now radiates an unyielding resolve. Jinwoo's companion watches, his face a mask of shock, as Jinwoo's transformation becomes undeniable. Jinwoo's companion continues, his voice strained, ever since your arm got wrecked. Jinwoo's companion explains the grim reality: you can't fight anymore, and you can't stop either. Now there's a cliff at our backs, he states, his resolve hardening. Any further retreat means nothing but death. With unyielding conviction, Jinwoo's companion declares, we move forward. Ahead. Mysterious banner hangs above, promising information from a broker, marked with a cryptic smiley face. The camera pans over a scene of prisoners meticulously compiling the prisoner registry, a collective masterpiece of information brokers. This prisoner registry, constantly updated, reissues numbers of deceased prisoners to new arrivals, a grim system within the Fogland. But a chilling detail emerges: the last entry for prisoner number 182 is definitively marked as death. Guard's eyes widen in abject horror, a single drop of drool escaping his lips as he processes an impossible truth. The guard's mind races, questioning, then just who the hell is this bastard, as he points to Jinwoo's image. The prison enforcer dismisses the anomaly, suggesting Jinwoo merely picked up a dead guy's number tag, noting how common it is for prisoners to steal rare tags. Calculating prisoner with long, reddish hair refutes the idea, recalling, no, like Hound said, that guy was in class. The fact that he was issued brand new clothes normally means. His eyes narrow, the chilling conclusion forming, that prisoner number is real. The prison enforcer stutters in disbelief. Then, maybe he didn't actually die. He's insanely youthful. No wonder he has white hair. That can't be true, right? The long-haired prisoner exclaims, then speculates, why not? Maybe he gained the talent of youth. He ponders, then does that mean the registry just hasn't been updated yet? Then dismisses it, an update. It's been 22 years. That's long enough for it to reach the ears of any information broker. Long-haired prisoner's eyes gleam with certainty, declaring, it was hidden. Deliberately. A sharp gasp of realization cuts through the tension. He reveals the shocking truth: the only ones who could do something like that would be the Administration Bureau. Jinwoo and Jinwoo's companion silently turn and walk away, leaving the stunned information brokers behind. Jinwoo's companion questions Jinwoo's sudden move. Why are you? Through a grimy window, the name Dumpling Village appears, hinting at their destination. Jinwoo's companion exclaims, it's here, the village with the hospital, as they stand before its entrance. Jinwoo's companion asks Jinwoo, Dumpling Village, do you remember it by any chance? Jinwoo curtly replies, no. Jinwoo adds, I do know it's not Tofu Village. Jinwoo's companion realizes with a jolt, ah, you're right, it's not Tofu Village anymore. Finally, Jinwoo quickly interjects, don't get excited. Jinwoo's companion warns him, there are a lot of strong people, the deeper you go inside. The sign officially welcomes them to Dumpling Village. The village is a bustling marketplace, teeming with prisoners engaged in various activities. Stalls line the streets, offering goods and services, creating a vibrant, if unsettling, economic hub. Jinwoo's companion stares in disbelief, muttering, wow, what the heck, at the unexpected vibrancy of the village. A gruff chef shouts at Jinwoo's companion, if you're not gonna eat, get out. Jinwoo's companion observes, it's completely changed. His voice filled with awe. He marvels at the developments. There are shops and all. There's electricity now too. They even have an economic system in place. Jinwoo's companion continues to observe the bustling crowd, adding, and there are a lot of people too. As Jinwoo walks beside him, a tattoo reading "No Honor Among Thieves" visible on his arm. After analyzing the complex map, it's revealed that all these villages were previously controlled by the shoulders, but a strange anomaly exists. The map indicates that the controlling shoulder for this particular village, which includes a medical center, is conspicuously absent from the records. Despite this, a warning appears. Even so, we can't relax. The more ignorant the territory, the more cautious we must be. Jinwoo's companion urgently pulls at Jinwoo. 182 SSI. Let's duck into an alley first. He then pleads more desperately. Just one thing. 182 SSI. Jinwoo, his face obscured by a makeshift mask, responds with a sharp declaration. I don't have any. A stark image of a prison food tray holding meager portions of bland, unappetizing slop paints a grim picture of their current existence. Suddenly, the narrow streets erupt in chaos as prisoners in orange jumpsuits scatter, fleeing from an unseen threat amidst the dilapidated buildings. A group of agitated prisoners stares in disbelief, one exclaiming, "This is crazy," as another accuses, "You tried to rob the original famous shop." The masked prisoner clutches his head in despair, shouting, "They're accusing us of being thieves." "No, that's not it." The masked prisoner's eyes widen in terror, reflecting the sheer panic of the unfolding situation. A towering, stone-faced figure, the dumpling shop owner, glares down, questioning, "So you're saying, you want the dumplings that carry the soul and history of Dumpling Village for free?" Jinwoo, his masked eyes glowing with an intense blue light, confronts the owner, asking, do you think dumplings are a joke?" Before Jinwoo can escalate, a hand clamps over his mouth, silencing his outburst with a sharp, surprised gasp. Jinwoo's companion, also masked, desperately apologizes on Jinwoo's behalf. "I'm sorry. I'll apologize on his behalf." A new prisoner, wearing glasses and an orange jumpsuit labeled 0 to 132, observes the commotion with a bewildered expression, wondering what's going on. Dumpling shop owner presses his accusation. "So you're saying you're something other than a thief? Then are you a robber? Even wearing a suspicious mask?" The masked prisoner stammers, "The mask is sheet." The dumpling shop owner, now brandishing a massive cleaver, declares, "In our village, evil ones are not allowed to enter. Execute them." The masked prisoner screams in protest, "This is insane bullshit." The dumpling shop owner's blocky face shows a hint of surprise, muttering, "Mo." The masked prisoner's eyes are wide with unadulterated fear, reflecting the imminent danger. A small, elderly figure with a dumpling-shaped head, Elder Mongol Dumpling, walks away, seemingly oblivious to the chaos, as someone calls out her name. Elder Mongol Dumpling, now sitting with Jinwoo and his companion, asks with concern, "Your brother is sick?" Jinwoo's companion reacts with a silent acknowledgement. The elder observes Jinwoo's bandaged arm, remarking with sympathy, "Oh my, his arm was injured, I see." Glasses prisoner, 0 to 132, eyes the scene with suspicion, questioning, "What's with those eyes? Is he not a guard?" Back in the observation room, a guard reports to the master, "Yes, master. This guy tried to steal Mongol dumplings." The master, observing the screen, comments dryly, "He doesn't even have a hand to steal with, does he?" Steam rises from a pot of delicious-looking dumplings at a street stall as the elder's voice continues, "Why do you go around wearing such a vicious-looking?" Jinwoo, now unmasked and with stark white, spiky hair, sits with the glasses prisoner, 0 to 132, both eating dumplings. The elder's voice concludes, "Mask like that, you both look quite kind, you know. Forgive our rudeness earlier, we're keeping the village." The elder, holding a plate of dumplings, emphasizes, "As wholesome as possible after all. Like this, selling dumplings, and such." Jinwoo humbly replies, "Sorry for causing a commotion." The elder reveals the shocking truth, "We procure leftovers from the cafeteria slop," causing the glasses prisoner to recoil in disgust. The glasses prisoner gags, wow, ugh, I really, ugh." Jinwoo, equally repulsed, agrees, "It does feel like food waste, ugh." The elder, unfazed, proudly declares, "Of course it does. Mongol dumplings are our village's pride, after all. People come from all over searching for dumplings." With a knowing look, the elder adds, "Of course, some come for other reasons too." Flashback shows prisoners, some with buckets on their heads, being led by a uniformed guard with a badge, as a voice describes, "No, he was wearing a guard's uniform. And he had a badge." The elder turns to Jinwoo and his companion, her eyes piercing, "You two also came looking for the hospital, didn't you?" Jinwoo hesitates, offering a non-committal, "Well." The chilling revelation hangs heavy in the air. The place they sought is no longer a hospital now. The ominous new name for the former hospital is revealed, the Demon King's Castle, a fact that brings a look of grave concern to the master's face. Lightning flashes, illuminating the grim reality of the transformed building, now known only as the Demon King's Castle. Jinwoo's companion, visibly shaken, questions the horrifying new designation, repeating, "The Demon King's Castle. What is that?" A grave warning is issued, there is an extremely dangerous entity living inside that place. The chilling tale of Uruk is recounted, its downfall attributed to the same malevolent force. A stern warning follows, it's best that you two do not go anywhere near it because no one has ever seen the Demon King and come back alive. Jinwoo's companion, his face etched with concern, asks if the threat refers to the leaders of the gangs around there. The unseen speaker's response is dismissive, not on that level but. The unsettling quiet of the facility prompts questions among the prisoners. Why can't I see any other guards or officers? Are they actually looking for me? What's this situation? The extreme danger is reiterated. Even getting close to that place is impossible. Jinwoo's companion's face reflects his growing dread. Jinwoo's companion, remembering their urgent need for medical attention, desperately asks, wait, then what about the doctor who is there? There is no one there. We really need to see a doctor no matter what. The dire truth is confirmed. There is no doctor. As far as I know, that's all there is. They are advised to leave immediately in the morning, offered one night stay, with a grim reminder that place is no longer a hospital. Sign for a makeshift hotel, perhaps the temporary refuge offered, looms under the dim light, its Korean characters hinting at a place of temporary rest. In their sparse cell, Jinwoo's companion sits, his mind reeling, muttering, what did he mean by that? A chilling thought crosses Jinwoo's companion's mind as he wonders, what the hell happened here? Did that Demon King kill all the doctors? Jinwoo, his bandaged arm a stark reminder of their plight, turns to Jinwoo's companion, asking, when was the last time you saw the doctor? A mysterious 182 hovers above him. Jinwoo's companion replies vaguely, a long time ago. Jinwoo, however, presses for specifics. I mean, exactly how long ago was a long time ago? Can you tell me in more detail? Jinwoo's companion's eyes glaze over as he begins to recount. What was the hospital like at that time? The situation back then. He trails off, lost in memory. Jinwoo's companion's voice is stark as he reveals a past trauma. I was missing an arm. Jinwoo's eyes widen in shock. In a bleak memory, a figure with a bandaged head and a missing arm trudges through a ruined landscape, driven by the desperate need for treatment, seeking a hospital to get treated. Flashback continues, showing the injured figure encountering a towering, shadowy presence. And there was a doctor there, the narration states, a hint of irony in the unseen words. The injured figure, eyes glowing with desperation, pleaded, Doctor, heal my arm. A hesitant voice interjects, wait a moment. Jinwoo, incredulous, asks Jinwoo's companion, did you really say that? Jinwoo's companion confirms, yes. Jinwoo then presses, and what did the doctor say? Jinwoo's companion's face twists in annoyance as he recalls the doctor's initial, curt response, the arm. Jinwoo's companion recounts the doctor's shocking reply, the shadowy figure's eyes burning with blue light as it sneered, do you want me to attach it right away, idiot? Jinwoo's companion confirms, that's what he said, adding, it really was too much. Jinwoo's expression is one of utter disbelief. Jinwoo's companion then bluntly states, so I hit him. Jinwoo's eyes widen, a question mark hanging in the air. Jinwoo's companion continues, detailing the bizarre exchange, then he hit me back. And I hit him again. Jinwoo, visibly worried, asks, you didn't kill the doctor, right? Jinwoo's companion assures him, I didn't kill him. Jinwoo's companion, with a determined glint in his eye, states that he merely taught him a moderate lesson, confirming that guy is still there. Jinwoo's companion's expression darkens as he remembers, what the hell happened? Right, there was a riot. A wave of terror washes over Jinwoo's companion as he gasps, I'm screwed. The flashback shows the injured figure sprawled on the blood-splattered ground, the shadowy doctor standing triumphant. Jinwoo's companion's voice narrates, he's the one who taught that lesson. He even hit me one more time and I fell right there. Jinwoo's companion, eyes blazing with fury, declares, so now I'm just going to go and hit him back. Jinwoo, aghast, shouts, what did you say? But Jinwoo's companion is resolute, I have to go hit him. Jinwoo then retorts, who the hell do you think you're going to hit? Jinwoo desperately tries to reason with Jinwoo's companion, reminding him, we don't even know if the doctor is alive or dead now. Besides, the village chief already said it, that hospital no longer has a doctor. Jinwoo's companion merely lets out a frustrated tch, clearly not swayed by logic. Jinwoo's companion looks up surprised, Jinwoo simply replies, I heard it. The grim reality of their situation unfolds before them, a desolate, blood-soaked landscape littered with barbed wire and fallen bodies, leading to a foreboding structure. Jinwoo's companion grimaces, a wave of despair washing over him. He thinks, at this rate, I'll be stuck here forever. A sign for the Noah Medical Center stands as a grim beacon, its name stained with fresh blood, a stark contrast to its supposed purpose. The sight of countless corpses strewn across the desolate grounds sends a shiver down Jinwoo's companion's spine. He murmurs, corpses everywhere, it's really horrible. The grim scene reveals bodies in various states of decay, from skeletal remains of those long gone to fresh corpses, highlighting the pervasive horror. Jinwoo's companion observes, from skeletons that died a long time ago to bodies that died recently. As they move through the macabre landscape, Jinwoo's companion acknowledges the grim truth, realizing the bread seller's warnings were not a lie. He states, it seems the bread seller's words were not a lie. This place is no longer a hospital. Jinwoo's companion, still unnerved, turns to Jinwoo and asks, are you sure there really is a doctor here? Jinwoo firmly replies, I told you I heard his voice. Jinwoo's companion, observing Jinwoo, realizes, now I realize another ability of number 182. Standing before a closed door, Jinwoo's companion presses Jinwoo for details. He questions, a sound. What sound is that? Is that the doctor's voice? Jinwoo looks up, his expression unreadable, as if straining to hear something beyond the normal range of perception. Jinwoo's companion, still uncertain, asks Jinwoo, is that really the doctor's voice? Jinwoo replies, his back still to him, I don't know. Jinwoo's companion eyes Jinwoo speculatively, wondering if it's more than just a doctor's voice. He ponders, or is it that you have some kind of special talent, something like abnormally sensitive hearing? Jinwoo continues to eat, seemingly oblivious, yet a thought crosses his mind, just like this guy said. Jinwoo, still facing away, denies any special abilities, stating, I don't know, I don't have anything like that. I don't have any weird talents. Jinwoo's companion, however, is insistent, exclaiming, no, you must have it. You wouldn't be lying to me, right? Or can you hear sounds that others can't hear? Jinwoo's companion continues to press, asking, is that why you always tell me there's noise? Say it. If you really have an ability like that, it would definitely help us a lot. Jinwoo, finally turning slightly, retorts with frustration, I told you I don't have anything. Jinwoo's companion covers his mouth, murmuring to himself, his thoughts racing. Jinwoo's eyes glow with an intense blue light, a clear indication of activated power, his expression hardening. Jinwoo's companion stares, wide-eyed and terrified, his hands still clamped over his mouth in shock. Suddenly, Jinwoo delivers a powerful kick, sending Jinwoo's companion sprawling. Mid-flight, Jinwoo's companion cries out, I was just joking. Rubbing his bruised head, Jinwoo's companion reflects, I barely moved my lips, I practically didn't make any sound, and yet he heard it. He then concludes, then it's clear that you really do have sharp hearing. Jinwoo's companion, now serious, considers the implications of Jinwoo's abilities. He muses, if that's the case, then that place right now is the Demon King's castle, or this hospital. The imposing hospital building looms ahead as Jinwoo's companion resolves, I guess there's no choice but to go see it with our own eyes. Jinwoo's companion turns to Jinwoo, calling out, student. Suddenly, Jinwoo's companion urgently pulls Jinwoo behind a large rock, exclaiming, this way, hide here. Peeking cautiously from behind the rock, Jinwoo's companion points, asking Jinwoo, do you see it? There. Jinwoo's companion identifies the building, stating, that must be the main entrance of the hospital. He then asks Jinwoo, do you hear someone talking inside? Jinwoo simply hums in affirmation, Turning to Jinwoo's companion asks, then, number 182, do you remember the plan I told you? Jinwoo confirms with a simple Jinwoo's companion then instructs, say it again, what's the plan? Jinwoo's companion outlines the plan, knock on the door and hide as fast as possible. If the one who comes out isn't the doctor, find a weapon and run away. Jinwoo's companion grins, satisfied with the recap. He declares, very good, then let's go. A system notification box appears, detailing their strategy, plan name, ring the bell and run. As Jinwoo's companion prepares, a system update reveals more about Jinwoo's capabilities. Jinwoo possesses exceptionally sharp hearing and runs with incredible speed. Peeking out, Jinwoo's companion considers the plan's effectiveness, thinking that if Jinwoo goes up there, they can safely check the hospital's interior. A soft thump indicates Jinwoo's movement. Jinwoo's foot strikes the door with a sharp impact, signaling the start of their risky maneuver. Jinwoo's companion, with a knowing smile, reminds Jinwoo, sweet potatoes. You said you wanted to grow them, right? Jinwoo, his head covered by a sack and arm bandaged, bolts away from the door with incredible speed, executing the ring the bell and run strategy. From an overhead perspective, Jinwoo's rapid retreat is a blur, leaving a distinct trail as he vanishes from the hospital entrance. Hospital entrance remains eerily still, no one emerging despite the loud knock. Jinwoo's companion observes, no one is coming out. Jinwoo's companion, perplexed, asks Jinwoo, then there's no sound inside? There's no one in there. Jinwoo responds with a thoughtful Undeterred, Jinwoo's companion urges, then go and try again. You have to knock harder like this. Jinwoo's foot slams against the door with significantly more force, a resounding thud echoing through the desolate area. Having slammed against the door, Jinwoo propels himself forward, masked and injured, his movements a blur of speed and raw force as he charges into the unknown. Behind him, the ground is littered with debris and fresh bloodstains, a grim testament to the violence that just transpired, the air thick with the scent of conflict. The imposing structure of the Noah Medical Center looms ahead, its entrance dark and silent, a stark contrast to the chaos outside, hinting at an eerie emptiness within. A figure peeks from behind a crumbling wall, observing the scene with a worried expression. He questions if there's still no sound from inside. The observer's face is etched with growing concern as he ponders the silence. He asks about the doctor's voice mentioned earlier, wondering if the building is truly empty. A sinister smile plays on the observer's lips, his demeanor shifting as he begins to speak of teaching someone how to grow sweet potatoes as much as they want but in return. Jinwoo, with his bandaged arm, launches another powerful kick at the door, the sound effect indicating immense force, as the observer desperately tries to stop him. Jinwoo's foot connects, the impact echoing loudly, a stark visual of his determination and brute strength against the reinforced entrance. The door shatters inward, sending fragments flying as Jinwoo bursts through the opening, a whirlwind of destruction tearing through the facade. The observer recoils in shock, his face contorted in a scream, utterly overwhelmed by the sheer power displayed by Jin Woo. The massive hole in the building's front is revealed, a gaping maw of darkness, as the observer gasps, realizing the extent of the destruction and muttering a number. The observer, in a panic, shouts at Jin Woo to listen to him and get out of there quickly, his voice filled with urgency and fear. Jin Woo, undeterred, continues his rampage, a blur of motion as he smashes through another barrier, the sound effects emphasizing the brutal force of his attacks. The observer watches in horror as Jin Woo disappears into the building's depths, muttering about the chaos, wondering what the hell is happening. The observer's face is frozen in a scream of terror, his glasses askew, as he questions if this is the Demon King, his voice laced with pure dread. Jin Woo, now inside, is seen with his bag mask slightly askew, holding a small, unidentifiable object, demanding to be helped out of this place. A new presence is felt as heavy footsteps echo, signaling the arrival of an unknown figure, their shoes landing with deliberate weight on the cracked floor. A hand deftly twirls a sharp surgical tool, its metallic gleam cutting through the darkness, an ominous display of precision and control. The observer's eyes widen in disbelief, a single ellipsis conveying his profound shock as he struggles to comprehend the situation, muttering, "It's not." The mysterious figure is revealed, a man with stitches across his face and glowing eyes, a chilling presence that makes the observer realize he is. The man stands tall, clad in a lab coat over green scrubs, holding the surgical tool with an air of cold authority, declaring that these bastards are bothering him too much. The observer, still reeling, can only manage to whisper, "The doctor," as the realization dawns upon him. Doctor's footsteps are heard again, firm and deliberate, approaching the scene with a chilling calm. The doctor's hand, still holding the surgical tool, performs another precise, almost hypnotic twirl, a silent warning of his deadly skill. The observer's shock deepens, his wide eyes reflecting the terrifying truth as he struggles to articulate the situation, repeating, "It's not." A system message appears, revealing the doctor's cold calculation. He decided to use the stupidity of his prisoners, a chilling display of his manipulative nature. Doctor's face is a mask of contempt, his eyes glowing with malevolence as he labels someone a pathetic piece of trash, his voice dripping with disdain. His words echo in the desolate environment, a clear indication of his growing annoyance as he states that these bastards are bothering him way too much. The doctor stands, an imposing figure, the surgical tool held with deadly intent, as the observer finally names him the doctor. The grim aftermath of the doctor's actions is revealed. Several figures, including Jin Woo, lie sprawled on the ground, defeated, as the doctor walks calmly among them. Jin Woo, still masked, sits up amidst the fallen, his bandaged arm visible, stating with a grim realization, he's a doctor. The doctor turns, his stitched face and glowing eyes conveying a chilling indifference as he looks at Jin Woo, a question mark hanging over his head. Jin Woo confronts the doctor, asking if he came to see him, his stance firm despite his previous defeat, signaling a renewed challenge. Jin Woo points to his injured arm, unequivocally stating his purpose, "Fix this arm." His demand is direct and unwavering. Doctor's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with menace as he gives Jin Woo a 3-second ultimatum, ordering him to get lost. The observer, now identified as Jin Woo's companion, frantically urges Jin Woo to show some manners, reminding him that the more pitiful he looks, the better. Jin Woo, with a sly smile, addresses his companion, asking if he brought fog with him, hinting at a hidden strategy or ability. Master's face pales, sweat beading on his forehead as he realizes the situation is spiraling out of control, the hidden strategy Jin Woo hinted at now hanging in the balance. The stitched-faced man sneers, grabbing Jin Woo's hood and asking if a lowly criminal like him actually thinks he deserves to be treated like a human being. Jin Woo remains eerily calm, noting that his captor is a doctor, but the man simply scoffs, unimpressed by the observation. Coldly, the opponent asks what his medical profession has to do with Jin Woo's current injuries, his gaze piercing through the tension of the room. Without warning, Jin Woo lashes out with a powerful kick, his orange jumpsuit blurring as he initiates a sudden counterattack. Watching from the sidelines, Jin Woo's companion lets out a shocked scream, his eyes wide with terror behind his glasses. Brutal reality of the limbo facility sets in as the battle for survival shifts into high gear. The opponent catches Jin Woo's arm with a grip like iron, his voice dropping to a low growl as he commands him to get out immediately. A sadistic grin spreads across the man's face, mocking the predictable behavior of the prisoners trapped within these walls. Jin Woo fires back, asking if the man thinks he's an idiot to be swayed by something as trivial as sweet potatoes, leaving Jin Woo's companion utterly bewildered. The force of the exchange sends shockwaves through the corridor, debris flying as the physical struggle reaches a fever pitch. Jin Woo is forced down, the opponent's boot hovering menacingly over his face in a display of total, crushing dominance. The man in the lab coat mocks Jin Woo's efforts, expressing mock surprise that he managed to dodge despite having only one functional arm. Jin Woo spins with desperate speed, a blur of orange against the gray backdrop as he searches for any possible opening. He connects with a heavy blow to the opponent's chest, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into the strike. The impact is visceral, a localized explosion of force that should have ended the fight right then and there. However, the opponent barely flinches, leaning in to whisper that Jin Woo is surprisingly good at putting on a tough act. A massive crater opens in the floor as a heavy blow connects, shattering the concrete into 1,000 jagged pieces. Jinwoo's companion lies motionless on the ground, his glasses discarded nearby as the cost of the conflict continues to rise. In the shadows, an armed enforcer prepares for the worst, noting that the order to shoot has already been issued. Panicking, Jinwoo's companion rambles about sweet potatoes and responsibility, his mind fracturing under the pressure of their captivity. Jinwoo's hand clamps onto the opponent's boot, his mind racing as he searches for a way to turn the tide of this losing battle. The opponent pins him ruthlessly to the ground, declaring that Jinwoo's legs are now just as useless as his arm. Looming over him, the man sneers, calling Jinwoo a one-legged bastard and demanding to know what he can possibly do now. A sudden burst of movement catches the opponent off guard as Jinwoo executes a high-risk maneuver to break the hold. The struggle becomes a chaotic tangle of limbs, the power dynamic shifting in a heartbeat as Jinwoo refuses to stay down. In a desperate move, Jinwoo sinks his teeth into the opponent's arm, using every weapon at his disposal to survive the encounter. The opponent's eyes widen in shock, his calculated demeanor momentarily shattered by the raw ferocity of the attack. The fabric of the lab coat tears under the pressure of Jinwoo's bite, a savage display of primal instinct and survival. A system-like realization flashes through the air. Jinwoo has targeted the thumb flexor muscle with surgical precision. The opponent's eyes begin to glow with a dangerous blue light, his interest piqued by Jinwoo's unexpected tactical depth. Jinwoo remains silent, his expression hidden as he prepares for the next phase of his desperate gambit. He strikes again, this time with a concealed sharp object, aiming for a critical vulnerability in the opponent's defense. The opponent gasps in confusion, his reflexes failing him for the first time in the entire encounter. The needle-like weapon pierces through the orange fabric, marking a decisive hit in this high-stakes game of cat and mouse. Blood sprays as the weapon finds its mark, the sound of tearing flesh punctuating the silence of the corridor. The two combatants are locked in a deadly dance, blood spattering the walls as the environment becomes a slaughterhouse. Jinwoo lands with a heavy thud, his body battered but his spirit unbroken as the dust begins to settle on the battlefield. The dust of battle barely settled, but a new tension brews elsewhere. A red-haired man nervously questions a bald, imposing figure, asking if it's truly wise to hand over high-level intel that Hound desperately seeks. The bald man dismisses his concerns with a sneer, demanding if the alternative was to keep silent and be devoured. He presses on, emphasizing that if he touches the red-haired man, the other big shots won't stay quiet, especially since he's the sole fog distributor in Zone O. The red-haired man, looking pensive and wary, wonders aloud if they hear the ominous sound from his stomach, suggesting that sometimes one calculates and sometimes one simply doesn't. Bald man, his eyes wide with a chilling realization, warns that they don't truly know him. He asserts that this individual disregards the unwritten rules among the big shots and the very boundaries set by management. The red-haired man's face is grim, confirming the chilling truth. He cares about none of it. A stark, dangerous reality hangs in the air. A monstrous, hulking figure with a gaping maw, surrounded by smaller, shadowy entities, dominates the scene. The only driving force, the narration reveals, is pure, unadulterated hunger. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stands, illuminated by an ethereal glow, a fork raised high. His internal monologue echoes the harsh truth: to ascend or to fall, for that is the only way out of this predicament. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Noah Medical Center, a grim, foreboding structure shrouded in an unsettling aura, hinting at forgotten horrors within. Jinwoo's eyes, wide behind his glasses, reflect a deep sense of unease and apprehension, his gaze fixed on the unsettling environment around him. Inside, thick cobwebs stretch across a cracked ceiling, revealing a desolate, neglected space far from any semblance of a functional medical facility. Jinwoo observes the decaying room, noting how truly ancient and worn the place appears, questioning its true purpose. He muses on the eerie atmosphere, remarking that it feels less like a hospital and more like an abandoned house, slowly rotting away. An overhead shot reveals a makeshift operating room, complete with medical instruments scattered about and a pale, stitched-up figure on the table. Jinwoo wonders what monstrous creation could have been built in such a decayed place. Jinwoo's expression shifts to one of intense focus and realization as he processes the unsettling scene before him. The masked man, his arms covered in stitches, puts on medical gloves. He reassures Jinwoo that the patient's wound isn't serious, implying it will recover just as it has before. The masked man pulls his hands away as Jinwoo reaches out, warning him not to touch, lest his hands become infected. Jinwoo recoils with a surprised ow. Jinwoo, frustrated by the masked man's cryptic responses, demands clarity, asking what he means. The masked man simply dismisses his questions. The masked man, with a stern gaze, finally reveals his name, Ha-E Relan. Jinwoo formally greets Dr. Ha-E Relan, who then insists that Jinwoo simply call him by his name, dropping the formalities. Jinwoo then inquires about the identity of the person on the operating table. Dr. Ha-E Relan begins to answer, but Jinwoo seems to interrupt, a thought forming in his mind. With a statue of David in the background, Jinwoo, seemingly inspired, declares the patient's name to be David, taking the initiative to name the mysterious figure. Jin Woo, still questioning, asks Dr. Ha-E Relan if he's a physical education teacher due to his aggressive tone and reveals he's heard strange rumors about the facility. He presses further, mentioning whispers of a demon king hidden within and the dilapidated state of the hospital, questioning if a major incident occurred here. Dr. Ha-E Relan lets out a heavy sigh, his expression grim, confirming that indeed something terrible happened in this place. Jin Woo, looking agitated, explains that he had no choice but to reject the request to contact the administrative office, hinting at his own predicament. Dr. Ha-E Relan, his gaze downcast, reveals his own dire situation, stating that it is no different from Jin Woo's. He gestures, a somber truth in his words, admitting that he himself is being held captive within this very place. Jin Woo, his face crestfallen, realizes the grim implication. Dr. Ha-E Relan has no intention of helping him after all. Jin Woo, utterly shocked, demands an explanation. He questions what Dr. Ha-E Relan means by being trapped and why someone from the administrative office would be in such a predicament. A close-up on surgical tools highlights the doctor's profession. Dr. Ha-E Relan confirms his affiliation with the administrative office but clarifies that Jin Woo is gravely mistaken about his role. The scalpel held delicately, Dr. Ha-E Relan explains that he was assigned to this place for a mission 4 years ago, specifically to practice his surgical skills. He recounts how many people arrived at that time, including interns like himself and doctors transferred from other departments, all drawn to this enigmatic facility. A wide shot shows a group of medical personnel gathered outside the Noah Medical Center, a stark contrast to its current desolate state, as the narrative ominously states, but not long after. Dr. Ha-E Relan's voice drops, his face shadowed as he reveals the horrific truth. All of them died, victims of a lunatic who suddenly lost control within the facility. Jin Woo's eyes are wide with horror and shock, reflecting the chilling revelation. Dr. Ha-E Relan somberly concludes, the only one who survived was me. Jin Woo, still reeling, asks what happened next, questioning if anyone attempted to rescue him. Dr. Ha-E Relan turns away, a cryptic "huh" escaping his lips, leaving Jin Woo and the audience in suspense. The chilling truth began to unravel, not from a direct answer but through the grim reality of the prison walls. Jin Woo's hand rests on a meal tray, the mundane object a stark contrast to the growing unease within him. A fellow prisoner, identified by his numbers 0 to 182, shares a hushed account. He explains that rescue efforts were hampered by an impenetrable fog, a convenient excuse that barely conceals a sinister truth. Another masked prisoner, his face obscured by a green covering, repeats the words in disbelief. Because of the fog, the question hangs heavy, laced with suspicion. Prisoner 0-182's eyes widen in a chilling realization as he presses the masked inmate, asking if he still hasn't grasped the true nature of their captors, the administrative office. The masked prisoner, now pointing to figures in the distance, clarifies his point. He questions if the true members of the administrative office are those who move around freely, always masked, as if nothing happened. A shadowy figure with glowing eyes, embodying the masked prisoner's grim revelation, states with chilling certainty that it wasn't a matter of inability to find them. A desolate, ruined facility is revealed, shrouded in an oppressive atmosphere. The masked prisoner's voice echoes, declaring that they were deliberately abandoned in this forgotten place. The sterile sign of an operating room stands in stark contrast to the chaos, hinting at the true, horrifying purpose behind the facility's existence. Jin Woo sits slumped, lost in thought. The word, "that's right," escapes his lips, a dawning realization connecting the dots of his own experience. He recalls the scene at the entrance, a thick, suffocating fog already blanketing everything. The memory is sharp, confirming the earlier prisoner's account. The gruesome image of dismembered guards flashes through his mind, a brutal testament to the horrors that unfolded amidst the fog. Prisoner 0-182, clearly fed up, declares his intention to leave this filthy, horrible place immediately, seeing no point in staying near Jin Woo any longer. The masked prisoner continues his grim narrative, explaining that they had no protective equipment and everyone present inhaled that deadly fog. His eye narrows, a chilling thought crossing his mind. He never saw any old masks among the guards. He questions the identity of the masked soldiers, realizing their masks were ordinary. He wonders, are they truly from the administrative office? Holding a knife, the masked prisoner reveals his own limited knowledge, stating he was merely sent there under orders by the administrative office, just like everyone else. The brutal aftermath of the fog is depicted once more, a scene of carnage, confirming his words that everyone died. Prisoner 0-182's face contorts in a silent scream of horror and realization as the full weight of the situation crushes him. Jin Woo sits alone, the chilling thought echoing in his mind, what if even those people were deceived too? The conspiracy deepens. Meanwhile, in a separate, equally sinister narrative, a voice explains the search for a missing teacher. They needed someone truly competent, adaptable to any situation. An ID card is presented, revealing the name William Cox, a special envoy for field operations, indicating a high-level operative. The emblem of the International Alliance Crater Administrative Office is displayed, the very organization Jin Woo and the prisoners are questioning. Back in the prison, prisoner 0-182, still defiant, threatens his unseen captors, vowing they will regret their actions once he escapes the law's judgment, boasting about his family's influence. William Cox, flanked by 2 bodyguards, addresses a man named Mr. Kang, announcing his presence as the leader of a special team. Mr. Kang, surprised by the unannounced visit from the International Alliance, politely accepts the apology, his curiosity piqued. William Cox, observing his surroundings, comments that the place seems simpler than he imagined, prompting a questioning look from Mr. Kang. Cox reveals his knowledge of Mr. Kang's prestigious lineage, the son of renowned doctors Kang Edward and Kang Selina, and his family's long-standing wealth. Mr. Kang dismisses it, stating it's not a fortune he created. Mr. Kang, still cautious, asks if the visit is related to his parents. Cox, with a slight smirk, denies it, stating his purpose lies elsewhere. The bombshell drops. William Cox declares that the target they are after is none other than Kang Dante himself, leaving Kang Dante stunned. Kang Dante, now identified, acknowledges his past, the one who abandoned a research career to become a teacher. He sighs, admitting the truth of Cox's words. A close-up on Kang Dante's eyes, hidden behind his glasses, reveals a flicker of suspicion and confusion as he processes the unexpected declaration. William Cox applauds, praising Kang Dante's admirable act of pursuing his ideals despite his exceptional genetic code and favorable conditions. A document titled Prison Education Project is placed before Kang Dante. Cox reveals that Dante is the ideal model they have been searching for. Back in the prison, a dismissive prisoner scoffs at a life sentence trash, telling him to rot here forever. Suddenly, a voice shouts teacher, connecting Kang Dante's recruitment to the prison's reality. William Cox, with a knowing look, asks Kang Dante if he is interested in the job they are about to propose, a job that will inevitably lead him to the prison. Kang Dante looks at the document, a proposal from the International Law Enforcement Agency, Crater Detention Office, Prisoners Education Project, questioning its nature. Cox explains the IPACCS is the International Alliance of the Penitentiary System, and they want to invite Kang Dante to lead a long-term educational project there. Kang Dante's eyes widen in surprise. A penitentiary? Ah, you mean a jail? He clarifies, the grim reality of the offer sinking in. William Cox confirms with a sinister smile, explaining that a prison, a place where hope barely survives, needs someone talented and open-minded like Kang Dante. An official confirms with a sinister smile, explaining that a prison, a place where hope barely survives, needs someone talented and open-minded. The prisoner, receiving this unexpected praise, internally questions the commendation while acknowledging that the new assignment doesn't feel beneath his background. The official points a finger, his grin widening, affirming that this quality is what they find truly valuable. The prisoner's gaze sharpens, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He muses that the situation aligns with his style, feeling capable of handling the challenges ahead. The scene shifts to a sterile, unsettling environment as a gloved hand holds a gleaming scalpel. A voice addresses a companion, mentioning the dire state of the hospital. The companion looks on with a worried expression, his demeanor laced with urgency. The masked surgeon stands over the prone prisoner, revealing the grim reality: there is no anesthesia available. The surgeon asks if the patient can endure it, and the man weakly signals his agreement. The man's face contorts in silent agony as the surgeon's gloved hand presses down on his head. Blood trickles from his neck as the surgeon begins to work on the injured areas. The surgeon plunges a scalpel into the man's chest. His eyes are wide with excruciating pain, yet he remains conscious. The surgeon's eyes, visible above his mask, are fixed with an unnerving intensity, completely focused on the brutal procedure. A visceral depiction of immense pain and suffering as the procedure continues without anesthesia. Internal muscle fibers clench and tear, illuminated by streaks of raw energy, conveying the sheer physical trauma being experienced. The raw, torn tissue and scattered blood cells within the body are graphically displayed, highlighting the extent of the invasive surgery. Blood splatters as the surgeon continues his work, the patient's body racked with pain on the operating table. Abstract visuals of blood-soaked surfaces and swirling lines emphasize the chaotic and bloody nature of the ongoing operation. A sharp, surgical sound effect accompanies a stark white line, possibly representing a severed nerve or tendon, against a backdrop of blood. From the prisoner's perspective, he sees others in orange jumpsuits appearing to observe his agonizing ordeal, their faces blank. A close-up reveals a bloodied foot with a glowing white line, possibly a nerve or tendon, being manipulated or reconnected. The scalpel, initially clean, is now stained with blood, a testament to the invasive nature of the procedure. Surgical patches now cover the neck muscles, indicating the areas that have been worked on. More patches appear on the abdominal and thigh adductor muscles, showing the widespread nature of the internal reconnection. Calf muscles are also covered with surgical patches, completing the visual evidence of the extensive procedure. The surgeon, holding a circular device, declares that the reconnection is complete, his gaze fixed on the patient. The prisoner, bloodied but still conscious, stares back. The surgeon, impressed, notes that the patient hasn't passed out or screamed. The initial stage of the operation is complete. The surgeon then asks about the man's arm, which was reported broken. Close-up on the hand shows it is severely swollen. The surgeon explains that the X-ray equipment is broken, making a direct inspection necessary. With a scalpel poised over the arm, the surgeon suggests opening it up directly to check the injury. The prisoner's eyes show a mix of fear and grim determination as the surgeon instructs him to open his mouth wide. Suddenly, the man looks up, his expression shifting to concern as if sensing an outside arrival. Ignoring any interruption, the surgeon's scalpel presses into the skin and a drop of blood appears. He tells the patient to clench his teeth and endure it. The patient's eye widens in an intense burst of pain as the surgeon continues his work. The surgeon cuts deep into the arm, revealing mangled flesh and bone as blood gushes out. The surgeon observes the damage, noting the bone is completely shattered from a strong impact. He questions how the man ended up in such a state. The surgeon begins the meticulous process of pulling out bone fragments, stating the need to first check the soft tissues. A look of surprise flashes across the surgeon's masked face, noticing something unexpected within the wound. The surgeon observes strange, glowing fragments that appear to be sticking to the bone. The surgeon's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes his initial assessment of the injury was wrong. He watches in astonishment as the bone fragments glow and automatically return to their original positions, a sign of extraordinary healing ability. The surgeon pulls down his mask, his face etched with utter shock at the miraculous regeneration he just witnessed. Meanwhile, two other prisoners react with alarm, signaling that something is happening nearby. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife as Jinwoo's companion sits frozen, his mind racing. He looks toward the operating room, barely able to believe his eyes as he gasps, asking if the surgery is already finished. A cold sweat beads on his forehead as he stares into the void, a silent question mark hanging over the sudden conclusion of the procedure. Suddenly, the doors burst open and a surgeon in blood-stained scrubs emerges, hauling Jinwoo over his shoulder like a sack of waste. He growls with pure malice, asking the unconscious boy if he's already tired of living. The surgeon's eyes burn with a murderous glare, his face stitched with scars that twitch in fury. He snarls at Jinwoo's companion, demanding to know how he dared to trick a professional into treating a mere prisoner. Jinwoo hangs limp, his pale skin contrasting with the dark scrubs of the man carrying him. The surgeon's patience has reached its absolute limit, his voice dripping with a lethal threat. The surgeon leans in close, his shadow looming over the terrified Jinwoo's companion. He repeats his accusation, his voice a low, dangerous rumble as he realizes he was played for a fool. Panicked, Jinwoo's companion reaches out, pleading for the doctor to wait and explain his actions. But the surgeon is beyond reason, declaring his intent to throw this damn thing away as if Jinwoo weren't even human. Desperation takes over as Jinwoo's companion screams at the top of his lungs, trying to draw any attention he can to the madness unfolding in the hallway. From a high angle, the chaos looks like a calculated game of shadows. Mentions of past patients and misunderstandings fly through the air, but the surgeon's mind is made up. Confused and cornered, Jinwoo's companion tries to make sense of the surgeon's cryptic words, questioning the sudden mention of a PE teacher in this hellhole. He watches as the surgeon continues to haul Jinwoo away, his heart sinking as the gravity of their situation finally begins to set in. The surgeon turns his head, his cold, calculating gaze fixed on Jinwoo's companion. He speaks with a chilling certainty, as if he can see through every lie and every motive. He looks down at the boy on his shoulder, noting a massive tumor, a physical manifestation of the trouble Jinwoo brings with him. Jinwoo's companion can only stare in silent shock. With a brutal shove, the surgeon rolls Jinwoo across the cold stone floor like a piece of garbage, the sound of the impact echoing through the corridor. Jinwoo's companion explodes in outrage, demanding to know what kind of crazy stunt the doctor is pulling. He yells that no matter the circumstances, a doctor should never treat a patient this way. The surgeon's response is swift and violent. A bloody, gloved hand lashes out, gripping Jinwoo's companion's jumpsuit with crushing force. Face to face, the surgeon demands to know who he really is. He asks if he's just another teacher and why someone like him would ever be caught dead with a prisoner. Despite the terror, Jinwoo's companion stands his ground. He insists that Jinwoo has saved him countless times and is the only person in this facility worth trusting. A shadow of his former life flickers. Dante, a 32-year-old science teacher, a man of logic now trapped in a world of madness. The surgeon scoffs at the idea of trust. He asks if the teacher has truly failed to realize how terrifying this prison is, or if his mind has simply snapped under the pressure. He leans in, his eyes wide with a manic intensity, questioning if Jinwoo's companion has already gone completely crazy. Nearby, the other prisoners watch the confrontation with wide, fearful eyes, fully aware of the lethal stakes of this environment. The surgeon looks down at the teacher, his voice turning cold and pragmatic. He explains that in a place like this, you have to be careful about who you trust because you can't survive on your own. The bloody hand releases its grip, leaving a dark stain on the orange fabric, a silent acknowledgement of the grim reality they both share. The surgeon admits that he doesn't trust anyone, not the guards, and certainly not the prisoners. His only plan was to survive in the shadows. He tells Jinwoo's companion that he needs to pick a path soon. Staying here is the only way to avoid dying like a dog in the gutter outside. The surgeon offers a deal. He can guarantee the teacher's safety and let him hide here. But there's a catch: that protection does not extend to the prisoner. Jinwoo sits on the ground, battered and exhausted, his eyes glazed over as he listens to his fate being discussed as if he were already a ghost. Jinwoo's companion looks away, the weight of the choice pressing down on him. The silence is deafening as he struggles with the surgeon's ultimatum. Suddenly, he snaps, his voice cracking as he shouts that he's right here, refusing to be ignored or discarded. The memory of a simpler time flashes by, a man with a bicycle asking how much longer the yelling will continue. A stark contrast to the life and death struggle of the present. Rejecting the surgeon's offer, Jinwoo's companion hauls the injured Jinwoo onto his back. He begins the grueling trek up a steep slope, his legs trembling under the weight. Gritting his teeth, he scolds Jinwoo for getting caught and being so reckless. He just wants the boy to stay still and let himself be saved for once. Jinwoo mumbles a weak protest, claiming he didn't do anything, while his companion struggles to keep his balance on the treacherous incline. The situation takes a turn for the disgusting as Jinwoo accidentally spits on his savior. Jinwoo's companion shrieks in horror, his frustration reaching a boiling point. In the chaos, they lose their footing. A desperate scream echoes as they both tumble backward, falling down the very slope they just spent so much effort climbing. Landing in a heap of dust and bruises, Jinwoo's companion curses their luck. He yells at the sky, demanding to know why anyone would be stupid enough to build a hospital on such a steep slope. Still reeling from their tumble, the exhausted companion declares he can't take it anymore. He fumes, demanding that the injured man, whom he calls a burden, be left behind. Companion questions the other's stubbornness, but the injured man, barely conscious and hurt, weakly insists he's too heavy and cannot walk another step, feeling completely drained. The scene shifts to a solitary figure in a dark suit, slumped in a dimly lit corridor and lost in shadow, hinting at a forgotten past. A fragmented memory surfaces, a wall scarred with faded numbers and the lingering echo of a single, incomplete syllable, "Re." Companion's frustration boils over as he screams at the injured man, reminding him of his own exhaustion and questioning why he refuses to cooperate, seemingly oblivious to their dire situation. Still seething, the companion points up the blood-stained slope, raging that all his efforts to escape were for the other's sake and that he was promised safety. The injured man can only offer a weak, pained sigh, his bandaged face and exhausted eyes reflecting his complete depletion. The companion rubs his eyes, lamenting his past decisions to stay in this foul environment and choosing this difficult path once more. In a fit of renewed frustration, the companion strikes the injured man, calling himself a fool for repeating past mistakes. As the dust settles, the companion, wincing from the self-inflicted blow, is startled by an unexpected voice calling out to them. From the crest of the slope, two imposing figures emerge, a hulking brute and a small, round man who immediately demands to know what they are doing there. The companion, startled by the new arrivals, looks back at the injured man, stammering a question in his confusion. The camera pans to a weathered sign, revealing the name of their grim destination, a local hotel. Inside, the small, round man scolds them, questioning why they've returned after his previous warnings to never come near this place again. A chilling silhouette of a towering figure in an orange jumpsuit looms over a smaller one, surrounded by a menacing retinue of shadowy forms, a stark reminder of past threats. The companion gestures to a fresh wound, recounting how dangerous the situation was and urging the others to observe his injury as proof. The small, round man stares at the heavily bandaged patient, exclaiming his shock at how he went from being fine to nearly dying, demanding to know what kind of trouble they encounter. The small, round man's face registers profound surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief. Close-up reveals the man's hand, meticulously wrapped in clean bandages, a stark contrast to his earlier disheveled state. The companion, still processing the situation, asks if the injured man was taken away to receive treatment, hinting at a mysterious recovery. The companion denies the implication, then hesitates, beginning to explain what happened while the treatment was occurring. Companion's eyes widen in surprise, uttering a confused "huh" as he realizes something unexpected. The companion observes the injured man's leg, noting that the swelling has already subsided and the bandages are neatly applied, indicating unusually quick and professional care. The companion, still baffled, wonders aloud about the mysterious doctor and the rapid healing, asking if the man is truly healed already. A sinister, wide grin spreads across a shadowed face, hinting at the unsettling nature of the doctor or the facility. Companion, beads of sweat forming on his brow, presses the question, demanding to know how the man managed to get treated so effectively. The small, round man reveals that the doctor would normally never agree to treat prisoners, adding to the mystery of the recovery. The companion addresses the small, round man, realizing he seems to know the doctor quite well. The small, round man questions why the presence of a doctor was hidden, then dismisses the notion of the place being malevolent, asserting that the doctor isn't vicious and even provided a way for them to leave on their own. Small, round man assures them they didn't intend to deceive, clarifying that the doctor's presence is a story from a long time ago, back when this place truly operated as a hospital. The companion, with a somber expression, acknowledges that they all know this desolate land is now nothing more than a garbage dump. He continues, bitterly describing the place as a trash can that holds useless people nobody needs. Looking up at the sky, the companion reflects that having a medical center in such a desolate place is an outrageous luxury. Camera shows the exterior of the dilapidated medical center, a building that once promised care, now standing as a hollow shell. A flashback reveals a bustling, clean medical ward with doctors diligently treating patients, as the narrator describes them as very kind people. The companion's eyes widen in sudden realization, his face contorted in shock. Narrator concludes the flashback stating that the doctors saw the value of life in them. Their sincerity slowly began to change the villagers' characters. Indeed, that sincerity began to blossom. The lead researcher, smiling warmly, exclaims in surprise, asking if the prisoner is bringing more dumplings. The prisoner, holding out a steaming bag, confirms they are fresh and hot, addressing the director. The director eagerly calls out to a man named Hiran, urging him to come quickly and enjoy some dumplings. Hiran, startled from his reading, expresses his surprise. Director scolds the prisoner, questioning why he's already making dumplings so soon after surgery, especially with his old wounds still unhealed and having sustained new injuries. He laments the prisoner's stubborn refusal to follow medical advice. The prisoner blushes, expressing profound gratitude for the herbs and insisting that even a small gesture of repayment is acceptable. The prisoner, still flustered, acknowledges the hospital's ample food but then suggests that since the doctors came from outside they must know many delicious dishes. A bandaged hand firmly grips another, a silent testament to the bonds forming between them. A student prisoner, wearing glasses, greets his teacher warmly, noting it's been a long time. The director reacts with a silent, shocked exclamation. Hiran kneels, gently holding the prisoner's bandaged hand, asking about his well-being and if he can move more freely now. Hiran offers a gentle, understanding smile. To reciprocate the kindness shown, some prisoners brought food to share while others offered scrap they had painstakingly collected. Another prisoner presents glowing blue crystals, a rare and precious offering. Then, an eerie fog began to gather within the hospital, its presence marked by the strange blue glow emanating from boxes of crystals. This ominous accumulation of fog marked the true beginning of an unimaginable disaster. Driven by insatiable greed to seize control of the fog, a horrific and bloody massacre erupted, leaving only death in its wake. A voice from the past asks if they are remembered, recalling a sweet potato class, prompting a confused response. By morning, the villagers discovered the horrifying aftermath. The round-headed prisoner desperately calls out for Dr. Lee, searching for any survivors amidst the carnage, urging others to check the patient's ward immediately. A prisoner reports with distress that the ward is empty and all the patients have vanished. An angry prisoner concludes that the missing patients must be the ones responsible, referring to them as animals. The round-headed prisoner then pleads with everyone to help search for any survivors. And in the grim aftermath, their search continued. The round-headed prisoner peeks into a room, his face contorted in silent horror. They discovered Hiran, his legs brutally torn apart, his breathing barely a whisper of life. The round-headed prisoner cries out, having found someone still alive, desperately shouting for cloth to stop the bleeding. His sole desire was to save Hiran, no matter the cost. The round-headed prisoner stares in utter shock, stammering a plea for someone to get lost. Back then, in that moment of terror, the situation was far more dire. Hiran, his mind completely shattered, screams at them to get out of his sight, calling them devils, as his eyes glow with a terrifying red madness. The student prisoner, sweating with distress, utters a quiet "ah, of course," as understanding dawns on him. The student prisoner recounts how Hiran, even at death's door, still lashed out with a knife, leaving them helpless. He laments that nothing has changed, then questions how Hiran could have possibly survived. The student prisoner reveals the shocking truth: Hiran survived because he touched fog, his eyes widening in realization. The round-headed prisoner, with a look of sorrow, admits he still doesn't understand the monstrous ability Hiran gained but acknowledges that he survived entirely on his own. Hiran struggled and fought for survival, only to endure a torment far worse than death itself within the grim walls of the facility. Dust-laden shelves hold forgotten cans, a stark reminder of scarcity. A spoon scrapes the last meager remnants from a can, highlighting desperate hunger. Hiran, gaunt and covered in stitches, sits amidst empty cans, desperately scraping the last vestiges of food, a haunting image of his agonizing survival. A dismissive voice questions how anyone could consume such food, calling it mere leftovers thrown away by others. Support the creators by reading the full story at n-hijala.com. He sternly advises his colleague to choose his words carefully, emphasizing the need for sensitivity towards the patients who might overhear their discussions. Dr. Hiran, however, insists on the truth of his observations, describing the recently released prisoners as incoherent and difficult to understand. His gaze then shifts to a new, unsettling sight, an enormous pile of glowing blue substances, questioning its sudden appearance and purpose. The air thickens with an unspoken threat as a masked overseer, clad in a dark suit, casts a long, imposing shadow over the room, his presence silencing all dissent. The senior doctor, seemingly unfazed by the earlier tension, jovially urges Dr. Hiran to eat his dumplings before they get cold, a stark contrast to the preceding ominous discussion. Suddenly, a blaring alarm shatters the calm, announcing an emergency code: a patient is in critical condition. Both doctors react with immediate alarm, their expressions shifting to grave concern. The narrator observes the sheer scale of the emergency patient, a colossal figure with long, dark hair, stating it was the largest individual they had ever witnessed. Dr. Hiran bursts through a doorway, his face contorted with urgency, shouting about the emergency patient. A gurney, streaked with blood, is rushed down a hallway. Urgent voices demand updates on the patient's pulse, revealing it has plummeted below 40. Amidst a scene of chaotic urgency, the senior doctor barks orders to increase dopamine and inject 10 cc's while Dr. Hiron confirms administration. The senior doctor then demands a pupillary response check, only for Dr. Hiron to gasp in horror. The patient has no eyeballs. Dr. Heron's face is splattered with blood, his eyes wide with shock and despair. He questions whether the patient can survive in such a state, lamenting the insufficient equipment. The senior doctor's eyes blaze with fierce determination as he furiously dismisses Dr. Heron's doubts, declaring that they must keep the wounded man alive until the very end. With a powerful shove, the senior doctor propels the gurney towards the operating room, commanding Dr. Hiron to join him and serve as his assistant surgeon. Dr. Hiron stands, frozen in a mix of shock and fear, blood staining his collar as the senior doctor's urgent directive echoes. The scene transitions, marking the entry into the critical environment of the operating room. Inside, chaos reigns as the patient bleeds profusely. Doctors desperately call for more blood bags and demand constant suction, struggling to locate the source of the hemorrhage amidst the torrent of blood. The senior doctor, masked and covered in blood, mutters in frustration about the overwhelming mess, unable to find the bleeding point in the patient's catastrophic condition. A close-up reveals the unusual, massive shoulders of the patient, a detail that stands out even amidst the dire emergency. Dr. Heron's blood-stained hands tremble as he holds the surgical forceps, the immense pressure of the moment weighing heavily upon him. From behind, the surgical team works intensely. Dr. Hiron, with a sudden surge of clarity, precisely points out the location of the facial artery to the senior doctor. The senior doctor's eyes widen behind his mask, a flicker of surprise and understanding crossing his face at Dr. Heron's unexpected precision. Dr. Heron's gaze is now sharp and focused, his determination cutting through the exhaustion as he concentrates on the critical task. The medical monitor displays a triumphant sight. All vital signs have stabilized, a testament to the team's relentless efforts. Patient now rests, covered by a sheet, bathed in the soft light of a hospital room, the crisis averted. Outside the window, dusk settles. Dr. Hiron sighs in relief, noting how late it has become and reflecting that this was the most major surgery he had witnessed since arriving at the facility. The senior doctor acknowledges the grueling nature of the surgery, addressing Dr. Hiron by name. Dr. Hiron, in turn, expresses concern for the senior doctor's own exhaustion. With a warm smile, the senior doctor praises Dr. Hiron, asking how he managed to locate the artery so quickly despite the shredded tissue and profuse bleeding. Dr. Hiron, still thoughtful, recounts seeing a flash of light just before the blood obscured everything, a mysterious detail that elicits a sound of awe from the senior doctor. A close-up on the senior doctor's eye, reflecting the mysterious flash in his glasses, hints at a deeper understanding or intrigue regarding Dr. Heron's unique perception. The scene shifts to a stark, concrete cell where a suited man observes a prisoner in an orange jumpsuit, his head obscured by a bag. This is a glimpse into the harsh reality of the facility. Other prisoners, similarly masked, look on. The narrator observes their broad shoulders, while one prisoner identifies the figure as Shoulder Hyung, hinting at a known, imposing presence. Back in the hospital, the senior doctor praises Dr. Heron's incredible concentration, admitting he could entrust everything to him because of it. Dr. Hiron apologizes for taking the forceps without permission, but the senior doctor dismisses it, stating that in an emergency, such details are irrelevant. He reiterates Dr. Heron's crucial role as assistant surgeon. Focusing on the fore in the patient's arm, the senior doctor reminds Dr. Hiron that he brought the patient back from the brink of death, urging him not to give up so easily in the future. The senior doctor concludes with a powerful affirmation, predicting that Dr. Hiron will undoubtedly become a great doctor. The sterile white sheet of a medical bed lies empty, a pair of glasses resting upon it, hinting at a recent, unsettling departure. A close-up reveals a man's eyes, closed in what appears to be a deep, troubled sleep or unconsciousness, the lines of fatigue etched around them. Blood-splattered bare feet step cautiously onto a grimy floor, each movement heavy with a sense of dread and consequence. The man's eyes, now wide open, are filled with tears and terror, reflecting an unspeakable horror he has just witnessed or endured. A chilling scene unfolds. A towering, blood-soaked figure stands menacingly over a kneeling, terrified man, while another lies motionless on the blood-soaked ground. Jinwoo's companion, his face contorted in shock and fear, recognizes the towering figure with a gasp, realizing he is one of the infamous Six Shoulders. Terrified man, tears streaming down his face, utters a choked realization, confirming the identity of his tormentor. The towering figure, splattered with blood, stares down with cold recognition, echoing the man's grim affirmation. The terrified man confronts his captor, accusing him of being the one who imprisoned him within this brutal facility. The towering figure stands over the man, declaring his imprisonment within the prison of a body, a cryptic and ominous statement. With a menacing gesture, the towering figure extends a hand towards the terrified man, implying a dark proposition. The towering figure's words hang heavy, suggesting the terrified man, too, desires to experience the grim fate he has just endured. A violent impact sends a spray of blood across the screen, signaling a brutal, decisive strike. Piece of clothing, possibly from the victim, is violently ripped and sent flying, a stark image of the force unleashed. The man with stitches on his face sits slumped against a wall, his expression one of deep frustration and resignation, muttering a curse. A long-haired, grinning figure is revealed, identified as the Tower, one of the 6 shoulders of Cell 0, a formidable presence within this prison. The stitched man remains silent, his gaze fixed on nothing, lost in thought or despair. Discarded trash bag sits on the floor, a mundane detail in a grim setting, hinting at the squalor of the prison. An expansive view of the prison yard shows numerous inmates in orange jumpsuits going about their bleak routines under a desolate sky. Grandpa Dumpling, a man with white hair and bandaged face, lies on the ground, weakly mumbling about food. Jinwoo's companion, sitting beside Grandpa Dumpling, questions where they are supposed to find food, while Grandpa Dumpling weakly mutters his own name, causing Jinwoo's companion to internally lament his lack of awareness. Jinwoo's companion connects the dots, realizing Grandpa Dumpling's name explains his current state and behavior. Jinwoo's companion wonders how Grandpa Dumpling survived, to which Grandpa Dumpling replies that there are tasty things in the hospital, a statement Jinwoo's companion finds unbelievable given the 2-year duration. Jinwoo's companion proposes trying to persuade Dr. Hyren, citing his old ties to the village, but Grandpa Dumpling dismisses the idea, questioning the relevance of such ties. Grandpa Dumpling asserts that they are now more like strangers to Dr. Hyren, suggesting he only agreed to treat them because they were outsiders. From an overhead perspective, Jinwoo's companion argues with Grandpa Dumpling, insisting that if Dr. Hyren treats outsiders, there must be more they can do. Jinwoo's companion recalls a past memory, a confrontation between a prisoner and the towering figure known as the Tower in the prison yard. Grandpa Dumpling, his back turned, curtly tells Jinwoo's companion to stop, his patience worn thin. Jinwoo's companion confronts another prisoner, asserting that Dr. Hyren is punishing them and they should simply let him do as he pleases. Jinwoo's companion questions the stitched prisoner about his plan to hide in the prison forever, to which the stitched prisoner confirms his intention. Jinwoo's companion, determined, declares that they must find a way to escape, questioning the point of lamenting their situation. Jinwoo's companion believes the stitched prisoner could be a valuable asset, knowing more than they do, and urges him not to waste his life, offering to take his place if he insists on throwing it away. Jinwoo's companion inwardly curses the stitched prisoner, realizing his stubbornness will ruin their plan to persuade Dr. Hyren. Jinwoo's companion angrily confronts Grandpa Dumpling, reminding him of the doctor's cure and demanding gratitude, stating that his thuggish behavior angers Dr. Hyren and he should apologize first. Grandpa Dumpling, startled and confused, is directly challenged by Jinwoo's companion to apologize immediately. Suddenly, armed guards burst into the room, their weapons drawn, creating a chaotic and dangerous situation. Inside the quiet infirmary, Jinwoo's companion leans over Jinwoo, his voice trembling as he asks why Jinwoo has to endure this, reminding him of the brutal hit he took earlier. Jinwoo stares blankly at the ceiling, his face battered and bruised, stating with a hollow voice that he is simply a patient now. Jinwoo's companion looks on in stunned silence, unable to find the words to comfort his broken friend. In the stillness of the night, a realization dawns. This is the first time an emotion other than raw anger has surfaced within him. The two lie in their respective beds, the weight of their situation heavy in the air, revealing that the anger Jinwoo usually displays is a mask. Beneath the surface of his cold exterior, Jinwoo is truly hurt, a vulnerability he rarely allows anyone to see. Perhaps he has already expressed too many feelings, his mind racing through the chaos of his recent life. His past is a blur of violence, where fists did the talking and every strike was a desperate cry for control. He mirrors those rebellious teenagers who lash out, showing every kind of emotion through a veil of irritation and fury. They scream and cry because they don't understand the complex storm brewing inside them, unable to name the pain. A sickening crunch echoes as a face is pulverized, the physical manifestation of a psychological breakdown. It's the feeling of loss, a crushing weight that drives a man to madness when everything is taken away. Then comes shame, the bitter sting of failure that follows every defeat, turning pride into poison. And finally, worry, the nagging fear for those left behind, a burden that weighs heavier than any shackle. In a field of makeshift graves, the true cost of this world is laid bare, leaving only desolation in its wake. Jinwoo realizes that most human conflicts can be solved by simply identifying the true name of the feeling driving them. As the moon hangs high over the desolate village, the silence is a temporary reprieve from the coming storm. Welcome to Dumpling Village, a place where the sun rarely shines and hope is a scarce commodity. Rare appearance of sunlight brings the villagers out, but the atmosphere remains tense and weary. A man stumbles through the shadows, his orange jumpsuit drenched in blood, a grim omen of the violence to come. The locals trade rumors over drinks, asking if anyone has managed to collect the mysterious fog currency. Unbeknownst to them, a sinister presence looms just behind, its eyes fixed on its next target. Villager snaps at a passerby to walk more carefully, oblivious to the predator stalking the streets. From the darkness, a single blue eye glows with a murderous intent, tracking every movement with predatory precision. A massive, armored figure towers over the crowd, its heavy footsteps shaking the very ground of the village. The giant moves with an unstoppable force, the sound of its approach striking terror into the hearts of all who see it. The nightmare has only just begun, and the village's fate hangs by a thread as the monster advances. A blood-soaked woman grins with a manic intensity, asking if it's rude to bring guns to a place where they've already been stripped of everything. Back at the dumpling shop, the owners prepare for the day, unaware of the chaos erupting just outside their door. Grandpa Dumpling packs a meal, his heart heavy as he reflects on his own inappropriate behavior from the day before. He sees the boy as just a hungry, homeless child, a stark contrast to the monsters roaming the streets. He hands over the food, a small act of kindness in a world that has forgotten what it means to be human. Suddenly, a villager bursts in, screaming that something serious has happened, his face pale with fright. The words Bone Eater escape his lips, a name that carries the weight of a death sentence in this village. Grandpa Dumpling freezes, the realization of the impending danger finally sinking in as the shadow of the Bone Eater falls over them. Prisoner with glasses trembles as the weight of the situation crushes his spirit, his voice cracking as he asks Jinwoo if he's truly going to be abandoned again. Sweat beads down his face as he declares he's done with petty distractions like sweet potatoes. He's desperate for a real lesson in survival. Hiren tries to protest, but Jinwoo keeps walking, his back turned as he coldly states that this sacrifice is the only way to save a life. Heron's eyes widen with a mixture of shock and guilt, admitting that his past actions were born from ignorance, never expecting to owe his life to someone he once doubted. Jinwoo doesn't stop, reminding Hiren that favors must be repaid, and right now Grandpa Dumpling is in mortal danger because of their choices. With a look of grim determination, Hiren begs Jinwoo to flee while he stays behind to face the consequences alone. In the frantic prison kitchen, Grandpa Dumpling barks orders for premium meat and fresh vegetables, trying to maintain order amidst the rising tension. A heavy boot slams against the stone, the sound echoing like a death knell through the corridor. Jinwoo sprints up the steep incline, his bag swaying as he pushes his physical limits to reach the target before it's too late. The prisoner with glasses gasps for air, his face pale and drenched in sweat as the sheer intensity of the mission takes its toll. Grandpa Dumpling freezes, his expression twisting into a mask of pure terror as he senses a presence that shouldn't be there. A sinister figure emerges from the shadows, her smile wide and predatory as she activates her skill, conjuring a thick blue fog to blind her prey. Jinwoo charges through the blood-spattered courtyard, his voice ringing out as he calls for Hiren to hold on. Through a cracked window, the desolate landscape of the prison facility stretches out, cold and unforgiving. Hiren stands alone in the dimly lit room, staring out at the horizon as he prepares himself for a battle he likely won't survive. He bites down hard on a strip of cloth, the pain grounding him as he readies his mind for the violence to come. His hand, covered in jagged surgical scars, trembles with a mix of adrenaline and anticipation. Crouched among the trash and debris, Hiren finalizes his preparations, his focus sharpening to a lethal point. He grips a blackened combat knife, the weapon feeling like a natural extension of his scarred hand. With a swift, fluid motion, he wraps his arm, securing his gear for the high-speed combat ahead. Hiren rises, the knife held tight, his eyes burning with a manic intensity that signals the end of his restraint. In another part of the prison, a group of inmates confronts a snitch, accusing him of leaking Subject 182's data to the Bone Eater. A masked enforcer looms over the informant, his voice a low growl as he questions if the betrayal was worth the price. The red-haired informant winces, clutching his scarred ear as he desperately argues that he was only doing what was necessary to survive. Before he can finish his plea, a massive hand grabs him by the collar, the power behind the grip leaving him breathless. The masked man hoists him into the air, mocking him for selling out the entire operation just because he lost a single ear. Leaning in close, the enforcer asks what he should take next, an eye, or perhaps his nose, to teach him the true meaning of the underworld's rules. The informant's bravado vanishes, replaced by a pathetic plea for mercy as he begs the enforcer to remember the code they live by. The enforcer's patience snaps, shouting at the coward to go cry to his father as he prepares to deliver a brutal lesson. He demands to know if they look like garbage informants to him, his rage radiating through the room as the other prisoners watch in silence. He focuses his gaze on the one they call Long Tongue, the true threat lurking within their ranks. The red-haired man suddenly smirks, his fear replaced by a chilling confidence as he asks if that's really all the enforcer has figured out. Enforcer pauses, his eyes narrowing as he realizes there's a layer to this betrayal he hasn't yet uncovered. The other prisoners chime in, revealing the terrifying truth. Long Tongue possesses muscles as strong as an anaconda and digestive juices that can dissolve solid steel. The tattooed prisoner leans in with a sinister grin, recounting a disturbing encounter. He whispers that when the man tasted his ear, he claimed it had the flavor of a warm beach. The masked figure stands frozen, the irony of the statement hitting home. He was actually born on a beach in Central America, making the Bone Eater's sensory accuracy truly terrifying. But that is only the beginning. The Bone Eater's true talent isn't just taste, it's total biological analysis. By simply touching an object with his tongue, he can collect information with chilling precision, breaking down chemical structures and origins in a matter of seconds. In a dimly lit, cluttered hideout, the group discusses high-stakes intelligence regarding Subject 182. They are certain the Bone Eater can taste the truth in any situation. One of the men in orange insists the lesson must continue. There is no room for error when dealing with a monster of this caliber. The subordinates are in awe of the foresight shown. They realize the target was released specifically so the Bone Eater could track him through biological traces. However, doubt lingers. If the target is devoured by the Bone Eater before the information is extracted, the entire plan will go up in smoke. Masked Leader turns to his subordinate, assuring him that he will retrieve the target regardless of the cost. With a confident smirk, the man in the bucket hat reveals he has already sent an infiltrator to blend in on the Bone Eater's side, boasting of his deep connections. This isn't just any spy. These are elite mercenaries, cold-blooded killers who know exactly how to play the long game. Classified as an armed assault unit, they are more than capable of handling themselves if the situation turns violent. A massive, scarred warrior stands ready, his presence alone enough to intimidate even the most hardened criminals in the facility. Meanwhile, in the village, a hulking figure in a metal helmet presents a tray of steaming food, announcing that the premium level 10 dumplings are finally ready. The village chefs, a stone-faced man and a round-headed woman, offer the food with desperate hope, urging the guests to eat as much as they want. Conversation shifts to the mysterious Fogland, and the atmosphere grows heavy as the reality of their location begins to set in. A young man with glasses, looking weary in his orange jumpsuit, declares that he has no interest in small talk. It's time for a real lesson in survival. A metallic clatter echoes through the courtyard as the Bone Eater prepares to judge the offering. Bone Eater reveals his monstrous form, his long, prehensile tongue flicking out as he prepares to analyze the meal. The village chefs watch in terror, their sweat-beaded faces reflecting the sheer pressure of serving such a dangerous entity. The tongue slithers through the air, a wet, muscular appendage that acts as both a weapon and a biological scanner. It makes contact with a dumpling, the surface shimmering with a strange blue energy as the information-gathering skill activates. Round-headed woman gasps, her eyes wide with shock as she realizes her culinary secrets are being laid bare. The Bone Eater's eyes glow with an eerie light, his mind processing the complex flavors and hidden ingredients with lightning speed. He pulls back, his expression one of pure disgust. He declares the food to be absolute trash, sending a wave of fear through the onlookers. The chefs are both outraged and terrified, demanding he actually eat the food properly before passing such a harsh judgment. But the Bone Eater doesn't need to chew. He identifies the meat as crow caught just yesterday, exposing the poor quality of their premium dish. In the background, a pale woman with a haunting smile manipulates glowing orbs of energy, whispering about creating fog. The Bone Eater continues his brutal critique, noting that the carrots and onions were stolen from a supply box, leaving the chef speechless. The stone-faced man is humiliated as the Bone Eater compares the taste to a bucket of cafeteria leftovers. The round-headed woman is struck down by the verbal assault. The verdict is final, it is nothing but garbage. A single dumpling lies discarded on the ground, a symbol of the failed attempt to appease the monster. The Bone Eater's voice drops to a low growl. He tells them they know nothing of true hunger, reflecting on a life spent starving. He remembers his past as a homeless drifter, a decade spent stealing scraps just to keep his stomach from eating itself. It was a brutally cold winter, and he was nothing more than a desperate child running through the snow-covered streets. He recalls the screams of those he stole from and the panic of being chased for just a few dumplings to survive another night. But then, a memory of kindness surfaces. A woman had once stopped him, not to punish him but to offer him more food. He remembers the tears streaming down his face as he ate. Those dumplings were incredibly hot, the first warm thing he'd felt in years. Back in the present, the prisoners look up in confusion as a thick, unnatural fog begins to roll in, obscuring everything in its path. A man in a lab coat stands observing the unfolding chaos with a cold, clinical detachment. Meanwhile, an elderly man moves through the facility, clutching a mysterious black bag as if his very life depends on its contents. Nightmare emerges from the shadows, a creature with jagged teeth and glowing eyes that speaks of a heart consumed by darkness. Terrified but filled with compassion, the old man offers a small gift, begging the beast to take a bite and find peace. The creature's grotesque tongue lashes out, snaring the offering as it mocks the old man with a predatory hunger. As the man's sandals clatter to the floor, the monster reveals its true intent. It doesn't want the food, it wants a different kind of taste entirely. In a display of sheer terror, the beast hoists the elderly man into the air, declaring that his head is the delicacy it truly craves. The jaws of the nightmare open wide, ready to extinguish the old man's life in a single, bone-crushing snap. Witnessing the horror from a distance, a companion freezes, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes the fog rolling in is far from natural. Resigned to his fate, the old man weeps, his only regret being the disappointment he'll leave behind for those who still rely on him. Companion stands his ground at the threshold, a makeshift weapon in hand as he prepares to face the impossible to save his friend. Looking at the carnage, he realizes the situation has spiraled into a total disaster and the old man is seconds away from a gruesome end. He screams a warning to the others, identifying the attacker as a psychopath who sees people as nothing more than prey to be consumed. Navigating the darkened corridors, the companion searches for any advantage, his mind racing to find a way to stop the slaughter. He knows the enemy is lurking nearby, hiding in the oppressive gloom of the facility and waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. With a voice trembling with rage, he warns the hidden foe that hurting the old man is a line they cannot cross without consequences. He questions how anyone could have survived this hell for 2 years without the old man's quiet kindness and unwavering support. He forces the traitor to acknowledge that their survival was a gift from the man they are now abandoning to the beast. He recalls the day they were cast out and how the old man was there waiting in front of the hospital with a heart full of worry. The masked enforcer has no room for sentiment, demanding to know the secret behind the fog's creation instead of showing mercy. The companion remembers the scent of the dumplings the old man carried, a simple scent of hope in a place of utter despair. Every day, without fail, the old man left food at the hospital, terrified that those he cared for would starve to death in the shadows. He bellows at the traitor, reminding them that the old man worked through the pain of a disabled arm just to keep them breathing. The masked figure merely scoffs, dismissively telling him to do whatever he wants as he turns his back on the conversation. As the traitor walks away, the companion sees them for what they truly are, a coward who has forgotten the meaning of loyalty. He declares that the real traitor isn't some outside force but the one standing right in front of him, betraying their own humanity. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, met only with a confused and defensive retort from the man who has lost his way. Turning his back on the coward, the companion focuses all his attention on the immediate and deadly threat. His resolve hardens. He won't let another soul be lost to this madness, especially not the man who saved them all. He examines the blue glowing lumps, realizing these strange, pulsating objects are the true source of the unnatural fog. Suddenly, the villagers charge forward, a desperate mob fueled by fear and protective rage for their elder. He screams for them to stop, knowing that charging blindly into the monster's reach is nothing short of a death sentence. A large man leaps into the fray, brandishing a heavy cleaver and demanding the monster release the elderly man immediately. A massive impact shakes the very foundations of the room as the first desperate blow is struck against the nightmare creature. The scene erupts into total chaos, with the facility being torn apart by the sheer force of the confrontation. Even with his immense physical strength, the large man is sent reeling back by the creature's overwhelming and unnatural power. The ground shatters under the force of the collision, leaving the fate of the elderly man hanging by a single thread. Merciless assault continues as one of the masked figures delivers a brutal kick to the elderly man, snarling about interrupting their boss mealtime and calling him worthless trash. He demands they be minced like ground meat. The elderly man, battered and broken, cries out desperately for them to stop, pleading if his life alone isn't enough, promising to resist no more. Yet the thought echoes in his mind, filled with despair, still not enough. Jinwoo's companion stares in horror, questioning what this terrifying spectacle truly is. A shadowy, fanged entity responds with a chilling question, asking if he truly doesn't know. The monstrous entity continues, stating that if they wish to satisfy it, a different sacrifice is needed, as a chilling image of a chained Jinwoo is displayed. The monstrous entity's fanged maw opens, its voice a final warning as it demands to know the location of him. Trembling, the elderly man stammers before pointing, revealing the location with a single, desperate word, here. A crude, yet menacing blade, its hilt wrapped in tattered cloth, is revealed, glinting with a deadly edge. Both the shadowy entity and the elderly man register a profound shock, their expressions mirroring a sudden, unexpected turn of events. From the shadows, Jinwoo emerges, his white hair stark against the darkness, the blade held high as he declares his presence with defiant resolve, "Here I am." A voice from behind Jinwoo questions his actions, demanding to know, "What the hell are you saying?" Jinwoo's companion's face contorts in a mixture of shock and concern, his eyes wide with apprehension. A figure in a white coat stands partially hidden, identified by a name bubble, Hiren. Jinwoo's companion, surrounded by the masked figures, exclaims in disbelief, questioning how a supposed science teacher could be so ignorant, believing teachers should know everything. An unseen observer realizes the strategy to provoke Jinwoo into action. They needed to get on his nerves. Jinwoo's companion walks through the dormitory, confronting someone he found hiding, asking if they are finally going to help. With an earnest expression, Jinwoo's companion reminds the other person that the elderly man, despite his trash dumplings, saved their life. A man with a scarred, stitched face dismisses the plea, telling Jinwoo's companion to stop the drama, asserting he has his own emergency supplies, even without the shitty dumplings. Jinwoo's companion presses on, asking if the stitched man truly understands the elderly man's intentions to help him, and if he would truly have no regrets should the old man die. The stitched man scoffs at the idea of regret, then questions if Jinwoo's companion knows what he regrets most in his life. The stitched man, revealed in a lab coat, bitterly confesses his greatest regret, using his own hands to save the life of a prisoner who was about to die. The stitched man continues, his face filled with cold indifference, declaring that he doesn't give a damn about the life or death of any trash prisoners. The scene shifts, revealing the title card for the current chapter, Limbo, Chapter 25, Grandpa Dumpling 3. Jinwoo's companion expresses his utter astonishment and fear, admitting he's never witnessed anything like this, even in the outside world, despite all their training. Jinwoo stands tall, his white hair illuminated, the makeshift blade in hand, reiterating his presence with unwavering resolve, "Here I am." The elderly man recoils in shock as the large prison enforcer glares, calling Jinwoo an idiot for his reckless challenge. A masked leader observes Jin Woo intently, identifying him as number 182, noting that he has finally revealed himself. The masked leader continues, recognizing Jin Woo as that hunch demon kid, the one responsible for completely wiping out the Hound gang. Jin Woo's eyes glow with cold fury as he issues a chilling threat. If they so much as touch the elderly man with the dumplings, even with the tip of a blade, he will kill them. The elderly man screams at Jin Woo, urging him to run, warning that their opponent is a big fish and has Jin Woo in his sights. A colossal, monstrous hand lunges forward with brutal speed, a clear indication of an impending attack. The monstrous assailant surges forward, its long tongue lashing out, proclaiming that the meal is served as it attacks. Jin Woo's face registers a flicker of surprise as the enemy's speed blurs before him, the impact imminent. Monstrous limb connects with brutal force, slamming directly into Jin Woo's face. The shadowy figure reveals that for the fog, 6 powerful entities have gathered specifically for Jin Woo's class. The elderly man watches in horror, his eyes wide with shock as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. The masked figures cry out in pain and fear, their composure shattered by the escalating battle. The monstrous entity's glowing eye fixates, its fanged mouth dripping with saliva as it declares it has already tasted Jin Woo. Monstrous entity, observing Jin Woo's performance, taunts him with a cruel grin, demanding, "How does it taste, Bone Eater?" He further challenges Jin Woo, urging him to show me your analysis skill. The monstrous entity's face contorts into a terrifying snarl, its fanged mouth stretching wide as its glowing blue eyes radiate intense predatory energy. Jin Woo's eyes flash with a cold, blue light as cracks spiderweb across his skin, a silent question forming in his mind. The surge of blue energy, Jin Woo stands victorious over the massive, fallen prison enforcer, a look of surprise on his face as he exclaims. Other prisoners, some masked, stare in disbelief as the defeated prison enforcer lies glowing blue on the ground. They question, what the hell is going on? One demands of the boss, "Is he dead already, damn it, and if you are going to die, spit out the fog first." Jin Woo's companion collapses to his knees, utterly bewildered, exclaiming in shock, What madness happened? A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, hinting at a new action or a moment of contemplation amidst the chaos. Masked Jin Woo confronts the master, his mind reeling with the realization. "Don't tell me you're the one who brought me here," he questions, a further "then why?" echoing his confusion, while the master simply smiles ominously. Jin Woo's companion, looking troubled, reveals the purpose of their presence. "To take you back, you know." The monstrous entity, notepad in hand, dismisses the state of the fallen figure, clarifying that he only passed out. He expresses frustration, stating the work order explicitly mentioned checking the taste before cursing the unconscious, hollow-brained trash. A chilling escapes the monstrous entity as he sinisterly muses that testing it on your own flesh is pretty fun too. The masked figure barks orders to his comrades, demanding they first catch that bastard. He warns that if Jin Woo escapes, we will be the next ones to be eaten. Damn it. A desperate cry echoes through the facility, young 182, as someone calls out amidst the chase. Jin Woo, a blur of motion, expertly parries and strikes, engaging 2 masked assailants in a brutal close-quarters battle. A blade plunges deep into flesh with a sickening thud, blood erupting violently from the wound. Bloodied but relentless, Jin Woo stands over a fallen masked figure, his knife still dripping, as nearby assailants react with a shot. Desperation fuels a prisoner as he hoists a wooden chair, preparing to swing it as a makeshift weapon. Jin Woo deftly evades the improvised attack, the heavy wooden chair slamming into another masked figure with a devastating crack. Amidst a spray of blood, Jin Woo continues his relentless assault, parrying a knife strike from another masked opponent. Jin Woo lands a brutal punch, shattering the mask and sending blood splattering as his opponent reels from the impact. The masked figure's face contorts in agony, blood gushing from the impact as his shattered mask reveals a terror-stricken eye. Jin Woo unleashes a powerful kick, sending a masked assailant flying through the air, his body still covered in the crimson evidence of the brutal fight. Jin Woo's companion stares, wide-eyed and terrified, utterly disbelieving at the sheer power displayed by No way. That kid. A masked figure lunges from behind, knife raised, as Jin Woo reacts instantly to the sudden, deadly threat with a fierce YAAAH. The blade slices into Jin Woo's arm with a gruesome crunch, blood spraying as he takes a direct hit. The masked assailant cackles, believing victory is his. It is over for you, he sneers, pointing out Jin Woo's weakness. Your weakness is the right side, that amputated arm. As a blade mercilessly cuts deeper into Jin Woo's arm, blood gushing, a system message flashes, sacrifice bones. The assailant's chilling voice continues, in exchange for your life, as Jin Woo's hand falls, seemingly defeated. Suddenly, the assailant's knife is violently flung away, blood splattering, leaving him with a bewildered question mark hanging in the air. With a dismissive thought, well, whatever, Jin Woo unleashes a ferocious punch, his fist a blur of destructive force. Jin Woo follows up with a brutal kick, sending the masked assailant soaring through the air with a pained AAAGH. The masked assailant collapses, a knife protruding from his chest, letting out a final, agonizing UGHH as he falls. Jin Woo's bloodied foot settles on the dusty ground, a calm AS expected confirming his unwavering confidence in his victory. The vast, desolate interior of the facility stretches out, a silent witness to the recent carnage. Standing alone amidst a field of defeated, bloodied masked figures, Jinwoo declares with cold resolve, anyone who tries to act tough with me, I kill them. Jinwoo's eyes glow with an icy blue intensity as he calmly states, okay, that is enough, signaling the end of the brutal encounter. The monstrous entity, holding a knife to Jinwoo's companion's throat, observes Jinwoo's fighting prowess. That knife technique really cuts well, he muses, acknowledging Jinwoo's reputation as the one who exterminated the Hound Gang. He then reveals his true curiosity. Now I am curious to know what your talent is. Jinwoo's companion lets out a terrified UGH. Covered in blood, Jinwoo unleashes a furious, powerful kick, charging directly at the masked entity, who still holds Jinwoo's companion hostage. Jinwoo's eyes blaze with an intense blue light as he glares at the masked entity, demanding, why do you not listen until people finish talking? The masked entity, in a low, defiant tone, clarifies that he is not part of the Bone Eater gang and that his only objective is to take Jinwoo with him. A glowing blue orb is brought close to Jinwoo's face as a voice suggests they will learn from now on, prompting a horrified exclamation from Jinwoo. With bloodied lips, Jinwoo desperately demands to be taken, prompting a query about his destination. Jinwoo, his eyes burning with a chilling blue light, directly questions if he was sent by RR. The masked entity calmly states he has never heard the name RR and refuses to disclose his employer's identity. The masked entity then asserts, with his blade subtly aimed, that it would be smarter for Jinwoo to simply follow him. He warns Jinwoo that this is his only chance to escape the Bone Eaters, as Jinwoo stands, bloodied, a knife in hand, with Jinwoo's companion watching nervously. The masked entity's eye narrows as he states that regardless of Jinwoo's strength, he has no way to confront the Bone Eaters. The masked entity scathingly points out Jinwoo's rotten arm, causing Jinwoo's companion to gasp in shock at the sight of the bloodied limb. Enraged, Jinwoo, now with wild white hair, declares he will kill him now and end it, swinging his blade with murderous intent. The masked entity swiftly blocks Jinwoo's attack, sparks flying from the impact as he sternly warns Jinwoo not to even dream of it. Jinwoo exclaims in utter shock, questioning the nature of the mysterious glowing blue orb that reappears before him. Pinning Jinwoo to the ground with his blade, the masked entity declares that this is precisely what he must stop Jinwoo from doing. With blood trickling down his face, Jinwoo bitterly admits that overcoming this challenge will not be that easy. The masked entity then casually remarks that he almost forgot to introduce himself, his hand moving towards his mask. The masked man reveals his true face, a wide, unsettling grin, and introduces himself by his code name, Multiger, a being with multiple forms. Multiger's grin widens as he smugly states that he never said he was weaker than that big fish. From above, the master observes the scene, his internal thoughts revealing he rushed a bit and that Jinwoo is colder than he thought. The master continues his internal monologue, pondering Jinwoo's unexpected willingness to treat 182. A new, stitched-faced man confronts the situation, demanding to know the other's identity and if they enjoy meddling in other people's business. Jinwoo's face contorts in pure hatred as he repeatedly exclaims his loathing for the glowing blue orb. The stitched-faced man angrily demands what the unfolding situation has to do with the person he is addressing. Multiger reveals that Jinwoo helped them hide, implying a deeper connection and reason for his intervention. The stitched-faced man somberly defends the people, stating they were good and remains silent about them until the very last moment. Multiger, in his masked form, scoffs at the idea of good prisoners, taunting the master for not having opened their eyes and forgetting why they are trapped. Multiger continues his verbal assault, asserting that the other person's brain does not learn, causing Jinwoo's eye to twitch with visible rage. Jinwoo, his face contorted in fury, retorts, calling Multiger a damn bastard and asserting that normal people matter to him, that he needs good people. The stitched-faced man challenges Jinwoo, asking what makes him so special and if rejecting those who try to help and locking himself away is truly smart. Stitched-faced man continues to berate Jinwoo, questioning if he intends to declare the whole town his enemy and die alone in the hospital just out of spite. Multiger, his expression grim, warns the stitched-faced man to stop messing around with that insanity. Jinwoo, his eyes blazing, vehemently denies that his actions are driven by a stupid grudge. A horrific vision flashes, showing grotesque, zombie-like prisoners with glowing eyes and drooling mouths, a chilling reminder of the dangers lurking within. The stitched-faced man reveals the core of Jinwoo's torment, stating that his guilt stems from being the only one who survived amidst the desolation. The stitched-faced man continues, pinpointing Jinwoo's guilt over continuing to live like a normal person, a truth that visibly shocks Jinwoo. The stitched-faced man delivers a final, brutal assessment, declaring that Jinwoo is simply ashamed that he still has the nerve to keep breathing. With a wide, unsettling grin, Multiger reasserts his identity, stating his operation codename is Multi-Tiger. With a wide, unsettling grin, the man reasserts his identity, stating his operation codename. He proclaims that he never once admitted to being weaker than his opponent. Sharp blade, already stained with blood, sparks violently as it grinds against an unseen defense, hinting at the ferocity of the ongoing battle. The attacker delivers a brutal strike connecting squarely with his opponent, sending blood splattering as the impact reverberates. The attacker's armored gauntlet blocks an incoming attack as he taunts his opponent, describing the fight as a clash between an unstoppable spear and an impenetrable shield. He elaborates, contrasting the shield that protects everything with a spear that can pierce anything, highlighting the fundamental conflict. The opponent, surrounded by 3 glowing blue orbs, recoils in distress, shouting that he doesn't want something, his face contorted in a desperate plea. A blade is pressed against the opponent's neck, drawing blood as he struggles against the overwhelming assault. The attacker unleashes a powerful punch, connecting with the opponent's face, sending a spray of blood as the force of the blow impacts him. The blade piercing the opponent's chest, the attacker states his intention to take both the spear and the shield, refusing to choose between them. The attacker delivers another devastating strike, his blade slicing through the opponent, who is already covered in his own blood. The opponent stumbles back, reeling from the relentless barrage of attacks, his body struggling to keep upright. The attacker boasts that he can focus 100% on both sides simultaneously, dismissing the opponent's limited capabilities. His eyes glow with intense conviction as he emphatically declares his unique ability. The attacker demonstrates his claim by attacking the opponent with both a powerful punch and a precise kick, showcasing his simultaneous, dual-focused combat style. The opponent, bloodied but unyielding, clenches a blade in his teeth, his eyes burning with a desperate resolve for a counterattack. He lunges forward, blade poised, ready to strike back against the relentless assault. The blue orbs float ominously as other prisoners, their eyes glowing, watch the brutal confrontation unfold. The opponent's bloodied fist clenches, a testament to his pain and unyielding determination in the face of overwhelming odds. The attacker mocks the opponent, reminding him that he can only choose between attacking or defending, unlike his own superior ability. As the attacker continues his assault, he shouts at the opponent, attempting to dictate his movements and further break his spirit. The attacker taunts the opponent's desperate evasion, shouting directions and asserting control over the flow of the battle. The attacker unleashes a powerful combination, striking the opponent with both a punch and a kick simultaneously, emphasizing his unique combat prowess. The opponent is violently thrown against a wall, the impact shattering the concrete as he takes another devastating blow. The companion and other prisoners watch in horror, realizing the overwhelming power of the attacker and whispering that the opponent has lost. The attacker stands amidst the dust and debris, confidently proclaiming that he can also throw a kick at the same time, showcasing his mastery. The attacker looks down, a smirk playing on his lips, a hint of surprise in his expression as he utters a questioning sound. His glowing eyes widen slightly in surprise, questioning when something unexpected occurred during the fight. The attacker's face shows a flicker of confusion as the glowing eyes of other prisoners watch intently in the background. The opponent sits on the ground, bloodied and exhausted, as the attacker acknowledges his skill, albeit with a condescending tone. The attacker criticizes the opponent, pointing out his mistake of carelessly abandoning his only weapon. With a taunting grin, the attacker questions the opponent's judgment, asking if he truly believes such a reckless move will benefit him. The opponent is violently slammed against the wall once more, the impact sending cracks through the structure. The attacker delivers another powerful punch to the opponent, who is still airborne, demonstrating his continuous, overwhelming pressure. The opponent's face is a mask of pain, bruised and bleeding, his eyes barely open as he endures the brutal punishment. The attacker unleashes a sweeping kick, aiming to deliver another crushing blow. The attacker mocks the opponent's evasive maneuvers, comparing him to an eel and taunting him to keep running away with all his strength. In a furious outburst, the attacker lunges with multiple blades, ridiculing the opponent for his loser face and desperate attempts to flee. Suddenly, a hand holds up a sweet potato, an unexpected and stark contrast to the brutal fight, hinting at a shift in the narrative. The faces of several prisoners are shown, their glowing eyes fixed upwards, reacting with anticipation or bewilderment to the unfolding events. A brutal impact shatters the ground as a powerful force makes its presence known, marking the violent eruption of the unfolding events. Amidst the chaos, an unnamed white-haired enforcer unleashes a furious strike with his blade, connecting with a bloody Jinwoo, his own expression a mix of rage and a silent question. The unnamed white-haired enforcer glares, his disbelief evident. "Are you really going to charge straight in like that without a plan?" he demands, stunned by Jinwoo's recklessness. Jinwoo's eye blazes with an intense blue light, an undeniable surge of power igniting within him amidst the blood and chaos. From the sidelines, a frantic unnamed prisoner, wide-eyed with terror, issues a grim warning. "Hey, you're going to die." The unnamed white-haired enforcer's blade carves deep into Jinwoo's body, showering the scene with fresh blood. The severe wound is undeniable, the blade sunk into Jinwoo's side as blood gushes forth from the impact. Disbelief contorts the unnamed white-haired enforcer's face. "Shit, I can't kill him," he roars. "I swung with all my strength without holding back." Still reeling, the unnamed white-haired enforcer is left speechless, his eyes wide with utter shock at Jinwoo's impossible endurance. Against all odds, Jinwoo's bloodied hand clamps down on the unnamed white-haired enforcer's armored arm, a tenacious, defiant grip. From their vantage, the collective of prisoners watches, their glowing eyes fixed upwards, captivated by the brutal spectacle unfolding below. The unnamed white-haired enforcer delivers a powerful kick, sending Jinwoo sprawling across the ground in a bloody trajectory. Jinwoo lies motionless, his body a gruesome testament to the relentless assault, crimson staining his orange uniform. The unnamed white-haired enforcer stands, panting, a wisp of vapor rising from his form, a small but deep cut on his arm signaling Jinwoo's unexpected counter. He examines the unexpected wound on his hand. What the hell is this? He questions, a flicker of confusion in his gaze. The unnamed white-haired enforcer's eyes narrow in thought. If you only focus on defending, you won't be able to attack, huh? He muses, deciphering Jinwoo's audacious strategy. Staring down at the battered Jinwoo, he grapples with the truth. He went straight for a vital point. Instead of defending, he chose to counterattack. This damn brat, what the hell are you, really? Suddenly, a desperate unnamed prisoner charges forward, screaming and wielding a crude hammer. He lunges at the unnamed white-haired enforcer, knife in hand, shouting, "Don't yet," in a futile attempt to intervene. Jinwoo's eyes ignite with a potent blue glow, signaling an imminent surge of power, his resolve unbroken. The desperate prisoner is swiftly and brutally dispatched, sent flying in a blur of motion, his attack easily nullified. The unnamed prisoner watches the escalating violence with a look of profound shock and terror, his glasses askew. The unnamed white-haired enforcer delivers a precise, impactful punch, meeting the prisoner's knife with a shower of sparks. Standing victorious over the fallen, the unnamed white-haired enforcer asserts his dominance. "Don't act brave. Shut up and stay crouched down there." He then turns his attention to Jinwoo, his voice laced with frustration. "Damn it, do you want to die, idiots? My job is to drag you back alive, got it?" The unnamed white-haired enforcer inspects Jinwoo's wound, a perplexing, deep gash. "And what the hell is this? I didn't cut you deep enough for it to end up like this." He stares intently at the strangely severe, unhealing wound, a silent question etched on his face, pondering its unusual nature. A new realization dawns on the unnamed white-haired enforcer as he looks at Jinwoo's battered form. "You came to fight while dragging around a wrecked body like this." He wonders aloud, "Were you already injured from the start?" His gaze fixed on the unconscious Jinwoo, piecing together the puzzle. The dismissive tch, the unnamed white-haired enforcer roughly hoists Jinwoo onto his shoulder. "Whatever you are, don't die yet, or they'll dock my pay," he states pragmatically. Carrying Jinwoo, the unnamed white-haired enforcer reports his mission status. "Target secured." As for his talent, even after testing it in combat, I can't confirm it. His body looks normal, there are no signs of mutation. Elsewhere, a desperate melee erupts among the prisoners, their frantic cries of "Give it to me," and "It's mine," echoing in the confined space as they fight over meager resources. The unnamed white-haired enforcer's thoughts drift to a missed opportunity. "I'll have to go without," he muses, a hint of regret in his voice. His eyes narrow in a moment of recognition. "This taste, I've had it before," he thinks, a cryptic revelation hinting at a deeper mystery. The unnamed white-haired enforcer stands, still bearing Jinwoo, while a lone, defeated prisoner hunches in despair below, symbolizing the grim aftermath of the brutal facility. From the unnamed white-haired enforcer, a strange blue liquid drips, its presence triggering a familiar sensation. "It's a damn familiar taste," he mutters, connecting to his previous cryptic remark. An unnamed guard's hand extends through the bars, offering a single, bruised apple. "Looks delicious, doesn't it? It's today's lunch menu," he taunts, a cruel display of power and control. Famished prisoner reaches desperately for the apple, pleading, "Let me try it, even just one bite," but the unnamed guard's harsh voice cuts him off. "Don't even dream of it, idiot." The unnamed guard delivers his final, cold decree to the bewildered prisoners. "If you want to eat, drag your body to the cafeteria yourself." The prisoners are left to ponder this harsh reality. The chilling decree hangs heavy in the air as a gaunt prisoner, eyes wide with desperation, challenges the unseen. "If you've got the strength to get out." Another prisoner scoffs, calling him a pathetic little pup, while a third questions the identity of a new arrival. The new prisoner stands silently, his back to the viewer, trapped behind bars. Whispers spread that he's been forgotten for a month, left to rot. Other prisoners lament his unbelievably shitty luck, with one even morbidly wishing to join the grim game. In the oppressive cell block, Jinwoo kneels, looking up at a tall, sinister figure with a wide, unsettling grin. The figure declares, "See, everyone wants fog," hinting at the mysterious substance that drives the prisoners to madness. A close-up reveals the horrifying reality of starvation as a desperate mouth with a long, drooling tongue cries out in agony, consumed by hunger. "I'm going to die." The prison enforcer, a bald, muscular man, extends his hand through the bars, holding a small, dark object. With a cruel grin, he taunts, "Hey, bastard, have you ever eaten something this good? Do you want to eat?" Driven by agonizing hunger, the gaunt prisoner desperately reaches through the bars, his hand hitting the metal as he whimpers, identifying the meager offering. "It's rice, rice." Suddenly, a brutal force yanks the prisoner's hand back through the bars. Blood splatters violently, and a piercing scream of "Aah" echoes through the desolate corridor. The tall, shadowy figure from before emerges, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, blue mist radiating from his form. He savors the suffering, declaring, "The taste of the fog." Jinwoo, his face contorted in a flashback, reflects on his past. He asserts that his current predicament isn't due to a stupid, trivial grudge. He recalls the desolate landscape of graves, realizing the true reason for his torment. It's because you were the only one who managed to survive. You feel guilty. His eyes widen with a painful realization as the internal monologue continues, chastising him for continuing to live like a normal person. A terrifying, stitched-faced man with glowing blue eyes glares, his voice a harsh accusation. You're just ashamed to keep breathing with that face while the others are already gone. The tall, emaciated figure grins maniacally, his eyes gleaming. He describes the fog not as a curse but as a precious commodity. Fog is gold and a blessing from the gods. A dilapidated building, the Noah Medical Center, stands as a monument to regret. Jinwoo's internal voice laments, damn it, I didn't mean for this to end like this. Jinwoo's face is etched with self-blame as he confesses, it's my own fault. My colleagues die because of my fault. A shadowy figure on the left mirrors his despair. Hunched in agony on a blood-soaked floor, Jinwoo screams, his hands covered in gore. He believes he deserves this suffering. I deserve to suffer like this. From a blood-stained elevator, terrified figures in hospital gowns emerge, pleading for aid, just a little more. Help, please. A zombified hand reaches out, desperately crying, please, help me, while a terrified man cowers behind a pillar, eyes wide with horror. Chilling voice pronounces judgment, judge of the outside world, scream in agony like the day you were born. The words hang over a blood-splattered, torn shirt. The grim pronouncement continues, echoing in the darkness, life is only a circle of hell. A shadowy figure stands as a silent testament to the despair. Back in the prison, chaos erupts as monstrous prisoners, some glowing with blue mist, furiously accuse an older man. That old geezer ate it. He swallowed it. Spit it out, you bastard. Flashback intensifies, revealing a brutal massacre. Prisoners, now savage, attack each other with makeshift weapons, their forms silhouetted against a backdrop of blood and violence. A monstrous, stitched hand grips Jinwoo's orange prison uniform, a stark visual of his internal struggle and the horror he has become entangled with. The stitched-faced man confronts Jinwoo, gripping his collar. Jinwoo, in a moment of despairing clarity, admits, everything that miserable bastard said was the truth. This is hell. I can't die, but being alive is like being dead. The stitched-faced man, his glowing eyes fixed on a distant point, reveals his grim philosophy. I thought it would be better to die with my friends. Jinwoo's eyes, wide with a mix of thought and despair, reflect on his own instinct for survival. But in the end my body fought to survive. In a harrowing flashback, a bandaged Jinwoo, consumed by desperation, greedily devours the glowing blue orbs of fog in a hospital setting, admitting, I ate fog in the hospital like a madman just to survive. With the terrifying talent he acquired, Jinwoo performed a gruesome act of self-preservation. I performed the surgery on myself, his bloodied hands working on his own neck amidst blue energy. The grim consequence of consuming the fog is revealed as three monstrous, shadowy figures, glowing with blue energy, stand tall and menacing in their orange prison jumpsuits. The one who swallowed the fog stood tall in that place. Jinwoo's transformed face, stitched and glowing with blue light, reveals the horrific truth of his survival. With the bodies of the prisoners I hated so much, that's how I survived. Fully transformed into a monstrous visage, Jinwoo defiantly confronts his tormentor, declaring, in a pathetic and disgusting way, until I became a monster. The good doctor everyone wanted simply doesn't exist anymore. Is this the answer you wanted to hear so badly? A bloodied hand grips a cell bar as Jinwoo's internal monologue accepts his monstrous fate. With this appearance, where else could I go? This place is perfect for me. I'll rot here until I die, living like those crazy prisoners. And that is the fate Jinwoo chose. His stitched, monstrous face stares out, eyes glowing with a cold, unsettling light. Yet, within the depths of his despair, a blinding white light erupts, pulling Jinwoo into a torrent of fragmented memories. He sees a mundane guide, essential conditions for life, growing sweet potatoes, a stark, almost ironic contrast to his current monstrous reality. More books appear, elementary science, reading and evaluation guide for elementary school, child developmental psychology, relics of a simple, forgotten past. Shadowed figure's voice echoes, questioning Jinwoo's ambition. Don't tell me you seriously want to be an elementary school teacher. A younger Jinwoo fiercely defends his studies, demanding his brother return the confiscated books. Give it back to me. Why are you going through my stuff? A brutal memory flashes, a bloodied hand, the raw violence of being torn apart, a chilling prelude to his transformation. The younger Jinwoo, glasses perched on his nose, looks aghast as his brother's words cut deep. Are you serious? Jinwoo's brother, mocking, suggests Jinwoo has gone mad, warning that their father will explode if he finds out, while Jinwoo retorts, and what the hell do you care what I do? Jinwoo retaliates, asserting his independence. What I do is my own business. I already told you I'd take care of my own life. What right do you have to meddle in my business? The brother's voice, laced with disdain, questions Jinwoo's choice, stating, because we're worried. So you studied all that just to be a simple babysitter? Isn't being a teacher way too pathetic? Jinwoo's brother unleashes a barrage of insults. Brother, you're a damn perfectionist. You adore luxurious jobs, obsessed with social status, piece of trash. Enraged, Jinwoo screams back, accusing his family of being damn monsters and refusing to be controlled or become garbage like them. The illusion of choice appears on a form outlining paths for primary and secondary education, yet Jinwoo's internal monologue reveals, but in the end the path I chose. The form shows secondary and higher education checked as Jin Woo reflects got distorted, drifting away from what my heart desired. His eyes glow with a cold blue light as he admits, yes, it would be shameful if people saw me teaching little kids. A glowing blue chain binds his chest, symbolizing his trapped will, revealing that I was never the master of my own heart from the beginning. A horrific vision of a monstrous, masked figure flashes, its body being torn to pieces amidst a spray of blood, foreshadowing Jin Woo's own fate. Glowing chains tighten around a heart as Jin Woo realizes because the teacher who shaped me was nothing but a simple monster. The stitched-faced Jin Woo, now confronting this inner demon, declares, "You're wrong." The younger, uncorrupted Jin Woo, with resolute glowing eyes, asserts that wasn't the fate you chose yourself. The stitched-faced Jin Woo reveals that it was the karma that the damn prisoner forced onto you long ago. He insists that someone like you couldn't be trash like that, the glowing chains around his chest pulsating with energy. The current Jin Woo, resolute in his prison jumpsuit, points to Dumpling Village, emphasizing, here in this hell, it's the only place where rules and morality still exist. The old man built it with his own hands as the true master of this very village. The stitched-faced Jin Woo erupts in anger, demanding, and why the hell should I care? Tell him to stop doing those stupid things already. Why is he so obsessed with doing that in this shitty dump anyway? Before being reminded, you were the one who taught everything to the old man. The current Jin Woo reminds his past self, you taught him that in this shitty dump, life still has great value. You taught him that we must live with dignity as people, isn't that right? Realization dawns on the stitched-faced Jin Woo, the old man's teacher is you. A flashback shows the small, dumpling-like figure, the old man, kneeling, vowing to Dr. Hiren, Jin Woo, that he won't let something so terrible happen here ever again and will turn this place into a village that's safe. The young Jin Woo, as Dr. Hiren, listens intently, his gaze sharp as he simply asks, tell me. Despite the horrific wounds and glowing corruption, the monstrous hand seems to be smiling, a grim contradiction. The old man, sitting, proudly recounts the growth of their dumpling village, acknowledging the competition but vowing to keep trying to teach them something. He excitedly tells Hiren about a near fight with outside thugs, emphasizing their incredible luck in avoiding a big conflict. A scarred arm is revealed as Jin Woo's internal voice cautions, it wouldn't be right for the body you heal to get hurt over some stupidity, would it? The old man calls out to Hiren, sharing the good news of electricity and new, bright shops in their village, urging him, it would be great if you went out to see it. He points out the pile of dumplings, trash bags, outside, implying a need for care and order in their growing community. Jin Woo, turning away, resolves to dispose of the old, rotting dumplings for Dr. Hiren, taking care of the village's needs. The old man, with genuine concern, implores Dr. Hiren not to skip meals, to take good care of himself. Jin Woo, in shadow, remembers the old man's lesson, you taught me that I must take good care of my body. His scarred eye, with its stitches, holds a newfound resolve, a quiet acceptance of his role as the old man's teacher, despite his monstrous appearance. A vast, sprawling city glows under the night sky, a stark contrast to the grim reality Jin Woo faces. The world outside remains oblivious to the monstrous training unfolding within. The monster, with his chilling, wide grin and long dark hair, mocks the simple villagers, sneering at their excitement over a mere lump of fog. He continues his unsettling monologue, declaring that old man will live in heaven today, a chilling promise of impending doom. Jin Woo, his face etched with confusion and a hint of fear, questions the monster's words, wondering about the identity of his teacher. A surge of blue energy erupts from within Jin Woo, manifesting as a broken chain as he grapples with the terrifying implication, is it that monster? Blue energy radiates from Jin Woo's chest, the broken chain symbolizing his struggle and the overwhelming power he's confronting. The old man, Jin Woo's student, looks on with a gentle, knowing smile, seemingly at peace with the unfolding chaos. Jin Woo's scarred, stitched face is streaked with tears, a raw display of the emotional toll this brutal training takes, yet his resolve remains. Monster, now in his hulking, blue-skinned form, towers over Jin Woo, who is crumpled on the ground, a chilling display of raw power. The observer, an armored figure with a mustache, expresses disbelief and anger, questioning the monster's bizarre claims about the taste of fog. The monster dismisses the situation as a waste of time, casually lifting the old man by his throat, his immense strength undeniable. A sudden, powerful impact ripples through the air as the monster exerts its force, shaking the very ground. The monster's long, whip-like tongue lashes out, violently sweeping a prisoner off his feet, sending him sprawling to the ground. With a sinister smile, the monster reveals his true intent, hinting at the potential for incredible talent if more fog is consumed. A low, ominous rumble fills the air, signaling the monster's escalating power and impending attack. Monster brutally strikes Jin Woo, whose body contorts in pain as blood splatters, a testament to the sheer ferocity of the assault. The observer intervenes, fiercely warning the monster to keep its hands off, claiming Jin Woo as his own prey. The observer braces himself, deflecting the monster's powerful tongue with his armored arm, the impact sending shockwaves through the scene. He pushes back against the monster's relentless assault, his face a mask of determination mixed with growing strain. A look of utter disbelief crosses the observer's face as he realizes his attack was utterly ineffective, unable to even cut him. Enraged, the observer continues his futile assault, yelling at the monster that its damn tongue won't stop him. His furious attack continues, a desperate struggle against an opponent that seems entirely invulnerable. The monster retaliates, wrapping its powerful tongue around the observer, who screams in agony as he's crushed. The observer's face contorts in a silent scream of pain, the sickening sounds of bone-crushing impacts echoing through the air. The monster's mouth glows with an eerie blue light as it taunts its victim, asking if he's interested in what's to come. The observer's face is illuminated by the chilling blue glow, his eyes wide with horror as he realizes the monster is completely unscathed. The monster fully transforms, its head glowing with malevolent energy, its gaping maw ready to devour, a terrifying sight that makes the observer question its true nature. The monster lunges, its tongue a deadly weapon, as prisoners scatter in terror. Jin Woo lies bloody and motionless on the ground, a victim of the brutal onslaught. The old man, with a determined and comical fury, positions himself defiantly, protecting Jin Woo from the monster's wrath. He shouts a desperate command to Legos, urging him to take the boy and flee, sacrificing himself for Jin Woo's safety. Legos, another prisoner, expresses his grave concern for the old man, pleading with him to be very careful and to get out right now. The monster's face contorts in a snarl, demanding to know why everyone is interfering in trying to take away its food. With a clenched fist and glowing mouth, the monster aggressively demands its meal, ready to strike down anyone who stands in its way. A devastating blow from the monster sends a shockwave through the air, highlighting the immense power behind its attack. The old man is violently struck, sent flying through the air, his sacrifice seemingly in vain against the monster's might. Jin Woo's companion watches in terror, his mouth glowing blue, as he too is caught in the monster's terrifying aura. The monster continues its rampage, tossing Jin Woo's companion aside as the old man lies defeated on the ground, witnessing the horror. The old man, still conscious, can only gasp in horror, calling out to the boy as he watches the monster's brutal assault. The monster's eyes glow with an intense, predatory blue, a guttural growl escaping its throat, signaling its insatiable hunger. The observer, still reeling, questions the monster's sanity and Jin Woo's apparent surrender, unable to comprehend the unfolding madness. The monstrous entity, its eyes glowing with an eerie light, mutters about its profound debt. Jin Woo, battered and bleeding, grapples with a heavy burden, repeating to himself that he must repay his debt. The monstrous entity, tears streaming from its glowing eyes, curses Jin Woo as a damn idiot. A torrent of blood erupts as the monster declares, "Yes, that's how it is. This is the taste." Tears of blood mix with the gore as the monster continues, revealing the twisted nature of what saved me from my hunger that never ends. Jin Woo cries out in agony, collapsing to the ground with a guttural "Uwack." The monster's blood-soaked face contorts into a chilling smile, proclaiming its salvation to be a gift from God himself. Yet the monster's voice shifts, confessing, "But you know, it's hard as hell." A frustrated roar escapes the monster as it questions, Why can't I chew you?" The monster complains of its jaw aching, a bizarre symptom of its struggle, declaring, "My jaw hurts." Suddenly, a new figure emerges, a man with stitched scars across his face, brutally piercing the monster's eye with a sharp instrument. The brutal assault continues, the stitched man showing no mercy as the monster screams in agony. Collapsed on the floor, Jin Woo's thoughts are a desperate plea, questioning, Why did I come here? Why would I come to such a terrible place? Home, let me go home. His eyes, wide with a mixture of pain and shock, reflect the trauma of his current reality. A group of onlookers, fellow prisoners, stare in collective horror, their faces contorted in disbelief. One prisoner, with a distinct blocky head, gapes in utter shock, unable to process the violence unfolding. Another prisoner's face mirrors the terror, his eyes wide and mouth agape at the brutal spectacle. A large, crying prisoner, his face a mask of despair, whimpers, calling out for a doctor. Jin Woo cries out "Agh" as the stitched man brutally kicks him, sending blood splattering across the floor. An older prisoner, mustache bristling, stares in disbelief, wondering aloud, "What the hell is that damn brat?" The monster, its jaw hanging grotesquely loose and bloodied, expresses confusion, questioning, what the hell happened here? Did my jaw come loose?" Jin Woo's eyes snap open in a moment of stark realization, marked by a silent exclamation point. The stitched man, his expression one of cold annoyance, declares that the monster ruined his careful treatment, finding it really annoying. Jin Woo, still on his knees, desperately pleads to be sent home, his voice filled with anguish. What did you say? Home. Please let me go home." Jin Woo's bloodied hand reaches out, only to be sharply deflected by the stitched man's swift movement. The stitched man looks down at Jin Woo with disdain, labeling him a damn idiot. The crying prisoner, still distraught, softly calls out a name, Heiren. The stitched man's expression shifts to surprise as he questions, "Why are you out here? How?" Observing the chaotic scene, the stitched man sighs, remarking, "What a disaster we have here." Jin Woo's eyes flare with an intense blue light, his bloodied face hardening with fierce resolve. With a dry, almost sarcastic tone, the stitched man comments that this doesn't seem like a very safe village. The stitched man grunts "Urgh" in pain, recoiling from a sudden, powerful blow. Jin Woo stands firm, his face now bandaged but his gaze unwavering, ready for the next move. Distraught prisoner's face is a mask of pure despair, silent tears streaming down his cheeks. A terrified prisoner, glasses askew, cries out in desperation that he can't make it, overwhelmed by the unprecedented horror, insisting, "I'm not a scientist. I'm a teacher, a teacher." The stitched man stands with his back to the viewer, a cryptic thought bubble revealing his contemplation of my old friend. A large, stitched face, wet with tears, expresses profound relief, proclaiming that someone is finally back. Powerful grip clenches, the force of the action emphasized by sharp sound effects, hinting at an imminent, devastating strike. An observer, his eyes wide with disbelief, questions the unorthodox weapon choice, wondering if the combatant can truly stop the threat with just a pair of scissors. A grotesque, bloodied monster roars in fury, demanding to know who the stitched man is and what he's doing to its body. Unfazed, the stitched man coolly retorts, telling the creature to speak properly. With a furious cry, the stitched man moves with incredible speed, a blur of blue energy as he launches a devastating attack. Round-faced figure desperately shouts a warning, urging Heiren to dodge. Meanwhile, the grim-faced stitched man contemplates that his scissors won't be enough to cut the opponent's tongue. A blue energy streak cuts across the panel, leaving a trail of destruction as the stitched man questions the nature of his opponent's tongue. A long-haired woman exclaims in disbelief, referencing a drama where a teacher made and sold medicine. A bespectacled man tearfully insists he's different, explaining that the drama character was a chemistry professor, not him. A piercing blue eye, glowing with intense energy, surrounded by cryptic symbols and numbers, signals a powerful ability activating. Stitched man's face contorts into a terrifying grin, his eyes blazing with blue energy as he dismisses his opponent as nothing more than a damn mass of cells. The stitched man unleashes another brutal attack, a torrent of blue energy and impact lines signifying a crushing blow. Flesh tears and stretches under immense pressure, the gruesome sound of ripping accompanied by the monster's pained groans. The tearing intensifies, a visceral display of raw power shredding through the monster's form. Searing blue energy surges upwards, violently ripping apart the monster's internal structure, revealing layers of pink and purple tissue. The monster's fanged maw gushes blood, its body taking catastrophic damage as crimson droplets explode outwards. The round-faced figure points ahead, his eyes wide with horror and astonishment at the unfolding devastation. Two more prisoners stare in utter shock, their faces contorted in disbelief as they witness the overwhelming power of the stitched man. Master hands a mobile device to a masked prisoner who, instead of urgent combat instruction, is given information on how to grow sweet potatoes. The bespectacled prisoner, clutching his fists in frustration, screams that he's merely a high school teacher, not a doctor, seemingly protesting in expectation. A blocky, surprised face stares wide-eyed, reflecting the sheer astonishment of the onlookers. Two more prisoners, their faces contorted in shock, watch as small, dark fragments rain down around them, adding to the chaotic scene. The prison enforcer reels from a devastating blow, blood erupting from his face as the stitched man's voice coolly informs him that his muscles are completely torn. The prison enforcer's head is violently contorted, his expression a mix of shock and pain as the stitched man menacingly declares that his tongue will roll up and choke him. The stitched man, a sinister smile playing on his lips and his eyes glowing with blue power, finishes his gruesome threat, stating that the opponent's tongue will block his entire trachea. The prison enforcer gags and groans, his face contorted in agony as blood streams from his mouth, confirming the horrific effect of the attack. The prison enforcer's face becomes a horrifying spectacle of blood and agony, his mouth wide in a silent scream as the brutal attack takes its full toll. The stitched man stands with his back to the viewer, a silent, imposing figure amidst a vast pool of blood, the defeated opponent's remnants sprawled behind him. In a dimly lit, vast prison chamber, Jin Woo kneels, his gaze downcast, as a tall, imposing figure with long, dark hair stands over him, surrounded by other silent, shadowy prisoners. A figure in a white coat stands victorious over a bloody, fallen opponent, debris scattered across the battleground, a stark image of triumph and defeat. A prisoner, sweat beading on his face, whispers with a sense of awe and dread that it has finally fallen, signifying the end of a formidable challenge. The bearded prisoner stares in utter disbelief, his voice trembling as he witnesses the incredible speed at which one of the giants was brought down. He mutters to himself, wondering if such terrifying monsters had been hidden among them the whole time. Cold, surgical blade slices through flesh with clinical precision, leaving a thin trail of blood as the steel carves deep into the subject. The wound is pried open, revealing a gruesome sight of internal organs. The visceral reality of the experiments is laid bare in this silent, bloody display. In the shadows, a cold voice cuts through the air, accusing those present of gross incompetence as the weight of failure hangs heavy in the room. Whispers circulate among the observers, their voices filled with a mix of disgust and morbid fascination as they confirm the horrific truth: he actually consumes human flesh. The doctor, his face a patchwork of jagged stitches, examines a bone with detached indifference. He sighs, finding it absurd how little muscle human flesh provides for his work. Jin Woo approaches the doctor from behind, his presence steady and calm despite the carnage. He calls out, breaking the man's morbid concentration. Doctor turns his head slightly, his stitched features and wide, manic eye reflecting a mind that has long since abandoned morality. Jin Woo places a grounding hand on the shoulder of the small, round-headed prisoner, offering a silent moment of support in this hellish place. The doctor stands over a fresh corpse while the small prisoner bows low in apology, his voice cracking as he offers a sincere, pained plea for forgiveness. Tears stream down the old man's face as he laments his failure. He had promised a safe haven for his people, but that dream has crumbled before his eyes. Kneeling among the other prisoners, the old man continues his tearful confession. He admits he couldn't change the nature of the people here, and the problems never seem to end. The doctor looks down with a cold, analytical gaze, suggesting that perhaps these people are exactly what they seem, lost causes who are beyond help. The old man's face is a mask of pure sorrow, his tears flowing freely until a voice tells him that he has said enough. Jinwoo's companion is overcome with emotion, tears blurring his vision as he realizes his efforts were in vain. He thought he had finally won, only for victory to be snatched away. Doctor tells the old man to stop obsessing over his failures. If he truly wants to prove his worth, there is a different path he must take. With a piercing look, the doctor explains that empty promises won't move them forward. He demands the old man learn how to actually fulfill his word. The old man's eyes are wide and brimming with tears, reflecting a mix of shock and a tiny, flickering spark of realization. Despite the tears, a small, sad smile touches the old man's face. He offers one final, heartfelt apology to the doctor for everything that has transpired. Doctor closes his eyes for a moment, the weight of the old man's words settling over him as the scene draws to a somber close. Jinwoo's companion races through the area, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He shouts that it's finally over, the tension of the battle finally breaking. Sweat beads on the companion's face as he marvels at the power he just witnessed. He admits the fight was over too fast, proving Jinwoo is far stronger than those hulking brutes. In the center of the village, the crowd stands in stunned silence. The doctor stands over the fallen, and the air is thick with the realization that a major turning point has been reached. Calculating smile spreads across the companion's face. He realizes that if this victory gives the people the will to return home, he'll finally have the leverage he needs to negotiate. Suddenly, a shout of alarm breaks his train of thought. A prisoner points out that someone has collapsed, and the mood instantly shifts back to panic. A brutal image flashes through his mind, a massive blade driven through the mouth of a screaming victim. The sheer violence of this place is never far beneath the surface. Prisoners scramble toward a white-haired figure slumped on the ground. They shout for him to wake up, noting with dread that he's lost far too much blood. Companion rushes toward the injured man, identified as number 182. He demands to know why he stayed and why he didn't escape when he had the chance. The injured Jinwoo, his hair turned stark white and his jumpsuit soaked in crimson, looks down at his broken state with a dazed, hollow expression. The companion grabs him, his voice a mix of anger and desperation. He scolds Jinwoo for fighting when he was told to leave, his concern thinly masked by his frustration. He continues to berate Jinwoo, calling him a fool for thinking he could win in such a battered condition. The sight of Jinwoo's injuries is clearly tearing him apart. Companion's frustration boils over as he demands to know why Jinwoo is so stubborn. He's furious that Jinwoo would risk his life so recklessly, yet confused by the boy's calm resolve. In a quiet, blood-soaked voice, Jinwoo finally speaks. He simply says that he just wanted to help the old man. A moment of stunned silence follows, the only sound being the wind whistling over the cracked, dry earth of the facility. Jinwoo looks up, his blue eyes piercing through the grime and blood. He reminds his companion that he was the one who taught him to act this way, throwing his own words back at him. Companion stands frozen, a strange blue light reflecting in his glasses as he processes Jinwoo's words. He wonders if he's the one who got everything wrong all along. Standing over the small, glowing figure, the companion finally concedes. He admits that Jinwoo was completely right and that he's finally starting to understand. Two glowing orbs float in the void, a silent realization dawning that some truths can only be seen when everything else has been stripped away. The memory of a simpler time flickers, a young boy with glasses staring at a sprouting sweet potato. It's a stark contrast to their bloody reality, a reminder of the innocence that was lost. The master adjusts his glasses, a heavy realization dawning on him. He's finally starting to understand Jinwoo, even if only a little. Something strange catches his eye, a faint, ethereal glow surrounding the boy, like drifting dandelion spores. He wonders what this phenomenon could possibly be. He rubs his eyes in frustration, questioning if the constant pressure is causing his eyesight to fail him once again. Jinwoo stands there, his white hair messy and his orange jumpsuit stained with the blood of his recent struggles. His gaze is piercing, filled with a raw, untamed energy. A close-up reveals Jinwoo's eyes, glowing with a faint, unnatural blue light that suggests his power is far from ordinary. His expression remains stoic, but the intensity in his eyes tells a story of survival and a burgeoning strength that even he doesn't fully comprehend. Nearby, a heavy blade sits, coated in a mysterious fluid. It's a grim reminder of the violence that permeates every corner of this facility. In the infirmary, a doctor meticulously sews a torn orange jumpsuit. His hands are steady, accustomed to the endless cycle of repair in this prison. Jinwoo watches him, his voice low but firm as he identifies the garment with the number 0182 as his own. Doctor looks up, his own face marked by surgical stitches that hint at a dark history within these walls. He acknowledges Jinwoo's awakening, confirming that he knows exactly who the clothes belong to as he continues his work. The doctor probes further, asking Jinwoo his age. He explains that biologically, those with such abnormal strength have usually been trapped here for over 2 decades. He notes that Jinwoo's internal organs are remarkably fresh, concluding that despite his power, he is still obviously just a kid. Jinwoo sits up, annoyed. He claims to be an adult who simply used to be a child, a statement the doctor dismisses as absolute nonsense. Jinwoo's eyes flare with irritation. He asks the doctor if he's really an idiot, his patience wearing thin. The two trade insults, with Jinwoo mocking the doctor's intelligence while the doctor boasts that he's likely smarter than any teacher Jinwoo ever had. A flash of a terrifying, long-haired prisoner wielding a blade appears, a useless bastard who met a grisly end in this concrete hell. The doctor sighs, lamenting Jinwoo's lack of common sense. He turns his attention back to the master, who has been observing the exchange. He asks Jinwoo point-blank if he's even a prisoner, his suspicion growing as he looks at the boy's unique state. A shocking thought occurs to Jinwoo. He asks if the doctor was actually born within the confines of this inescapable facility. The doctor doesn't deny it. He describes the prison as a chicken coop with no exit established 45 years ago, making it entirely possible for children to be born there. Jinwoo clarifies that he's been here since the very beginning, calling the doctor an idiot for misunderstanding his earlier point. The doctor concedes, realizing his error. He watches as Jinwoo begins to pull his orange jumpsuit back on, ready to move. He advises Jinwoo to stay still, noting his impressive recovery speed but warning him to report any physical discomfort immediately. Outside, the sun sets over the grim silhouette of the medical center, casting long, orange shadows across the desolate landscape. Inside, the sterile lights flicker against the cracked ceiling, a silent witness to the secrets buried within these walls. The master examines a teaching certificate, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he mocks the idea of someone so worthless holding such a credential. He spreads a large, complex map across the floor, his eyes scanning the intricate layout of the facility. Doctor asks if an exit is marked, but the master reveals the grim truth: leaving through the standard entrance or exit is impossible. The doctor explains that a monster-sized security device kills anyone who tries to flee. He claims to have seen the beast with his own eyes. Undeterred, the master points to the central headquarters. He plans to confront the administration bureau directly. The doctor warns him that the bureau won't take his side, but the master is resolute. Whether he sets things on fire or fails, he has to try. Doctor questions how he will survive even if he escapes, given that his body is already poisoned by the facility's toxic fog. The master believes that leaving is the only way to quit the drugs of this place. Away from the fog, he hopes his body will return to normal. The doctor offers a glimmer of hope, mentioning his father is a scientist who could help research a cure once the truth is exposed. The master offers a rare, confident smile. He tells the doctor not to worry too much, the path forward is finally clear. Two imposing, shadowy figures with glowing eyes confront an unseen individual. One sternly questions, "Are you going to teach children?" while the other declares, "No one in our family has failed to earn a PhD. A man with stitches on his face expresses concern, stating, "I'm not just worried about myself, but about you." He then addresses Jinwoo, who is wearing glasses, telling him, "Look at yourself in the mirror." The dilapidated prison bathroom stands stark, the cracked walls reflecting the dire atmosphere as an agonizing ugh echoes through the silence. Jinwoo stares in horror, his hand clutching his discarded glasses as one of his eyes glows an unnatural blue. He cries out in disbelief, "And my eyes, my eyes." The glowing blue eye fills the frame, an intense, unsettling sight. A voice of pure shock declares, "They turn blue." The individual with the stitched face, unperturbed, asks Jinwoo, "What's so surprising about that? As long as you live here, everyone becomes like this." Jinwoo, still reeling, desperately questions, Since when did it start?" Jinwoo's face is a mask of terror, sweat beading as he realizes the moment Rambutan mentioned has come. He fears, "Now I'll start craving fog too. Will limbo happen to me as well?" Jinwoo's fist clenches, trembling with frustration as he thinks, "Wait, this is so unfair. I haven't taken any fog at all. I don't even have any special abilities." Jinwoo collapses to his knees in utter despair, screaming internally, "Now I'm really screwed." The individual with the stitched face observes him, unmoving. The individual with the stitched face, with a slight frown, asks, "What's the problem? Didn't you say it can recover?" Jinwoo's panicked voice replies, "No. An addict's life only has despair and destruction left." The stitched figure mutters, "You brat." Jinwoo's expression hardens as he concedes, "Yeah, that's not wrong." He then reveals the grim truth, stating, "They've conducted experiments on prisoners. If a person remains in a limbo state continuously." Jinwoo looks down, his resolve clear as he implores, "Please teach me." A moment of silence hangs in the air. In a flashback, a young man with glasses sits distressed as a parental figure admonishes him, "Are you going to leave a stain on the family name? Who would be taught by someone who hasn't passed a single paper in 6 years, you blockhead?" Another figure adds, "Dante, that's avoidance and running away. Try preparing your thesis for 1 more year." The individual with the stitched face continues his grim explanation, detailing how victims slowly lose cognitive ability and fall into a coma. He adds, "And also, if you fall into limbo outside in a world without any fog at all." The grim prognosis continues. It's not as simple as becoming a vegetable as Jinwoo's eye shows profound distress. Jinwoo remains on his knees, a picture of defeat as the voice challenges him. Even so, are you still going out? Jinwoo's companion, his spiky white hair standing out, looks on with concern, asking, what's wrong? The individual with the stitched face scolds Jinwoo's companion. Hey, didn't I tell you to lie still? Why are you running around? Jinwoo's companion complains, I'm hungry. The stitched figure retorts, you need to fast. When asked why, he bluntly states, because you haven't farted yet. Jinwoo's companion then asks, should I push? To which the stitched figure dismisses him, stop talking nonsense. Jinwoo's companion, resolute, declares, of course, even so, I'm definitely going out. Jinwoo, his eyes burning with conviction, states firmly, because living here is not the life I want. The harsh sunlight illuminates the desolate, industrial landscape of the facility with faint creaking sounds echoing in the air. Ragged cloths drape over crude wooden crosses, marking a desolate, forgotten ground, a silent testament to past sorrows. A canvas bag lies open, revealing a stack of official-looking documents, one featuring a cartoonish portrait of a man with glasses. In a painful memory, a young man kneels, pleading with the shadowy figures. Mom, Dad, stop it. He questions, what's wrong with being a teacher? An unsettling overhead view reveals a medical room in disarray, an operating table stained with blood surrounded by discarded instruments. Empty beds line a desolate hospital ward, the cracked walls and grim atmosphere hinting at long-abandoned suffering. A wide, eerie shot captures a deserted hospital lobby, its grand space marred by extensive cracks and a pervasive sense of abandonment. The individual with the stitched face smiles, remarking, that's great, you made a wonderful choice. A crowd of distinct prisoners watches as Jinwoo and another figure prepare to depart the ramshackle facility. The individual with the stitched face remarks, you're finally leaving this place. A large, block-headed figure reaches out, urging them, stay a bit longer. I heard winter starts from today. A round-faced individual addresses the block-headed man, Regis, don't stop them from leaving. The individual with the stitched face states with conviction, they're going back to where they originally belong. A round-faced individual, mistaking Jinwoo for someone else, asks, your name is Dante, right? I never dreamed someone from the outside would come to help us. Jinwoo chuckles briefly, then assures him, I will definitely take Hiran home safely. The round-faced individual expresses his deep gratitude, thank you very much. Jinwoo, with a gentle smile, responds, sir, I'm the one who should be thanking you. The master, arms crossed, observes the scene, commenting, let them at least do that. He then ponders, wouldn't Dante have it the hardest? He's failed his doctorate for 6 years. The individual with the stitched face presents Jinwoo with a large bag, saying, and here, I hope you won't go hungry on the way. Please enjoy it. Jinwoo asks, what is this? He replies, top-grade soft dumplings. Jinwoo, surprised, exclaims, what? Wait, that's too much. Jinwoo's companion, struggling under the weight of a massive bag, declares, I'll carry it. A block-headed figure warns him, your stitches will tear open, then insists, take all of it. Didn't 182 like it a lot? A round-faced individual urges the departing group, alright, leave quickly before it gets dark. A block-headed man calls out, goodbye, doctor, and the round-faced individual echoes, goodbye. Jinwoo's companion, still burdened by the large bag, offers a warm smile and says, then, please take care. Jinwoo and his companion walk away, laden with their belongings. His companion addresses him, sir. The old man's gaze is sharp as he commands, show me your hand. A warm smile spreads across the old man's face as he proudly mentions, oh dear, those dumplings were made by my students. Really, my pro. Firm grip takes hold of a hand, the action swift and precise. The man with stitches kneels, gently holding the old man's hand, asking with concern, can you move it properly? The old man's expression turns somber as he reflects, because back then my surgical skills were terrible, I could only do this much. On a television screen, a masked figure, a father famous enough to be on TV, makes a public appearance. The man with stitches vows with unwavering resolve, I'll treat you properly again. A gentle, knowing smile graces the old man's face, a silent acknowledgement of the promise. The sign declares Dumpling Village, marking a community built from makeshift structures beneath a bright sky. Lost in thought, the man with stitches ponders the dual roles, a doctor and a teacher. A mysterious figure stands, their identity concealed by a paper bag, a distinct zipper tattoo visible on their arm. A sudden vibration emanates from the figure's pocket, drawing their attention. Pulling out a mobile phone, the paper bag figure sighs in annoyance, that brat keeps calling. On the phone, the paper bag figure remarks on the opportune timing of the call, questioning, hey, the timing of this call is perfect, that one-armed guy isn't as strong as you said, right? Through a torn opening in the bag, the figure's eye is visible as they reveal, he didn't die, someone saved him. As Jinwoo and Jinwoo's companion walk away from the facility, laden with their belongings, Jinwoo's companion observes, made a friend. A masked woman, identified as a mother with a doctorate in law, addresses an unseen audience from a lectern. Shadowy red-haired commander, cloaked in a trench coat, reacts with surprise, a friend. A derisive laugh escapes the commander as he dismisses the notion, how could that be possible? The view from within a container opens to a vast, futuristic facility, a long, empty road stretching towards its imposing structure. Red-haired commander strides purposefully into the complex, his voice echoing as he demands, "How much fog is left?" His face contorts into a menacing grin, eyes glowing with a chilling intensity as if the very air around him shatters. In the vast conference room, a grim pronouncement is made to the commander and his subordinates. There are only 5 years left. Gas-masked figure questions the dire timeline. 5 years. If that's the case, isn't it already too late? The commander, however, remains focused, asking, is there a way to finish it within 5 years? He then muses, I need more outstanding talent. The gas-masked figure argues the impracticality of their current methods, stating, it's no longer realistic to use ordinary people as the target. There's also a limit to suppressing public opinion, especially the kind of talents you want. A shadowy figure is introduced, a brother who ascended to president of a psychology society at a remarkably young age. With a chilling intensity, the commander declares, winter is coming. The gas-masked figure responds with a perplexed. Commander snaps his fingers, demanding, are the supply boxes ready? Report. The gas-masked figure immediately replies, in total, we plan to deploy 500 boxes. The gas-masked figure continues to list the contents of the supply boxes, daily necessities, clothes, bedding, soap, toilet paper, as well as food, flour and other grain powders, more than 10 types of crop seeds and 10 kinds of seasonings. He adds, construction materials, cement, plywood, generators, lighting equipment, etc. In addition, there are tools, wire saws, hammers, screwdrivers. The report on the supply boxes continues, detailing essential provisions for survival and development. Comprehensive list of resources for the coming challenges is meticulously presented. The gas-masked figure concludes the report, stating, as for weapons, there are 10 Glock 19 pistols, that's all. The commander's expression darkens with disappointment, muttering, so ordinary. The gas-masked figure, sensing the commander's dissatisfaction, suggests, should we add some gunpowder? Commander's eyes glow with intense conviction as he explains his philosophy. This is the foundation. Don't just give them fish, teach them how to catch fish. One gas-masked figure confirms, I will make adjustments. Another, looking towards the commander, asks with concern, Commander, did you hear what I said? The commander affirms, that's right, we don't have time anymore, his voice trailing off as he considers the implications. The commander recalls a past prophecy, Father already said, the right moment will definitely come, as the global logo shines behind him. With fierce determination, the commander declares his intent, so we must create a bigger storm. The air crackles with unseen energy, foreshadowing the immense, destructive storm about to be unleashed. Deep within a high-security facility, the silence is heavy, broken only by the flickering of dim lights against cold, concrete walls. A meager bowl of soup is slid across the floor, a pathetic offering for a prisoner the system has already forgotten. Chained and broken, the woman stares at the meal with hollow eyes, her spirit crushed by the weight of her captivity. Her mind instinctively analyzes the contents, calculating the energy and nutritional flow required just to keep her heart beating. With a grim, knowing smile, she realizes this nourishment is nothing more than a cruel trick to maintain the illusion of life. She looks up, her vision blurring as she imagines a savior in the darkness. She whispers to the void, convinced that help has finally come to end her suffering. She begs for release, her attachment to this world severed by years of agony. Memories of a past where she was treated poorly flash before her eyes, fueling her desire to vanish. Suddenly, a small, warm presence embraces her, grounding her back to the reality of the cell. A soft voice breaks the silence, gently clarifying that the figure is just a girl rather than an angel. The girl looks at her with genuine concern, noting that it has been quite some time since the woman last ate. Startled, the woman recoils, demanding to know who this child is and how she arrived. Girl introduces herself, explaining that her only job is to clean this miserable place. The woman's eyes widen in disbelief. This is just a child, how could she be part of this nightmare? The girl persists, urging her to eat, reminding her that without strength she won't survive another day. The girl adds that the woman should understand the importance of nutrition better than anyone. The woman stands, looming over the small girl, her voice trembling as she asks again why a child is in a place like this. The confusion and fear on the woman's face are palpable as she stares at the girl, searching for answers. Meanwhile, in a lavish dining hall, powerful figures discuss the fate of the prisoners over a feast. The girl begins to count on her fingers, her innocence clashing violently with the grime of the cell. With a bright, tragic smile, the girl claims she is already old enough to work. The woman is horrified, realizing that the girl's perception of age and reality has been warped by her environment. She asks about the girl's parents, desperate to find some shred of humanity left in this facility. The girl's smile falters for a second as she mentions her mother like a distant, forgotten dream. The moment is shattered as a guard storms in, striking the girl for neglecting her duties. The woman screams in protest, her protective instincts flaring up despite her own weakness. She lunges forward, catching the guard's arm before another blow can land on the child. She demands to know why they are hitting a child, her voice filled with a righteous fury that had long been dormant. The girl just smiles blankly, telling the woman not to worry because she can't feel the pain anyway. Back at the table, a man examines a document, his expression unreadable. The woman stands frozen as the horror of the girl's words sinks in, a child who has forgotten how to feel. Guard warns her to mind her own business, stating that getting involved with the girl will only bring trouble. The guard yanks the girl away, dragging her back to her endless labor. The woman's hand slips away, powerless to stop the cycle of abuse. As they leave, the girl is told her time is up, her brief moment of connection severed. Left alone once more, the woman clutches her chest, the weight of the girl's tragedy heavier than her own chains. Outside, the sprawling industrial complex looms like a graveyard, hiding thousands of similar stories within its walls. A pair of tweezers picks up a blood-soaked bandage, a clinical reminder of the violence that defines this place. The tension of recovery gives way as a hand, now seemingly healed, is cradled. A voice declares that everything is prepared. Command comes for Jinwoo to dress. Jinwoo's companion gasps in astonishment, realizing that not a single scar remains on Jinwoo's body. Jinwoo's companion struggles to comprehend the miraculous recovery, his mind reeling at how such a feat could exist within the bounds of common sense. The master, with a confident smile, reveals the next assignment, a United Nations prison. He explains that Jinwoo will be teaching people there, emphasizing the UN's organization and the considerable pay. Stitched figure elaborates on the healing process, stating he repairs at a cellular level. Jinwoo's companion, utterly astonished, repeats the phrase in disbelief. Jinwoo's companion, still reeling, questions if this incredible power was gained through the mysterious fog, pressing Jinwoo to reveal the true nature of his new ability. The stitched figure's eyes narrow, his entire being concentrating as he activates his unique power, focus. The stitched figure reveals the astonishing effect of his focus ability, a microscopic vision that allows him to see through everything in intricate detail. The stitched figure further explains the power's versatility, not just for healing but to detect physical flaws, locate sources of strength, and enhance them. With a glowing eye, the stitched figure acknowledges the brutal environment, stating his ability is crucial for survival among those who rely on brute force. Jinwoo, looking weary, calls out to him. Jinwoo, clearly uncomfortable, pleads for the stitched figure to stop. Jinwoo's companion watches, amazed, remarking on the stitched figure's unique teaching methods, even instilling shame in 182. Jinwoo's companion exclaims in awe, recognizing the ability as a form of X-ray vision. He declares it the most incredible superpower he's ever witnessed. The stitched figure downplays his power, revealing a severe side effect. Constant focus leads to extreme eye dryness. He trails off, hinting at further complications. Jinwoo's companion confesses his own desire for a superpower, wishing for an ability as remarkable as the stitched figures. Amidst a meal, a man excitedly identifies a place called Fogland, exclaiming that it's where all the world's most eccentric individuals gather. Jinwoo's companion, surprised, asks the stitched figure if he also desires to take fog. The stitched figure quickly clarifies, insisting that's not what he meant. Jinwoo's companion, his expression troubled, muses on his own poisoned state, wondering what might happen if he were to gain an ability. A system message relays information. Rambutan once stated that while the fog itself is potent enough to poison, acquiring an actual ability from it requires something far greater. The system continues, emphasizing that an extremely large amount of fog is necessary to truly manifest an ability. Jinwoo's companion internally grapples with the terrifying prospect of becoming a monster consumed by the fog, acknowledging the immense risks of such a transformation outside the facility. His fist clenches, revealing a deeper longing. Sometimes, Jinwoo's companion admits, he wishes he too possessed some kind of ability. His shadowed face and glowing eye betray a profound desire to be like ordinary people, to believe in himself and to possess the courage to bravely face the future. He reflects, acknowledging that his natural focus was always a strong point. The stitched figure, with a grave expression, clarifies the true nature of fog. It's not a random power-up but a substance that amplifies one's inherent talents, leading to strong neural transmissions and physical mutations. The master, with a somber gaze, mentions that people still inhabit the area before uttering a single, significant name, Dante. The stitched figure continues, explaining that the type of ability one develops can be predicted, especially if they possess a particular specialty. Jinwoo's companion denies having any specialty, but the stitched figure dismisses his modesty. Jinwoo's companion insists he has no strengths, but the stitched figure counters that every human possesses some form of talent. Jinwoo's companion snaps back, demanding he watch his words, to which the stitched figure responds with a simple, "Is that so?" Jinwoo's companion despairs, lamenting his perceived uselessness and accursed life. The stitched figure observes that Jinwoo's companion is quite good at yelling, earning a sharp "shut up" in return. The stitched figure muses that talent can also be subtle, a strength that doesn't easily stand out in society, and offers to provide an example. He points to the masked figure, highlighting his bizarre recovery ability as a prime example of such a subtle talent. Jinwoo's companion questions the recovery ability. The stitched figure clarifies that the masked figure's recovery isn't solely due to his own healing power but an inherent quality of the masked figure's body. The stitched figure emphasizes that the masked figure's recovery ability far surpasses the limits of any normal human body. Jinwoo's companion listens intently. Jinwoo's companion, however, expresses confusion, stating that 182's known ability isn't recovery. He directly addresses 182, asking if his true ability isn't actually hearing. A different scene, a woman with long dark hair eating questions if the extent of his actions is truly necessary, mentioning that his mother is now content with a steady income from the school. Jinwoo's companion ponders the ability of hearing, suggesting there's more to it than meets the eye. He recalls an incredible running speed that even surpasses Rambutan. The scene shifts to a brutal takedown as one figure lies defeated on the ground, a foot pressing down in a clear display of dominance. The raw power displayed is immense, enough to shatter a shoulder with a single devastating blow. Master observes, a thoughtful escaping him, concluding that there's nothing inherently strange about the power just witnessed. Ancient schematics and anatomical studies fill the panel, hinting at a long history of understanding or attempting to replicate such innate human potential. The Master's eye glows with an analytical light as he considers if 182 is truly one of those special individuals, if that's really the case. His thoughts continue, suggesting that any perceived limitations are simply due to a lack of sufficient learning. Master directly addresses Jinwoo, calling out 182 and demanding, "Can you say that again, specifically about the high-rank leader?" Jinwoo's glowing eyes convey his desperate plea, questioning, Why are you doing this? The narrator reveals a critical piece of information. The key to opening the tightly shut gates of Fogland might very well be in Jinwoo's hands. Chilling, distorted grin flashes, seemingly shattering the very perception of reality around it. The Master reiterates his question to Jinwoo, asking him to repeat the details about the high-ranking leader. Jinwoo's companion recalls the previous discussion, stating, "Didn't you already say it before? If you become a high-ranking leader, you can get out." A nearby prisoner questions, "A high-ranking leader?" Master explains, revealing, it's a legend told in Fogland that someone with infinite talent will become the god of liberation and will be able to free everyone here. The stitched prisoner dismisses the idea as absurd, stating, "What kind of crazy legend is that? It sounds really absurd, but there's no smoke without fire." Jinwoo's companion turns to the hooded figure, asking, "And what about 182? What do you think? Do you think it's just a legend?" Jinwoo, observing the conversation, thinks to himself, "These crazy people keep talking and I don't understand anything they're saying." Jinwoo's companion, with a bead of sweat, wonders internally, what kind of stunt is this? Jinwoo's companion urgently grabs Jinwoo, pressing him, "So then, do you know something? Didn't you say it too? Only by becoming a high-ranking leader can you get out." Jinwoo's glowing eyes betray his internal alarm as he thinks something is wrong. Jinwoo's companion's eye glows faintly blue as he expresses confusion. "What?" Jinwoo's companion questions, "Why? The Master wants to become a high-ranking leader." Meanwhile, Jinwoo internally declares, "Whatever that leader is, I want it because it seems like it would help me get out of here." Jinwoo, still hooded, states plainly, "I already told you that you can't do it." Jinwoo's companion presses Jinwoo, "What about you? Don't you have a lot of talents? Isn't there any chance, according to the legend?" Jinwoo simply replies, "No." Jinwoo extends his arm, stating, "I don't have a hand." Jinwoo's companion, frustrated, exclaims, 182, "Are you doing this on purpose? Right. You're always talking about something else when I'm talking about something. You're driving me crazy." Jinwoo's glowing eye reflects his internal thoughts. "I thought we were already close enough after going through so many things together." Master reflects, "Giving learning opportunities to people who had few chances is something valuable as an educator, I think." Jinwoo's companion pleads with Jinwoo, "The time has come. At least you should understand my position, right? Why I can't stay here and how much I long to escape." Jinwoo scratches his head, stating, "I don't understand." Jinwoo's companion reacts with shock. "What? 182, could it be that you?" Jinwoo's companion, in a fit of rage, grabs Jinwoo, shouting, "You never intended to help me escape. Then what the hell are you doing? Are you just following me for fun?" Stitched prisoner tries to intervene, "Hey, calm down a bit." But Jinwoo's companion's outburst continues, "Isn't that right?" Jinwoo's companion's voice, full of accusation, continues to bombard Jinwoo with questions. "Now that I think about it, you've never seriously answered anything I ask. What crime did you commit to end up here? Why do you have to cover your head with a paper bag? What is actually inside your luggage? What is your real talent?" Jinwoo's companion's voice softens with despair. 182, "Look, up until now, I don't even know your name." Jinwoo's companion's desperate voice echoes, "Tell me already. Who are you really?" Jinwoo's profile is etched in stark shadows, his expression unreadable, hinting at a profound internal struggle or transformation. Jinwoo remains silent, his gaze cast downwards, the weight of the moment pressing upon him. Suddenly, a sharp EFFT cuts through the heavy air as blood violently splatters across a nearby prisoner's face, his eyes wide with shock. Another prisoner, clad in orange, bolts away in a desperate sprint as a third inmate shouts, demanding to know where 182 is fleeing to. Above, the grim reality of their makeshift prison unfolds, a sprawling, dilapidated complex under a perpetually dark and oppressive sky. Within the confines, a television set and scattered belongings burn fiercely, the roaring flames a stark symbol of the ongoing chaos and despair. In a separate, more controlled setting, the Master observes, his voice calm, noting that the individual in question still hasn't returned, concluding that he must have left. Prisoner with distinctive facial stitches dismisses the absent individual, stating that communication with him is impossible, labeling him as violent, problematic, and unintelligent. The master reveals he never informed 182 about their plan, believing it would be futile as the individual wouldn't comprehend it anyway. He pauses, adding another reason. The stitched-face prisoner continues, questioning the possibility of 182 joining them, emphasizing his criminal status as an insurmountable barrier to their escape. In an entirely new setting, a man in a dark suit, his face obscured by shadow, casually apologizes for spilling something on his shirt, musing about how grand his sudden pronouncement sounded. Back in the observation area, Jinwoo's companion, holding a black bag, expresses his intense curiosity about its contents, eager to uncover what lies within. He speculates that the hidden bundle might contain something valuable, something that could potentially aid their cause or provide a crucial advantage. The master sharply questions Jinwoo's companion, accusing him of being a thief for rummaging through someone else's belongings. Jinwoo's companion retorts, claiming the bag is now ownerless. Stitched-face prisoner interjects, refuting the claim that the bag is ownerless and insisting that they must proceed together, implying a shared objective. Jinwoo's companion, with a serious expression, declares that the individual in question is not a criminal, directly challenging the earlier accusations. The master expresses his surprise, questioning why Jinwoo's companion is suddenly making such a defense, implying a deeper, unrevealed context. In a stark, sterile hallway, a distressed man in a t-shirt approaches a doctor, apologizing profusely and pleading for a moment of his time. The doctor leans in, a question mark hovering in the air as the distressed man's face contorts with visible fear, hinting at a grave situation. The distressed man, leaning closer, urgently requests the doctor to come to his house to examine someone, implying the patient cannot be moved. Man in the suit, now seen more clearly with glasses, addresses someone named Dante, sharply criticizing their unprofessional conduct. The doctor's eye narrows with a sharp, discerning gaze as he repeats, a consultation, his tone hinting at skepticism or deep thought. In a dimly lit hospital corridor, a menacing figure in a gas mask stands guard as the doctor explains that the patient's condition prevents them from coming to the hospital. Hand firmly grasps a doorknob, slowly pushing the door open, revealing the darkness beyond. Silhouetted against the stark light of the hallway, the doctor and the masked figure step into a darkened room, their gazes falling upon a prone form in the bed. The distressed man's face contorts in a sudden shock, his eyes wide with disbelief and horror at the sight before him. Turning his head away, the man confirms the patient is indeed his son, before a sudden "what" escapes his lips, reacting to an unexpected revelation. The doctor's face twists with shock and indignation, exclaiming in disbelief, "How is that possible?" He declares his immediate intention to report the situation to management for assistance. The distressed man shouts in terror, "You can't do that," his face a mask of desperation as he tries to prevent the doctor from taking further action. His face contorted in abject terror, the man warns of terrible consequences if the doctor reports, pleading with him to act as if he never saw them. The man in the suit, calmly wiping blood from his shirt, offers a detached observation, musing that such actions are merely an impulse born from the desire for recognition. Tears streaming down his face, the man cries out to the doctor, revealing his despair that they will not help anyone, while a small, frail child's hand lies lifeless below. Back in his observation post, the master, gazing into the nearby flames, begins to explain, referring to those born and raised in Fogland as the babies of the Fogland. Jinwoo's companion confirms the local terminology, while the stitched-face prisoner adds that those born and raised within this place are neither scarce nor abundant. A look of dawning horror crosses Jinwoo's companion's face as he pieces together the information, realizing that David, the one who left, must also have been born here. A shadowy figure with piercing, glowing eyes appears in the desolate landscape, a chilling voice confirming that the individual has always been a part of this grim reality. Amidst the desolate, decaying structures, a man clutches his head in despair, a chilling voice exclaiming, "Good heavens," as the grim reality of this world settles in. The chilling narration continues, detailing the horror of Fogland, where an individual, trapped behind bars, is forced to bear and raise a child. A voice states, having a child in Fogland and raising them there. Swirling, ominous blue mist is shown alongside an eye wide with terror, as the voice emphasizes that, among all the immoral things I've seen in Fogland, a grotesque, glowing blue infant with wide, disturbing eyes is revealed, as the voice concludes, is the most chilling. With a grim expression, a man with stitches on his face recounts his difficult decision, stating, "I had no choice but to report to the management office." After that, the two of them left the village in a hurry. The master confronts another, his voice laced with accusation, asserting, "It's not that you failed to get a doctor, but that you're pretending to have chosen a different path, pretending to have your own mission." From the depths of shadow, a voice questions with piercing intensity, asking, "What would that bad thing be?" The master, with a look of deep concern, muses, "Maybe the person who needs help the most is neither you nor me." A masked figure with glowing eyes sits hunched in a desolate, prison-like environment, a silent sentinel in the grim reality. The masked figure laments softly, recalling, "My sweet potato," and their inability to cultivate them, adding, "I couldn't grow sweet potatoes." Looking upwards, the masked individual expresses a quiet longing, wishing, "And I wanted to show it to you." The masked figure appears dwarfed, gazing up at a monstrous, skeletal face with a chilling grin that dominates the entire sky, an overwhelming presence. The masked figure looks down, a sense of profound uncertainty expressed in his quiet thought, I don't know. As blurry, powerful figures streak across the desolate land, the masked individual's internal struggle persists, confessing, I still can't understand it. From behind, the masked figure stares upwards, a clear command or desperate plea echoing, so come back. A dark, powerful figure streaks across the barren, dusty landscape as a voice speaks of a mother fallen from the sky, hinting at a profound, otherworldly event. An unnamed authority figure, his back to the viewer, scathingly accuses his counterpart, stating, so you act like you're equal to us. You're trying to justify incompetence with eccentric acts, right? Shadowy figure soars through the air amidst swirling, chaotic energy as a voice implores for an even stronger storm to be unleashed, saying, please unleash an even stronger storm. The swirling dark energy intensifies, converging into a powerful vortex, signaling an imminent, overwhelming force. On the desolate ground, sharp trails mark the path of destruction as a voice desperately pleads for someone to halt the advancing steps of the powerful entity, saying, please stop his steps. A man's face, streaked with blood and contorted in pain, is shown in close-up as a desperate plea continues, begging, please make it so his eyes cannot see. As 3 helicopters cut through the hazy, dust-filled sky, a voice's plea intensifies, wishing for a silence so profound that only the sound of heartbeats remains. A group of figures stands united in the dusty wasteland, gazing up at an imposing, red-haired leader as a voice declares their unity so that they know we are one. Shadowy eye with a single, piercing glow is shown as a voice urges, come back soon, before posing a direct question, tell me. A man with wild, blood-streaked white hair screams in agony, seemingly dragged away by an unseen force as a question hangs in the air, contemplating the way. The master, his face marked with concern, confronts another, questioning, why do you judge other people's thoughts on your own? I'm worried about you. An unnamed authority figure, seated at a table, his face hidden in shadow, sternly condemns the actions as pure recklessness, stating, it's recklessness. Doing reckless things out of mere inferiority complex. The unnamed authority figure, now with a strange, moon-like sphere hovering above his obscured face, finishes his scathing assessment, declaring such actions as only proof of stupidity. The master's face is contorted in terror and regret, sweat and tears visible as he acknowledges a profound error, thinking, I was foolish. A blurry image captures a powerful kick in motion as the master's internal monologue continues, reflecting on the consequences of with a foolish choice. Aerial view shows prisoners in orange jumpsuits scattered, one collapsing from a brutal kick as the master's grim realization concludes, I will die. A sprawling, dilapidated city fills the frame, a testament to squalor as the master's voice laments his fate to die miserably in this filthy, ugly place. In a dimly lit corner, a figure in an orange jumpsuit remains hunched, a silent, somber presence in the shadows. Master clutches his head, eyes wide with terror, exclaiming the situation is crazy. This is dangerous. He then recalls an ethics teacher's warning, concluding that these people aren't human. A single tear rolls down the master's face, a look of profound resignation in his eyes as he quietly acknowledges, me. A hand grips a fork tightly, glinting ominously as it is raised, poised to strike with lethal intent. The fork plunges forward, piercing through an orange material, sending crimson blood splattering into the dark void. A figure with long black hair, clad in an orange jumpsuit, screams in agony as they are violently struck, blood erupting from the impact. Prison enforcer, a bald, muscular figure with glowing eyes and gritted teeth, unleashes a furious punch, shattering the wall as blood spatters from the impact. The brutal chaos continues as a bloody prisoner, wearing glasses, collapses against a shattered wall, a sharp impact marking the ongoing devastation. Another prisoner, identified by the number D368, screams in agony, clutching a grievous wound as blood drenches his orange uniform. A long-haired prisoner, eyes wide with terror and rage, cries out about a gun, questioning how such a weapon could be present amidst the carnage before collapsing in confusion. Jin Woo, a blur of motion, unleashes dark, whip-like tendrils, striking a long-haired prisoner with devastating force as chaos erupts among the other inmates. Close-up reveals the terror in a prisoner's glowing eyes, splattered with blood, reflecting the sheer brutality of the ongoing assault. A prisoner's face contorts in fear, eyes burning red as he desperately cries out, convinced he will die like the others being torn apart at random. Jinwoo's companion, covered in blood, sheds tears of despair, his face a mask of profound grief amidst the unfolding horror. Jinwoo charges forward, his white hair flowing, eyes glowing with an unwavering, icy determination as he presses deeper into the fray. Jinwoo continues his merciless assault, his dark tendrils lashing out, striking another prisoner with brutal efficiency, adding to the growing pile of victims. Glowing, bloodshot eyes of a falling prisoner betray his utter terror, a silent scream in the face of overwhelming power. Jinwoo's companion remains on the ground, his face streaked with blood and tears, overwhelmed by the relentless violence. Jinwoo advances, his piercing gaze and resolute expression signaling his unstoppable momentum. Jinwoo's dark tendrils tear through the ranks of prisoners, sending bodies flying and shattering, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. A horrifying system notification displays showing a spine shattering into fragments, a clear indication of the immense bone-crushing damage inflicted. From behind, a prisoner 0 to 182 observes the unfolding horror, questioning what lethal object the attacker hides in his right hand. Jinwoo delivers another swift, devastating strike, a sharp sound effect accompanying the impact as blood erupts from his latest victim. Lifeless bodies tagged D-079 and D-089 fall limply, adding to the grim tally of casualties. A group of prisoners, some with glowing eyes, stare in wide-eyed horror, their expressions a mix of fear and disbelief at the massacre. Amidst the chaos, a looming dark tower structure stands, a silent witness to the carnage, as a thought whispers, the tower. Long-haired prisoner, bloodied and terrified, recognizes the ominous structure, his mind fixated on the tower. The tower itself begins to collapse with a thunderous roar as the long-haired prisoner falls, screaming that the tower collapsed. Jinwoo's companion, still seated amidst the blood, looks up with a shell-shocked expression, the horror of the collapsing tower reflecting in his eyes. Jinwoo turns, his gaze sharp, as a triumphant voice declares, a new shoulder has been born, acknowledging his emergence as a dominant force. The rampage continues as more prisoners are violently tossed and crushed, their desperate screams echoing through the facility. The remaining prisoners, including one with a bucket for a helmet, demand to know the name of this new shoulder, recognizing his overwhelming power. Jinwoo's companion, eyes wide behind his glasses, frantically questions if the attacker used a gun or a knife, trying to comprehend the source of the devastation. Jinwoo calmly addresses his companion as teacher, commanding him to let's go, while the companion reacts with stunned silence. Jinwoo swiftly carries his companion over his shoulder, making his escape through an open doorway as other prisoners murmur in recognition of the teacher. The scene transitions to the title card, Limbo, by Pogo, marking a new chapter in the harrowing journey. In a desolate, ruined landscape, Jinwoo's companion slowly regains consciousness, questioning his own survival. I'm alive, as the narrative labels him a foolish student. Jinwoo's companion, still blood-stained, kneels in disbelief, repeatedly exclaiming, I'm still alive. 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 I'm alive, overwhelmed by his miraculous escape. A close-up on Jinwoo's companion's face captures his profound shock and the lingering traces of the recent brutality. Jinwoo observes his surroundings, a single word escaping his lips, strong, indicating his assessment of the environment or an unseen entity. Jinwoo's gaze remains intense as he contemplates the sweet potato. Is that a lie? A cryptic thought hinting at deeper mysteries. Jinwoo's companion, his face etched with worry, confronts Jinwoo, asking why he joined the class and if the fog was the reason, revealing a crucial element of their predicament. Jinwoo sharply questions his companion, can you make fog, provoking a panicked and emphatic denial from him. Jinwoo's companion's face contorts in pure terror, his eyes wide and glowing, as he vehemently denies any connection to the fog. Jinwoo's companion desperately pleads for mercy, repeatedly apologizing, while Jinwoo looks on, a silent question mark hanging in the air, hinting at his cold assessment. That cold assessment, however, was a recent development. Not long ago, Jinwoo's companion had been recounting the strange circumstances of their meeting, explaining he only followed the crowd because of the promise of new clothes. He recalled a bizarre line had formed, blocking the street and drawing in all the prisoners. Suddenly, a bald prisoner aggressively demanded that Jinwoo's companion step out of line, questioning his presence. Other prisoners quickly joined in, chastising Jinwoo's companion for attempting to cut in line and demanding to know what he thought he was doing. A banner advertised correctional training, promising new teachings from outsiders. The competition for a spot was fierce, and Jinwoo's companion was urged to join the queue. Despite the promise of new attire, Jinwoo's companion expressed his reluctance, only to be reminded that a neat appearance was required for the teachers. The other prisoners, brimming with excitement for an event after so many years, eagerly pushed Jinwoo's companion forward. Jinwoo's companion, hidden behind his bag, harbored a mix of dread and a faint hope that they might actually learn something truly amazing. Jinwoo, looking bloodied and disoriented, questioned his companion's motivation for signing up, then asked why he had been saved. Jinwoo's companion, with a grim expression, bluntly stated that he hadn't saved Jinwoo but his new clothes. Jinwoo could only respond with a bewildered, quiet sound. Jinwoo, still processing the strange encounter, recalled that his companion hadn't taught him anything and had, in fact, peed himself. The memory caused Jinwoo to question the entire situation again. The flashback revealed the chaotic scene, a prisoner screaming and fleeing the shower room, having lost control of his bladder, while others lay unconscious. Jinwoo, in his new orange jumpsuit marked 0 to 1088, reflected on how he had somehow acquired this new attire. While washing clothes, Jinwoo mused on the iffy method of obtaining them. His companion, meanwhile, promised to quickly wash Jinwoo's garments and return them. However, Jinwoo's companion then questioned Jinwoo, asking if the ragged outfit he was wearing was a sentimental piece and wondering why he kept it despite having new clothes. Jinwoo's companion pointed to his own tattered attire, insisting it was his. Jinwoo acknowledged this, but his companion pressed further, demanding to know why Jinwoo hadn't thrown away the filthy garment. With an intense gaze, Jinwoo's companion pointed to the number 182 on his shirt, emphatically declaring it was his. To his surprise, Jinwoo pointed to his own orange jumpsuit, revealing it also bore the number 182, stating that it was his as well. A violent memory flashed. Jinwoo, in a dark suit, delivering a powerful kick to his companion, fueled by the declaration, "I've got nothing to lose." Jinwoo's companion, unfazed, simply claimed both sets of clothes were his, leaving Jinwoo utterly bewildered. Jinwoo's companion then questioned if the dirty clothes were precious, or if Jinwoo lacked an arm to wash them. Jinwoo, with a sigh, reluctantly agreed to wash the outfit. With a frustrated grunt, Jinwoo continued washing the clothes, the water splashing around them. As night fell over the desolate, crumbling facility, a sense of quiet despair settled. Jinwoo checked his watch, noting that it was well past the designated hour. He reflected on the grim reality. A whole day had passed, trapped within these walls. Escape was a distant dream. Jinwoo knew that the monsters called Shoulders were actively searching for him. He theorized they might have pinpointed his location after the earlier commotion, resolving to escape the next day while regretting not eating the disgusting soup earlier. A subtle sound caught Jinwoo's attention. Suddenly, Jinwoo's companion tumbled from a bunk bed with a loud thud. A hidden sweet potato rolled out from under the bed. Jinwoo's companion, now shirtless, held the sweet potato, offering a taste while internally pondering if it was even valuable enough for trade. Jinwoo, eyes burning with hunger, begrudgingly admitted he was reduced to eating scraps like this, but affirmed that survival always came first. Before he could take a bite, the sweet potato was abruptly snatched from his grasp, leaving Jinwoo in stunned disbelief. Jinwoo's companion, now upside down, glared menacingly at Jinwoo, dismissing him with a sharp "screw you." Jinwoo's companion flatly refused to share, while Jinwoo desperately pleaded for just one bite, rationalizing that it was a famine crop and therefore acceptable. Holding the sweet potato, now carved with the number 182, Jinwoo's companion once again asserted his absolute ownership. With a fierce roar, Jinwoo's companion, his blade a blur, carves through the monstrous hound, asserting his dominion in a torrent of blood and fury. Ground is littered with the fallen, their orange uniforms stark against the pools of crimson, a grim tableau of Jinwoo's companion's brutal efficiency. A tribal tattoo, intricate and dark, adorns Jinwoo's companion's shoulder, a silent testament to his formidable strength and the battles he endures. Far from the carnage, a different group of prisoners, their eyes glowing ominously, prepare to depart on roaring motorcycles. "Let's go," their leader commands, his voice cutting through the desolate air. The leader, a skull design emblazoned on his chest, reveals their destination. This is Tofu Village. Back with Jinwoo's companion, he leads a charge on his motorcycle, his long hair streaming behind him as they speed through the desolate landscape. Closer look reveals Jinwoo's companion's arm, tightly bound, with the number 0 to 182 starkly visible on his prison uniform. His arm bears the marks of his harsh existence. The journey continues through a ravaged city, its skeletal structures reaching towards an unforgiving, empty sky. Footsteps echo on the fractured earth, a determined march through the ruins. As they trek through the desolate landscape, Jinwoo struggles with the weight of the unknown, wondering what could be inside the heavy sack. Jinwoo's companion, however, simply asserts, "Mine." Jinwoo then mentally notes the number 182 on the sack, a familiar identifier. Jinwoo, still curious, finally asks, "By the way, Mr. 182, what's your name?" The masked figure simply replies, "One Arm." Jinwoo's expression shifts to disbelief. "You're kidding, right?" But Jinwoo's companion clarifies, "That's what they call me." "You don't have a name?" Jinwoo presses, to which Jinwoo's companion repeats, "I said, that's what they call me." Jinwoo laments the crude moniker, finding it uncivilized, and privately decides to stick with Mr. 182. Jinwoo continues his interrogation, asking then, "Mr. 182, why do you go around wearing a mask?" He speculates if his companion is a thief or a robber, and how he ended up in Fogland. Jinwoo's companion simply states, "I was always here," his masked face revealing no emotion. "Always here," Jinwoo repeats, his confusion evident as he tries to decipher the enigmatic answer. A sudden realization hits Jinwoo, his eyes widening in shock. "It's gone," he thinks, a wave of dread washing over him. Jinwoo's companion abruptly asks, "Why do you have so many questions? You're a teacher, why are you asking questions?" Jinwoo retorts, "Teachers are people too." Jinwoo's companion cuts him off, stating, "You also talk too much, and your voice is too loud." Jinwoo tries to defend himself, it's an occupational hazard, but Jinwoo's companion simply commands, "Shut up." The harsh sunlight beats down on the desolate city, illuminating the endless expanse of ruins. Heavy footfall echoes as the monotonous journey continues. Exhausted, Jinwoo collapses to the ground, suggesting, "Let's rest for a bit." He laments his hunger, feeling completely drained of energy. Jinwoo, his face etched with fatigue, wonders aloud how much further to the entrance. He realizes they've been walking for 2 hours, yet the path seems endlessly repetitive. Jinwoo's companion, without turning, reveals, "I don't know the way." Jinwoo reacts with utter shock, exclaiming, "What?" Jinwoo's frustration boils over as he shouts, "Why are you telling me that just now?" The realization that they've been walking for 2 hours for nothing drives him to near madness. Jinwoo, utterly defeated, declares, "I can't go on." He demands Jinwoo's companion either carry him or find food, threatening his companion's prized sweet potato if he refuses. As Jinwoo lies helpless, Jinwoo's companion delivers a swift kick, leaving Jinwoo stunned and questioning the action. Jinwoo's companion, his bound hand clutching a small object, lets out a weary phew. Jinwoo sits up, his glowing eyes fixed on his companion, asking, "What are you doing?" Jinwoo repeatedly calls out, "Mr. 182, what are you doing, Mr. 182?" as his companion makes an unsettling movement. A wave of pure horror washes over Jinwoo, his face contorted in a silent scream of realization. Jinwoo screams, "Mr. 182, as he gazes upon his companion's terrifyingly pale face, eyes wide and vacant, a chilling sight. Jinwoo frantically kneels beside his companion, demanding, "Are you sick? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? No, get a hold of yourself." Jinwoo glances over his shoulder, a silent, troubled expression on his face, as if sensing something ominous. Looking out at the desolate, ruined cityscape, Jinwoo whispers, "Don't leave me alone," a plea born of fear and isolation. Jinwoo violently shakes his companion, whose face is now horrifyingly covered in multiple eyes, screaming, "Don't you leave me here alone, you bastard! Open your eyes!" Jinwoo lets out a desperate, guttural scream, "Please," as his companion's head is violently ripped from his body, soaring into the distance. The detached head of Jinwoo's companion lands with a sickening thud on a distant slab of concrete, a gruesome end to their desperate journey. The grim reality of their situation was being laid bare. Jinwoo himself explained the insidious nature of their torment, revealing it to be a specific type of withdrawal from the very air they breathe. He stated, "It's a type of withdrawal symptom. Withdrawal from the fog." He continued, detailing the horrifying effects. "You saw the people sprawled out on the streets, right? They fell into limbo because they couldn't get any fog. Consequences were dire, as Jinwoo warned, they snap out of it eventually, but if limbo repeats, their brains start to melt." A voice broke the grim explanation, with Jinwoo's companion asking, "Then, what exactly is fog?" Jinwoo's companion, seemingly fed up, sarcastically remarked to another prisoner, "Maybe you should just eat yourself, it might be better nutritionally." He then declared his intent to escape. "I'm getting out of here." Tense silence hung in the air, the weight of Jinwoo's companion's declaration settling upon them. Jinwoo, observing Jinwoo's companion's apparent ignorance, questioned him, "You really don't know anything about Fogland, do you?" Jinwoo began to explain, responding to the companion's earlier question. It's a divine medicine that grants talent." Jinwoo continued the explanation, revealing the fog's true power. "It amplifies a talent you never knew you had, or one you've always yearned for." Jinwoo's companion, incredulous, questioned, "Is something like possible?" Jinwoo affirmed, "Not only is it possible, but it also allows you to transcend human limits." With a surge of power, Jinwoo's companion and the female prisoner manifested the fog's influence, their forms radiating raw energy. With a grim resolve, Jinwoo declared their ultimate goal, break out of prison. Power coursed through Jinwoo's companion, a silent testament to the fog's transformative capabilities. The mundane whir of the ceiling fan provided a stark contrast to the extraordinary revelations unfolding within the prison walls. The desolate cell, a symbol of their confinement, lay empty, awaiting its next occupant. Jinwoo crouched, observing his surroundings with a keen eye, the silence of the cell broken only by his internal vigil. Jinwoo, now in different attire, pondered the prison's routine, his mind racing with questions. When do the guards come? When's mealtime? The door must be locked from the outside, right? A determined thought crossed Jinwoo's mind. He couldn't have gone far. The system identified a new threat, the Bone Eater, a grotesque creature with exposed ribs, surrounded by its eerie minions. Another terrifying entity emerged, labeled by the system as Nun Face, its skull-like visage striking fear into the hearts of any who beheld it. From the desolate landscape, the fuzzy-back monster rose, a colossal, hairy beast accompanied by shadowy birds, casting a dark pall over the ruined city. Finally, the drill head appeared, a menacing creature with a sharp, conical head, surrounded by prisoners adorned with traffic cones. Jinwoo's companion, brimming with confidence, declared to Jinwoo and the female prisoner, "With this power, we will break out." Jinwoo reacted with profound shock and disbelief, stammering, "Yes, escape, escape." Jinwoo's companion then turned to Jinwoo, extending an invitation. "Jinwoo, will you come with us?" The female prisoner echoed the sentiment, "Yes." From his vantage point, Jinwoo's thoughts raced, calculating the risks. After such chaos, the prison must be on high alert. The security forces are probably searching for me. Once I see a guard or anyone, getting out is just a matter of time. Jinwoo, with a polite but firm gesture, declined their offer, explaining, "I appreciate the offer, but as a civilian, meeting guards or the operating bureau should come first. If I clumsily get involved with prisoners and try to escape." Jinwoo grimly considered the severe repercussions. "I'll really become a criminal charged with aiding an escape. And that's if the escape succeeds." The terrifying image of utter failure flashed in Jinwoo's mind, a stark reminder of the consequences if it fails. A chilling fear gripped Jinwoo. "I'll never be seen again." Jinwoo's companion's intense gaze underscored his dire warning, "By the operating bureau or anyone else. No one." Jinwoo's companion continued his grim revelation, "No one will try to enter Fogland." Jinwoo reacted with a sharp intake of breath, the realization dawning on him. Jinwoo's companion with the female prisoner beside him elaborated on the true danger: fog addiction. Step in wrong and you'll become unable to live without fog. Jinwoo's companion directly warned Jinwoo, that goes for you too, Jinwoo. Jinwoo, startled, stammered, I've never used fog. I don't plan to ever use it. Jinwoo's companion pressed on, emphasizing the insidious nature of the fog. It's not about your will. How long have you been here? 2 days. 3. Have you thought about the dense fog here? He then revealed the shocking truth about their environment, that fog itself is particles of fog. The terrifying realization hit Jinwoo like a physical blow, his eye widening in absolute horror. He exclaimed. Jinwoo's hands flew to his mouth, his wide, terrified eyes reflecting the full horror of the truth he had just comprehended. The horrifying truth began to unfold. To truly manifest one's innate talent, countless fog particles are needed. But to become utterly addicted, a mere touch of the fog particles is enough. Insidious mist slowly seeps into your very lungs, and will relentlessly drive you to crave more. An insatiable hunger for an ever-increasing supply of the elusive fog. Without it, the terrifying descent into limbo is inevitable. The young man, a fellow prisoner, processed the grim revelation, wondering if he was already beyond salvation. His voice trembled as he questioned the horrifying possibility, asking if he was already addicted. Jinwoo's companion, equally shaken, voiced his despair, realizing the dire predicament they were all in. Chilling voice cut through the fear, stating that Dante still had a chance, implying a deeper, more dangerous path lay ahead. Jinwoo's companion reacted with silent dread. The voice continued, explaining that limbo was merely the first stage and the true ordeal was yet to begin, as Jinwoo's companion relayed to Dante and the woman. Dante, still trying to grasp the concept, wondered aloud about this fog he couldn't even perceive. Jinwoo's companion, his expression grim, warned them that everyone's tolerance differed and there was no time for complacency. Woman turned to Dante, asking if they could still escape, while his internal thoughts echoed the despair of being already screwed, already addicted. Jinwoo's companion confirmed their grim reality, stating that they were indeed already screwed. Yet a flicker of defiance ignited in the woman's eyes as she declared that despite everything, she had never heard of anyone who left this place alive. Master, observing from afar, contemplated the faint hope of natural recovery or the possibility of developing an antidote if the truth of this place were exposed. The two prisoners, Dante and the woman, reaffirmed their solemn vow not to die here, even if it meant falling into limbo and forgetting each other. Their shared dream of meeting again under a clear sky, a symbol of freedom and hope, flashed vividly. The master, with a hardened gaze, acknowledged the profound sincerity and reality of their desperate hope. Jinwoo's companion watched them, realizing the depth of their commitment to each other. Meanwhile, a fierce determination burned in Dante's eyes, hinting at a resolve to fight for that promise. Suddenly, Jinwoo's frantic shouts echoed as he banged desperately on a door, demanding to know if anyone was out there. Sudden noise sent a wave of terror through Jinwoo's companion, Dante, and the woman. Jinwoo's companion exclaimed in shock, realizing that Dante had finally woken up. Jinwoo's companion pondered their next move, internally dismissing the sweet potato as a distraction, hinting at a more pressing concern. His thoughts raced, wondering if revealing his intent to escape with these people would provoke Dante into attacking them. The violent image of Dante potentially killing these people flashed through Jinwoo's companion's mind, fueling his fear. As the tension mounted, a hand subtly reached into a pocket, perhaps for a hidden item or a means of defense. Dante, holding his sweet potato, calmly asked if the coast was clear, unsettling Jinwoo's companion, who could only stammer in response. Jinwoo's voice cut through the air, simply calling out Dante's name, drawing his attention. With a slight, unsettling smile, Jinwoo questioned Jinwoo's companion's fear. Jinwoo explained that Dante was merely a fog zombie, devoid of strength until his next dose of fog. Seeking reassurance, the woman asked if Dante would win, leaving Jinwoo's companion speechless. A swift, powerful kick shattered the silence, signaling the start of a brutal confrontation. Jinwoo's companion, relieved by Jinwoo's explanation, confessed his worry that Dante and the woman might get hurt, adding that if this new opponent proved problematic, muscular leg coiled, ready to unleash devastating force. Dante launched a ferocious kick, striking his opponent with explosive power. With glowing, menacing eyes, Dante coldly asked if he should finish his opponent off now. Jinwoo's companion, wide-eyed with horror, urgently cried out for Dante to wait. His desperate plea echoed through the confined space, urging Dante to hold on. Jinwoo calmly declared there was no need for a killing blow. He announced his intention to leave this place, signaling a new chapter. Jinwoo calmly declares his absolute refusal to remain confined, stating his intention to forge his own path. He demands understanding from the master. Jinwoo, with a questioning gaze, reacts to the mention of the sweet potato, his focus intently on the master. The master's eyes widen behind his glasses, a look of profound surprise and inquiry on his face as he wonders if something crucial has opened. With a decisive tact sound, Jinwoo's hand firmly grips the peculiar purple sweet potato, a moment of intent captured. Jinwoo's companion, squatting by a faucet, meticulously fills a cup with water, following an unseen instruction to prepare the sweet potato. Jinwoo's companion presents the glass, now holding the sweet potato in water, to Jinwoo with a simple declaration, "Here." Jinwoo's companion gently places the glass on Jinwoo's head, explaining that the sweet potato will grow if cultivated this way, emphasizing the crucial need for sunlight. Jinwoo's companion pushes Jinwoo forward, urging him to quickly take their precious friend to sunlight before the day ends, emphasizing the urgency of their escape. Jinwoo confesses his ignorance of the way out, a sentiment echoed by Jinwoo's companion, highlighting their shared predicament. Jinwoo's companion frantically calls out to Jinwoo, pleading for him to drive away an unseen threat, and declares his unwavering commitment to join Jinwoo's escape. With fierce determination, Jinwoo's companion proclaims their readiness to face any consequence, be it gunfire or arrest, as they commit to their daring escape. The sweet potato and its glass container fall rapidly, splashing water as they descend with a distinct treacherous sound. The sweet potato and the now empty glass lie on the cracked ground, the spilled water forming a small puddle, marking the aftermath of the fall. The master stands bewildered at an unexpectedly open prison door, his mind racing with questions about its mysterious state. Jinwoo lies prone on the cold, cracked ground, his body still amidst the debris, the sweet potato and glass scattered nearby. A close-up reveals Jinwoo's dazed and pained expression, his eyes wide as he lies on the ground, hinting at a recent struggle or impact. The sweet potato and the broken glass remain on the desolate ground, silent witnesses to the events that transpired. Jinwoo's eye, with a piercing blue glow, shows a flicker of intense resolve and awakening, signaling a shift in his determination. Jinwoo and Jinwoo's companion sit before a static-filled television screen, as Jinwoo's companion curiously questions if the image depicts a cat. Jinwoo's companion gestures animatedly, explaining to Jinwoo that cats are animals, comparing them to crows. With growing excitement, Jinwoo's companion vividly describes cats as having fluffy fur, being small and cute, and capable of understanding words, even running when called. Jinwoo, with a wistful expression, reveals his own longing to raise a puppy, a simple dream born in the bleak confines of their reality. Jinwoo's companion gently holds Jinwoo's hand, sharing a hopeful dream of, "Someday, when I'm outside," a poignant moment of shared aspiration. Jinwoo stands at the precipice of a bright opening, his back to the viewer, as a voice calls out to him, urging him to come here. An expansive, desolate cityscape stretches out, a ruined testament to a harsh world, with Jinwoo's lone figure visible in the vast, smoky distance. A hand meticulously measures a crack on the ground, revealing a movement of exactly 20 centimeters, a subtle yet significant shift. The bearded prisoner, alongside the prison enforcer, stares in disbelief, noting the ground move 20 centimeters. The prison enforcer then questions the movement in shock. A gruesome, mangled body, covered in blood and debris, lies as a stark warning, a grim fate for whoever it once was. The bearded prisoner grimly observes the mangled remains from below, concluding that guy must have attempted an escape and failed. With a sharp tack sound, Jinwoo's hand reaches out towards the formidable prison bars, his intent to break free palpable. Jinwoo's companion looks on with concern, anxiously questioning Jinwoo about his plan and how they are going to break out of their confinement. Jinwoo, radiating immense power, assumes a dynamic, squatting stance, confidently declaring that he will show his companion the way out. A close-up reveals Jinwoo's leg muscles bulging and tensing, crackling with raw power, ready to unleash a devastating force. The master's face registers a profound shock and awe, his eyes wide as he observes Jinwoo's incredible display of strength. With a thunderous warark, Jinwoo explodes upwards, shattering the ceiling and walls around him, leaving Jinwoo's companion stunned in the debris. Jinwoo's companion recoils in absolute terror and disbelief, his face contorted in shock as he witnesses the sheer destructive power Jinwoo just unleashed. A system notification or observation highlights Jinwoo's incredible jumping talent, a gaping hole now torn through the ceiling as proof of his power. Jinwoo soars through the shattered opening, his face etched with determination, as the narrator reveals his ultimate objective, to jump over the wall and achieve freedom. Jinwoo continues his ascent, a blur of motion through the fragmented space, his eyes locked on the freedom beyond. With incredible force, Jinwoo propels himself forward, his hands smashing against an unseen barrier, creating a ripple of energy. Below, a female prisoner with striking blue hair looks up, her eyes wide with shock as she witnesses Jinwoo's desperate escape. Her focus shifts to a detailed map she's meticulously drawing, charting the complex layout of their confined world. From a shadowed corner, the master watches Jinwoo, his expression unreadable as the protagonist remains cloaked in mystery. The blue-haired female prisoner exclaims in awe, marveling at the intricate details of the map spread before them. Lychee, the masked prisoner, praises the map's creator, noting her photographic memory and asking if she's mapped the entirety of Fogland. Blue-haired female prisoner reveals that the map is merely a fraction of what she's recorded, documenting her journey from the center. Lychee stares in disbelief, realizing the immense scope of her work, questioning if this vast map is truly just a fraction. The blue-haired female prisoner points excitedly at the map, suggesting that they might soon reach the very edge of Fogland. Jinwoo's companion interjects, asserting that the blue-haired female prisoner didn't draw a specific part of the map, prompting her confusion. Frustrated, the blue-haired female prisoner asks what she's supposed to do, as Jinwoo's companion calmly instructs her to mark potential threats. Jinwoo's companion points to a specific spot on the map, inquiring about a particular marking, suggesting it might be another threat. Jinwoo's companion turns his gaze, his expression unreadable, as if contemplating the dangers ahead. The blue-haired female prisoner's face remains serious, reflecting the gravity of their situation and the unknown dangers of Fogland. Jinwoo's companion confidently states they'll be escaping soon, then asks Lychee for the correct path, to which Lychee promptly points the way. Lychee grabs Jinwoo's arm, urging him forward with a respectful "Let's go, teacher," as Jinwoo seems to react with a silent acknowledgement. With a unified surge, the three prisoners leap into action, a whirlwind of motion as they propel themselves through the air. Deep within the shadows, a group of prisoners huddles together, their forms barely visible in the oppressive darkness. Two menacing prisoners with glowing eyes emerge from the gloom, one aggressively demanding if the other possesses any fog. Their glowing eyes pierce the darkness, a silent threat as they fix their predatory gaze on their target. A hooded prisoner defiantly retorts to his interrogator, asking if he looks like he has any fog before the aggressor coldly demands he empty his pockets. The prison enforcer unleashes a furious punch, roaring insults at the hooded prisoner, his rage clearly uncontained. The master observes the chaos, stunned, questioning the true nature of this brutal facility, realizing it's far more than just a prison. The prison enforcer delivers a brutal kick to the hooded prisoner, sending him sprawling with immense force. The hooded prisoner, still on the ground, screams in defiance, accusing his attacker of madness for provoking him while he's starving. A prisoner with dreadlocks and glowing eyes grins menacingly, declaring his hunger and intention to eat the fallen opponent. Dreadlocked prisoner, holding a spoon, reveals the horrific truth: fog can be extracted from human flesh, and he, the bone eater, partakes in it. Two larger prisoners react with a mix of horror and desperation. One questions the cannibalistic intent, while another urges patience for lunchtime, but the dreadlocked prisoner lashes out, demanding even a little fog now. The dreadlocked prisoner's face twists into a maniacal grin, contemplating gruesome methods like decapitation and blood drinking before dismissing the idea. The chilling declaration, the dreadlocked prisoner lunges forward, spoon in hand, intent on gouging out the victim's eyeballs. Suddenly, a powerfully built prisoner, the brute opponent, appears, his imposing figure casting a long shadow over the scene, ready to intervene. The brute opponent delivers a devastating kick, sending a kneeling prisoner flying, showcasing his brutal strength and dominance. Master screams in terror, unable to comprehend his surroundings, demanding to know where he has been taken, convinced this cannot be a mere prison. A prisoner reels in agony, blood splattering as his eardrums burst from a brutal impact. Panic grips the remaining prisoners, their faces contorted in shock and fear as they witness the escalating brutality. A wave of terror spreads as prisoners scream, urging each other to run from the relentless pursuit of Hound. Imposing figure of Hound looms over a kneeling Jinwoo, his presence radiating an overwhelming, predatory aura. Hound declares he has finally found Jinwoo, his glowing eyes fixed on the hooded figure. Hound glares down at Jinwoo, mockingly addressing him as Baghead. The grim reality of the facility is laid bare as Hound stands amidst a bloody massacre, bodies strewn across the floor. With a single, brutal punch, Hound shatters a concrete wall, leaving a bloody imprint of his raw power. The master's terrified gasps are abruptly silenced as a powerful hand clamps over his mouth, restraining him. Blood stains the orange jumpsuit, a stark testament to Hound's recent rampage. Hound stands dominant over the subdued and kneeling the master, his capture complete. Amidst the desolate ruins of a destroyed city, Hound internally declares victory. Hound sprints through the ruins, carrying the master, scoffing at the stupid bastards too engrossed in their fights to notice his escape. Hound reveals his true objective, smugly noting that no one even realizes the teacher has been taken. A prisoner, filled with pain and rage, curses that tower bastard for callously using a crew member as a human shield. A single tear forms in Hound's eye as he bitterly reflects on the illusion of an alliance now shattered. Sharp realization dawns upon Hound, intensifying his bitter thoughts. As Hound flees with the master, he realizes Jinwoo has been relentlessly pursuing him through the desolate city. Jinwoo swiftly apprehends Hound, silencing his incessant yelling with a firm hand over his mouth. Now carried over Jinwoo's shoulder, Hound struggles, demanding to know Jinwoo's allegiance. Hound, defeated and on the ground, tries to categorize Jinwoo, questioning if he's with Eater or Drill Head. Jinwoo, holding a sweet potato, is baffled by Hound's bizarre query about sweet potato animals, wondering what he's talking about. Hound, incredulous at Jinwoo's ignorance, threatens to extract answers from the teacher. Tears streaks down Hound's face as he curses the absurd situation, his mood already sour. Hound clenches his fist in rage, branding Jinwoo a moronic bastard and contemplating a bizarre, violent act against the teacher. Jinwoo delivers a devastating kick, sending Hound flying and cracking the ground beneath him. Jinwoo unleashes a furious punch, exclaiming his intense annoyance at Hound's antics. Two fists collide in a brutal exchange, the force of the impact reverberating through the air. Jinwoo's eyes widen in shock, caught off guard by an unexpected turn in the brutal fight. Hound's eyes glow with renewed determination, a silent challenge in his gaze. Hound roars, his face contorted in a mix of pain and raw exertion. Jinwoo's bloodied arm is juxtaposed with the glowing sweet potato radiating an ethereal light in his grip, hinting at its hidden significance. Jinwoo's face, etched with strain, reflects the immense pressure of the ongoing battle, pushing him to his limits. The relentless assault continues as Jinwoo unleashes a brutal focus punch, the impact reverberating through his target. Force of Jinwoo's strike sends his opponent crashing to the ground, a decisive blow marking the end of the skirmish. The defeated foe lies prone, a grunt of pain escaping his lips as the full weight of Jinwoo's power settles upon him. His body sprawled, the opponent remains motionless, a testament to the sheer strength Jinwoo commanded in their clash. As the dust settles, Jinwoo surveys the desolate, ruined landscape, questioning the reality of his grim surroundings. He wonders, live, here, in this dump? Jinwoo, still in his orange jumpsuit, stands over a fallen adversary, while another figure lies defeated in the distance, a chaotic aftermath surrounding him. A hand clenches, trembling with a mix of fury and pain, as a voice snarls, "You damn thief." Jinwoo, his eyes burning with intensity, points a demanding finger and asks, "Is the teacher doing well?" Swift, blurring motion indicates Jinwoo's decisive action, the sheer speed of his attack leaving no room for counterplay. A chilling smirk spreads across Jinwoo's face as he delivers a curt, confident, "Ha." Now, Jinwoo finds himself in a weakened, almost unrecognizable state, his hair white and face gaunt as he reflects, "I can't believe I've been looking at such a pathetic face." Masked aggressor, later identified as Hound, looms over the weakened Jinwoo, demanding, "Got any fog? Is it limbo?" A distressed prisoner, wearing a mask and glasses, desperately pleads, "Are you insane? I'm a citizen. I don't belong here. I'm not like you people." A stark memorial appears, a drawing of a man with the inscription, "Hound Crew's second-in-command, former Didat," a grim reminder of past conflicts. The ominous countdown begins with a single word, 1. The count continues, building tension as the prisoners observe, 2. With a chilling crack, the countdown culminates in a brutal act, 3. Jinwoo, battered and bruised, lies on the ground as an unseen observer remarks, "Ah, this guy's crazy." From above, the torture continues, with a prisoner taunting Jinwoo, "Do you want to use your toes as a spoon? Where's the teacher?" Jinwoo, his face bloodied, endures the torment. A torturer offers, "If you give the fog, I'll tell you," while Jinwoo internally questions, "This bastard, still." Two torturers press Jinwoo, one stating, "Let's see how long you can hold out," then commanding, "Hey, break one more." Jinwoo internally laments, "I've already broken all 5. The torturer then demands, "Then at least break a toe." The brutal interrogation persists as the torturer shouts, "Tell me," before forcing him to walk on his butt. Slick, a new prisoner, observes the scene, asking, "At that point, wouldn't that bastard stop feeling pain?" Hound, another prisoner, responds, "Just give him one fog. It's a waste of time." Ethereal, monstrous figure looms in the cloudy distance, an ominous presence hinting at deeper mysteries. Slick firmly declares, "No, never give him any fog." Hound, intrigued, questions, "What's so scary, Hound?" The torturer, heedless of warnings, shouts, "Break it, I'll break his toes." Another prisoner dismisses Jinwoo, saying, "There's no way that skinny runt is scary, right?" Hound, with a piercing gaze, challenges the other prisoners, "Do you just see him as some scrawny kid?" Hound reveals the truth about Jinwoo's physique, observing, "Look at that depth. His body is trained to the extreme. His body fat is probably under 5%. Two prisoners discuss Jinwoo's condition. One notes, "He's pretty, though, perfectly cut." The other scoffs, "What good is that? Don't you know that with no fat you take hits even worse?" Hound, with a contemplative expression, states, "But he doesn't seem to feel pain." Slick calls out to him, "Hound." Slick reveals critical information. Other factions started to move as well. The news that the teacher is in Tofu village has been revealed. If the teacher falls into other factions' hands, we won't have a chance. You thoughtlessly broke the alliance. Slick reflects, "No matter how I think about it, killing Tower was a mistake." An unseen voice questions, "A mistake?" Hound's eyes glint menacingly as he declares, "To those who harm our brothers, only blood revenge." Slick admonishes Hound, "Don't act like a worthless piece of crap." He then clarifies, "If you think about it more deeply, that's what I mean. We need to gather fog." Suddenly, a masked eye glows with an intense blue hue, revealing Jinwoo's hidden power and true identity beneath the torment. Jinwoo, now revealed in his masked form, confronts the brute opponent, a formidable new challenge emerging from the shadows of his torture. As a grotesque new entity bursts from the ground, Jinwoo's companion, startled, shouts for an unseen Dante to retreat, his voice laced with alarm as he tries to comprehend the emerging threat. The monstrous entity, with piercing glowing eyes, fully emerges from the shattered earth, declaring cryptically, "He's a shoulder." Behind his terrified companion, Jinwoo, his face obscured by a mask, speaks with calm authority, clarifying that the creature's words were not meant for them. Jinwoo's companion, still reeling from the sudden appearance, questions Jinwoo's statement and the entity's bizarre declaration, a reflection of Jinwoo's masked form visible in his glasses. Suddenly, a horde of orange-clad figures, each adorned with a bizarre traffic cone hat, rush forward in a chaotic charge, their numbers overwhelming. Jinwoo's companion's eyes widen in sheer terror as the unexpected assault begins, the chaos reflecting in his panicked gaze. The cone-headed figures, varying in size, pound across the ground, kicking up debris as they advance with surprising speed. Their synchronized yet bizarre movements create a rhythmic thud against the shattered terrain, an unsettling prelude to combat. From an aerial perspective, the full scale of the bizarre arena is revealed, with numerous cone-headed figures surrounding the central fissure from which the entity arose. The grotesque entity, now revealing its full form with fiery orange hair, introduces itself with chilling confidence. I am Drillhead, the man closest to being the supreme leader. His glowing eyes fixate on his target, a menacing aura radiating from his outstretched hand, signaling an imminent attack. Jinwoo raises a hand, addressing the approaching threat with a single, potent word, teacher. With a commanding gesture, Jinwoo extends his hand, a silent invitation or demand, come with me. Jinwoo's companion watches in stunned silence, a wave of shock washing over him as Jinwoo makes his move. A bald, muscular prison enforcer confronts Jinwoo, sneering, what are you looking at, you pig? Jinwoo, his masked eyes glowing, retorts with a defiant, huh? A blur of motion, a devastating punch connects with brutal force, sending shockwaves through the air. Jinwoo unleashes a powerful, spinning kick, connecting squarely with the prison enforcer and sending him hurtling through the air. Impact of the blow resonates, a testament to Jinwoo's raw power as the prison enforcer is utterly overwhelmed. The prison enforcer sails helplessly through the air, completely at Jinwoo's mercy after the swift, decisive strike. Jinwoo's companion, seemingly confirming a decision, states with a determined expression, the teacher will go with us. Hulking, hooded figure with piercing glowing eyes flexes a massive bicep, its immense power palpable even in stillness. The cone-headed Drillhead is violently flung into the air, scattering other cone-headed figures as he crashes down, the impact shaking the ground. Drillhead lies stunned on the ground, his glowing eyes wide with disbelief and confusion, questioning his assailant. What are you? Jinwoo's companion confronts the aggressive prison enforcer, warning him, don't interfere. The enforcer retorts possessively, I found this person first. Drillhead, radiating arrogance, taunts his opponents, what mangy mutt rolled in here? You don't even know how to be afraid. Foot clad in a pristine white shoe taps the ground, a subtle, almost elegant motion preceding a powerful attack. Drillhead's face blurs with speed, his glowing eyes intensifying as he prepares to unleash a devastating technique. With surprising grace, Drillhead executes a powerful spinning maneuver, creating a vortex of wind as he transforms his body into a weapon. Jinwoo's companion stares in disbelief as Drillhead's feet land with precision, exclaiming in shock, bah, ballet. Drillhead launches into a powerful upward kick, generating immense force that shatters the ground and sends debris flying. A brutal fist connects, splattering blood as the force of the strike is delivered with bone-shattering precision. Jinwoo's companion recoils in alarm, realizing the imminent danger as he shouts, he's coming. Ground itself buckles and cracks under an unseen, immense pressure, radiating destructive energy outwards. Jinwoo stands resolute, his back to the viewer, observing the devastation caused by the powerful attack, ready for whatever comes next. The ground shatters beneath Jinwoo's explosive impact, debris erupting outwards as he unleashes a devastating kick. The shadowy figures with glowing eyes react, their thoughts unified in a single, dismissive word, slow. The agile combatant continues his relentless assault, leaping into the air to deliver another shattering blow that pulverizes the ground. One of the orange-clad figures is violently hurled backward, a raw whh of agony torn from his throat. The shadowy entities move with blinding speed, their glowing eyes fixed on their target as they prepare to strike. Observing the chaotic battlefield, Jinwoo's mind instantly pinpoints a critical opening in his opponent's defenses, perceiving a gap. Another figure lies broken on the unforgiving ground, blood staining his lips, his glasses discarded beside him. The relentless assault continues as the combatant unleashes a powerful kick, the sheer force of the blow creating a visible shockwave. Sent flying by an unseen force, the combatant spirals through the air, surrounded by a maelstrom of shattered debris. Blue-haired prisoner screams in utter shock, crying out Rambutan as she witnesses the brutal chaos. Two prisoners exchange confused glances, one murmuring, huh, while another questions, a woman's voice. The blue-haired prisoner covers her mouth in disbelief, her mind reeling with the realization, it's a woman, she's a woman. Bald prisoner with the elongated head stares, utterly shocked, a single incredulous word escaping his lips, woman. A bald prisoner grabs the blue-haired woman, tearing her clothes to exclaim, she's a woman, she's a real woman. The blue-haired woman struggles desperately, crying out, let go, as two prisoners restrain her. One captor ponders aloud, what should we do? Shall we take her with us? While a masked prisoner watches, distressed, muttering, lie, she. Tears stream down the blue-haired woman's face, her form appearing to fade as she despairs, me, because of me. The masked prisoner's eyes well up with tears, his voice cracking as he pleads, stop. The masked prisoner glares down at the injured man, sternly telling him, I told you to shut up. The prone figure weakly retorts, you bastard. Jinwoo's hand clenches, cracking the very earth beneath him, a testament to his suppressed power or rising fury. The masked prisoner yells, stop it, as he hurls a rock towards the captors restraining the blue-haired woman. The blue-haired woman's eyes are wide with terror, a desperate pleas escaping her lips as she pleads for salvation. The masked prisoner's face is etched with anguish as he cries out, Dante. A surge of power emanates from the masked prisoner, his body trembling as he lets out a primal UWAH. The sudden outburst hints at a hidden ability. Ah! Screams the blue-haired woman, struck by flying debris. Other prisoners are also affected, one exclaiming, "Ack," and questioning, "What the hell is that guy?" The masked prisoner cries out, "Dante," his hand clutching a piece of rock as his resolve hardens. "Wake up," the blue-haired woman shouts, rousing the masked prisoner, who then asks her, "Are you okay?" The masked prisoner shouts, "Run," as he pulls the blue-haired woman away from the pursuing prisoners in a desperate escape. Bald, elongated head prisoner stares, a disturbing thought crossing his mind, that woman is pretty. A prisoner observes the escalating chaos, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. The hooded prisoner grumbles to himself, "It's your fault again. Now even my clothes are gone." Jinwoo's eyes burn with a cold, murderous intent, his jaw clenched in simmering rage. An eye widens in primal fear, reflecting the sheer terror of the moment. Jinwoo bursts forward with incredible speed, his low stance generating a powerful shockwave that cracks the ground beneath him. A blur of motion indicates a lightning-fast strike, too quick for the eye to follow. The devastating impact sends a figure hurtling through the air, a testament to the raw power unleashed. Jinwoo charges forward, closing the distance rapidly, while the masked prisoner continues his desperate sprint in the background. Jinwoo crouches low, his powerful movement sending debris flying as he prepares his next devastating maneuver. A terrified voice screams, "Dante," the sound filled with desperation and fear. Powerful, fiery explosion erupts, accompanied by a guttural UWHH. The scene shifts to a training facility where a disembodied voice questions, "Are you a soldier?" as a heavy punching bag hangs silently. Jinwoo, battered and bleeding, screams in frustration, questioning his own foolishness for repeatedly getting into trouble and challenging a monster far beyond his league. He berates himself for his lack of common sense. Jinwoo's companion crouches beside Jinwoo, who lies defeated on the ground, wondering if Jinwoo's relentless fighting spirit stems from some special forces training. Jinwoo's companion continues, revealing his own past as a fighter, a man who once engaged in real battles before his current predicament. He reminisces about a time before Fogland, a place that seems to have stripped them of their former identities and strength. The Master, a formidable presence, issues a cold command to Slick, ordering him to take down the prone figure of Jinwoo. The Master's eyes gleam with a chilling challenge, demanding that Slick unleash every dirty trick in his arsenal, specifically instructing him to withhold fog from Jinwoo. The massive door, bearing the marks of immense force, draws the attention of the prisoners, one of whom exclaims the name Hound. The muscular prison enforcer, his face contorted in a grimace, curses internally at the unfolding situation. Slick questions his companion's inaction, offering to step in himself before angrily berating the other for his incompetence. Prison enforcer labels someone an irresponsible bastard and declares that Hound lacks the qualities necessary for leadership. The prison enforcer contemplates the true leader, musing that with enough fog anyone could seize the opportunity to become the supreme leader. A hooded prisoner, missing an arm, challenges the notion of leadership, pointing out his own physical disadvantage. A voice addresses Inko, acknowledging his artistic talent and suggesting that even he, in his own way, possesses the qualities to become the supreme leader, much to Inko's surprise. Prison enforcer then turns to Bulk, commending his ability to utilize his physical mass, emphasizing that every individual among them holds untapped potential, a statement that visibly surprises Bulk. The prison enforcer directly questions Slick about his own potential, to which Slick simply responds, "Me." The prison enforcer, with a smug grin, boasts about his increasing intelligence, claiming that every morning he wakes with the realization of Hound's stupidity, a declaration met with shock. He proclaims that the era of brute strength is over, asserting that true power in this world now lies in intellect and strategic thinking. Slick questions Inko about his next move, to which Inko reveals his intention to locate the teacher. The prison enforcer states firmly that he will not share whatever it is with Hound. He leaves the remaining decisions to them, a statement that clearly catches Slick and Inko off guard. Prison enforcer looms over Jinwoo, who lies defeated on the cold floor, a silent testament to the brutal hierarchy of this place. With a predatory grin, the prison enforcer taunts Jinwoo, asking if he truly desires something so intensely. Jinwoo, battered and weary, questions internally if his efforts were perhaps too much, reflecting on the toll of his struggles. A hand presents a pulsating blue orb, radiating an ethereal glow, hinting at a powerful, mysterious object. As Jinwoo's eye glows with an unnatural blue light, the prison enforcer declares his intention to bestow the mysterious object upon him. Jinwoo and his companion plummet down a dark, cavernous pipe, their descent swift and uncontrolled. A gaunt, pale figure with wide, unsettling eyes and a chilling grin watches from the shadows, a sinister new presence in the underground realm. Jinwoo, disoriented and wearing glasses, looks up as the unsettling figure greets him with a chilling welcome. The gaunt figure grandly declares that Jinwoo has entered his underground kingdom, asserting his dominion over the vast, cavernous space and the prisoners with cone-shaped hats who stand guard. The gaunt figure then offers Jinwoo a chilling proposition. In exchange for his presence in this new realm, he must submit to the figure's command. The prison enforcer, attempting to catch the blue orb with his tongue, promises that information about the teacher will be shared once Jinwoo complies. Prison enforcer warns Jinwoo that he won't escape without fog, urging him to consider his options carefully as Jinwoo's eye glows with fierce resolve. With a cold smirk, the prison enforcer asserts that he offers no second chances. Jinwoo, his expression grim, unzips his prison jumpsuit, revealing a scarred and muscular physique, a clear sign of his past struggles and readiness for battle. A raw scream erupts from Jinwoo as blue energy crackles intensely around him, signaling a surge of formidable power. With a devastating, empowered punch, Jinwoo strikes the prison enforcer, his blue glowing eye a beacon of raw force as blood erupts from the brutal impact, ending the confrontation decisively. The air thickens with the metallic scent of iron as blood sprays across the industrial rafters, a brutal testament to the force of the impact. Prison enforcer collapses, his massive frame unable to withstand the sheer lethality of the strike as crimson trails paint the floor. Shock ripples through the crowd, the other prisoners stand frozen, their eyes wide with the realization that the hierarchy has just been shattered. Even the most hardened criminals among them can't hide their terror, staring at the carnage with disbelief etched into every line of their faces. Amidst the chaos, a voice cries out in sheer panic, pleading for mercy as they witness the unfolding horror. "What are you doing?" "I'm sorry." The sight is gruesome. A prisoner named Slick lies motionless, his throat precision cut, the irony of the justice is blind tattoo on his back glaring under the dim lights. The cell block erupts in a frantic clamor as the inmates realize the gravity of the situation. His throat's been slit, they scream, the name Slick echoing through the halls. Tension is palpable. Every man in the room knows that a predator is among them and no one is safe. Jinwoo's hands are stained, his breathing heavy as he stares down at the result of his own unleashed power, the darkness within him beginning to surface. Sweat beads on the foreheads of the onlookers. They can feel the shift in the atmosphere, a cold, murderous intent that wasn't there before. From the shadows, Jinwoo emerges like a demon, his eyes glowing with a haunting blue light that pierces through the gloom. A terrifying, blood-soaked grin spreads across Jinwoo's face. He isn't just a prisoner anymore, he is the apex predator of this facility. Elsewhere in the facility, thoughts of escape linger in the air. Did the others make it out? They must have left the weak behind to fend for themselves. The master looks up, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. He knows the harsh reality of this place. They had no reason to wait for me. Another scream pierces the silence as a prisoner is stripped of his dignity and his jumpsuit, a brutal reminder of the lack of mercy in these walls. Strange, gaunt figure sits in the center of a makeshift court, his eyes bulging with a manic energy as he mutters, "I'm finished." The master is brought before him. The atmosphere is thick with superstition as a prisoner asks, "Teacher, can you really make fog?" The gaunt man leans in, recounting rumors of the master's supposed supernatural feats, whipping up fog to break a tower's neck in an instant. The master can only stare in disbelief. He wonders how such a ridiculous rumor could have even started in a place grounded in cold science. He breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that in this prison, rumors can be more dangerous than the truth itself. Suddenly, a flash of violence, a long-haired inmate strikes out with a snarl, calling his target utterly useless. The master remains silent, his mind racing to find a way to navigate the volatile egos surrounding him. To maintain his cover or perhaps to lean into the legend, he finally speaks, "Yes, it's true." He spins a tall tale of swallowing fog and causing towers to fall, drawing shouts of "bullshit" and "don't lie" from the skeptical crowd. The gaunt man isn't buying it. He claims to be smarter than the others, refusing to believe in a science teacher's magical fog. Back in the pits, Jinwoo looks up, his face battered but his spirit far from broken, listening to the echoes of the facility's madness. The master counters the skepticism with a chilling logic. If no one knows how to make the fog, then it shouldn't exist, but it does. The gaunt man's eyes narrow. He knows a secret the others don't. The fog wasn't made by any man. The truth dates back 50 years, to a massive meteorite that struck the desert, an event that changed the world forever. The master's eyes widen as the pieces fall into place. Could that celestial impact be the true origin of the mysterious fog? Deep within the crater, a glowing blue core pulsates with energy, the silent source of the power that now plagues the prison. But time is running out. The fog is a finite resource, and Judgment Day is fast approaching for everyone trapped inside. The master realizes the desperation this causes. With the fog dwindling, the prisoners are becoming more volatile, struggling for every scrap of power. Gaunt man snaps his fingers, ordering his subordinates to bring forth a grim example of what happens when the fog is misused. A pale, bloated corpse is dragged onto the floor, a horrifying visual of the fog's ultimate price. A masked figure looms over the scene, his presence cold and commanding as he orders someone to put it on. The room is filled with screams of terror. This man died after taking the fog, his body a hollow shell of what it once was. The gaunt man looks down at the body with a clinical curiosity, wondering if they can still extract the fog from the dead man's blood. The gaunt man, Jinwoo's companion, incredulously questions the scientific basis of such a method, his eyes wide with shock as he mutters, "Scientifically, what?" Jinwoo's companion suggests manipulating the fog with some kind of 3D maneuver device, prompting Jinwoo to question if he means a centrifuge. Jinwoo's companion confirms the idea, explaining they need to separate the fog component from the blood, emphasizing that those who consumed a lot of fog have it deeply infused within their bodies, his gaze shifting to a grotesque corpse. Jinwoo's companion, still recoiling from the grim prospect, asks Jinwoo if they should literally squeeze the corpse, wondering aloud if such a crude method could possibly be scientific. Jinwoo's companion, attempting a forced smile, suggests that if it's about fog concentration, perhaps it would be simpler to just breathe it in, as fog mist is supposedly everywhere. Jinwoo, with an enraged roar, grabs Jinwoo's companion by the neck, furious at his naive suggestion, asserting that if it were that simple, no one would be desperately searching for fog. Jinwoo's companion screams in terror as Jinwoo, with grim intensity, explains that air cannot simply be gathered, it must be scraped together and compressed, leaving Jinwoo's companion speechless. Under the cold, full moon, the dilapidated city stretches out, shrouded in an eerie silence. Jinwoo's eye, bloodied and wide with shock, reflects a dawning realization as he utters a stunned exclamation. The scene abruptly shifts to the same desolate city, now harshly illuminated by the piercing light of day, revealing its dark reality. Inside, dust motes dance in the slivers of light piercing through a grimy window, hinting at a long-abandoned space. A close-up reveals a dark, metallic surface, with glowing particles clinging to its rough texture, suggesting a strange energy. Jinwoo's companion's eyes widen in a sudden, intense realization, acknowledging that the impossible, in fact, can be done. Jinwoo, with a chilling smirk, asserts that even air can be gathered, his grip firm on Jinwoo's companion's neck. Sudden, powerful movement rips through the air, creating a visual and auditory shockwave. A formidable, masked figure, revealed to be Jinwoo, stands framed in a doorway, his powerful, tattooed physique silhouetted as he declares, "Let's have breakfast." Jinwoo's masked face is shown in a close-up, his eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, a silent question hanging in the air. The room is a horrific scene of carnage, with multiple figures in orange jumpsuits lying dismembered and dead amidst pools of blood, a brutal massacre having taken place. Jinwoo's eyes, now burning with an intense, murderous red glow, betray the raw fury simmering beneath his masked exterior. In a stark prison cell, Jinwoo sits on a bunk, his gaze fixed on the master, who sits opposite him, asking with quiet intensity, "Who are you?" Close-up on Jinwoo's tense, muscular arm emphasizes his incredulity as he asks, "Are you serious?" Jinwoo, now on his knees, head thrown back in agony or rage, unleashes a primal scream that echoes through the space. A weathered sign, bearing the faded inscription Chun Hak, stands as a silent sentinel over the desolate landscape. A grotesque close-up reveals a hand with distorted, swollen fingers, a chilling testament to an unnatural transformation or severe injury. Two figures in orange jumpsuits move through the facility. One, masked and carrying a tray, passes by another bald individual. In the chaotic cafeteria, a masked Jinwoo stands at the front, while another prisoner, observing the scene, exclaims, "What the hell, man?" Jinwoo, still masked, simply demands water, while a prisoner with a bucket on his head sternly tells him to stop making a fuss and line up. Prison enforcer aggressively confronts Jinwoo, demanding he line up and questioning if he's a newbie unaware of the cafeteria rules. The grotesque hand, with its malformed fingers, clenches tightly, hinting at immense, suppressed power. Chaos erupts in the cafeteria as a powerful impact sends food trays flying, eliciting a pained grunt from an unseen source. Jinwoo, with a bloody face, sits on his bunk, carefully donning his orange jumpsuit, realizing he needs to be more cautious. Bucket-headed prisoner stands frozen in shock, tongs still in hand, speechless at the unfolding events. A close-up reveals Jinwoo's masked face, his single visible eye glowing with an intense, ethereal blue light. A glass of water holds a mysterious, elongated purple object marked with the number 182, partially submerged. Jinwoo, still masked, sits contemplatively in his cell, his gaze drawn upwards to a gaping hole in the ceiling, a silent ellipsis hanging in the air. Jinwoo's companion looks up in alarm as a strange, viscous liquid begins to drip onto him from above. The liquid continues to drip, startling Jinwoo's companion, his glasses askew as he reacts to the unexpected substance. With a surge of blue energy, the mysterious fog coalesces into two distinct spheres, and a system notification confirms, "Done." Jinwoo inspects the gathered moisture, realizing with an exclamation, "It's fog water." Master cackles, declaring himself a genius and saved, believing that with this discovery, no one can touch him now. Yet the master hesitates, wondering if the rescue team would even recognize him if he were to wear something different. A small, inert object sits in a glass, a system message confirming, "It won't grow." The realization hits hard, "I was fooled." In the depths of shadow, Jinwoo's single blue eye gleams with cold fury as he declares, "I'll kill him." The small, clown-faced prisoner excitedly exclaims, "Yes, we'll escape this place together." With wide, hopeful eyes, the clown-faced prisoner insists, "There's a way to get out of here." His hand delves into a pouch, muttering, "That kind of." The clown-faced prisoner, now brandishing a large knife, menacingly commands, "Stop spouting nonsense and get lost." Jinwoo's companion replies, "Okay." Two ominous crows perch on a crumbling rooftop, their caws echoing through the desolate air. Jinwoo's companion grimly informs Jinwoo, "There's no rescue team looking for you. The guards were all killed." Jinwoo questions, "Guards?" Jinwoo's companion continues, explaining the grim reality of this place. "No matter how naive and dumb someone looks, in this place, there's no one who doesn't know that thing." Jinwoo's companion muses, I guess he's the only one, Dante, the one who doesn't know that thing. Jinwoo's companion reveals, it's on the map. Drillhead's hideout. System description appears, identifying the structure as a fog catcher. This device, a fog catcher, is designed to produce water from the air in arid countries or dry regions. The principle is simple. Water vapor in the air condenses at the dew point when the temperature drops. At dawn, when the temperature falls, moisture in the fog is captured through a mesh-type net and converted into water. The narration continues, suggesting a modification. Replace the net with a breathable insect screen. Furthermore, the bottom is shaped into a curve to guide the collected dew to a designated collection area. The collected water, glowing with an ethereal blue, coalesces into two distinct spheres. The system notes, the water gathered like that surely contains a large amount of fog. The humidity is high, so we made even more than expected. A warning echoes, advising Jinwoo, it's better if you don't stand out from the prisoners. That is how it is in Fogland. The master exclaims in shock, fog water, what the heck is this? Master explains, it's water made from the pure fog of Fogland. However, I can't guarantee the concentration. A cone-headed prisoner ponders, HM. The cone-headed figure carefully tastes the fog water, a silent contemplation passing over his face. His eyes widen in surprise as he processes the unique sensation, murmuring, this taste. The master gasps, eyes wide with revelation, it's fog. He reiterates with stunned conviction, it's real fog. One of the cone-headed prisoners dances ecstatically, shouting, we've obtained infinite fog. The master cries out, teacher, as he is grabbed, repeating, teacher. The master is violently tossed into the air by the frenzied prisoners, his cries of Aya mixing with their deranged shouts of teacher. Scene shifts to a desolate, grimy prison cell, its walls stained with years of neglect. A hand tears at a tattered brown garment as a new, unsettling figure emerges, a paper bag over its head and eyes glowing ominously. It utters a chilling command, let's eat. A hand meticulously adjusts the master's tie, signaling a shift in his demeanor and attire. The master now stands transformed, impeccably dressed in a shirt and tie, as one of the cone-headed prisoners remarks, it suits you well. A cone-headed prisoner observes, teacher, maybe because you're a suit guy by nature, you look different. The master responds, how is it? Do you like the refit? Cone-headed prisoner praises the new attire, it's made nicely, like a dress shirt. The master then declares, starting today, no one will lay a hand on you. Clothes tailored this finely aren't for just anyone.